and the person who's in the room needs to get on the road. So I want to ask the people around the table if there's anything that they want to ask her. And then I want to highlight that we did have someone on the phone at 1:30, and we have someone then at 1:45. We're running legislative time, but just to keep our comments and questions to the thing. But I want to say thank you, and please give
I'm happy to do it. Thank you so much. It's been
to leave. I really appreciate it.
It's been a great pleasure. It's a wonderful group. You have so many dedicated people in this state working on this issue. It's really so wonderful to see. And I would just say this is challenging, but I do think it's eminently doable. I think you are on the right track, and so I'm really thrilled. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Karen or Judge Grierson, do you have a 1-minute comment that you want to make, or are we finished?
So I think everything has been said.
Okay.
From our
Yes, and I'm appreciating your questions. I'm also appreciating that this is a huge body of work for you guys to sit through in an hour and a half. And so I did just want to share with you all that I'm happy to answer questions at least until December 13th. And so feel free to send anything along to me if you think that there's something else that we need to consider, especially ahead of the next legislative session.
Okay.
We would love your thoughts on that. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thanks again, everybody.
Yep.
Thank you.
Bye.
Safe travels.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Hello.
Hello, Dean Thomas.
Yes.
This is Representative Ann Pugh. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Nice to hear your voice this morning.
Thank you, and I apologize for our legislative time lateness, and appreciate your being able to still communicate with us.
Well, you bet. These things happen. I understand that. I do have a flight that I need to catch, and I'm going to need to leave here by 15 after the hour.
Okay. Then that's very helpful. Okay. We asked you to testify in terms of giving the Child Protection Oversight Committee, which is a joint committee of the House and Senate of 6 members, but to give an update on the scope of work that UVM is going to be doing for us related to sort of discovering what's going on with the entrance of children in custody.
Sure. Would you like me to just jump in?
Yes, please.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your time, and thank you also very much for your interest in this very important project. As you know, I am Scott Thomas. I'm the Dean of the College of Education and Social Services at the University of Vermont. I am in an interim capacity also serving as the Dean of the College of Nursing and Health Sciences at the University of Vermont. This project is an outgrowth of a series of convenings to explore the drivers of Vermont's child custody rates over time. And different groups have come together over the last year, say 8 months to a year, to really try to understand the different dimensions that drive child custody rates in Vermont. And there is a perception, and perception-based and empirical fact, actually, that Vermont has an unusually high rate of custody relative to other states across the U.S. The project was designed to focus on more than just what are the 1 or 2 drivers that are influencing these higher custody rates. And we decided that the best way to examine this was to focus on individuals, children, in the context of their environments and in the context of the policy domains in which DCF and other service agencies operate. I'll talk a little bit about how we've arranged the study and organized it. Let me first introduce the team. And they're here with me. I'm going to just tell you who's on this team driving this. I am joined by 3 very talented colleagues. Professor Jessica Strollin, a social worker. She's in our Department of Education at the University of Vermont in the College of Education and Social Services. some of you might be familiar with Professor Strolin's work through the Child Welfare Training Partnership, and one of her more recent projects has been the Placement Stability Project, which is a trauma-informed adoption competent response to improving well-being for youth in foster care. She's very talented, very well-respected nationally, and brings a very unique set of skills to the problems that we're addressing. Second, we have Professor Tammy Colby, who is a professor in our Educational Leadership and Policy program. Professor Colby is a state policy expert on social service policy and education policy. Some of you may be familiar with Professor Colby's work recently in the special education study that was a prominent feature in the last legislative session, and she's also involved in the school waiting study that will be coming up during this legislative session. Finally, we have Dr. Hannah Holbrook, who is a recent graduate from the University of Vermont's Educational Psychology doctoral program. And Dr. Holbrook's dissertation, I'll give you the short title, was Referral Patterns in Service Provision in Child Protective Services. She's one of the most talented doctoral students and doctoral graduates that I have seen across my career, and her work speaks very powerfully to the problems that we've been charged with addressing through this study. My own background is rooted in sociology. My work is focused more on the research side of this. My work focuses on modeling the effects of environmental context on individual behavior. So, for example, how does school climate affect teacher behavior and learning? How does family structure shape children's opportunities? Or how do state policy environments shape individual well-being? These are the types of problems that I study from a modeling perspective to be able to say how different factors relate to outcomes that we might be interested in. So the four of us are engaged in a phase study, and in the scope of work, we have three pieces in two phases. The first is a review of what we know from other research that's been conducted over the last 20 years. The second is a case study of students where we had proposed following individual cases to examine the different points of contact that these children have had with different service agencies and, let's say, healthcare, education, these types of things that might inform an assessment of a child's condition at any given point in time. The third component in this phase study is a longitudinal analysis where we have proposed to go back 20 years or so and look at the actual records of cases that have come through and try to capture why there's variance in custody intake across time. What are some of the factors that are driving intake decisions? Is there recidivism in intake, repeat occurrences? Recidivism is absolutely the wrong word there. I apologize for using that. It came from a different context entirely. And really putting those decisions, those custody decisions in the context of families, in the context of communities, in the context of other service provisions, and in the context of policy changes that have occurred over time to try to understand what might be driving the variance in custody decisions across that time period. So those are the three phases. Let me stop there for a moment. I want to go into those three phases a little bit more to talk with you about how we've conceptualized four areas that are going to be important to us. But I want to stop and see if there are any questions. I'm a body language reader, and obviously I'm seeing no body language here.
It's all good.
It's all good, and I'm sort of a taskmaster. I've already told you that we now only have 15 minutes before you lose your plane. So go ahead.
Okay. All right. So let's go with how we're what we call in academia framing the problem. What are the things we think are important for a thorough understanding of this problem? And if you kind of envision a circle in your mind and you draw a line down the middle of it and line across it, you can come up with four quadrants. Pretty easy. So in that top left quadrant in your mind's eye, think about a label that might say community factors. What are the community factors that might inform or might affect the probability of child custody rates in any given town or any given district or any given region of the state. Move over to the top right quadrant and think about what the individual factors might be. Race, substance abuse in the family, the age of the child, the type of abuse, SDM risk scores, those types of things. So those are the individual factors. If you're going clockwise now, move down to the bottom right quadrant. There could be other factors like interprofessional collaboration that's going on in different periods of time. There could be legal considerations that we might want to account for. There could be fluctuations in workforce characteristics, worker caseload sizes, media pressures. There could be high-profile cases that bring attention to the environment that shape the way decisions are made. So those would be other factors in that bottom right quadrant. Move all the way around now to the bottom left quadrant, and there are policy factors. So there are statutes, policies, legislative changes that occur that influence the decision-making frameworks for people who are really evaluating and making decisions about a child's status at any given point in time. So those four factors, again, community factors, individual case factors, these other factors about the environment, and then policy factors are four areas in which we're organizing our work, and we have a whole series of questions in each one of those areas. That's what we'll do is we're examining the literature and the work that's been done over the last 10, 15 years, 20 years perhaps, and that's what we'll be doing is we're examining the existing data within the state of Vermont to really get at this empirically. So the data pieces are what are going to present a challenge for us at some level. Data are going to be drawn from what others have done across the country over time. That one's fairly easy because that's in the public domain. Data will also be drawn from DCF, and then we're going to supplement those data from some other agencies where that's possible. That sounds like a great study plan, maybe. Some of you may have a difference of opinion, and you'll share that with me perhaps. But the challenge is in actually getting those data in a timely way and ensuring that the data are actually of the quality that will allow for the best study that we can conduct. Now, the latter part's out of our control, like the quality of the data. We need to get in and actually have a look at that. DCF and UVM have an existing data sharing agreement as part of Professor Strolin's placement stability project. And in that agreement, DCF and UVM have contracted with a third party called Vertical Change. And this third party effectively takes data from DCF and anonymizes it and then passes it along to UVM. So they're a broker. It's kind of a blind third party to this arrangement that ensures that the privacy of the records is protected. Now, we were hoping that we would be able to use that as a starting point to just add additional data that we need to conduct the study that I've been describing to you over the last 10 minutes. It looks like, as DCF has looked at this, and the federal state agreement folks have taken a look at this, that it will probably be easier to actually come up with a new data sharing contract. But in either event, these things take a fair amount of time. And right now, it's looking like the earliest we're going to have these data, according to the last round of emails that I saw, would be March. So that puts us in a jam in terms of being able to address the components where we really need the Vermont-specific data, and it's going to back us up further into the spring, into the legislative session at that point. Now, we're still working on the exact timeline, but I've already got a yellow flag planted right there that might hold us up on some pieces of this. There's still a lot of things that we can be doing to help inform the legislature early in the session. But you've asked for an update, and I'm telling you that I'm seeing a little yellow flag waving right here about our access to some of these data in a timely way. And our partners at DCF have been fantastic. This is not anyone dragging their feet. This is the web of regulation that's guiding the sharing of this type of very sensitive information, and these are important and valid regulations that preserve the privacy and protect the individual. So we're aware of all that, but I do want to stress that this is not an agency at all holding us up. This is the reality of us having to navigate the regulatory environment. So let me stop right there, and I'm happy to talk with you about your ideas or concerns and respond to the best of my ability.
I'm looking to see if there are any questions or comments. Dean Thomas, I guess 2 questions. One, does it make a difference if, I mean, you say the recommendation or the feedback is that you need a new data sharing contract. So the old one doesn't work at all?
No, the old one does work. The old one will be renewed, but the belief is that renewal will be more onerous and time-consuming than creating a new data sharing agreement around this project without the restrictions of that other data sharing agreement.
Okay.
Because that was for a different purpose.
Okay. In the, thank you, in the appropriations bill that was passed that sourced the money to UVM, it says there'll be some sort of report by January 30th. Now, clearly that's not going to happen. And you know, you're not alone. I've just signed about 3 different, okayed about 3 different things from state agencies saying we need some more time. But my question is, do you think, to you and maybe to the committee, does it make sense for any kind of report versus a email that says we need more time on January 30th?
Representative Pugh, I would affirm that we will have a report to the legislature by January 30th.
Okay.
On some piece of that first phase.
Okay,
We'll
perfect.
certainly have a substantial set of information to report at that point.
Okay.
It's the second part that may take a little bit longer.
No, that's fine, and I wanted to see whether folks thought that was feasible or whether, and I appreciate that. I think it will be helpful to us, helpful to the various parties who were interested and to want to ensure that this money was in place to help us frame our future directions. I see that you have exactly 5 minutes before you can catch your plane, according to our clock. Are there other questions?
No, I think the timing question will probably become more apparent with your January 30th report. So
Okay.
I don't have anything further at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean, and this was very, Dean Thomas, this was very helpful in outlining and especially setting clear the framing of the problem, and it's exciting the 3 people that you have, including yourself, the 3 people that you have involved in this project.
Well, thank you all for your interest and support, and I look forward to working with you and others who are committed to understanding these problems and finding viable resolutions. So let's go forward. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye. Huh, okay. Erin. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, we are totally changing populations, and I mean, you know, we're still talking about people. But the Reach Up Case Management Review and Community Engagement Report was to come to us as well as other, here, we'll pass this down. And I'm learning about passing papers.
We're having a lot of time in pre-K classrooms.
Yeah.
Okay. So I thought I would just kind of go through some of the main points of the report. And as you know, this was requested.
Oh, Erin.
Oh, my name. Sorry. My name is Erin Olikin, and I am the director of the Reach Out program. So thanks for having me today. I'm here to talk to you about the Reach Up Case Management and Community Engagement Report that was requested that we submit to your committee. So I wanted to start with the vision and the mission of the Reach Up program. This is a vision and mission that we've developed over the last couple of years to really reflect where we hope to be and where we are right now. So our vision is that families will be empowered, connected, and thriving. And our mission, the work that we do here and now every day, is that Reach Up joins families on their journey to overcome obstacles, explore opportunities, improve their finances, and reach their goals. And it's really important to us that the word families is in there, and that was very deliberate because we do work with families, and the needs and the needs of the entire family are really carefully considered, and we look to the well-being of the children and the parents or caregivers as really inextricably tied. So I'll just kind of go through an outline of what I'm going to talk about today and the different areas of this report. The first is I'll outline the current components of the Family Development Plan, and that's the plan that every adult who's receiving Reach Up puts together to plan for their goals and to eventually attain employment. The second is to identify what modifications may be required to make sure that there is a comprehensive assessment of the family's strengths and needs, and so that the Family Development Plan addresses those strengths and needs and the care of the children. The third is I'm going to review how families who are at risk of involvement in the child welfare system or family services division, how we identify those families and how we work to prevent involvement if at all possible, and then continue to work with family services division if family services does take custody of those children. And then the fourth is to examine current practices of serving Reach Up families, and some of these practices include home visiting and numerous referrals and engagement with community partners and on community teams, various community teams, and that's to ensure and enhance parental care and family stability. So the first part is the Family Development Plan. This is something that is statutorily required that every adult, either parent or caregiver, has a family development plan. And this is a plan that outlines employment and other goals and the steps that are necessary to achieve those goals. It's developed by the participant, so it's really a participant-driven process. And then the case manager is there to help and support and guide that process, and to use what we know in science and evidence to help people to be motivated and to reach their goals. So there are 5 main components in the FDP. We call it the FDP for short. One is the employment goal. The second is the responsibilities and the required activities that both the case manager and the participant have. So it's really a legal document. It's something that both parties agree to. Third is the number of hours that the participant is going to take part in any activities. The fourth is the participants and the family's strengths and in any areas where they may need additional support. And finally, we identify resources such as support services, so that may be additional help that the program can offer the family to help them meet their goals. So it's really a living document. It frequently changes, and it also contains elements of or references to other plans that the family may have. So families often have plans with Family Services Division, with Head Start, with the Vermont State Housing Family Self-Sufficiency Program, Children's Integrated Services, and we really try to incorporate those things in the plan, or to at least reference them, so that it's acknowledged that the family is often working on many different things with many different service providers, and we don't want to duplicate efforts. We do want to support them and offer them whatever kind of help they need to meet their goals in other areas as well. And it really does reflect a holistic approach to family well-being, because it does address the needs of both parents and children. So sometimes a family development plan will have things on there that are specifically related to the children. So it could be that the family is working with Children's Integrated Services or with Early Head Start, as just a couple of examples. So in section 2, any modifications that may be required to the program, I did want to start with what we are doing well and what we do right now to address the nurturing and care of children, because the program really does quite a lot. In October 2017, our independent contractor, Leslie Black-Plumo and Rob McIntyre, produced a report for us that examined the indicators of child well-being. They looked at a cohort of families who began receiving Reach Up in 2013 and 2014, and those families had stayed on Reach Up for at least 24 months, which incidentally is typically about the average amount of time that families do stay on Reach Up cumulatively throughout a lifetime. So in this case, these were families that stayed on for 24 months. And what they found was that the families who had participated in the Reach Up program showed marked improvement in things like housing stability, access to high quality child care, early education, mental health and substance use of the parents and the families, and parenting skills 2 years later. And so all of these things, as we know, the importance of housing stability for the healthy brain development of children, and the mental health and of the parents is critical for children's health and well-being, and of course access to high quality care has predictors for children's future success, and this is all based on research. And so it's very encouraging to see that Reach Up has had such positive outcomes on families with children, young children. So Reach Up case managers use a strength-based coaching model of case management. So it's really focused on building a mutually trusting and respectful relationship. We recently transitioned to a new assessment process, and the tool that we're using now is called Stepping Stones. In the past, we used the Self-Sufficiency Outcomes Matrix. And this new tool asks about family and child well-being. This whole process has been guided by nationally renowned experts from Mathematica Policy Research and Dr. LaDonna Pavetti, who's been an expert in TANF policy and change for the last 20 years, and she's from the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities. So we've been really fortunate to work with these nationally renowned experts in helping us transition the program and continue to work in evidence-based ways and using research and science as our basis for what truly works. And so this coaching model is a science-based approach to helping participants achieve their goals. So one of the things, so you might ask, what does goal achievement have to do with children's well-being? Well, one of the interesting things about setting and achieving goals is that it strengthens critical core capabilities, and this has been very well researched by the Harvard Center on the Developing Child, that when adults develop these core capabilities, that they're more able to effectively parent their children and have responsive relationships with their children. And so additionally, the case managers and participants are modeling those responsive relationships of give and take and trusting relationships that are necessary within a family. And so it really builds those responsive relationships, not only between the participant and the case manager, but also within the families who are working, who are participating in the Reach Up program. So one example I just wanted to give of somebody who found some success with this new goal-oriented approach, and this is a shift from the previously it was very regulation-driven, and pretty much somebody came in and a case manager would say, here are the requirements, this is what you must do, and kind of would outline it for someone. So in this particular example, there was a young man who had wanted to do something in, I believe it was the music industry. And in the past, what we probably would have said was, well, that doesn't fit into the requirements of the program. And so you can't do that, but you could do this unpaid work experience. This time, what we did with this new approach is the case manager talked to him using motivational interviewing, asking him, well, what is it that you're really drawn to in this? And said, okay, if that's what you want to do, let's figure out how to do it. So what happened was fascinating. He spent the next week or so researching everything that needed to be done in order to reach his goal, his, kind of dream job, and realized he really needed to get a job in the meantime. And within about 2 or 3 months, he had a very well-paying job, and has stayed off of Reach Up and through setting those goals on his own and discovering that on his own. This was somebody who had been on Reach Up for multiple years. And so it's really fascinating to see the shift when we, give people the dignity and the structure around helping people to identify what are their goals and how do we strengthen those skills needed to achieve our goals, that it can happen. So that was just one example that I wanted to share with you, but we have many, many more that I'd be happy to come back at some point. I'm sure I will at some point somewhere to share with you. But some of the other activities that may be found on the FDP, the Family Development Plan, are things like working with Children's Integrated Services, working with Head Start, attending therapy appointments, working with family services, attending parenting classes, housing search, childcare search. So all of these things really support, and again, just the parent or caregiver and the child being so inextricably tied that the well-being of one is going to affect the well-being of the other. And I think our case managers really understand that. In all of our training, we kind of reinforce that. Some improvements that we know that we can make and that we're working on right now. One of the things that we're doing, and this is an ongoing process, is assessing the program through a trauma-informed lens. So we are receiving peer support through the Administration for Children and Families, and have been working with a trauma expert from Rutgers University to assess the program and to make changes to the program as we go along, incremental changes to become more and more trauma informed. And we estimate that probably at least 90% of the families we work with have experienced trauma in their lifetime. So it really is important to understand that in order to help people be successful. And we're also working really closely with Auburn Watersong, whom you may already have met, who is the AHS Director of Resiliency Development and Trauma Prevention. So she's working closely with us as well to make sure that we are really coordinating with other trauma efforts in the state. We're also increasing home visiting when it's appropriate and desired by the family. So that has been, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. And we are continuing to work in collaboration with Head Start and Family Services, CIS, and Parent-Child Centers. So that is always something that we can improve upon and continue to build on those collaborations to work together. And the third area that I'm going to talk about is child welfare and Reach Up's role in prevention. So Reach Up families, as I mentioned, they develop really those trusting and responsive relationships with the participants they're working with. And so they are often the first to hear about struggles within that family. So that they either, the participant may share that with them, and that in the combination with going into the home when a participant invites them into their home is a really effective way to be able to prevent children from going into custody, because they can work with them on the front end. The other thing is just having some basic needs met through the Reach Up program is just a critical component to preventing children entering into the child welfare system. Case managers also regularly coordinate team meetings with family services and with other services that the families are involved in. So they're often kind of the main coordinator of those meetings, and will very regularly have teaming meetings, child protection meetings, and the Reach Up case manager will be there to support the family in those meetings. Case managers are also participating in ongoing professional development to increase their skills, and that's something that when I came on board as the director about 4 years ago has been really important to me and to our team as we move forward, is to ensure that people have the training that they need to be able to do their jobs well, feel confident in their jobs. So our latest training was our day-long professional development day, and the theme of that was working with families with complex needs. And so some of the topics for that day included mental health, trauma and resiliency, child and maternal health, employment for adults with mental health needs, and domestic violence. And additionally, the Reach Up team and Family Services Division staff work together to coordinate services when a child is in custody. And so each of the districts has local teams that work together to identify those families and to make sure they're surrounded with the support that they need. And finally, current practices that we use to support family stability and healthy parenting. We've already heard some of them. There's certainly some overlap between these areas. But we really, recognize that in order for families to thrive and improve their finances, which is part of our mission, all members of the family need to be healthy and safe. And again, that goes back to our mission and vision, is that family is in that mission and vision. It is about the family. So recently we put a protocol in place to offer home visits to every family when it's safe and appropriate. And back in 2017, we recognized the need to provide training to Reach Up case managers in order for them to have the skills and the confidence they needed to go into homes. They were already doing home visiting at that point, but we really recognized that they needed some more training in that area. So we started then, and since then there have been multiple trainings to address safety needs and kind of home visiting best practices or providing services in the home. So we started then in July to track the number, to really be mindful of tracking how many home visits are happening so we can get a good idea of what's happening on the ground. And in July of 2019, 31% of face-to-face appointments were home visits. So by September, so just a couple months later, that had increased to 34%. So it's been gradually going up. And when families are not being met in their homes, they're either being met in the office at ESD or at a community outposting area. And so we do have case managers who outpost in some of the more rural areas especially, so that they can provide a little more efficient service and serve people in those areas. So they're outposting currently at some examples are at NECA, Northeast Kingdom Community Action, the Orange County Parent-Child Center, the Family Place Parent-Child Center in Norwich, Parks Place in Bellows Falls, and Notch Partnering Project in Richford. So those are all areas where they're in the community. And then I also just wanted to share when meetings are not or when they are happening in the office versus in the home, that some of the reasons that people cite for that are just plain preference, because we ask them, and we won't go into their home if they don't want us there. And also just, it may be the very first meeting between the case manager and the participant. Sometimes they drop in because they're there for other reasons, so they just dropped in, and so they're obviously already at the office. If a family is homeless, they may not have a home to visit in. And then one of the biggest reasons is that they're accessing other resources wherever it is that they happen to be. So they might be going to Department of Labor or visiting with an employment specialist or WIC, and so they're already in the area, so it makes sense for them to combine appointments. And then another piece is that connections with community partners is really a critical piece in supporting families. So we are connected with multiple community partners, designated agencies that provide mental health services, preferred providers that provide substance use disorder treatment, Voc Rehab, Family Services, CIS, Parent-Child Centers. The list kind of goes on and on. Our case managers locally and our local reach-out teams are very well connected in their communities, and often sit on many of the kind of teams that are happening in that local area to support families. So some examples of that are ComStat or KidStat, CHARM, child protection teams, some of the housing review teams, and continuum of care. So really, whatever they can do to support the families is where they are in the community. And I did want to note also that in 2017, Mathematica Policy Research did an independent evaluation or assessment of the REACH-UP program, and one of the things that they noted was that teaming and service coordination occur frequently between REACH-UP program staff and community partners. REACH-UP program staff and community partners reported regular teaming arrangements within and across agency to coordinate services for clients. We found, this is Mathematica speaking, a strong commitment to holding regular service coordination meetings involving the parent and a full array of community partners, including child welfare staff. So REACH-UP program really is well poised to coordinate with community partners and address the needs of both parents and children. We're always looking for ways to do things better through training, through building more partnerships and more collaborations, and are really committed to continuous quality improvement.
Erin, thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions? Is this what folks wanted in terms of what was in the appropriations bill in terms of a report? I mean, it covers, but I'm looking to our member of the appropriations committee, if you remember that. If there was anything in particular in addition.
No, I think it's a good overview of what they did. I think, with the drop-off in numbers, that was a piece of
Yep.
the why that's happening is a piece that I'm not sure that this gets at what the population looks like.
Right. And what I actually just pulled, I did not, excuse me, a little help from my friend.
Yes, I don't have that ability, but I think.
No, I mean, and we didn't really ask that.
Right, but it was, I think, quick, as we did it at the end, but I think the piece of what the population looks like, not exactly what
Sure.
we're doing, is a piece of what was contemplated
Right.
in that.
Right.
So are you looking for?
There's been a significant drop-off in population. We're in the nature of what the population looks like is very different than what it was even just a few years ago.
Right.
So in serving that population and figuring out what we're doing, it isn't just about what structurally it looks like, it's what do they look like.
Yeah.
And so I think that was a piece of what we were interested in.
Well, I'm happy to talk about that if you'd like to hear a little bit about that. I don't have all my statistics in front of me, but I can tell I can talk in kind of general terms about, in particular, how the demographic has shifted in the last 5 years or so.
And I'm happy to have you talk about that. I will say for me, it would be better if it was down in a form where I can look at it, digest it, and ask questions.
Right. It's hard without having it have been in the bill itself, but.
Right, we didn't ask for it.
Yeah, I know. It's hard
Right,
to
I
say.
under,
Please
but that
bring
was a
it to
piece
us.
of what was
It
in
is.
the back of.
Yeah.
So fair warning, between now and January, now that you've given this, we're like, oh, this is good, now we want more. Please, ma'am, we'd like some more.
Okay.
So I think some of that might be that.
I think
Yeah.
Jenny might have some add-ons to that too.
Mhm.
But, well, we could ask for the change in demographic. I think that's a really good place to begin.
Mm-hmm.
If that's easily put into some format that we could look at, doesn't need to be a formal report,
Mm-hmm.
but a presentation that we could have in our committees, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I can definitely do that. I mean, some of the things that we see, which I'm sure is no surprise, is an increase in some of the mental health barriers and substance use disorder. Some of that is very hard to track because it is self-reported and we don't have a system that's good for collecting that data.
In 5 years.
In 5 years, yeah.
Usually we say 3 years.
Well, yeah,
But
we keep saying.
in next year it's 3 years, and then the next year is 3 years.
Right. But that is also a trend that nationally, that TANF programs are seeing nationally, is that the folks who are left on TANF, pretty much everyone who can get a job easily has gotten a job.
Yep.
And so we, of course, still have people who come in and are on Reach Up for a month or two, and then they're off and they're employed. And the folks who are remaining do tend to have much greater needs. Homelessness, I mean, you know what all those needs are, I'm sure. So
Can you do
yeah,
that by category for us? So we know, because
Yeah.
that'll inform where we need to put other energies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good.
So interestingly, like some of the areas that are very nuanced, which is why I would love to kind of be able to explain some of that better. Like for example, homelessness data. We have folks who are. I heard one of the previous speakers talking about couch surfing. So no one can afford housing on a Reach Up grant unless you have subsidized housing, and even then it's a stretch. And so. So families are doubling up or they're sharing space with, and all of that, as we know, is incredibly difficult. It's very damaging to children in those families to be so insecure in their housing. So, yeah.
This came on,
No.
This came on the backside of the increase, because it's been so long,
Right.
and we are still so far behind. So a piece of this came out of that, and then concern about the population. And it was all done at the end of the process, so it was, but that's where the concerns were.
Sure.
So what would be helpful, I think, for us is to know when you might have some of that information in a form that can be presented to our committees.
Can that be like a PowerPoint?
Yeah,
or a
that's what
thing?
I'm thinking
Yes.
about, a simple PowerPoint.
So I'm out the first 2 weeks of
You know, this is
December,
called
but
January.
we're talking about
January, okay.
January.
This is our last
Okay.
meeting. This is
Oh,
our
okay,
last
gotcha.
meeting.
Yeah, anytime January or after, I certainly could.
Okay, but I mean, my problem is right now I don't have an administrative assistant to say, please contact so-and-so. So if you could send an email along.
Peggy will keep it.
Peggy,
You can send it to me and
Yeah, that's good.
and I'll
Great,
put it in
thank
a little
you.
folder
You're welcome.
just for
Thank
you.
you.
I thought generally we were all overstaffed.
Oh, we are. We're all overstaffed.
And overpaid.
Overpaid.
Mary Beth.
A question, I was very heartened by this transition from a regulation-driven approach. And I'm curious where you think you are at as far as all of your family service workers in that kind of full transition. Like, where are you at? Like, are you in the early stages of that? I know that there are family service workers who've been with you for years and years. I mean, and that's not an easy, it's almost like a culture shift.
That's exactly it.
And I'm just curious, do you feel positive about that? Where do you think you're at? And I think the approach, the team approach, I think that's a really worthwhile thing to help that happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, such a great question. So it kind of depends on the case manager, like any culture change. Some people are on board right away and others are kind of, well, wait and see. And then there are others who are kind of like, no, this is not the way. But I would say for the most part, we are on our way, but we still have work to do. So it's a matter of constantly reiterating, why we're doing this and the science behind it, and that it really truly does work if we do it the right way, and that we assume the best about people and that people have the best intentions and want the best for themselves and their families. And if we do that and we work, with intrinsic motivation and all that we know about responsive relationships, that we'll get there. And so I think the more we talk about it, the more training we do, the closer we're getting. I would say we're somewhere between kind of like probably like intermediate to advanced intermediate right now.
Great.
So yeah, we're getting there. It's very exciting. I will say that we recently hired a case manager who had been a Reach Up case manager a number of years ago, went to do something else, and then when there was an opening in that district, she decided to come back and she was hired on again. And she said on a training phone call that we had on the goal-oriented approach, she said, I have to say that I love this new Reach Up. And she said, I feel like it's actually working. It's actually doing what we want to do with families, and that families are finding it to be so respectful. And, families say, nobody really has ever asked me that. And when you hear things like that, you think about, oh my, how much families have been told what to do in so many different realms and so many different services that they've received. And to be the simple question of being asked, what do you want to do, what's meaningful to you, how far you can get with that question is pretty astounding. It's exciting, very exciting.
Good work.
Yeah, that's great. And as you're coming back at some point in time, because we love hearing this kind of stuff, Mary Beth just talked about how this shift to in practice, and you said, is working. My question will be, even though I like to get into the weeds, trying not to get into the weeds, is anything statutorily preventing you from doing that?
Great question.
And if there is, then whether we'll change it or not, I don't know, but let us know.
I'll be happy to let you know. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
very much. Really appreciate it. So we have a little bit of time for committee updates, because some folks have been engaged in other kinds of activities related to this work. And as Erin's walking out the door, I'm just going to say I'm part of the two-generation group, which is community, someone from community, a participant, the whole 9 yards, and really trying to focus on doing work differently and connecting with folks. And I'm actually going to a meeting next week. I missed one yesterday that was in Vermont, but going to another meeting in Rhode Island for a day. This is spearheaded by NCSL and the federal, whoever they are, Department of Children and Families kind of thing, in terms of underwriting it and trying to get the community involved. There's, in theory, from some of the other states, there is a philanthropist involved to try to, so trying to sort of get the whole community involved around supporting families and ensuring that families aren't in poverty. And that really is what Reach Up is all about. These are families who are in deep poverty.
So, me next?
Yes.
Then? I talked about this a little bit the last time we met. We're spending 2 days in Ohio talking about the foster care system. We were supposed to come back with a few action steps, and I couldn't remember all of them the last time. But the first has to do with the fact that, and I know this is like a broken record thing, that the IT system is just old and outdated and maybe a 5-year joke isn't gonna be acceptable for too much longer. And what struck me about hearing about the research that's going to be done is that there's a chance that they may not be able to get the information that they're going to need to evaluate the system. And that's pretty telling. So maybe it's time to have a serious discussion about that. The second thing was hearing about the foster care advisory board, and it seems that Vermont has something akin to that, and I don't, maybe Amy can remind me what it's actually called, but I don't remember.
It doesn't have an official name anymore. It was formed out of the Foster Care Bill of Rights, and you statutorily asked us to form a committee with court, DCF, and foster parents. And we met for a year and presented back, and then we've just continued to meet ever since. So it's a work group that meets quarterly, and then there's subgroups that meet monthly from that.
So given that it seems like it's sort of an informal thing, maybe looking to formalize that, and that came out of some discussion from foster families that said that having that kind of voice they found to be really, really helpful for themselves and for the system at large. And along with that went a sense of having some peer support built into the system in a more formal way. And what I've heard from some people who are involved in foster care is that they tend to do that in a more informal fashion, and they kind of support each other, but it's not kind of baked in, and it might be something could be helpful all around and maybe be done in conjunction with the advisory board. Maybe not. And then my fourth, well, they were sort of fourth and fifth thoughts, was looking at co-parenting between foster families and birth families, and when appropriate and able, asking them if they can participate together in forming goals towards reunification with birth families, and maybe trying to knock down some of the whether they're perceived or actual, but like adversarial situations between foster and birth families, and making birth families feel like they're not
Important.
yeah. Thank you. And again, if that's an actual part of a spoken goal and not just left to being an informal thing, potentially helpful. Not in all cases. It's clearly not something that can happen in all cases. But and then a fourth little thing that came up is that if the goal is reunification, but you're also hoping to provide permanency for a child, if you're dealing with a family that has a substance use disorder of any kind, as we know, that treatment and recovery are a continuum and an ongoing process, and are there sort of artificial barriers to reunification, because there can be a lot of stop and start, and maybe how to work into the system different timelines where that's a factor.
Peer support. Too.
Yeah, and peers, right, and that, you know, it's sort of larger than just the
So Kelly, this looks, a lot of this looks really good. I know that we've talked about some of this in the past, but it gets to be more and more important going forward. Are you thinking about putting a bill in, legislation in to begin the conversation?
I would certainly be willing to. The other thing that came along with my little hand scratch list is some examples from some other states that are doing similar things or have done similar things. So there's some good jumping off places. And so I don't know if you want to pick and, or if I want to, in discussion with you or all of us or whatever, pick and choose one or two things. I know the IT system is a much bigger.
I'd say the lower the fiscal note, the better off we are.
That is very true. But I don't, you know. Yes, I'm completely willing to do that.
I think you should. I mean, you've done a lot of work. It's up to your chair, though,
whether it goes anywhere. But I'll also put in a plug for the Office of Child Advocate bill that's hanging on our wall, which we have heard about. Is something that came up at this conference as well, and I had some discussions with the representative from Maine and New Hampshire about their programs, and it was something that we talked about. So.
You know, and then after listening to the report earlier, becomes more and more apparent that conversation has to happen.
Well, and there's, I mean, there's a part of me, just even hearing some of what was said, and just as we're beginning to refocus on foster care, what I just came to realize, and I'm embarrassed because it is out of my other life, parts of my other life. In terms of training of family service workers, in terms of recruiting and, let's say, supporting foster parent retention, that's through the Child Welfare Partnership. That is not through, I mean, it's through a contract with DCA, but I mean, that is not done by, and so it's like, it probably is, and they've done some research and they're also doing things. And we probably should hear what they're doing and what they're, I mean, some of this has been, Dean Thomas talked about Dr. Stolen, Professor Stolen, and her work, which was funded through a federal grant. And so what is the outcome of it, and is this another example of a fabulous federal thing that's now disappeared, or is it ongoing? And so, I mean, there's a part of me that thinks that along with everything else, along with seniors, along with everything, but we need to focus. I mean, I think I'm going to blame it all on you and the Senate appropriations. You sort of put some things in the budget that I think to highlight areas that maybe we need to look at more closely. One of which was, reach up, and the other is our child custody and how do we support families.
Good. But the child advocate, I know that there will be, the money issue is always a problem, but defining that as something that fits Vermont and may not be the full-blown everything might help move us along.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's in your hands.
Wait a second.
Okay, I think there is energy in our committee, though, to look. That's the sense I get.
Right, but you don't want you don't want to have the energy bubbling over, and then you don't want to stop it.
Yeah.
It needs to be collaborative.
Right.
I got it. I know.
No.
We'll be happy to look at something. But it's money. It's all about what fits with
What,
Vermont.
Senator?
Oh.
So, is there any?
Yeah, I do have one other thing.
Okay, good.
All right, it's a little thing. It's a small thing. It was a great program last evening in Winooski, a film that was brought to us by Let's Grow Kids. And it was really, I felt, a celebration of all the work that we have done with early child care. And last session, we did a huge amount of work. But the movie itself is very compelling. It's about an hour long, maybe a little bit longer. And I really think it would be great to expose our colleagues to the film. So I'm just throwing it out on the table.
What's the film?
It's called A Small Thing. And it's about childhood development. It goes through the whole system of child care and early child care. So from brain development to families in need and everything that we know and have talked about. But I thought it would be, I have talked, who did I talk with? Maida was there last night, Maida Townsend. She's interested.
I mean, there is, and I've talked to another chair. This whole concept about brain development is of interest to a lot of people. And then as we're talking about adolescence is longer than it used to be.
It's all part of it.
And I'm sitting there going, what does that mean for things that we've done that say at 21 you can do them? Do we need to, anyway. I wonder if, you know, how we share that information and do it in a way that people can, if they want to.
This one is more about early child
Okay.
development, so the first 3 to 5 years of life, and but also about the system of care or early care that exists or doesn't exist. It's a pretty generic film, even though it wasn't made in and about Vermont, but it does relate very much.
Thank you.
So, we'll,
So I'm going to leave that.
yeah, we'll work together.
Senator Westman, do you have anything? No?
You covered it.
We covered it? So thank you all. I think that we met, whatever, 4 times. And we got a lot, I think, you know, we have heard and we've, you know, got a jump start on things that we want to pursue. And what I would suggest to you, and Dick isn't here, but, and Richie, as to how it makes sense if you want Bryn or me or you to come to your respective committees to give an update, because, you know, if you think as it is appropriate in terms of what we did. I think it's really clear today's first report. We'll start with judiciary, and for appropriations will clearly have a role in that, but what is the role of healthcare, health and welfare, and human services? We'll need to see whether just to pay attention.
Well, right, I do think that the first report is really important to go both of our committees.
Okay.
We have to hear it
Okay.
as that bill develops in judiciary
Okay.
and or appropriation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Good work.
Yeah.
Good
work, all of
Representative
us.
Hugh. Thank you for your
Yes.
work on this.
And we're 3:00.
I was just saying, sitting up here waiting for the final 2 commissioners to arrive feels a little bit like standing behind the curtain, waiting for the curtain to go up. But that's why we are here. We are coming for the annual meeting for the Brattleboro Housing Partnership. And I welcome you all to this meeting. And I'm trying to be modern and use my phone to remind me. My children keep trying to teach me. And a personal reflection first. Last year when I was here, I had lovely white tights because I was still wearing surgical stockings after a knee surgery. And it feels really good to know that I have healed and you all have grown, and that we as a group together are doing some exciting things. Certainly there have been some changes, and I'm honored and delighted to see the sign reflecting how many commissioners there have been of Brattleboro Housing Partnership. We've lost one commissioner, Pat Smith, who, close to finishing her term, has recently died of breast and bone brain cancer. Her memory has been very important, and I was really touched by the fact that the family asked for donations to the Brattleboro Housing Partnership in memory of her. We are looking for a proper way to honor all that she did for this community. And Chris Connolly, who was a commissioner with me, withdrew because of poor health for herself. So we are welcoming 2 new commissioners, and one of them isn't here because she's had poor health. Liz Harrison and Byron Stuckey are new members of the Brattleboro Housing Partnership Board. Welcome, Byron. Lots has been happening this past year. To particularly Chris Hart and Christine Hazard. One reason I took a year off and said I really wanted to come back and be on the Brattleboro Housing Partnership Board was that Chris Hart had confided in me that she was thinking of retiring, knowing there was going to be a grandchild arriving shortly. We convinced her to step back and not retire, which I am very grateful for. And I'm sure you'll be hearing more about that. And Christine Hazard, whom you've all known as the head of SAC, has moved up and moved in and through holding this group together, and will be the new executive director as of the 1st of January. A very quick comment on how that decision was made. First, the board decided they didn't want to go out if we had a good candidate here. The Board of Selectmen, who would bless or object to that process, said, fine, do what you want. And then 2 commissioners, myself and Donna Rathbun, interviewed staff. Who do you think would be a good leader for Brattleboro Housing Partnership? What are your concerns? What are the concerns of residents? And to my great delight, without prompting, more than one person said, we'd like Christine Hazard to have that position. So much for technology. It keeps turning off on me. I don't think we have much more to do now, except to turn over to the Red Clover Commons presentation about community building, which is very exciting. And thank you for being here. Steve, do you want the microphone?
No. I'm going to try to do my best. So thank you everybody for coming, and I appreciate, I just want to say a special thank you to a lot of our residents who came, and some of our residents are part of this presentation. I apologize because our system seems to be a little off, so I'm going to try to play a little video that we made here at Red Clover Commons to start, but you're just going to have to give me 1 second. To introduce this video, I wanted to say the Red Clover Commons community identified probably last winter that they were struggling a little bit. People came to property management, they came to myself and saying that they were having a hard time sometimes getting along. And so we worked together for several meetings, and the residents really came up with some strategies on their own. And I'm really, really proud of some of the things that they've done. They've hosted community get-togethers, like a beautiful harvest dinner that incorporated most of the residents, and there was more food that could have filled 5 Red Clover commas. And then they recently hosted a ice cream social where residents dressed up as 1950s soda hops, and they took orders and they decorated this room like it was like a beautiful little 1950s cafe. And so they're really working to create a stronger community, and I think that they are a great example of just what you can do from within. So give me 1 second to try to play this video, and I will.
My name is Gina, and we're here as a small group.
Maybe if I move it will work.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, well that's not gonna work. I'm really sorry. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but would anybody from that group like to come up a little bit and share a little bit about their community and some of the positive things that have happened? Okay, I will not. What? I will not put anybody on the spot.
And then I'll go. Suzanne.
Okay. So, I guess we're going to move on a little bit, and we're going to talk a little bit about the next thing I wanted to talk about is we have this wonderful resident advisory communications committee that was formed about a year ago, and they have worked on lots of little projects, but this is one project specifically that was very important to them, and so I'm going to ask one of our residents, Bridget, to come up and just introduce the project a little bit and talk a little bit about it.
So am I getting my video either?
Probably not.
It's okay. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bridget. I'm a resident at Ledgewood. I recently joined the board to get involved in the community, and together we have addressed several issues that we wanted to take part in throughout town. Locally over the past year or so, there's been a lot of focus on race and the Black Lives Matter movement, and also a lot of hatred that has come along with that. Together as a group and to give back to our community, we wanted to show everybody that where we live in our residency, in our community, in our complexes, our apartments, wherever we are, we don't tolerate any form of racism, hatred, bigotry, anything like that. So to display this, we decided we would get together. We brainstormed a couple of ideas, and from those ideas, we decided that we were going to create a banner, and the banner represents Hate Has No Home, and that banner will be displayed throughout all the properties. And so we have the banner here that we're going to show you guys. And these will be up so that we can let everybody who enters our community know right when they come in that we do not support any type of hate, and we do not tolerate that type of behavior, and we accept and welcome everybody. And so this is the banner that we're going to hang, and like I said, they'll be everywhere, so that way people know that we're just an open community and willing to accept everybody.
So I just wanted to say a special thanks to Bridget, also Ashley, Trish, Tracy, I'm sorry, and Lynette. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What was it? Oh, yeah. Yeah. And these guys are from Moore Court. And Bridget's from Ledgewood. Thank you so much.
Yes, no problem. Thank you.
Will there be enough banners for all of the?
There will be a banner at every single housing site, including Red Clover Commons and the AMW Richardsville.
Wonderful.
Yes. So they'll be going up this month.
Hello. I'm Lucy Taylor, run the Family Self-Sufficiency Program. One of the many rewards of my job is reconnecting sometimes with some folks that I might have worked with earlier in my job career, either at the shelter, at Life Skills Housing, or going back farther into the family garden, which is daycare. I've been around. And so it is with Damaris. We first met almost 20 years ago when I was working at Morningside Shelter, and she was with Rich Moore as part of their service-enriched housing program. Rich left and I took over his caseload, which included working with Damaris. She was living in an apartment through Wyndham and Windsor Housing at the time. Fast forward to now, where I'm once again working with Damaris through my Family Self-Sufficiency Program, and she is a Section 8 voucher with Broadmoor Housing Partnerships. I've always been so impressed with Damaris' drive to pursue goals and better herself. She comes across to me as a bound and determined woman. She's always first in line to take advantage of any program that is offered that might help her to further achieve her academic, employment, and housing goals. And thus, she is one of my FSS STAR participants. It gives me great pleasure to introduce you to Damaris Mills.
Thank you, everybody. Before I read what I wrote, I just wanted to let folks know one of the main reasons why I'm so grateful to the Housing Partnership and other agencies that have helped me in the area, because when I first came up here in '98, my kids were already grown, and I had discovered Landmark College when Ennis Cosby was killed. It was all in the papers and magazines about Landmark College, and I had found out that I had learning differences as well as my kids. So I was blessed and was able to come up here. And after being here a year, I said, well, I'm gonna stay up here in Vermont. And I had tried another couple of colleges and flunked them, but I graduated in '02 from Landmark. So, but when I was younger, like most people are, in my opinion, I always felt that most people are looking for houses when they're like maybe in their 20s, 30s, or 40s. But I'm a late bloomer because of my learning differences. But I plugged into everything I could possibly get into. Whatever opportunity opened up for me, I went and took the chance on working with the folks like Lucy, who keeps me in check. So now I'll read what I wrote. Okay, in the beginning of the Family Self-Sufficiency Handbook, it encourages you to invest in yourself. And that by joining FSS, you can create your nest egg to success by paying yourself first. Well, I never understood about how to pay myself first, but joining FSS made that easy for me. By turning in each of my pay stubs to David DeAngelis, an escrow account was set up for me where a certain percentage of what I make is matched and put into an account by Big Brother of the FSS program. These nest egg accounts can go toward buying a home, a computer, a car, or starting a business. My goal is to purchase my own home. When you join FSS, you are expected to accept the challenges and take the necessary steps it may take to obtain your goals. Even though the Family Self-Sufficiency Program is a voluntary, goal-oriented employment and savings program, it is very helpful to have an FSS coordinator to work with on a monthly basis to help to encourage you and to keep you accountable. Lucy Tell is my coordinator mentor, and she keeps me very accountable. Sometimes, if I procrastinated on something, it's helpful to know that Lucy's coming over, that I had better take care of what I needed to take care of before she gets here. A few years ago, when Claudia McCarthy was my coordinator, she turned me on to SEVCA's financial fitness program, and it was there that I first began to learn how to clean up my debt and repair my credit score. I also joined SEVCA's IDA Individualized Development Account Savings Program. This is also where I found out that it was not impossible for me to become a homeowner. After a guest session with folks from Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust and the USDA. See, personally, I grew up in the projects, so I thought you had to be rich to buy a house. But when I took the financial fitness program, I learned otherwise. At that point, that became my biggest goal. I have also been in contact with Telma Patterson up in Montpelier about the Section 8 homeowners program. I am happy to say that over the last 4 years or so, I have reached most of those goals. I've cleaned up my debt, raised my credit scores, and in one meeting away from finding out I had finally mortgage ready. And to my own disbelief, I have money saved in 2 different banks for the first time in my life. That's a big deal, y'all. I'm 70. That's a big deal. Okay? So with Lucy, Claudia, and some of the other FSS coordinators that I've worked with, I successfully developed short and long-term goals that I have reached and that I am still working on. I am definitely taking control of the quality of my life, and I can actually see now where my dreams are slowly but surely soon to become a reality. Thank you to Section 8, the FSS program, Lucy Tell, SEVCA, Wyndham and Windsor Housing, for all the support we need.
Damaris, that's absolutely wonderfully impressive. Well, as commissioners, we have a report from Lucy each time we meet, and the amount of escrowed money because of FSS is impressive to us too. Thank you. Remarks from the executive director, who is hoping that our commissioners will get here. They've not found them. Failed.
That was wonderful, thank you. We've always wanted to have an FSS participant come up and brag and tell us just how well they did, and I appreciate it. It's a great program. So, hi everybody. I'm Chris Hart, the Executive Director for the next 6 weeks. And I was given the very small task of giving you the history of the Housing Authority in its last 57 years. So if you'd like to curl up and go to sleep now, that'd be fun. The Housing Authority was started in 1962. It was started by a group of folks from the town that wanted to have low-income housing primarily for the elderly in Brattleboro, but for all of those of lower income. It was the second federal public housing authority established in the state of Vermont, and started out with a bang with the construction of Melrose, Hayes Court, and Moore Court. During the 70s, the folks focused on staying current with ever-changing HUD regulations and really starting to manage the public housing program. They also brought in the Section 8 Housing Certificate Program, which was a huge success and started a wait list almost immediately and has always had a wait list. In the 80s, they built the high rise and Ledgewood Heights and focused their maintenance on properties and their administration on the ever-growing list of HUD regulations. In 1995, an interesting thing happened, and the whole board was replaced, and a new director was hired. The first chair was Tom Yon, and the executive director was me. The first order of business for us was to ensure that the internal operations and policies were up to date, and that we needed to do a great deal of capital improvement. So we undertook that as well. The staff was growing with increasing demands for more social services and maintenance needs. The Section 8 certificate program was converted to the Housing Choice Voucher program, which is what you think of and know of as now. In 2000, really zipping through time, we started to address our need for elderly housing, feeling that elders in housing needed more assistance. And we were looking at what I would call a build solution. Build a building that has an ability to incorporate more services, but is not fully licensed assisted living. So we started on that and then got waylaid for 2 years because Mark Richards, who owns the Ann Wilder Richards building above Hayes Court, which is where we were going to put our new building, approached us and said, could you turn this into housing, and would you? And so we took a little side jaunt for 2 years and renovated the Richards building into the Ann Wilder Richards affordable housing. We also, during this time, came up with a very comprehensive energy improvement plan for all of our properties, and we were just weeks away from both starting that and really starting the rebuilding of Hayes Court when Tropical Storm Irene came through Melrose, and that was the end of that story. And the beginning of the story that you all know, which ended up here with 55 units at Red Clover Commons. I think a tremendous testament to the entire state of Vermont to have this building built and to have you have a very, very safe place to live. There are still 25 residents at Melrose, and we are working on a Red Clover 2. It'll be a small building at the bottom where the parking is, and that will house the last of the folks at Melrose. Now, after the storm, while we were still doing other things, the Housing Choice Voucher Program continued to roll along very, very well, bless you. And we had got involved in 3 homeless grants: the Shelter Plus Care, Transition to Housing, which we actually wrote, and the Family Supported Housing. And we've remained very active in those 3 grants and probably house 75 to 80 homeless families and individuals in those programs at any one time. We also went through a very comprehensive 5-year strategic planning process, and one of the great outcomes of that was that we changed our name. And we changed our name because at the end of a long process that involved you all and the community and our commissioners, we decided collectively that we just didn't like how authority felt. It was like, ooh, you know, just too up above, you know. And so partnerships was the word that we came to. I think Jan had a lot to do with that. And we all really felt that that really said what we do. We were a founding member of the highly successful statewide SASH program that I think you all know of, and that program really replaced any need for a built solution to how to get better services for our elderly and disabled residents where they live. And that was the point of a new building, and SASH came and delivered it. So we're very happy to be part of that program, and we're very proud of the program that Christine and her staff have developed. We also got 2 grants, one of which you've heard and seen a terrific success, the Family Self-Sufficiency, and the other is our Resident Opportunities and Supportive Services program, which worked with families to bring around supportive services and help them with self-sufficiency. So these programs and some success with our financial management enabled us to finally create something that I had always wanted or hoped that we could have here, and that is a resident wellness and supportive services team, which is really a group of people whose job is to work with the property management folks and maintenance and bring services to residents to avoid sort of the calamities that get started when somebody has a flat tire or their car needs a repair. And then 3 months later, they haven't paid their rent. And we're looking at them and going, rent. And they're going, no money. So we were able to bring this group together, and under Christine's really exemplary leadership, it has really brought an enormous amount of support and positive assistance to our residents. I said to them when they started, well, think of it this way. Who would you rather come to your door if you didn't pay your rent? Courtney or Lorelei? And they all went, Lorelei! Lorelei, unfortunately, isn't here, but her mom is. So where am I? Let's see. I'm almost at the end, folks. Hang on. So the other thing that happened, we did that, and then starting in 2018, we began working with FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, on a new plan to turn Melrose into a flood mitigation area. We applied for, and we're still waiting to hear, on an application to become a moving to work agency, which would allow us to be even more creative and more resident focused than we are now. But we haven't, I don't think we will hear on that for a while. And we started in earnest the planning for phase 2. So as 2019 comes to a close, I want to look back with you and the staff with a great deal of pride on the work that we have all done. Every staff person at BHP has worked to achieve these successes, and they have done so with substantial dedication and respect for the work they do, their co-workers, and above all, the residents that they serve. And I include the board in that. We have strengthened our resident communications this year by putting in a very active resident advisory and communication committee. The resident wellness and services team has really solidified its presence as a critical component of our housing retention and resident support. The voucher program and its grants remain fully utilized and are really seen as models for the entire state. The maintenance team has been reorganized and is more fully focused on the needs of specific properties. And believe it or not, 3 years later, we got our FEMA award. So we will be starting our $3.2 million project to convert Melrose, more than half of Melrose, into flood storage. And 4 of the Melrose buildings have come down. The development team for Red Clover 2 has gone beyond 50% design development on that project. So we're really cooking here. The 2 greatest achievements for us in 2019 have to be the conversion of our rental subsidy from public housing to RAD, or the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, which I think for those of you that are residents, you're so tired of hearing about it. Like, stop. Stop talking about it. But that program is done. We got to closing. We have now converted our properties. I think it will make life much better for our residents, and for the agency. We now own the properties outright, which we did not before. And we always had to go and ask HUD, Mother, may I do this? May I do that? And it always entailed about a 3-year process of filling out forms and seeking approvals. We don't have to do that anymore. We own the buildings, and that's exciting. And then the last but not least was the executive transition, which the Board of Commissioners undertook and created a very smooth plan where I will make my semi-exit at the end of the year, and Christine Hazard will become the 5th executive director of the housing agency. This is a terrific staff, a dedicated board, and I know they will give Christine their full support and help into the future of BHP. One last note, while I have the mic, I just wanted to say I thank you all, every one of you who have been a part of my truly wonderful career here. Thank you.
Well, I want to definitely say thank you to Chris. That was a very comprehensive history of Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, and while it was very thorough, I can imagine it was hard for you to edit it down, because if anybody knows Chris Hart, she knows that she loves to talk about Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, and she's very proud about it, and she always shares great stories, so this was definitely a triumph. I wanted to thank Chris for 24 years of service. We're so fortunate to have had her leadership during those years, and she's really brought the organization to a great place. So as I talk about the future of Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, I'm going to start off today by talking a lot about Chris as well. So if you're not tired of RAD, you will definitely be tired of this. So, but frankly, I wouldn't be in this room if it wasn't for Chris Hart. And in all honesty, none of us would be in this room or in this building if it wasn't for Chris Hart. So just looking around, it really is a testament to her. So Chris has the rare and unique ability to focus on the big picture, while also sensitive to the fine details of running an organization. An example of this is Red Clover Commons and the residents within. Chris worked tirelessly from the late summer of 2011 through the winter of 2017 to create a safe and thriving space for our residents in the Brattleboro community. During this time, her vision of this space never faltered, as she chipped away at the daily deliverables, the problems, and the issues that came across her desk. And there were several problems. Chris always continued to prioritize the big picture and the light at the end of the tunnel. So as the new executive director, I will strive to prioritize positive growth for our residents and community by looking broadly to see how to improve our neighborhoods within the Brattleboro community. I will balance this with the understanding understanding the many small details of the organization and how combined they add up to big issues. Chris's vision for supportive services predated my time here. However, I've had the fortune to be given the opportunity to focus on the resident wellness and supportive services group for several years. One of my goals going forward will be to continue to strengthen this group to understand the needs of our residents and community members as we plan for the big projects of the future. It's rare to find someone with the combined skills of being able to come up with creative ideas and the practicality and work ethic to make them happen. I will say that Chris has had a lot of creative ideas. And sometimes the staff, myself included, has tried to rein her in a little with some of them. However, the Rental Assistance Demonstration RAD program conversion as well as the Moving to Work application are two places where I have witnessed the gears turning and there was no stopping Chris. As she envisioned new and creative ways to make Brattleboro housing more sustainable as we move through the changing landscape of public housing. The first few years of my role will be to continue the process of implementing the RAD program by focusing on capital needs improvements and planning for future improvements of our neighborhoods. During this time, I will dive into our financial management to ensure that we maintain the financial stability that Chris has worked so hard to improve after the devastation of Hurricane Irene. I will continue to focus on maintaining and creating affordable housing opportunities that offer deep subsidies for our current and future residents. Like Chris, I clearly understand that all creative and important projects to improve the neighborhoods of our residents cannot happen if we are not a financially viable organization. There are many creative thinkers in our staff, just look around, all of you, and they always come up with great ideas, and also creative thinkers from our Board of Commissioners and our Resident Advisory and Communications Committee. I will prioritize the continued work we have done to improve communication between these three groups and to help our community members in Brattleboro understand the needs and ideas of our residents. I hope to lead in a process of seeing these ideas realized to enhance the lives of our current and future residents and the vitality of our community. Brattleboro Housing Partnership staff has developed into a high-functioning team, and this was not an accident. Chris has cultivated this group and should be very proud of the team I am now fortunate enough to lead. The Brattleboro staff thinks every day about developing and maintaining our neighborhoods that support independence and create opportunity. I will continue to support them as they continue this important work. Lastly, and most importantly, I would like to thank Chris for her dedication to our community and residents. Chris told me on the first day, I'm not going to get upset, but on my first day at Brattleboro Housing, that her belief was that everybody deserved the opportunity to live in an affordable, safe space. I agree with the sentiment and will carry this with me as I navigate my new role. I have really enjoyed the last 7 years of working directly with residents in a supportive role. I have learned so much from our residents that I cannot begin to measure the impact their lives have had on my life. This is the main reason I accepted the opportunity to be the next executive director. While I know I have very big shoes to fill, I promise to continue the big picture idea that Chris has held in the forefront of every decision she has made, and that is to ensure the provision of quality, affordable housing within viable communities to support independence and create opportunity. I appreciate the guidance Chris has given me over the last 7 years, and I look forward to our continued collaboration as she transitions into her new role as Special Projects and Development Manager at Brattleboro Housing Partnerships. And at that point, I'd like to say thank you, but I know a few of our residents would also like to come up and say thank you as well and bring a small gift. Our Eileen, did you want to come up? Everybody wants to
try now. We have a group.
Lena, did you want to do the flowers?
I'll come to you.
Okay.
How's that?
I'll come. She's gonna do them. Okay. Lena's gonna do them.
Thank you all.
What it says on my program is what has been waiting over there, looking very attractive, a refreshment break. So we won't officially adjourn this meeting until after you all are well fed. Thank you. See you.
Could we just do a round of applause for Bratt? Thank you so much. I can show you them on my computer. I was thinking on the screen. We had done it and it wasn't today. There's some weird things like this. Get out of here.
Greetings and welcome to another edition of Montpelier Connection. This is the show that brings our work in Montpelier at the State House back here to Windham County and hopefully a better connection for all of us. I'm State Representative Mike Murwicki from the Windham 4 District of Putney, Dummerston, and Westminster. And today's guest is Representative Sarah Coffey from Guilford-Vernon District. Welcome and thanks for taking the time.
It's great to be back here, Mike. Thanks for inviting me.
Well, you bet. We're getting close to the holidays and then the end of the year, so it's time to start looking ahead to the session to come in 2020. And we've been out of session now for several months. How does it feel to have your feet back on the ground here at home?
Well, it's great. You know, the last time I was here was right after we had wrapped up the session, and so now we've been 5 months back home in our home districts, and I really love being back home, feeling like I get my grounding back. But also this over the last 5 months, we've been doing a lot of talking with constituents, meeting one-on-one, groups and meetings, and it's so important and vital to our work to be able to carry those voices forward. So, my two towns have a lot of farming families. We have the decommissioning at Vermont Yankee, but also, constituents oftentimes are reaching out because they need to connect with resources better. So that's, I feel, an important part of our work too. So, we're gearing up, and I'm excited to talk to you about a few of the things that I've been involved with.
Now, you've got some actual dairy farms in your district.
I have 5.
These are dwindling across the state. How are they doing?
Well, between Guilford and Vernon, I've been told there used to be 26 dairy farms altogether, and we now have 5. I've connected with several of them over the last 2 years, and I think they're struggling, but they're also, farming families are resilient, and they're really very proud of their, there's a lot of invention and innovation that happens. So the Miller Farm in Vernon is doing some really interesting work with Stonyfield yogurt, and the Franklin Farm has always, in Guilford, was a beloved farm of ours, along with the Clark Farm. So, folks are struggling, but I think they're saying they're doing okay. They have some concerns about some of the decisions that we make up in Montpelier.
Yeah. I know there's some talk about Vermont trying to help right-size production levels.
Yes.
So hopefully that would help with pricing. And some of the other talk about it, though, is that it's the major markets, the larger states that are really controlling that. Have you heard anything from farmers about that?
Well, yeah, I think that's the first thing that farmers are shared with me. It's like, we're we're a globally traded commodity, and what we can do at the state level is somewhat limited. But there are, I went to the Windham Farm Bureau meeting a few weeks back, and the folks there who are participating in that are eager to participate in this idea so that there's not a flood of milk on the market, because the purchasing of milk is decreasing. But we are seeing where farmers do a value added, which means taking that milk and turning it into something else. That's where Vermonters are coming out ahead. Whether it's cow's milk or goat's milk or sheep milk, turning it into cheeses. And, the thing that I did hear from a lot of farming families in my district and outside of my district is, because of the small scale of Vermont, we can connect, farmers can connect with those cheese makers, those yogurt makers in a way that perhaps is not such an option if you live out in the Midwest. So, I think that is something that where we're making some progress.
Yeah. And we can talk about this a little bit more later when we talk about the rural economy tour, but we have some cheese makers locally that are making some wonderful products and getting recognition right across the country about what they're doing here in Vermont. What are the other things that you're hearing from constituents?
I think there's a lot of agitating around what's going on with our national what's going on in Washington, D.C., and how that plays out here in Vermont. There's a lot of folks concerned about climate change and the climate economy, what we can do there. My focus has been working with folks in Vernon with the Planning Commission and the Select Board there on what are renewable energy options and what can we do. I brought together a group of what I call resource people from the state and legislators, about, there's folks want to participate, and how can we address some of this? So I hear a lot about what can we do to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and what can we do as policymakers to help move towards renewable energy. Those are some of the big ones. And then I've been doing a lot of work since I sit on House Corrections and Institutions. I've been talking with a lot of families and individuals who have been been incarcerated, and also some of the supports and the Community Justice Center work here locally. So I've been doing a lot of digging in on that, visiting, talking with people. And what's interesting is during the off session, there's big work being done. We talked a little bit about this last time with justice reinvestment going on with the council and state governments, with the 3 branches of government. And what there are reports that have been reported to the Joint Justice Oversight Committee in October and November, and what they're doing looking at all of our systems. And it's not a big surprise to me, some of the things that are coming out, because the things that I'm hearing on the ground from people about how difficult it can be to access services, to understand the system, is being demonstrated through this data mine. And to me, that's a good thing, because that means this work is going to really inform some of the things that we can do to make the system more equitable and more efficient, and for our state workers and state employees, as well as the people who go in. So those are the big buckets of things that I've been working on. And clean water is the other thing that I've been hearing from folks.
Yeah, and I've been hearing from constituents about some similar things, but also about healthcare, and especially the cost of prescription drugs. Heard from a constituent, I didn't realize there were so many options for people who have diabetes, but what's being covered now, the price for insulin is just really shot up. And this seems to me like something we really need to look at. If anything was essential to people, somebody with diabetes, it's being able to access. Are you hearing from people about prescription drugs?
I'm not hearing as much about prescription drugs, but I'm hearing about the cost of healthcare.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing from workers, employees, and employers. Employers are feeling a bit of a stranglehold. They want to increase their employees' wages, and the cost of healthcare. And we heard this a lot. I hear this a lot. A lot of my constituents are working what we call the gig economy. Yep. So they're self-employed, and so their health insurance costs are really kind of through the roof. And so I feel like that is really impacting how we can grow our economy, but in southern Vermont. And the other piece of it has been access to affordable housing. And when I say affordable housing, I think there are lots of different tiers of affordable housing. So when folks are looking to relocate or hire employees to come here, so our Main Street kind of businesses, these are folks who are making above minimum wage. They're having some challenges. So, and then we see, one of the things we've made reference to this rural economy tour that I organized. What we saw is when communities are investing in housing, how that is strengthening whether they're village centers or downtowns. That is how it really has an impact. So housing is something that I'm hearing a lot about as well. And I think that's something where we can do something to impact that, whether through a housing bond or whether it's through giving the Vermont Housing Conservation Board its full statutorily mandated 9% property transfer tax.
Yeah, I know this is something that we recognize across the board. There seems to be consensus that housing is an inhibitor. The lack of housing is an inhibitor on our economy right now.
Yeah.
It's hard to attract people here if finding housing is such a problem. And I think we can segue into the rural economy tour by mentioning that this was also very much a big concern of Paul Brun, who unfortunately passed away recently, and his leadership at Vermont Conservation and Housing Board and through the Preservation Trust has had wonderful lasting effects And he recognized the need that for both conservation, for preserving our downtowns, and how this is how we're going to keep Vermont and grow Vermont in the way we want it. And Paul was part of the catalyst for your tour, right?
Well, yes. I mean, let me back up a few steps, because you know Paul through Putney. Paul Brune, the founder and executive director of the Preservation Trust of Vermont, did a lot for Putney. He's done a lot for communities throughout the state, and I loved saying every wonderful project has a thread that goes back to Paul Brune. So I'm a member of the Rural Economic Development Working Group. It's a group of tripartisan group of legislators that focus on the rural economy and rural economic development. And so towards the end of the session, when we were thinking about what we might do in the off session to come together, and I suggested organizing a listening tour, and I suggested organizing a listening tour that would come to southern Vermont because, as you know, our constituents are at a great distance from Montpelier, and sometimes we don't. We're not. It's harder to give testimony if you're coming from the Windham County. So I definitely had an agenda of bringing folks down this way. And with my work with Vermont Performance Lab, we did this. We put people on buses, and we had a performance club. And I think getting people on buses goes back for me till I was in 7th grade. I did this kind of stuff. But anyway, Paul Brune in Vermont was really known for his bus tours with the Preservation Trust. He'd get his board on a bus, and they do an overnight and as a retreat and to listen. And so I went to Paul with this idea, and he immediately jumped on board. Because I was asking him for advice, and then I said, "Hey, you want to help me do this?" So. Paul passed away on September 19th, I think it was, and I spoke to him 2 nights before he passed, and we had just finished curating the tour. Oh. So his fingerprints were all over this tour, and our intention with it, which really did carry out, was to get people from all over the state to come together, legislators, and we thought resource people, like folks from the USDA, the Vermont Housing Conservation Board, get us all together on a bus and visit and speak with entrepreneurs, small businesses, farmers, creatives. And so the tour started in Randolph, and we visited Springfield. We looked at these threads: the digital economy, the farming, manufacturing, cheese making, forest products, the creative economy, and of course, all of those things are intertwined. And what it was a packed 2 days. So we visited Springfield, Putney, Brattleboro, Vernon, Wilmington, Weston, and Brattleboro. And along the way, we couldn't possibly pack everything in. But you were at one of our stops in Putney, and there were a few things that really came through. One is the strength of the Vermont brand, and which is a real positive, and that we heard from people that access to legislators and access to state government was really a positive, and it made Vermont a good place to do business. And that the things that we heard about were the inhibitors, access to workforce, and a lot of that had to do with housing, and the continued importance to build broadband and connectivity was really important. And there were some real concerns that we heard about. We know that Act 250 is going to be discussed in the legislature, after 50 years, what can we improve? And there were some concerns about over-regulating, that can be an inhibitor.
I'm certainly hearing the same thing, too, that we can continue to protect Vermont, especially for small businesses. They need some help.
Yes, and to streamline the process, to make it predictable, to make it, possible for smaller businesses to do this. Because right now the feeling, and I've seen it working on a community project, it takes a lot of know-how and a lot of professionals to help you get through that process. And for some smaller businesses, that really just tilts the playing field away from them. So we heard that loud and clear, and we're also, I want to let folks know who weren't able to be part of this tour. We are having a hearing up at the State House on December 11th from 6 to 8 p.m. And written testimony can be sent in, and I can share that. That info on a number of community forums, but I feel like it's really important for us to be listening to our communities, and it also, the tour really illustrated where there has been great community leadership, that resources flow into those communities, and so when there's great organization in a community, that those resources come in from we see the fingerprints of USDA, the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, helping with tax credits, preservation money, and it's a really wonderful, it's wonderful to see, the meeting of these resources. But we know we're seeing it all over, consolidation, with our hospitals, with our schools, and how that's going to affect these small businesses. I feel like there's a lot of nimbleness and flexibility and creativity, and I think that's where we're going to be able to get out in front. And one last thing is that the importance of the markets outside of Vermont to support Vermont businesses. We heard a lot of folks who are manufacturing, and exporting out of Vermont, and that the Vermont brand, and then it's known for quality, is something that really helps. So,
yeah, this affects agriculture as well, to have those markets outside. Although over the summer we had then Secretary Sherling come down to Putney to talk to some businesses, and he opened his remarks by asking, okay, what's the most commonly exported product from Vermont? And of course, the first thing everyone said was maple syrup, and he said, no, it's computer chips.
Yep.
And he said, Vermont's technology is renowned around the world. Most phones have chips that started here in Vermont, and I think that exemplifies how diverse the Vermont economy is and can be. And we need to bring more intention to what we're doing, and as you said, the planning that happens usually bears fruit. So how do we get everyone on board to understand that?
Well, let me share a story that I heard. I learned that Vermont is also the goat capital of, and Randolph happens to be the center of a lot of that. And it's so interesting that folks are sending their hides to this Vermont Glove, which is it's been a company that's been around for a long time, and they're manufacturing gloves that cost about $100. They're sold to a lot of companies that work like our power companies, right? And then I hear down in Westminster about the meat packing company that's had a few bumps, and it recently sold. And there are 3 brothers from Algeria who have bought Westminster Meats, and they're producing halal meats, and so it's becoming a center for goat meat. And so I think what that tells us 2 things about the innovation, but also it disrupts this narrative that Vermont is not welcome to people from outside, that it's a very white state. So I was really happy to hear that, to hear this from David Major, who was on our tour. The other piece is that Vermont is also rivaling North Carolina as the Vermont producer, handcrafted furniture, which is really exciting. And so one of the things that I think we're missing in the narrative around Vermont, it's not only about the quality in the skiing and the wonderful recreation, is the story about the quality of living in these small rural communities. And I think where there's engagement and neighborliness, and it's not always, we don't always believe and think the same way, but there's this really wonderful way to engage in civil discourse. And I think that is a missing piece of our narrative around Vermont, because it really, raising kids here and living here as a senior and starting a business, this is a really wonderful state to do that work, especially Windham County.
Exactly.
So
best place to raise a family.
Yeah.
We thought it was, and it turned out to be so, and we certainly encourage others to have that experience.
And that's what we did. That's what my husband and we did. We came back went to college here, moved away, came back to lay down our roots. The schools were great. We have a small business, a recording studio. The fact that it's a thriving music community, that down here it's kind of a very strong music center, is a really positive thing. So the creative economy is an important piece of our rural economy. And that was one of the big takeaways, that legislators did not we're not truly aware of. Of course, me being in the creative economy, somebody who's worked in the arts, I know that, but we heard it on the ground from, our farming families, from our schools, from, all educators, everybody that this was an important aspect.
And these are clean industries too.
They are light, they walk lightly on the land, right? And also are ways. The arts, you and I know this because you're a musician. The arts are a great way to connect people, and I think that's an important part of the work of the arts.
Yeah, I bet. A little bit of a shift here, back to your committee work, and justice reinvestment. About 12 years ago, Vermont was looking at a projection that our prison population was just going to keep rising and rising, and we decided we wanted to do something different.
Yeah.
And we started what we called justice reinvestment, where we looked at all the alternatives to incarceration, all the various helps, and it worked.
Yeah.
But it's time now for the sequel.
Yeah, the sequel.
Update,
yeah,
version
the update.
2.
Yes, I think we're calling it Justice Reinvestment 2.
And now this is your committee, and what can you share about?
Sure.
What we're looking at
so
in the
this
next session.
This work will definitely. The idea for this, Alice Emmons, who's the chair of House Corrections and Institutions, was serving in the legislature during Justice Reinvestment 1, and when we were hearing from advocates and victim services, we hear from all sides of the equation, and the idea around criminal justice reform, and Alice has taught me, we make our decisions based on data. It's not about how loud a person's voice. It's fact-based decisions, right? So yes, justice reinvestment was an idea that percolated out of our committee, and it very quickly gained support because others in the legislature had been involved too. So I just want to be clear, this is a process that's happening during the off session. A lot of this work is being reported to a committee that meets during the off session, which I do not serve on, but two members of our committee do. The Joint Justice Oversight.
House Senate committee.
It's a joint House Senate committee with members from judiciary, healthcare, human services, corrections, and institutions. So some of the work, the justice reinvestment work is being done by a working group that it's comprised of legislators and advocates and folks from the judicial and executive branches of our government. And they have been making monthly reports to the committee. And so I wanted to share a little bit, because the report from October was 46 pages. The one from November 15th is 76 pages. So I'm just working my way through. But, there are the things that they're focusing on are what are the drivers, and then what are the programs that we have access to. So I wanted to share some of the reported crime trends that although Vermont historically has had some of the lowest crime rates, the state's violent crime rate has risen in recent years, which this is something for us all to be concerned about. And I'm particularly concerned about, of course, what goes on at the state level, but what's going on in Windham County. And oh gosh, we have a lot of graphs here. There are changes in the crime rate in Windham County has stayed relatively stable. There have been shifts, but where we've seen increases is in Franklin, Lamoille, Washington, and Caledonia counties. And I think the initial analysis provides an important understanding of who is moving through our criminal justice system and ensuring that evidence-based policies and practice are in place to achieve best results. So all this to say is I think our philosophy around what are the programs that are needed in incarcerated settings are changing. We're doing a good job in diverting people from going into our facilities, but what justice reinvestment is revealing is that we have a very, I think, overly complicated system in terms of what the different, I could get in the weeds here, but what are the different levels of supervision. You know, people are in our facilities and then they're out on furlough or parole and probation. And we only have about 1,800 people inside of our facilities, we have about 8,000 people under the supervision of our Department of Corrections. And what we're hearing there is that there's also a lack of transitional housing for folks who are getting out, and then people are bouncing back in. So their work is not done yet, but I know, and their work will be done by December. And then I know our committee will be taking up some of these recommendations. We're finding that, I don't know how aware folks are about the digitization of our systems in Vermont. It's been slow, but it's happening. And it's happening within our judicial branch too, and within corrections. And it's slow, but it's happening. And I think it'll be easier for us to extract some of the data once those things are in place. And in Windham County was one of the first counties where this work is being done. So, I'm an optimist. I think there's some real work that can be done in terms of making sure that we have good programs, that we can streamline systems, that folks have fair and equal access to some of these programs, and an appreciation for that really tough work that our Department of Corrections is doing. And one of the bright spots is, I think, our community justice centers that were created with justice reinvestment the first time around are having real impact. Yeah. And I think the changes are one person at a time, and we are having some impact. And we need to continue to adequately fund those programs so that they continue, and the data is supporting that's seeing the positive results of the work that's happening with our community justice centers and the programs that are funded through the Attorney General's office, around diversion. And
so in the minute we have left, if people want to weigh in on this process or just get in touch with you in general, what's the best way to get in touch with you?
So the best way to get in touch with me is email, for sure. And my legislative email is the best, scoffee@ledge.vt.us. My legislative email is the best way to be in touch. I have monthly coffee hours. They'll be the first Saturday.
Pun intended.
Yeah, coffee with coffee. So if people want to and I'm doing those during the session. Yeah. And following the work of the Joint Justice Oversight Committee, the agendas are posted, the presentations are posted. People can send in written testimony if they have thoughts. There are a lot of groups and organizations who are involved in that process too.
And it's at the legislative website?
It is. It's on our state website. Sure. Under the Joint Justice, under the Joint Committee section.
Yeah. Great. Well, thanks so much for taking this time. We could probably go on for quite a while. I really appreciate the work you've been doing up in Montpelier and back home here. You've been a wonderful addition to our county delegation, so it's been a pleasure to work with you.
And I feel the same way, Mike. Thanks.
Well, thank you. And it's a pleasure to work here with people here at BCTV. I don't want to take for granted what they do to help bring our work closer to you here. So thanks a lot to the people at BCTV, and thank you for watching. Bye-bye now. Welcome everybody. We're going to get started. We're a little late, but we now have a quorum to get started. I want to recognize some guests that we have from the village of Buchanan, New York. They are here to kind of observe our Indy Cap as they will begin their own very soon at Indian Point. We're going to introduce everybody that's here today. I'm going to start all the way down to the right and work our way around the table.
David Pearson with North Star.
Corey Daniels with North Star.
June Tierney, Department of Public Service.
I'm Josh Hunter. I'm a governor appointee.
Bob Leach, governor appointee.
Sarah Coffey, appointed by the Speaker of the House.
Derek Jordan, citizen appointee.
Emily Davis, citizen appointee.
Doris Filia, member of House Energy and Technology.
Great. Let's look at the...
And we have 2 people on the phone, don't forget.
Yes, please. Can I get the 2 people on the phone?
This is Lisa Weinman, citizen appointee from Senate Pro Tem to Mass.
And we have one more on the phone?
Yeah, Bobby's still there?
Hi. Is it working?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. I had moved on the wrong direction. Bob Gustafson from New Hampshire. I'm appointee of the governor's office in support of the 6 communities that are in the EPZ for formerly New Vermont Yankee.
Very good. That's all of us. We need to review and approve the October 2019 meeting minutes, please.
I move we approve the minutes.
I second that.
Moved and seconded to approve the meeting minutes. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 One abstention.
2 abstentions.
2 abstentions, sorry. Emily and Sarah. All right, North Star update on recent VY site decommissioning activities.
Bear with me for just a second.
Okay. Thanks, Tony. Next slide, please. All right, good evening. Again, I'm Corey Daniels with VY. I'm the Asphyxie Senior Manager, and I'd like to keep you up to date on all the items that we're doing at the site, starting with our core values of simple priorities. We have target 0 for the way we perform our work. That means we don't make mistakes, and we try to not have any accidents, and we protect our employees as well as the public health and safety. Next slide. You've seen this slide before. It's a macro of our schedule. It effectively explains that we placed all the fuel in dry storage, that our significant immediate critical path is placing the reactor vessel into packaging and setting it off. And beyond that, the rest of the facility decommissioning and dismantlement will occur. And ancillary to that is the management of the spent fuel, which will occur until the Department of Energy executes on its commitment to remove it from Vermont. Next slide. This slide shows a little more granularity. We've developed some of the large component removals and targets of opportunity. That includes the advanced off-gas building. The cooling towers have already been removed, at least above ground. And we will additionally go after the large warehouse where we used to keep all of our stored components and parts.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
We did not receive this electronically. I'm just wondering if we have printed copies.
We did not provide printed copies just because there was so many slides. We didn't want to bulk up the package, but the electronic copy will be available on the website when this is done.
Okay, I would just note some of us have eyesight challenges. It looks like a lot of us have eyesight challenges, so it is a little challenging to see.
It's hard to see without eyesight.
My apologies, Laura. In fact, I'll pass my one paper copy down so you or whoever else can share it.
Representative Sibilia, could I clarify whether you were making fun of my eyesight? You were, weren't you? Let the record reflect the lack of civility at the left of the bench.
And by all means, if there are any questions, please interrupt me and I'll try to clarify any detail as we go through the slide deck. So this is really just a little bit of an exploded view of that macro schedule and only shows a small amount of detail. Our day-to-day schedule obviously has considerable granularity and it would not be valuable to this presentation. Next slide, please.
Corey?
Yes.
Sorry, you said, mentioned something just before about the containment vessel. Are you in the process of chopping that up and shipping it, or what stage is that at?
Derek, the reactor vessel,
Sorry,
not the containment, but the reactor, yes, we've already pulled the head, we've cut it up and packaged it and shipped it, and it's already been deposited in Texas. And then some of the internals working on the way down have also been removed and shipped, and there are more slides later that show that in greater detail.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Overall performance update, our safety performance has been acceptable. We've worked now 260,000 hours, actually a little greater than that, without a lost time accident. Ultimately, that means that since January 11th, our employees have come through the door an aggregate of over 31,000 times, and everybody's gone home safely. We pride ourselves on that, and it's very important to our mission. We want to make sure we give everybody the tools and the ability to perform their work safely, and it's part of the way that we measure our success. Additionally, the ALARA goal, which means as low as reasonably achievable, has to do with the amount of radiation exposure, which we equate especially to safety, has also been met. Our regulatory performance has also been good. We've had 0 cited and non-cited violations. There's been no issues with the NRC's oversight of our activities. In fact, we just had our 3rd quarter exit today with our inspector, and he again gave us a good performance grade. Production, overall, we're on track. Our reactor vessel segmentation work is behind where we would like to be. Most of that is attributable to our little bit of a slow start due to the transaction date and some of the pre-work activities. But overall, the project is very large, and the amount of bulk activities ancillary to that are well ahead of schedule. And because our commitment with Orano is of a fixed price nature, the reactor disassembly work will be well into the project and will complete it ahead of schedule. Next slide. Some pictures. A little bit of this is new to the panel here. These photos show the turbine deck in its aggregate, starting at the upper left-hand corner. That is the turbine with the casing removed. Just to the right of it is showing the entire turbine building deck. And then you can see all the turbine plating, correct? On the lower left-hand corner, that is the shaft of the turbine connecting to the generator that's been cut into segments for shipment. And then on the bottom right-hand quadrant, those are actually components of the casings for the turbine and turbine components that have been staged with fixative applied so they can be shipped by rail. All those components will be loaded onto rail. Most of those are already gone and sent to Texas. Next slide. So this slide looks a little boring because it's hard to tell what's not there, but what is missing is the entire turbine. And that is a significant accomplishment that has all been removed. Next slide. This is another picture from an elevated view. What is in the right front corner is actually the lower casing of the low pressure turbine that has been actually cut out and removed. That's since been segmented and also shipped. Next slide. Now below the turbine, there are multiple floors inside of the turbine bay. We call this the heater bay. There are a lot of large components of the heater bay and a lot of steam piping. What you can't see here is all the shiny flashing and insulation on all the piping, and that's because all the asbestos-containing material and all the insulation has been removed. That work is required ahead of the dismantlement of the piping, and we have a team that has been working diligently ahead, staging all that equipment ready for the next set of disassembly. Next slide. Like most of the materials that leave the site, it gets special packaging. This is actually what you see is the overhead crane in the turbine building lifting on a large beam, what we call a super sack. That is a bunch of material that has been placed within a containment structure that will go inside of a gondola car and shipped off to Texas as well. Next slide. So we are ongoing with the rail operations. These photos are a little bit dated from the summer, but you can see a water tanker as well as a gondola car on the right-hand side. Next slide. I got a request from the last meeting to give an update on the in-leakage of water into the turbine building. As some folks may recall, when we first shut down, the leakage rates were up around 6,000 gallons a day, and it was significant to manage that ingress of water, and that was due to all the cold joints in the concrete in the building and the fact that a lot of the structure is below the water table. With all the mitigation efforts we put in place, we have limited that down to a relatively small amount, which is quite manageable. We now ship that by rail, which is far safer with fewer shipments. And we're currently moving approximately 1 tanker car every 2 months. That water is actually quite benign. The tritium levels that exist in the water from it leaking through and leaching into the concrete are now well below the EPA drinking water standards. So while we do not discharge that water to the Connecticut River, we still ship it to Idaho. It technically would be safe to make coffee with, and it is well below the EPA drinking standards. We are still pursuing a couple of mitigation efforts, including setting up some intercept wells so we can divert the water before it actually gets to the turbine building foundation, and then we can deal with the water, and we're working with the state agencies on the permitting for that process.
So, Corey, this is, of course, my topic of interest, and I can't actually see the number, and I didn't hear you say what the reduction has been.
From about 6,000 gallons a day down to 300 gallons a day.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Derek?
Oh, yeah, when you divert the water, where does it go?
So ultimately, that water can still be used on the site for a multitude of purposes, including dust control or watering the lawn. When we divert the water, because it won't have touched the concrete of the turbine building, it's basically just groundwater, or what we would call, footing drains around the building. So we can manage that water differently, and there is permitting available to us to discharge up to 57,000 gallons a day, I believe, for that water.
So has that water been tested?
The water that we will be pulling out of the diversion wells absolutely has been tested, and it is basically just groundwater.
No, you didn't find any radioactivity?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Next slide, please. You have seen this slide in previous presentations. Ultimately, the arrows on the bottom help explain the hierarchy of events that occur for dismantling the reactor itself. And it effectively, as you recall, you work from the top down. You remove the lid, you pull out the pieces that are on the top, and you slowly segment them and work your way down. As the slide information explains, the containment head is gone, the reactor head is gone, the steam dryer has been removed. We have since flooded up the reactor cavity, the steam dryer pit, and the spent fuel pool, and we are now using that as a working volume to do the remainder of the work underwater to allow the shielding effect of the water to perform the cutting operations. Next slide, please. So this slide's a little busy. It's a 3D model on the left-hand side, a little reminder of the progress I just described. Starting in the upper left-hand quadrant, that's a photo of the reactor head being removed that has since been cut up and shipped. On the top right-hand side, the steam dryer is also gone. And then beneath that, on the lower left-hand side, you can see the seam separator that has been removed. That has been segmented as well and ready for disposal. Next slide. And Tony, if you can figure out how to right-click on that and execute the hyperlink, there's a short video, if we have internet access, that will show a little bit of the activity that has occurred on the refill floor. Thanks, Tony. So as you can see, quite a bit of activity at the site. And I would remind folks that's the second video showing additional activity since the last meeting and all that has occurred within the last 10 months. Additionally, on the refuel floor, and it's a little bit difficult to understand what we're looking at here, but this entire bridge system is on a rail and platform, and it moves back and forth across the dryer separator bed, reactor cavity, and spent fuel pool, and allows for additional activities and work to be performed underwater with people operating it from above. All that equipment is brand new. It never existed at the site before.
Corey, to clarify, the work that's being done underwater, is that robotically done?
Not robotically done, although I would not rule out the use of robotics as part of the operations going forward, but it is effectively done with equipment that is designed to be manually operated from above underwater.
Thanks, that helps.
Next slide, please, Tony. So, speaking of that type of equipment, great, dry man, thank you for leading into that. Some of the specialty equipment, the water jet cutting system that operates at approximately 34,000 PSI underwater with a mixture of water and garnet to do the cutting operations, will slice through 5 inches of steel quite readily, almost like a knife through butter. That's some of the equipment that controls the pressure for that. Next slide. To give you an idea of the scale and the size of the spent fuel pool, before we flooded it back up with the water, we basically removed a fixative off of all the sides of it, and this just shows people working out of a large man basket to do that manual operation. Next slide. So next to the spent fuel pool on the other side of the reactor is the dryer separator pit. It's the same height, basically, so the same depth and dimensions of the spent fuel pool. Some of the equipment we placed in there to finish up the dry work and prep for the wet work is shown in these photographs. The material on the right-hand photo is basically a base plate where we can lay equipment on top of it, do the underwater hydraulic cutting operations without hitting the floor or damaging anything beneath the equipment. Next slide. So this shows us installing a weir gate inside of the dryer separator bit, which allows us to have multiple working spaces to perform different operations. And then on the right-hand side, that shows us flooding the spent fuel pool, the reactor cavity, and the dryer separator bit back with water, which has not been full of water for most of 5 years. Next slide. So this shows a nice photo of the kind of round shape on the far end on the left is the reactor cavity. Straight beneath that working bridge is that weir that was placed in to make the separation in the dryer separator pit. That is the working bridge that I showed you, the big yellow bridge where the people operated the equipment off of. And that large piece of equipment in the foreground is actually a demineralizer that will be placed in to perform mechanical and resin demineralization of the water to keep it clean while we perform the underwater operations for clarity and water quality. Next slide. So if you thought you couldn't see the other slides, Laura, this one's a little busy. But what I will tell you is this is a relatively simplistic slide, and I'll explain it. And you see the blue line in the middle of the slide that goes from left to right. Above, it kind of explains the radiological license termination process. And for simple terms, what it really is it's an iterative process where you have initial site data from historical characterization, then you perform some additional sampling and characterization. You determine what you actually have for either contamination or issues on the site. Then we work with the associated agencies for the radiological component. Obviously, it's with the NRC to meet the requirements and then also to meet the state requirements. And then what we do is we develop a plan. We make sure that that's validated and it will work and satisfy the requirements. And then we perform remediation. And then we sample again, and then it's an iterative process to make sure that we meet the requirements. and at the end we validate it, and then we can perform the termination. Similarly, on the bottom, you could see possibly Vermont A&R and the US EPA. It's a similar process for the non-radiological components. We know what the site's been like for the last 45 years. We have significant data from historical information, and we're performing a lot of characterization on the site in concert with A&R and the DOH. And they can speak to it additionally after the presentation. We meet with them by phone every 2 weeks. We talk about the progress, and I have a specialist here from Haley and Aldrich who helps us perform a lot of those activities, but it's a similar iterative process.
Corey, excuse me. I'm sorry, were you done with this slide? May I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Have we seen this slide before, this information before?
I believe you have seen this slide before. Just what you haven't seen is you can see the blue and the green partially filled in. That's to demonstrate the progress that we've made to date so far. So the initial characterization activities are done. The plan for performing those basically been agreed to, and we're developing the iterative process for starting the remediation.
Thank you.
Next slide. So this is kind of cool. It looks like a moon lander. What it really is a tracked vehicle, an ATV, with 4 huge scintillation detectors on it. Those are designed to do radiation measurements. I had a conversation with a colleague today who's done this previous years back, and it was all done manually with a crane hanging a single detector straight down and gridding off an area with string and 10-finger increments. This piece of equipment is driven all over the site. Every single piece, square footage of the site that we could get it to that doesn't have a structure on it. Additionally, you can go ahead and go to the next slide, Tony. It has a special GPS system to measure exactly where it is. We also set up a secondary GPS system to use as a datum point to reference it, kind of like how a transit works. And what we're able to do there is drive this all over the site, just a foot off the ground, take radiation measurements in 2 directions, so you have a full grid of the entire property, and you can determine if there are any anomalies or radiation signatures that you were not aware of. Next slide, please. I described this in that level of detail to understand that we've taken over 1,300,000 discrete measurements of the property for this. So it really helps us determine if there are any radiological issues on the site that we were unaware of from our historical documentation.
Have you discovered any?
So, great question again, and it's almost like we planned this, Derek. I love your lead-in. So, funny you say that. There were actually 2 locations on the site where we got a very small hit that we weren't sure what it was. We went back and looked carefully. One of them, we were in relative close proximity to a large toolbox that had some radiological material inside of it, properly designated, marked, nomenclated. It was staged for use, but we got the machine close enough to it that it picked up a little signature from that. The other location was close to the turbine loading bay, where there's a little shine coming out of the building from all the activities for loading the material that's being shipped to Texas. But beyond that, we got no surprises, Derek.
Another question, Corey. How deep into the soil does that measure?
So the scintillation detectors are extremely sensitive, but as far as the depth into the soil, that's a little bit of a subjective question because it would depend on how high the signature would be, but you can trust that it's pretty sensitive. I'm sorry, Emily, that's not a very discreet answer. I can probably get you a better one, but it's not as simple as how deep does it go.
Like in a range of a couple inches to 3 feet, 4 feet?
Oh, it would pick up something quite a distance down if it had any significance to it at all.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide, please. So, kind of a little bit of a roll-up for the non-radiological characterization. We completed a site model for the concept of how we're going to deal with it. We had originally determined there were initially 17 areas of concern that we thought we might have to deal with from a characterization remediation standpoint. We've done significant site field investigations. We've gotten comments back from DEC on our plan. We continue to work with them, and we've taken and incorporated all their comments and made adjustments to it. And we've also done a number of rounds of quarterly groundwater sampling. Next slide. And so now we're updating our investigation report to include all the information and the reviews from the state and their contracted assistants. And the next thing will be to design the remediation to clear a couple of the areas. And obviously we continue to work with the state on a bi-weekly basis. Next slide. So this is also very difficult to see because of the size of this, but in the material that will be placed on the website, you can actually see all of the 17 areas of concern that we identified. Next slide. So this additionally shows all the different wells and the places where we do soil sampling. So there's quite a smattering of locations where we're taking a careful look. Next slide. There were 3 locations where we have identified we have some impact to groundwater. These were effectively all locations where there was either a system or lines underground that carried fuel. The one between the cooling towers on the upper right side where that blue circle is was actually a legacy spill issue, I believe, that we had. Yes. Thank you. And Nadia points out that that was diesel fuel oil, so it wasn't, and these are pretty small locations. The other 2 locations had to do with where we used to take on diesel fuel for our house heating boiler, and we would transfer it under lines underground that would also go to the large 75,000 gallon fuel oil tank that supplied our emergency diesels. Next slide. So of all the 17 areas of concern, we've identified 5 that will likely require some level of remediation. And of those 5, 2 of those will likely just be natural attenuation. We'll walk through the plans with the state agencies to determine exactly how we'll deal with those. But none of them were significantly large or of magnitude that is of any concern. Next slide. So, has anybody heard of PFAs before? Right, so that's kind of a new term that's becoming popular, and obviously a number of states are on a roll to determine what levels they're going to require testing and remediation for. We've been careful to look for those on the site. Unfortunately, we haven't found any on the site above the levels that will require attention at this point.
Corey?
Yes.
How much of the site would you say you've examined for PFAs? What percentage, roughly?
Pretty much everywhere where the possibility for them to exist could have existed. I don't know if there's a percentage quotient that would make sense for that out of 143 acres.
Yeah. Or associated with where we see quick releases, like if there's a historic fire in that area or.
So I think it's hard.
So I'll help answer because I could hear Nadia's. Really, what we're focusing on is the groundwater, especially anywhere down gradient of where we would have expected an issue to have ever occurred. I mean, these PFOAs, they don't magically show up, they have to be introduced. The amount of sampling locations for groundwater wells are significant, so now that we're testing for all those, we have a very good command of what could be on the site. So it's pretty low. In the north end of the site where there are fields, there aren't wells and there's no reason to suspect anything like that would have occurred. I'm sorry, Laura, that's not a concise answer, but ultimately anywhere where we think it could have occurred or was downstream of it, we've looked.
Great, thanks.
Next slide, please. So just a couple of graphics showing some of the activities associated with the groundwater and soil investigations. Next slide. So some of the milestones associated with the non-radiological investigation. A reminder that North Star assumed ownership of the site on January 11th. We had a 6-month deadline, which was fairly aggressive, to develop the initial investigation report, which was met with significant assistance from our state counterparts. We identified those 17 areas. The Agency of Natural Resources approved the work plans we developed and provided a review of the investigation report. We incorporated all their comments. As we mentioned previously, we've done a number of quarterly groundwater samplings from 32 different wells. We punched 6 new wells to augment those sample locations based on the input we received from the state. As far as the supplemental site investigation goes, we've addressed a number of data gaps associated with the report and the feedback from the state. We included some suggestions and locations from Agency of Natural Resources. And the next step will be for us to finish revising the investigation report, which should happen in the beginning of 2020. And as we talked about before, there are a couple locations where we're expecting to perform some remediation. And when I say that, that basically means digging up some of the dirt and sending it to Texas. And then, as we talked about, those 3 small locations where we had a small amount of diesel fuel oil, we'll also remediate those. Next slide. So what's next? And continue to validate our data, finish revising the investigation report, ongoing groundwater sampling, and we'll repair any wells that require attention and abandon those that are damaged or no longer necessary. And then we'll start the excavation to commence the remediation process for those areas that require it. Next slide. So one of the other items associated with the MOU, and I won't read you that top paragraph, but basically there is a requirement for us to continue to conduct effective stakeholder engagement. We've done so. We've done a survey. We solicited over 60 individuals through a consultant and talked to them about what they thought effective stakeholder engagement looks like and what we could do differently or better to perform that. We digested that information. Overall results that we've done a pretty good job of explaining what's going on at the site here at the handicap panels. We explored an handicap subcommittee meeting if we need to set up any other or special activities to do so. Most of the feedback I've got from the panel through that process is that we're doing that effectively also. What we did here is that transparency is important. We understand we inherited a degree of a deficit with trust from the previous owners of the site, so we hear that, we understand it, and we're working to improve on the performance for talking to people about everything that they're interested in with the plan and the decommissioning. Additionally, we're trying to perform timely updates. We're working to improve our decommissioning website and get more timely information into it. And as well, we got a little bit of feedback that there is a human element to this entire process and the impacts to the surrounding stakeholders and ourselves as well as the workers there at the site. And telling some of that part of the story might be valuable in sharing the information. So we're going to work on that going forward.
A question about that. When you folks did the engagement survey, have you generated a report from that?
We have an internal document that we derive this information from, but the way the survey was conducted, a lot of it was relatively confidential, and I'll say some of the folks' information they provided, they requested remain somewhat private, so a report
Is there a way to do an extract or a descriptive report that doesn't require breaching somebody's confidentiality so that a report can be made public for folks to see?
That was pretty much the intent of this slide directly, June.
I think a little more would be warranted because there's some interest in the public at large as to what the company's concrete steps have been in fulfilling this obligation.
If you can give me a discrete list of items that the public at large is interested in, we can address those.
I cannot do that. I'm saying I would strongly urge you to do a report.
We'll add that to our list of recommendations in June, and we'll consider that. But it's harder to meet that particular go-do without a little more discrete direction. But I do understand
it's not a big deal. I don't want to hijack your process here, Josh. I apologize. I'm just saying that it's not that hard to write a report that says how many people did you contact, when did you do it, what was the survey, attach it to it, say what the top 10 findings are, et cetera. It's an artifact that would be valuable to the record, particularly for our website, so that we could put it there to show that the T's are getting crossed and the I's are getting dotted.
You just gave me all the information I needed, and we will definitely
In
put
that
something
case, we communicated and had a success, so thank you.
Thanks, Jude. And some more of these slides might help embellish this information a little, but we will definitely put something together. Next slide, please, Tony. So we have reached out to our cultural representatives locally from the Abenaki tribes. We've conducted a significant amount of cultural sensitivity training with all the folks who will be involved in any of the excavation work. We additionally developed a cultural sensitivity study that we've made available to the state archaeologists. And we would like to thank Rich Olsha and Chief Longtoe from the tribes and Jess Robinson from the state, as well as our associates from Christopher Goodwin, Jeff Mayman, and Colby Child for performing the training and developing the material. Next slide. We've also met with help from Sarah Coffey and Josh Unruh and Michelle Pong and Bob Spencer with both the Vernon Planning Commission and the Select Board. We also had some energy project development professionals. We had a pretty good discussion at the town hall on what could be at the site and what makes sense from an energy standpoint. It's part of Vernon's town plan to develop and continue to be an energy provider. So there's an ongoing dialogue with that. Unfortunately, for some of the same reasons that Vermont Yankee was determined to no longer be financially viable, there's not a significant market for energy production right now in this part of the country. But again, that information has been valuable and the dialogue is ongoing. Next slide. Additionally, we've reached out to Antioch University, and we have a proposal in place right now. We're working towards a contract signature to develop a VY site study and land use inventory for potential redevelopment opportunities. If you recall, we're going to perform the decommissioning. We're going to do site restoration, but separate from that is redevelopment. North Star has no interest in owning the property or trying to benefit from it financially. We would like to go to the stakeholders who are most affected and could use it, and we want to help them with use of an academic institution and partnering with the local state and communities to determine what the best potential uses would be for it. So we're going to utilize them as soon as we can finish that arrangement. So again, some thanks to the town folks, Josh and Michelle and Bob Spencer, as well as Dr. Daniels from Antioch University. Next slide. Additionally, as part of the MOU with the town of Vernon, we have assessed the condition of the road for the Governor Hunt Road and determined a baseline for it, and we will obviously take care of it when we're done. We understand that all the additional traffic and work that we're doing and the trucks that are going to go on it are going to have an impact, and we want to make sure we leave it as we found it or better. And we appreciate Dave Walker's help in making that happen. Next slide. Additionally, the New England Coalition on Nuclear Power reached out to us, Clay Turnbull in particular. We met with Clay, as Clay's been out to this site. We did a full walk down. We've discussed the condition of decommissioning, and we're working with Clay to provide him some monthly updates so he can work with his constituency to keep them informed, and we'll continue to do so. Next slide. Also, another couple of touch points for stakeholder engagement. We did our annual E-Plan exercise with the states. Appreciate Tony Lachinsky's input and efforts for the state of Vermont. We also did an annual contaminated injured patient drill exercise. And while we don't anticipate and have not had to perform any such activity in the past, it's an important skill set that we develop with the folks at the Bratt Memorial Hospital and Rescue Inc. So we would know how to handle that collaboratively if there was an event at the site with one of the workers. Overall, both those exercises went very well. We had a couple of learnings, and we got good feedback from Tony and the state, and we've incorporated those to improve our processes. Appreciate Taylor Wellington for BMH. She's the new program lead, and obviously Drew Hazelton and his staff at Rescue Inc. have been great supporters to the community and Vermont Yankee for many years. So that's the end of our presentation. If there are any more questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Corey, it's Lissa.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi. Who are you working with at Antioch, and could you just describe a little further what that process is in terms of the redevelopment effort and why Antioch was chosen?
Ultimately, the provost of Antioch is interested in this project moving forward. I'm working with Dr. Krista Daniels. She has a staff already selected from her master's degree students. And as I mentioned, they would be doing a GIS inventory, a soils inventory, and ultimately canvassing the local area's desires and helping develop what the potential best redevelopment opportunities would be for a property such as Vermont Yankee post restoration, given what it would look like once we learn what partial site release will consist of. And obviously Josh Unruh from the town of Vernon has been involved in that as well.
So Alyssa, this is Josh. It was actually decided by the town of Vernon to go forward with Antioch. It wasn't a decision of North Star at all.
I see. And is there a budget for that development project?
Contract is currently being worked out, yes.
So who pays for that?
North Star will pay for that as a component of helping make sure that we do the best we can to set the local stakeholders up for redevelopment after site restoration.
Okay, yeah, I'd be interested in learning more about that as it continues to develop. That's great news.
Absolutely, and it'll be an iterative process. And as you can imagine, Lisa, there are unknowns, and some of this is discovery. So as we learn, I believe the target set may shift slightly. So we wanted to have folks in there who have high acumen for the social and environmental responsible opportunities to develop the property and to benefit the local town. And obviously there's an economic component that the town would like to realize in its best potential as we discover it.
What's the time frame on beginning the project like that and signing the contract?
So the goal was to do it a year at a time, Lisa, so a 1 year pilot, but we would expect it to happen probably over the course of 4 years. And that is commensurate with the amount of learnings that will occur as the site is deconstructed and the restoration occurs.
Thank you.
If we don't have any other questions, let's move on to the agenda to the state agencies updates.
I have just a couple brief.
Go ahead.
So I just a couple brief comments. I'm really happy about that study, which I had learned about earlier. Happy to hear. I think that'll be a great process going forward. I don't want to harp or seem ungrateful to anyone working on preparing materials for the committee. I know that there was concern about sending us really large files, and I don't even need things to be printed. I'm happy to save the trees. But if it's possible, not if it's possible, Mr. Chair, it would be really helpful if these could be uploaded, if they're not going to be printed or distributed, if they could be uploaded to the site so that we are able to get a closer view. That would be really helpful going forward. Is there any problem with doing that, folks?
No, I can work with Tony and we can kick those to you as soon as they're developed and approved for dissemination.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, you're requesting these be uploaded to the site before the meeting?
If it's a document that, I understood this was too large, and I appreciate that, and I'm happy to not even have it printed. If it's easier to just upload it so that we can access it just for the visibility. Some of these were quite difficult, and I think that there's actually, I appreciate the content that was provided in here, but the ability to see it or not see it really limits our ability, as well as the public's ability, to ask questions or comment on it.
Yeah, we can work with that.
I'll work with Tony.
Yeah,
We'll
I
get
would
a
say-
PDF copy to the panel members ahead of the meeting.
Yeah, I would say like 2 days in advance should suffice.
It's not even an advance thing, I want to be clear. It's just so that at the meeting, anyone who is here or the panel, if we're not going to have printed copies or it's too large to send in advance, that we can access it at, you know, our station or on our phone or device at the meeting so that we can see it.
Okay, yeah, we'll
Thank
figure
you.
that out. And just to pass on for anyone who would like to see this presentation, obviously I have it. If you have a thumb drive, I can get it to you. And we'll get this posted to the NDCAP website ASAP. I may have to give someone a thumb drive like Allison, and if you would be so kind as to walk this over to Michelle LaPearl's office.
Tony, we're good. We'll get it done.
Thank you.
Thanks for that feedback, Laura. We'll make sure we work that out.
Just as someone who is participating for the first time on the phone, having those documents available for people that are unable to be there tonight would also be very helpful.
You know, Mr. Chair, if I may comment for a moment, this is very instructive, and I think as a general matter, it's the state agencies that have slides, but I am not opposed simply saying to my staff, let's do this, as you suggested, Tony, 2 days ahead, which means that folks need to get us materials as well, if you have materials.
Do we have any other questions for Corey? Okay, we'll move forward with the state's update.
Did everyone on the panel get we have a handout for this. Has everyone received one? Okay. For anyone in the public, we do have extras if you wish to see a paper copy of the fall.
Hello. Hi. Everyone can hear me okay? My name is Allison Bates-Wanup. I am an attorney with the Department of Public Service, and I'm here to go through some slides regarding our oversight role. Tony, you can go to next slide. So for those of you who were here last time, this slide will look familiar, but for those who are new, this is a description of the department's ongoing role in the decommissioning oversight. We are charged through the MOU and our statutory responsibilities to do the financial and technical review of the decommissioning and site restoration work. So what that means is that on the financial side, we review the financial performance of the project, including the cash flows. And we have hired a consultant, the 4 Points Group, to assist us in both of these two work streams. We analyze the financial health of North Star and its corporate affiliates. We assess the viability of the MOU assurances, which I can discuss for those who may not be familiar, and when applicable, we'll monitor the use of those assurances. The technical piece is we confirm that the work performed is reasonable and consistent with the withdrawals from the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust, or NDT. And we evaluate the project to identify risks or concerns that could challenge the successful completion. So examples are delays, additional scope, flawed assumptions, or site management issues. And the employee of our consulting group that is doing this, his name is Greg Merritt. He was one of the main people on the Yankee Road decommissioning in Massachusetts. Next slide. So for our updates since the last meeting, our technical consultant, whom I just spoke about, visited the site on the 11th and the 12th. Obviously, Tony is also on the site almost every day. We are in regular contact with North Star, both as well as through calls with A&R. We reviewed North Star's monthly reporting. Under the MOU, they are obligated to give us a monthly summary of expenditures every month. And they are also obligated to give us 30-day notice for any disbursements, which means a withdrawal from the Site Restoration Trust. And so we worked with them to synchronize that reporting structure, and then we have a teleconference with them to discuss those. So we discussed that with them on November 12th. And then the department's website has now been updated to include the financial information regarding the decommissioning project. And I will show you some examples of those, of the new website on the next slide. So I realize this isn't that viewable right now, but you can see the website at the top. It's the publicservice.vermont.gov/content/Vermont-Yankee-decommissioning. And you can see the various tabs, which includes now the NDCAP tab. Next slide. Here we have the trust balances, which are, as you can see, promptly updated at the end of the month. So those are the balances for the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust and Site Restoration Trust as of November 30th, 2019. I will show these actual values on a bigger slide in a moment. Next slide. And here we post public reports. These are the monthly summaries of expenditures that we receive from North Star every month. So these are obviously public and available for your viewing. And the annual reports that we get by March 31st of each year, the public components of those are also available here. Next slide. So I won't go through all of this. You just listen to North Star talk in a lot of detail about what is going on the site, but this is a high-level description of what is going on the site, and not all of this is strictly within the department's purview. So, for example, the site characterization and the site characterization is something that the Agency of Natural Resources is overseeing, but this is just a general summary of the major work that is going on the site at this time. So these are some brief technical updates, but as Corey mentioned, there have been no violations identified by the NRC to date. The site preparations for decommissioning are complete or underway. There was the new waste handling and transportation preparation facilities were installed. Non-critical structures were removed to facilitate future work. As Corey mentioned, the warehouse was recently removed, and the reactor vessel project is proceeding. So these are the balances for the two trusts over the past month, or the past several months. As I previously mentioned, this information is available on our website. Here it is in table format. Next slide. These are the disbursements from the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust. North Star gives the Nuclear Regulatory Commission a 30-day advance notice via letter of disbursements, withdrawals it would like to seek from the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust. And so this is a list of the amounts that they have requested and each of the dates of the notices that they have given to the NRC. So that is the date that the NRC, of the notice that was sent to the NRC, not the date that they would have actually been able to disperse it following that 30-day period. So these are disbursements from the Site Restoration Trust. Now, North Star submits to the Department of Public Service requests for disbursements from the Site Restoration Trust, and we have 30 days to submit a written objection. So you can see the amounts of those amounts requested here, and neither the NDT nor the department has objected to a requested disbursement yet. So I was told that at the last meeting there was a request for clarification regarding the difference between a Nuclear Decommissioning Trust expenditure, NDT expenditure, and a Site Restoration Trust, or SRT expenditure. So this slide is meant to be responsive to that request. And while there's a lot of words up there, the general difference is that the NDT relates to radiological material and cleanup and decontamination, while the Site Restoration Trust relates to non-radiological decontamination and site cleanup to bring the site into standards set by both the state and the EPA, whereas the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust is the radiological work to the standards set by the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So examples of costs that are coming out of the NDT, as you might recall from previous slides, the NDT is about 9 to 10 times larger than the SRT. All of the reactor vessel payment, all of the rail shipments that are going out, those are all NDT expenses. In contrast, SRT is the site restoration work, which is going to be the site characterization that has been done and the sampling that has been done for non-radiological contamination. So that's the work that Haley and Aldridge is doing with this Agency of Natural Resources and its subcontractor. And here's just a preview of the events that are coming up in the next few months. Obviously, North Star has spoken about what they're doing on their end. So after one of the obligations under the MOU Section 2C is that after North Star withdraws the first $100 million from the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust, which we would anticipate would be in about the next 2 to 3 months, the total disbursements so far requested have been $8.41 million. They will make additional contributions to the escrow account of up to an additional $25 million by depositing 10% of each invoice paid into the NDT. So we will obviously be looking at that and monitoring that that is occurring. And then on or before March 31st, annual reports are due to the NRC pursuant to federal regulation, as well as reports being due to the Department of Public Service, as well as a separate report that is due to the department, as well as the Vermont Department of Health, the Agency of Natural Resources, and the Attorney General's Office under MOU Sections 2H and 2I. For a general summary of what those are under both federal and state regulation, they're kind of in general terms, the work that has been done, the work that remains to be done, the amount of money that has been spent, how much money you think you need for the amount of work that needs to be done, and how much money you still have. So if there are any questions.
I have several questions. So, and actually I had forwarded these to the department. What happens if there are surplus funds in these accounts when this project is complete?
Before we go to that, we owe you answers to those questions. Mm-hmm. And we have that letter. There's a final editorial stage that we're in. Yeah. The answers are somewhat complicated, and our purpose is to send that letter to you and to copy the folks on the panel as well. It's not mind-blowing stuff, but it's information you've asked for and you're entitled to. I just would note the time tonight, Mr. Unruh, and I'm hoping that we won't spend a lot of time on this because Ms. Wanop doesn't have the benefit of the final letter to answer those questions. So I just wanted to put that out there.
So I appreciate that, and that she may not be. I would note that I did send those questions several weeks ago.
You most certainly did. In fact, you sent them in late October, and we are woefully late in getting it to you.
And since this is really the public place for information to be disseminated, and we're not likely to meet again for several weeks, I find, the answer that we can't. I didn't get the answer in advance of the meeting, and we don't have the answer for the meeting. That feels really unsatisfactory.
With Bratt, you shouldn't be satisfied, and I take responsibility for that.
Can you,
yes.
Commissioner, are you able to tell us when you might get that answer to those questions to myself and the committee?
Oh, yes, I most certainly can. This is no later than the end of next week.
Thank
you. You will have that, and I'm not taking any comfort in the fact that we've been so remiss in getting this information to you.
Thank you. I do have several questions, Mr. Chair, and if they're not able to be answered this evening, it would be acceptable to me for that to be the answer and to have that information forwarded along, if that's okay.
That's perfectly fine with me. It sounds like they don't have the answers to your questions that you need, so we can get them and distribute to the panel.
Okay. So may I go through my questions? Sure. Okay. So the questions that I had asked in advance were, where can I find the information on what happens if there is a surplus or a deficit in these funds when the project is completed? I also asked if the cost to complete is updated on a regular basis, and that to me seems like a yes or no question, Commissioner.
No argument from me there. I think it's the first one that I lose sleep over, because the answer just isn't as straightforward as you might wish.
So there is or there is not a cost to complete that is updated on a regular basis?
I'm sorry, Representative Sebelian, I was speaking about your first question, where
Okay.
you were asking what happens if the funds prove inadequate
Excuse
and the
me.
like.
Thank you.
And that is a long storied, it's a big question is my point.
I understood that to be coming. My second question is regarding the cost to complete on a regular basis. Is that information?
I strongly suspect Ms. Wanup can answer that one.
Yes, pursuant to the federal regulations as well as the MOU, those are provided on an annual basis on or before March 31st.
On an annual basis, cost to complete is updated?
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic. What is the projected cost to complete the decommissioning?
Our consultants have estimated this to be about a $700 million job.
Okay, and
Ms. Wanup, was there a finding to that effect in the order? Do you remember?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
This is the kind of thing I'm talking about, Representative Sibilia, because the answer to your question would have been determined in the PUC order, and that would be the point of reference, so we will get you an answer.
Okay. Is there, do we know, is there kind of a fudge factor figured into that?
Well,
percentage of, that is presumed, might be needed?
Well, so the way that the transaction is set up, there's the 900 line item pay item disbursement schedule, and North Star is entitled to draw up to the amount designated for any particular line item, and there is a 10% contingency built into each line item, and under the MOU and the transaction as approved, North Star is entitled to the amount up to that line item, and overruns are supposed to be borne by North Star.
Okay. And then what is the estimated percentage of the work that is completed now?
Oh, I don't have a number for that.
And so when would that number be, how would that number be, is that something that you all review, collect?
If you look at the monthly summaries of expenditures that are available on the website, there are kind of estimated completions for each line item, and North Star has reports information on percent complete.
Okay, but is the department monitoring what percentage of the project is completed?
We're monitoring the reasonability of how they're characterizing the percent complete. So if we agree with it or not, is what the consultants.
So I'm going to have to process that for a second and repeat it back to you. I think you said you're monitoring the reasonability of the percent.
Right, if we agree with the percent complete that they are stating.
Okay, and so
we're monitoring, and we are monitoring the percentage, and we are checking to see whether we agree with North Star's math.
So is there a way in which the department could answer the question, what percentage of the decommissioning is completed?
If we can't, we'll let you know. If we can, we'll tell you what it is. I think what we need to do is go back to our experts and ask them to give us that information.
Okay, great.
And I think it would also just have to be characterized by work stream. So for example, the license termination work, which is the work funded from the NDT, and the subcomponents of that, you would look at each distinct work stream to see how that has progressed, because much of the site restoration work can't take place until the other a lot of the license termination work is done.
Okay. The final is, and it sounds like this may take up more time than is necessary. I'm really interested in kind of the review, the financial review process that is going on at the department. I would like to hear just a high-level overview of that process, just so we can understand it. These do seem like questions that should be answerable at this meeting. This is the place where the public is able to get a kind of peek into how this process is going. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time on these.
We can't leave the public record that way. The Commissioner of the Department of Public Service will go on record as saying that she fundamentally agrees with you. There's absolutely no reason why we can't do that, and I think the panel would benefit from it. So we'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
I believe your neighbor next to you has been trying to get recognized.
Chris?
Hey, and Allison, I think the board order also, the PUC order also requires that if North Star discovers anything that is going to either delay the decommissioning or site restoration or change the cost estimation, you're supposed to notify the state within 7 days, right?
Yes, there's several provisions in the MOU that obligate North Star to notify the department, including overruns and those kind of things, yes.
Okay. So we'll look forward to the state bringing back that information in your next presentation at the next IndyCap, please, and thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, may I just clarify?
Yes.
It was my understanding that we would receive that information from the department prior to the next IndyCap meeting.
Correct. We will as a panel, but I want the opportunity for the public to have that same information at the next meeting as well.
Thank you.
May I just offer my own clarification? You will be getting an answer to the questions that you posed. That will be in letter form no later than the end of next week. A copy of that letter will go to all members of the IndyCap panel, and it will be posted on the department's website. In addition to that, as Chair Unruh just indicated, at the next meeting, I would expect an agenda item will be that the department will be giving this panel in public the overview that you asked for, Representative Sibilia, on how we are monitoring the drawdowns and the like. We will check the notes from the meeting to make sure that we are responsive to your request. And I'm sure Ms. Wanup has made note of everything I just said and will be dreaming about that tonight.
Oh, I've already conferred with our consultants about when they could be available for the next IndyCap meetings. So.
Excellent work.
Thank you.
Corey has a question.
Just a point of clarification to make sure the information you provided was accurate. Earlier when you described some of the activities that are occurring at this site, you mentioned that the warehouse has already been removed. The warehouse is to be removed over the course of this winter weather event, and I just wanted to make sure that that was clarified. So
right, it was the prep for the work, and
correct.
I thought you said before that the warehouse had since been removed. So
I was in a public meeting once when someone made a comment and the information wasn't perfectly accurate, and they regretted that for a long time. So and it had to do with underground piping, and I did not want Ms. Wanup to not have that benefit of accuracy.
Thank you.
Okay, now we are going to open it up for public questions regarding both the North Star and the state reports.
Okay, I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. This is a question about process. In previous reports, we've had the Agency of Natural Resources here reporting on some of the same information that we get from North Star, which, Corey, I appreciate your level of detail, but I feel like we need to continually have the state's perspective on that. So does that fall, June, within your department, or should A&R be here and incorporated as a regular reporter at these meetings?
It does not. I do not direct the A&R. However, I agree with you completely, and I'm quite sure the A&R will hear about tonight's events and will take it under consideration as they ought to. Mr. Unruh, I believe you've been setting the agenda and soliciting requests from the panel members. So if nothing else, Representative Coffey, at that time, you might simply say, I'd like to hear from A&R, but I agree with you.
I was surprised that we did not get something this time. So if we,
I don't know the details and the wherefore and the why, because I don't work for them, they don't work for me. But in the spirit of making sure that the public gets what it needs, I'll certainly pass.
That's where I'm coming from, because I feel like that's a really important part of this process.
I've also noticed that ACCD isn't here tonight either.
Can I ask a question? This is Lissa on the phone,
Go ahead.
directed to DPS. In your opinion, is it a problem, is part of the problem of not being able to potentially address some of these questions in maybe a more timely fashion have to do with the fact that the work is not, you don't have a budget to work from?
Oh,
we talked
yeah.
about financial compensation and
Thank you for that question, and I really appreciate it coming from you because I know we've been at pains over the last couple of years to draw a bead on what exactly the available resources are for this panel, but that is not the case here. I have copped to this already, and I will do so again, and I will do it however long I have to in order to give the panel and the public satisfaction that the Department of Public Service does not feel it has distinguished itself in its timeliness in responding to Representative Sebella's queries. It is simply something that fell through the cracks. I am very sorry for that. It is not a reflection of inadequate funding.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on the panel have any questions? Seeing none, we will open up questions for the public on both the North Star and the state reports. And seeing none, we will open up. Oh, come on up to the microphone, please. And please give your name.
Good evening. John Tuthill from Ackworth, New Hampshire. My question relates to the volumes and the disposition of construction and demolition debris from the removal of the cooling towers, also volumes and disposition of the asbestos that was mentioned this evening in North Star's presentation. I'd like to know whether the state is tracking that and whether that information is publicly available. Thank you.
It looks like I'm the only person from the state here tonight, so I'm going to do the thing you're never supposed to do, which is venture outside your portfolio because you want an answer, not to have one. The meetings here are recorded, and what I will do is take your question back and make sure that the Agency of Natural Resources hears the question, and they'll be able to get you an answer. And if you will leave us contact information, we will get you that answer.
June, additionally to augment that, we do track that information, and while we did not present or prepare that in the detail we provided tonight, it is something that we can help develop.
I appreciate that, Corey. I just want to be clear that the gentleman asked whether the state agencies are tracking it, and I want to make sure we get you a correct answer and on a more timely basis than Representative Sebilla is receiving her answers.
Additional questions from the public?
Hi, thank you. I'm Skylar Gould from Brattleboro. Corey, you talked about this machine that goes over every square foot of the site and measuring the possibilities of radiological contamination. In the course of excavating the site, is this machine constantly busy, going back over areas that are, being excavated to possibly revealing more radiation?
If I understand your question, you're asking if that is a constant process, if that machine is operating all the time and it will reassess the locations on the site that are excavated.
Right. I mean, some of these pipes are, I think I understand, 30 feet down. So presumably if there's a leaking pipe, there's going to be radiation that might be revealed as you dig down to get to the pipe. I'm just curious how that works.
So that machine has driven all over the locations on the site that do not have structures and buildings on them, not over top of the structures and buildings that have the equipment and piping beneath them. Those surveys will be conducted separately. This is to get a baseline data of the entire property and determine if there are any radiological components on the site in locations that are unexpected. So the parking lot areas, the fields, the grass, all the locations on the site that we could drive the equipment, which is highly versatile, has been covered by that machine. But all the locations that have equipment below grade, not every single location has been surveyed to the extent you're describing.
Is this information available to the public? The data that's produced by these surveys?
Just with the information that we provided tonight, that's not, I mean, we're not going to make 1,300,000 data points of reference available to the public. That would not be feasible.
It's available to the state, presumably.
In my role tonight as the sole representative of the state, let me say I think it's fair to say that that data is not reported to the Department of Public Service. Is that correct?
That's correct. The radiological
I don't know
element is
whether it is reported to the Agency of Natural Resources, which would be the logical agency to be reviewing the information. But I do not have an answer for you, but if you will give us your contact info,
I will.
We will get that back to you, okay?
Very good, thanks.
All right.
Yeah, that's my last question. Thank you.
Any additional questions on the North Star or the state's presentations? Seeing none, we will open up for early general public comment. All right. As long as it's okay with the panel, I think we should forego our break because we're already deep into our evening. Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. So let's move on to updating the statute defining the panel's duties, the composition, and funding, which is our big ask for tonight. So we have a copy, you should have received a copy when you sat down that has some revisions made to it. A possibility of what we can change, what we can do. This panel asked that the Issues Committee take up some of the questions that were had at the last meeting, specifically the composition of the panel, adding additional Vernon representation, the funding of the panel, and I believe that was it. Was there one other item, Tony? I think that those are.
I'm not having luck with this one, man.
So I guess the only other thing was general panel duties that we
Yes.
discussed as well.
Yes.
Oh, there you go. So let's start with the composition of the panel itself. And the Issues Committee brought forth those questions as far as adding an additional Vernon representative to the panel, essentially removing an IBAW current panel member as the IBAW is no longer in existence on the site. So it doesn't really make sense to have those folks there. We also considered removing a state position. The Issues Committee had decided to leave that. They felt, as the panel felt, that that was an important position to stay on. So I guess for this particular question, is the panel looking to utilize the current IBAW spot for an additional Vernon representative?
Mr. Chair, can you orient us to are you operating off of this?
I am not. I'm operating off of the Issues Committee meeting that I attended.
Should we review those minutes?
Yep.
Okay.
They are in your packet.
Yep. Is it this right here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I'm sorry, can I just make sure that I'm clear? It's labeled potential Vermont handicap changes identified at July 2019 Issues Committee meeting?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, open it up for comment to the panel. Sarah, you were at the Issues Committee meeting, so.
Sure, I'm going to just follow the kind of the summary notes. So the top, reduce the number of Vermont Yankee representatives on the panel to one, to be in parity with other representatives. I think, do we mean Vermont Yankee? Do we mean North Star?
Correct.
So I think that needs to be if we're working with the statute, the proposed language in the statute, it's then needs to be edited and updated. It's item 10. So it's right. So and if we reduce the number of, that's what's up for discussion, right?
Correct.
Going from 2 to 1.
Yes.
Sarah, you mean item 10?
Yeah, so if we're working in the statute, so it's under the composition, and then it's where the Vermont Yankee representation, we're in agreement that Vermont Yankee is to be changed to North Star?
Yes.
Great, because I would say I would be in favor of reducing the number to be on parity with other representatives. Do we need some discussion about that?
Sure, we can open it up for discussion.
Can we just clarify that parity is 1?
Yes.
So as a North Star representative, I would recommend that is actually not to occur. Also, one of the other recommendations later in here for panel duties would be for North Star to be one of the members that the panel provides recommendation or direction to, and to reduce the number to improve parity, and then change the panel charter to provide direction to North Star as the entity performing the decommissioning. Ultimately, on votes that have had an impact, there's been a number of abstentions by the individuals representing North Star where we thought it wouldn't be appropriate for us to have a say. I don't believe that parity, dropping us down to 1, would improve any aspect of the representation that we provide.
Does anyone from the Issues Committee want to speak to this, why this is put forward or discuss?
Go ahead. Okay. It was just brought up by the panel, so it was asked that, we discuss it at the Issues Committee meeting. All of these specific bullet points were, talking points that the panel gave us to bring to the Issues Committee. If I'm recalling, and Sarah, please correct me if I'm wrong, the only change that the Issues Committee wanted to bring forth to this panel was to eliminate the IBAW position and make that a Vernon representative. That was the only composition change that the Issues Committee came forward with.
And remember, I was 10 minutes late. I think you guys had covered this a little bit before I got there. So,
Tony, that's your recollection?
Yeah. I guess, can I just comment though, because this was brought up in July as well with, so it wasn't just, and I think Chris might have been involved with that. So do you want to comment on it, Chris?
Yeah, back at the July Issues Committee, I mean, it was an idea that I had brought up to the Issues Committee. I never understood exactly why there were, from the inception of Indicap, why there were 2 reps from the plant. It just seemed like parity with everyone, with all the other institutions represented, that one would be okay. I get what Corey's saying, that having two doesn't seem to have changed the dynamic, but similarly, I'm not sure that just having one won't change the dynamic either. I don't really have a super strong opinion one way or another, but it just feels like it's something we should discuss, because when this legislation was first proposed, it was never really discussed with the public, or it was that legislation was run through pretty quick. So I just felt like it would be worth bringing that issue up to the current composition of the panel, and to the public, and just also reflecting where we are now in the process. So to me, it's more important as a discussion item and for us all to have agreement, now that we've actually have a chance to kind of revisit the rationale behind all the appointments.
If I may, I would additionally add to the conversation to help round out the discussion that having two members from North Star, one who's a site representative, regularly embedded in the operations and the activities of the site, and additionally an executive level leadership member from North Star, provides a balance and opportunity for us to have both decision making and real-time information on the panel. So direction from North Star is commensurate from both levels of those areas.
If I can just jump in for a second, just so it's clear what we have here as far as documentation goes. The page marked as being potential INDICAP changes identified at the July 2019 Issues Committee meeting. This is an extract that I made from the meeting notes from that meeting. These were all the ideas that were simply brainstormed. So there was no recommendation that came out. This was just a compilation of the ideas. What we also have here available is there's a page that looks remarkably like a minute summary. It's the notes from the November 21st meeting. That actually identifies the recommendations that the Issues Committee came up with that evening, and has what I recalled of if something was turned down, I attempted to give a reason. If someone disagrees with how I put that up, wrote that up, we can modify that from what everyone at the meeting recalls.
Oh, and as I mentioned, we're in that discussion at the Issues Committee, as you can see in lines 15 through 20, we discussed the need for an additional Town of Vernon representative on the panel. Panel members present agreed, and it was reasonable to recommend adding one additional panel. The representatives from IBEW can be eliminated to make room for this. Then Alyssa expressed some concern about eliminating the IBEW. You guys can read this stuff for yourself. But the recommendation that came out of that Issues Committee panel was to add an additional Town of Vernon representative from that IBEW position. So I leave you with that.
This is just from, I don't really see any reason to eliminate. I think if Corey feels that it's useful to have two perspectives from North Star on the panel, I would tend to agree with his perspective. I don't really see any reason to eliminate. I don't think it does anything to change the dynamic in any way in favor of North Star having two representatives. And I, for one, would rather have more representation from the people who are in charge of dismantling the plant than less.
I would agree with that, actually, because So can we maybe move on to the Vernon representation question? Because one of the things that we didn't, Mr. Chair, like talk about was how the process of that. In the statute, it indicates who nominates that or who determines that. And many of the, if it's an agency representative, and then there are appointees from the state. So I think that's worth discussing.
I'm still on the past one.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Laura.
Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
So may I just ask Lissa why, I'm not opposed to having 2 members on here, but I'd just like to know why she thinks that that's important. I mean, this is...
Well, what Corey said made sense. You know, you've got the boots on the ground in the middle of the process, and then you've got a perspective from the executive suite. And I think that's valuable, and
okay.
I don't think, since we're not a panel, which maybe we'll get into a little later, we're not charged with any form of political advocacy. You don't take votes on, issues where we're really going to act. We're having too much representation from the company is really going to be a problem. That's not the way it's functioned in the past. So unless we're considering trying to change our modus operandi, I would say, really, what is the point of eliminating, the 2 positions?
Thank you.
I think it makes a difference.
Mr. Honor, could I comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've listened to the discussion here, and it occurs to me that I don't know why the statute was set up the way it was. I do think it's important for us to organize ourselves around the useful work that this panel can do. And what I've noticed after 3 years of attending these meetings is a lot of the times questions come up among the panel members about things. And tonight is not a good example of it, but when we have the full complement of panel members here, that becomes a resource in and of itself to the panel for purposes of getting real-time Q&A and furthering the panel writ large understanding of a given issue that we're talking about. So it seems to me in that sense it's better to have those positions here and to make use of them. That would be my 2 cents.
So I'll make a suggestion that I considered making in the beginning, but I didn't want to shut anybody off tonight due to the fact that we only have 10 members here tonight and just barely enough to have a quorum. Do we really want to discuss the future of this panel and its composition with barely a quorum to do so?
So, may I, Mr. Chair? So, just, I'm fine with that suggestion. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me, just in terms of legislative timing. You're aware that I took the draft that we were given at the last meeting. That's been drafted to meet the December 2nd drafting deadline. It may never get introduced. It can be amended however this panel would like. It needs to be introduced. It needs to be introduced needs to be finalized, the changes, by the 3rd of January and introduced by the 15th. That is the cleanest, is it the 15th? I think it's the 15th. That is the cleanest means of doing this. Certainly our committee can put forward a committee bill, but that requires, this panel negotiating with the committee rather than this panel being able to do something clean in a committee and send it off to our commission. So having said all of that, I will stop talking.
Mr. Chair, a quick question. It seems, I appreciate your point about the bare quorum. It seemed to me there were some housekeeping details in the statute that definitely could be acted on, and I think it would be appropriate even with a bare quorum. I think the IBEW position is one of those, or changing the reference to Vermont Yankee to North Star in the statute. Those housekeeping things I think we could take action on tonight. And then at a minimum, we know that we'll be doing that in January.
Yes, I agree. So let's have the IBEW discussion now, figure out what we want to represent with that. Open for comments on that particular position, and as I mentioned several times thus far, the Issues Committee is suggesting to the panel to eliminate the IBEW and bring in an additional representative from the town of Vernon.
Do we need a motion on that topic, or?
Yes.
Before we had a motion, I just wonder if we could hear from somebody on the Issues Committee as to what the underlying rationale was for that determination. That would help me a great deal.
So if I might add to the conversation, while I wasn't on the last Issues Committee meeting because I wasn't available, I was in touch with the IBEW leadership as a former IBEW member, in discussion with them, understanding that they no longer have representation at this site. They were fine with the removal of their representation at the meeting, or myself providing that representation for them. I believe that they would concur, and it would be my opinion as well that it makes sense to make that replacement.
So that would be half of the equation, and that makes sense to me. And then the other half is replacing that slot with a representative from the town of Vernon. Is there anybody from the Issues Committee meeting who could speak to that tonight?
Should we do both of them at one time, or should we have a motion on each one individually?
As I said, I was just hoping to have an understanding of what the discussion had been, and then I'm happy to throw my support behind motions.
I was there and Sarah was there, and I really am trying to be
understood
out of the middle of this as a town official.
So I guess that's why I thought I might speak to it. I think the feeling behind it is that this plant, Vernon has hosted this plant for all of these years, and to have an extra voice at the table, because it's not a guaranteed voice in the composition that's made up here, and it seemed to make sense, especially since, this panel is not making recommendations about funding or money. I mean, it's a public process about what's going on at the plant, that it seemed that it would make a lot of sense. And that's...
Thank you, that's very helpful. And I'm happy to not say anything more.
Well, the other thing is that, the reason the IBEW was originally included is because there was a concern in those who created the panel that labor be represented. So, I think there's still a concern that labor should be represented. I just don't know what form it takes if there's no union labor being used at the plant, which is my understanding. So, I really appreciate Corey's discussion and North Star's commitment to safety at the plant. And we did have a discussion at the Issues Committee that there is a whistleblower law, and that, if things aren't being done as they should, that workers have a way to communicate that's not only through the plan. And I think that is really what why the IBEW position was there to begin with, was to make sure that labor had a voice beyond the corporation. And I think that's still a concern, as appreciative as I am of Corey's focus on safety. I just wonder what kind of voice workers at the plant who might see things that are happening that they think are not right, how can they express that? And I don't think there's an answer to that, because there is no union, but I do think, it's too bad that there is no union representation there. And it's not really that the IBEW position be eliminated and Vernon get an extra seat. It could also be the North Star gets one seat and that other seat goes to a Vernon representative. But the way it looks right now, there is no voice of labor to be present. So I have no objection, therefore, to the IBEW position going to a town of Vernon member.
Do we have any other thoughts on that before we entertain a motion?
I have some thoughts on that. I am very happy to see another seat added for Vernon. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's reasonable. I think it's probably overdue. I am concerned about the possibility, though, of having kind of a Vernon block constructed on this board at this point, because I think that there are other, Vernon is the host of all that remains there, but there are other issues at play with regard to, and I'm kind of talking this through myself here. We have the decommissioning fund. We have other communities that are going past us or behind us. And so I just, that is my, I'm cognizant of that and thinking about what would happen in that case. And if we did have that occur, would that still be in the best interest of the overall decommissioning for both the town and the state? We have a number of state agencies, but they are not able to vote, and federal policy. So,
May I speak to something, Mr.
ex officios.
No, right now, ex officio would mean that we're here because we're in office.
Yeah.
But we do have votes on the panel.
Okay.
I appreciate what you're saying, though, and here are the thoughts I would offer. I am prepared to say that it's overdue for Vernon to have that seat.
Absolutely.
And while how a block takes shape may be of concern to some folks, I'm content to leave that for a time and place if that were to develop. To your point about other issues, you're absolutely right. And I think that the composition of the panel as it presently exists accounts for that. As you're aware, my agency, for instance, has a heightened obligation when it comes to the decommissioning trusts and monitoring its expenditures, and more importantly, making sure that the decommissioning process for the plant, that the burden of that be borne as directed by statute, which is that the ratepayers be the ones who bear that cost, not the taxpayer at large. So in that sense, it's a statewide interest and not one that's specific to Vernon. That's just one example of how other issues, as you put it, are in play as well. And I do think those are adequately represented and have been over the past several years on NDCAF. What perhaps has been not front and center, and by front and center I don't mean controlling, just prominent, is the town of Vernon, the host. And so I think we can at least make a pitch to the legislature with your help and Representative Coffey and Senator McDonald to persuade the legislature to that effect. At least I'm hopeful of that, and so I would support giving that seat to Vernon.
Go ahead, Chris.
I don't, just from my perspective, I think ideally, if I'm going to address three different things. Ideally, I think, if there was some kind of actual kind of organized labor representation, it'd be good to still have that, but we don't have that. And in fact, you've got contractors working for North Star. And so even when we talk about labor, who's labor, and like what are the contract provisions between the contractors and North Star? You have to get into those disclosure agreements and everything else. So I don't think the IBEW representation, it's not, as a matter of principle, I would like to see labor represented, but I'm just not sure how that happens.
Right.
I'm fine, I'm okay with North Star continuing to have 2 reps. I'm absolutely fine with Vernon having 2 reps. But to the extent that this also informs the conversation, I do still have concerns about those who by statute are to be advised having a vote. That still just strikes me as odd. It's not that I have distrust of Vermont state agencies or the bodies that are to be advised. It just seems in America it's a little odd in a democratic process to have those being advised vote on what they're being to be advised about. And that, frankly, from my perspective, has been a problem in the past. on advisory positions or other things, because we've kind of had some, what I think are legit citizen concerns kind of shut down by, the agency representation and sometimes along with the plan owner, not North Star, because that hadn't happened. But to me, it's more a matter of principle. So, like I say, I don't, and we had good debate and that kind of thing, but it just doesn't sit well with me. But I'm one person representing one organization, one vote. But I just want to just kind of throw that out in the context of the other conversations that we're having.
Do you have any further discussion regarding the IBEW seat becoming a Vernon representative seat?
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
So there is no specific citizen representative from Vernon on the panel right now, is that correct?
There is one Vernon representative on the panel. He is not at this meeting this evening, but it is Michael Rue.
Michael.
Correct.
So, but in fact, there are several people on the panel that are from Vernon, right?
There's two.
I'm just curious, so all we're voting on right now is to increase the number of actual citizen representatives from Vernon required to be on the panel to the number 2.
That's correct.
I would like to make a motion to increase Vernon's representation on the panel to 2 citizen representatives then.
I would second that motion.
Moved and seconded to add an additional Vernon representative to the panel. It's a total of 2. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. And Chris, I'll start down with you and work our way across.
Aye.
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 Abstain.
Aye.
And Mr. Unruh, could I just ask for clarification? We have voted to make a recommendation to change the law to that effect, is that correct?
Correct. Okay. That's correct.
There are still people online who haven't voted.
Thank you, Tony.
I vote yes, but I would change the wording slightly on the motion to say that extra representative for Vernon would assume the former seat allotted to an IBEW representative that no longer exists.
We can do that as a second motion, Melissa.
Okay.
And I vote aye.
All right.
So I'll make a motion that the IBEW position be struck, and I think that's all I need to say on that, right?
Yes, sir.
I'll second that.
So moved and seconded. We will look for everybody's vote. Start with you, Chris.
Aye.
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 Folks on the phone?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So that takes care of that one. I will leave this next one, and again, I'm going off this potential Vermont handicap changes identified at the July 2019 Issues Committee meeting, because these are all the ideas that were thrown against the wall. We have made it through the first 2 bullet points of the panel membership, officers quorum. I would venture to guess that maybe the rest of these bullet points are probably in the wheelhouse of wanting to have a full board available to speak to them, or full panel available. Is that correct?
Just one question. I think you're right. I just wanted to ask, unless one of them may have been resolved. Commissioner Tierney, was there discussion yet between the governor and Massachusetts and New Hampshire yet as to whether or not they're okay with being optional?
Not to my knowledge yet, no.
I don't believe so either. The only other one that we might be able to tackle is the very last bullet point on number 1, is having the Agency of Commerce and Community Development representation on the panel still necessary. It was pretty clear to me at the last panel meeting that this panel would like to see that continue. Is that correct? And everybody's recollection of the last handicap meeting. So, Tony, if you can, and go ahead, whoever's on the phone.
Yeah, no, I was just agreeing that was my recollection. Also, although other alternatives had been noted is on the document, like potentially the Brattleboro Area Development Credit Corporation, the BDCC, or potentially the Chamber of Commerce. I mean, I think the BDCC is a good fit also, but I leave that to the panel for discussion.
Okay. I think we're all in agreement that we would like to have the Agency of Commerce and Community Development still have representation, if I am correct.
Just out of curiosity, I don't think that person, I don't think that person's been to a meeting for last year.
Yeah, we did discuss that at the last handicap panel, and we were to get in touch with that agency and make sure that somebody starts attending.
Yeah, just to that point, I would actually, I mean, I know that there's general agreement on that, but I would suggest that be part of the larger discussion, that they be here at the next meeting, just so they could express their rationale, yay or nay. Because to be honest, I mean, I think after Katie had stepped down, they haven't been here. But in conversations with her, and I'm not putting words in her mouth, but I don't think she felt like she was particularly relevant to the conversations that were going on. And I'm not saying that's the reason to do it or not, but I think that's why it'd be good to actually just have the conversation with everybody, just to kind of think it through, as opposed to kind of requiring them to continue to be here if they don't feel like they've actually been contributing. But and like I said, I'm fine either way, actually, but I'd just like to just have that discussion. That's what I'd suggest.
I'm perfectly fine with that. So if, Tony, as we're kind of laying out our next meeting, we got through the first 2 bullet points. The rest of them will be, points for discussion at the next meeting of that first one of the panel membership officers and quorum that we want to have with the larger discussion. So let's move down to the panel duties. Again, I'm not sure how much of this that we want to get through with the small group that we have here, but go ahead.
Is there anything that is that the Issues Committee felt was time sensitive or of an urgent nature with regard to these changes?
No. I don't think there was anything that we were terribly concerned about, having done at this meeting. It was just part of the agenda for this meeting and hoping for a better turnout than what we received to have a better discussion, I guess.
I do have, just depending on the timing, and I don't know how other folk feel about this, but the reports that are due to the state agencies from North Star in March, if there's not opposition, I just feel like if we could codify, if a change that we could maybe put in there is that should also be presented to the panel. Once the state has that and then has had time to develop a report, it just feels like that's going to be one of the best ways to disseminate to the general public and engage with the general public, those annual reports. I know that the board order doesn't require that, but it seems like a role that we could request through legislation. That's just a suggestion, and maybe that's a conversation we need to defer, but just wanted to throw that out there to see how folk felt about it.
Yeah, may I speak to that?
Go ahead.
Chris, is there a history that I'm not aware of that leads you to conclude that needs to be codified? Does the department have a history of not, apart from Representative Sebilia's letter, for which I've apologized profusely, does the department have a record of not being responsive to the panel's requests?
To my mind, legislation shouldn't be based on the past history. It may not be you. It may not be Chris Recchi. It may not be relatively collaborative folk. To me, it's more, again, a matter of principle. And if that's going to be a pretty important, per the PUC order, that's one of, I think it was their intent to have that be part of the public accountability of the whole decommissioning process. And we're the only entity that, we're the official entity that exists to help communicate information and subsequently advise the agencies, the governor, the legislature. And so that's why I would just suggest that that be codified.
I think I would take issue with your characterization that this is the only entity that has the responsibility for educating or providing information to the public, because that's fundamentally what I do in my agency. But I take your point that this is a logical forum in which to discuss that, and I, as a matter of principle, don't object to codifying. I just wanted to understand better what the impulse is, and I think I do now, that you're guarding against, well, to your point, you don't know who is running the department in the future. But what I would suggest to this panel is that if it is having difficulty getting information from state agencies, that's a conversation that should be had with the state agency heads. Before, I mean,
and which also again gets to, again, hopefully everything will continue to go swimmingly and we'll have good conversation with the state agencies, but it actually goes back to my point about the entities having a vote here that are to be advised. And again, I'm not talking about past history or anything, but it's just, again, kind of as a matter of principle. And for the viewing public, it is correct that the commissioner and I are wearing very similar plaids. So if you're getting confused, looking back and forth,
I'm sure there's no confusion because you're better looking and better spoken.
I second Chris's concern and recommendation that the annual report that it be codified. That's something that the panel does consider on an annual basis. I fully and firmly agree with his assessment that you can't just take for granted that it's going to come because everyone's friendly now. It should be there for the future because we really don't know what the future holds. So, and it's not just state agencies, right, Chris? This is also, it's also the North Star and the March 31st report that's due each year. And
well, so Alyssa, sorry, Mr. Chair, if I can respond to that. And Commissioner or Allison, correct me if I'm wrong, but if North Star doesn't abide by that deadline, then that's a matter for the Public Utility Commission to take up.
Well, to be honest with you, I think that's some of where my questions are coming from, because sometimes the impression I have in working with this panel is that there's not a very high awareness of the degree to which the state agencies are involved in executing on the MOU and in that whole regulatory overlay with the PUC. And so I want to fall on the right side of this panel, feeling empowered to do what it feels it needs. So if a statutory fix is what the panel thinks it needs in order to get something that I am fully persuaded they're entitled to through the existing process, and have the means of effectuating it through the existing process, meaning Mr. Unruh can set an agenda that says we want this briefing, and he can do that on the basis of panel members here saying we want to hear from North Star, and North Star is on the panel. I don't want to spend any more time on this. If this is what it takes to give you folks comfort, then I don't see why you wouldn't proceed that way. But there is a whole host of regulatory interaction and the like that is had anyway on behalf of the public through the work of the Department of Public Service before the PUC, and I would just ask that every once in a while the panel consider that.
May I kick the horse, Mr. Chair? It'll be a brief kick. May I?
It's probably going to be a kick at me, too.
Just a small one, Commissioner. So I do think that we should be cognizant of the fact that we are paving the way in many cases for folks that will come behind us. I think review and evaluation of the current statute and how it's working and how it could be improved is reasonable, and we probably have taken up way more time than we should have at this point. Thank you very much.
Have we secured changing the statute, though, from Vermont Yankee to North Star?
I'm actually getting there. So
okay.
what I want to do at this point is the things that we can easily do tonight without having a full panel here is if you flip to the back of that sheet, the potential Vermont handicap changes identified at the Issues Committee meeting is the miscellaneous additional ideas, such as, no longer using Vermont Yankee Nuclear Power Station or VYNPS, since it's no longer, that, and changing that name to North Star. I believe that's something that we can proceed with tonight, so I will entertain a motion to that effect, please.
So moved.
Second.
So moved and seconded to eliminate the language of Vermont Yankee Nuclear Power Station or VYNPS in the charter going forward and replacing it with North Star. Is that correct? Is that the motion? Okay. So go ahead, Chris, start with you.
I'm sorry, I need to make an observation, and if I'm out of line, please tell me so and I'll be quiet.
Right.
I'm just concerned that we recognize the distinction between a denomination for the site, the station, and a reference to the company, because they're two different things. Are we going to call this the North Star site or something like that is my question, because these references here are to a physical place, a station. And we just said the motion was to replace that language with North Star, but North Star is a company, not a site.
Sure.
May I make the recommendation that we modify the motion to make the nomenclature North Star Vermont Yankee? That is the normal nomenclature by which we describe the site.
And the reason I think that would make a lot of sense is because there are a lot of PUC orders and statutes that refer to the site itself. So it would make some sense to do that.
I was just going to ask if you want me to withdraw or just amend.
You can accept the friendly amendment if you'd like.
I will accept
And
it.
also just another friend, or just, so previously we talked about this, rather than even tying it to North Star, I think we just said call it Vermont Yankee in case ownership changes again or North Star changes its name or.
And I'm accepting of that
whatever.
recommendation as well, Chris. There's no real delineation between those two. We will accept either.
So your pleasure, do we want it North Star Vermont Yankee or just Vermont Yankee, based on that?
Okay.
I was asking Laura.
Oh, sorry.
Laura made the motion.
Yeah, I am fine with whatever the panel wants to do. I'm trying to just accommodate cleaning this up. So, Vermont Yankee? Okay. So how about if I withdraw my motion?
Sounds great.
Okay. And whoever seconded, I don't know if they have to. So I move that we change all of the nomenclature to Vermont Yankee, period.
I second that.
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded to change all nomenclature going forward to be Vermont Yankee. Let's start with the voting.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. People on the phone?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are unanimous.
Gee, we're making progress.
So the next piece of the miscellaneous is panel meeting agenda should include multiple times throughout the meeting for general public comments to accommodate attendees who are unable to stay to the end of the 3-hour meeting. We're doing that currently, so I don't think we really need a motion or a change to the legislation in that, because it's our agenda to do with what we want, and we are trying to accommodate in that respect. So if everybody's happy with that. Is there anything else on this list that the panel would like to address or think that we can address tonight? I don't think there is, but tell me if I'm wrong.
Just one, it's not on the list, excuse me, it's not on the list, but it is in this markup to change the frequency of the meetings of where,
Yeah, from 4 to 3.
from 4 to 3. I'd like to change it to 1. Meet a minimum of once a year, and we can schedule more meetings as we feel are necessary.
Okay, we'll open it up for discussion.
I am not comfortable with that. I would like to see at least 2 and preferably 3.
Yeah, it's probably a conversation for the larger panel, just my opinion, for what it's worth.
Yeah, I believe that is the case as well. Yep. Go ahead, sir.
Was the other issue about funding? That was the thing, one of the,
That, I would think that would be a larger committee panel meeting as well as the funding.
that's fine, that
side.
was just one of the
So,
top issues.
Yes, that was one of the issues as well from the issues committee. So I am going to assume at this point, this particular section of the agenda, we have done everything that we can do with the panel that we have currently, and ask that we move forward to the drafting of the annual report status. Sure.
I just have a clarifying question about the next steps regarding the process for legislation. I know we don't know yet when our next meeting is going to be, but as Laura pointed out, since we're the second year of the biennium, putting this legislation forward, there's a tighter timeline. So would the panel want the legislators here to work on a draft, or what? I think, or do you want to wait until the next meeting?
I think that's
This is Lissa. It's hard to know when I can speak because I'm just on the phone. Sorry.
Sure. We have one comment in waiting, and then we'll get to you, Lissa. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was going to be the question also that I was going to ask is so we have a draft. I asked about urgency.
Yeah.
You've been given information about timing. Do you want us to go back and try and reflect these, work with Tony? Do you want us to wait? It would be good to have some sense from the panel how they'd like to proceed.
I had been shepherding those easy to act on things tonight on the assumption that we would do precisely that so that we could at least get something done this biennium. So if you are offering to help legislators, I think that would be most welcome.
So what I'm kind of gathering is that the decisions that were made tonight will be the changes that get introduced.
Precisely.
And then anything that additional will come in as an amendment after the future meetings.
So, Mr. Chair, then what I would suggest is that we work with Ledge Council to draft, and we send that to you and the vice chair. I'm not sure, and then it doesn't. I mean, we'll send it to you all and introduce it, and then if there's edits that need to be made, you all can. It does. Yeah. Okay. It feels a little risky.
Those edits would happen by the 15th. Is that the idea?
I mean, the edits can, I want to be clear. The cleanest way to do this for the panel is for the panel to make all of its edits by January 3rd. That's when we have to finalize to our legislative council. And then we would have to introduce it by the 15th. So technically, it's the 3rd. We can get this done afterwards. It becomes a little riskier, I think, because you haven't made a final kind of comprehensive statement as a panel. So, but that's just understanding the risk.
Sure. Lissa, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should act to put the changes we've already made into the legislation, and perhaps if who's actually going to create those edits, if it's Tony, if he can circulate it, we would then, maybe the issues committee or the whole panel can just approve it by email so that it's available then for January 3rd. I will say that I think Chris in particular raises some very important issues for the future of this panel, very fundamental issues about, why we're there. We talked a little bit at the issues committee meeting about this panel having some political say over decisions that are being made in Washington regarding the future of the waste, which, as you all know, is something I've been very concerned about. So, I mean, there are some fundamental questions that could come up and be addressed as well in this legislation. So I think we should at least have the marker in, and then perhaps at the next meeting have a fuller discussion about amendments to those changes, but at least we have it submitted in time.
Yes, I think we're all on the same page.
Is there any reason why we can't, is there any reason why we can't just deputize a couple of members to do this? I don't know. Others who are better schooled in our process can tell me.
I don't know the answer to that.
There's not, but again, so urgency.
Right.
What is it? So may I miss?
No, of course.
So I think it's just important for the panel. So when we introduce something, then we're opening it up to everyone for suggestions, even though the panel may make its own statement. So thinking about urgency, surety, in terms of putting something forward, piecemealing it feels risky to me in terms of panel.
I completely agree with you. I apologize. What I've taken away from tonight so far is we've had a couple motions for very specific changes. And it would seem to me, unless someone says something otherwise, that we ought to be able to deputize our legislative members to take those voted on changes and to put them into legislation by the deadlines you've suggested so that we know we're locking that down. And I think that we could declare a victory on that.
I think that's great. The end,
So why don't we accept a motion to do just that, please?
So moved.
Second.
So moved and seconded to deputize our legislative members to.
That will be specifically Representative Sebelian and Representative Coffey.
Yes. Yep. Representative Sebelian and Representative Coffey to the changes that were made tonight to the legislation to bring those forth by deadline. All those in favor, let's start with Chris.
Aye.
Aye. I guess I should vote.
Abstain.
Aye.
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 You got two ayes on the phone.
I missed, I know Corey abstained. David, I did not hear what you said. You said aye. Okay. So we have, I just want to verify, we have 2 abstentions. Is that correct? Laura, I believe you abstained?
No.
Oh, it was Emily.
Emily and Corey abstained.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so I think that we have a direction for our annual report. Scheduling the 2020 panel meetings.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Chris.
I was going to make a motion to accept the proposed outline, and then if it's seconded, go into discussion. But I thought that might help streamline the process.
Sure.
So I'll make a motion that the outline be accepted.
Second.
Which outline?
The annual report.
Specifically, the document titled Draft Outline for 2019 Handicap Annual Report.
Okay, so we've changed subjects.
Yes. So we had a motion. Did we have a second? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. Okay. Moved and seconded to accept the annual report that is in your packet, the draft annual report.
Outline.
Outline. All those in favor, start with Chris.
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Aye.
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 Okay.
Aye.
Okay, on the phone one at a time, please. Lissa?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. All right. So 2020 panel meetings, do we want to try to schedule them out, all of them right now, or do we want to just look at the next one?
I would love it if we could schedule them out.
Okay.
At least the next 2.
At least the next 2? Okay, let's do that.
I wanted to just throw out a suggestion, and maybe the second one first, which would be, part of this is asking a question. So again, what had been kicked around last year and what I kicked around again tonight was the notion of when the report comes to the state, that to get processed and then be brought here. What kind of timing makes sense as far as bringing that to the panel.
So I spoke with our consultants, and I know that before there was previously a request to have meetings during the legislative sessions on Monday, and so they proposed, I think, Monday, May 4th, and the 11th would be days that they're available. Yes, or May 11th. And I don't know if you'd want that to be the second meeting.
End of March, March 31st.
Because they get the reports in the end of March, and then to review them, circle with if they have any questions, prepare a presentation, that kind of.
So we're looking at May calendar, if I'm
That's the second.
understanding well, we said we were starting with the second.
Well, I would just suggest that to just inform at least the first two. If we, I was just saying, if we think about the one that we probably absolutely know we want to have on that basis.
So if we're looking at May 4th, is that acceptable?
That sounds good to me.
Okay. So we'll lock that one in for May 4th.
Do we want to meet in January?
When is the annual report due?
March 31st. Oh, the annual report? It was about January something.
The annual report is due January 15, but I know what prior discussion, prior panel meetings, I believe it was Representative David Dean indicated that there was no such thing as annual report jail if we missed January 15. My plan is to have a draft available by early January.
Mm-hmm. So is there any value to us meeting it before May for that purpose, or is that something that the committee can convene or deputize? I know that's your bailiwick, Tony, but in the past we've had discussions about the annual report. I'm not saying that I think we should have a meeting, I'm just wondering out loud if that impacts us anyway.
Well, ultimately, the annual report does need to be reviewed and approved by the entire panel. That's how it has proceeded previously, regardless of whether I put it together or a committee of panel members.
All right, so we need to look at a January meeting, an early January meeting, because the 15th is our the loose deadline, so to speak.
Okay.
A couple of things. I'm not sure I agree with the loose deadline. I'd like to see this done in a timely fashion.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, I don't know enough about process here. Is there any reason why this cannot be done electronically, assuming that we don't do it in a manner that runs afoul of open meeting laws? Chris, can you maybe speak to the issue?
Yeah, I just suggest, my understanding of open meeting law, and there are other people here who know too, but if we're ultimately approving something, I know we've approved the outline, so I guess we could say if it's consistent with the outline, and then everybody could just give their individual edits to Tony without doing a reply all. If that's the way folk want to go, I think we could do that. But if we're actually somehow approving the document, that would probably be a different motion. So we might actually, I would just suggest we're going to go that route. Say that we authorize the department to draft, bear with me here for a second, authorize the department to draft the annual report, solicit comments from the panel members, but we're hereby authorizing the department to submit the annual report on behalf of INDICAP based on the outline provided. Otherwise, I don't know how you do that without virtually approving it by email, and then we're also not, soliciting public comment on that document either.
Yeah, fair enough. I see the predicament now. I had hoped that we could do that we could get this done in time. As a general matter, it's important to me that the legislators know that at least this commissioner doesn't approve of submitting reports late.
And that's just my thought. I mean, other people may have other opinions about what that means.
So based on my very small knowledge of open meeting law, I think if we're approving a report, we need to do it in person and have public comment available.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So, I mean, I think we can easily give a heads up to the chairs of the committees of jurisdiction that are supposed to receive it, that it'll be a few weeks late, and I think that'll very likely suffice for some additional time for the committee to review it. It's great that Commissioner.
Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, it's wonderful that that's coming from you. It ain't coming from this commissioner.
So so do we want to look at a end of January meeting to review and approve that? Or do we want to be somewhere, say, like the 13th, and then we have time to look at it, approve it, give Tony a couple days to, do his thing, and if it's submitted by, say, the 22nd, which is a week late, we'll be probably okay? How much time do you need to go through that once we beat it to death?
Well, it depends on how many comments there are. Typically, I don't get many comments once I have a final draft. It's really we're summarizing what the panel has done. So much of this comes from meeting minutes, and wherever possible, we reference the handicap portion of the decommissioning website.
So I'm going to suggest a January 13th meeting date.
What day of the week is that?
I think I've got is that connected with Joint Commissions? Okay, never mind. I'm okay, yeah.
Okay, so January 13th is our next meeting date.
Which is a Monday. Right?
Which is a Monday, correct. Everybody on the phone got that?
Got it.
Okay.
Monday, January 13th.
Yep.
Can I just make one suggestion on that? I'm trying to be respectful of our state and legislative partners on this. And I'd like to be useful to hear from the remaining public that's here on this when it comes time for public comment. But what might we schedule that meeting earlier than 6? So Laura just whispered no. Sarah just nodded her head vigorously. So
5:30 would be better. I would agree as a half. I would agree as a common practice. It will not work on the 13th to meet.
I disagree.
Is 6 better?
6 o'clock is too early.
Well, I think for public comment, given the fact that most folks work till 5 o'clock, and for our public to be able to get here by 5:30, I think is a little bit of a stretch. So, okay. So January 13th at 6 p.m. is our next handicap meeting, followed by the next meeting in May. Are we happy with just having those next two? We don't want to go any further into the year. Please God, say no. Okay, thank you. All right.
Just one quick point of order. To the Issues Committee meeting, people, do we have a need for an Issues Committee meeting prior to January 13th?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to assume that the January 13 meeting agenda is focused, the typical reports from North Star and the state agencies. We have a couple of follow-up questions, answers to be provided in those reports, and then the annual report.
Correct.
Okay, it sounds like we have an agenda set, so I see no reason for an Issues Committee meeting.
Okay, sounds good.
And when will we receive the annual report final draft then from you, Tony?
I would target the first full week of January, or the early part. Yeah. Why don't I say absolutely by January 6th, and preferably before that if possible. And I have space on my my schedule for December that I can work on this quite a bit.
I think that's perfect timing.
Yeah,
Thank
you got all Christmas Day to work on it.
Oh. Mr. Chair, may I just ask one, I'm sorry, did you say financial stuff for January?
Do you mean the agenda?
Yeah.
No, we didn't mention financials for January. What do you mean by financials?
Well, we had my questions earlier around the process for reviewing.
We had an earlier discussion where the department had agreed that it would make a presentation about the monitoring. That's correct.
Yes, that is part of the agenda. Tony did mention that in the beginning of his.
I apologize.
Beginning of his statement. All right.
I want you to apologize a little more. I mean, I apologized abjectly.
Do not hold your breath, Commissioner.
You've gotten really good at it tonight.
Yeah, I just, and I'm getting no love from that end of the table either. It's just, Santa's watching you.
Representative Sebelia.
All right, so.
Missing a good one, Melissa.
All right, let's move on. General public comments to the panel, please. Seeing none. We pretty much just did our meeting wrap up, I think. So we are adjourned.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Sorry,
I
go
did
ahead.
have one comment for meeting wrap up.
Sure, absolutely.
And not to touch on negativity, but I was really concerned about how our meeting ended last. I thought that there were some unfortunate accusations kind of leveled around. I appreciate both the chair's time to meet and hear my concerns about that. I did review the testimony that was brought up at that last meeting because I thought that that was quite alarming. And I'm quite satisfied that that did not occur as it was put forward at this panel, at least as part of what was videotaped. So I just wanted to thank you for the time and thank you for a well-run meeting.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I second that? It was a well-run meeting. Thank you.
All right. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. We apologize to you for being 15 minutes late in starting. We call to order the November meeting of the State Board of Education. I want to welcome Kathy Lavoie. Is that how you like to pronounce it? Yes. Yeah. As our new member, filling out, I believe, the unexpired term left by our former colleague. We're very happy to have you here, Kathy. Kathy is a program manager with Franklin Grandisle Restorative Justice Center and has a long resume of public service, including public torture at the General Assembly for 8 years, I think.
Yes.
Kathy was vice chair of the House Education Committee, which is, Kathy brings a lot of valuable experience, just as do our other legislative members to our work. So we're very happy to have you here, Kathy.
Thank you.
We are expecting Bill Mathis and John O'Keefe. We had Kyle and we've lost him. He's probably run into some friends in the corridors.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have him back shortly. So let's go around the room and just do introductions. Just tell folks your name and where you're from, please.
I'm Dan French, Secretary of Education.
I'm Kim Gleason. I'm from Essex,
and a few other boards, but.
Indeed. Peter Peltz, I'm from Woodbury.
Kathy Lavoie from Swanton.
And I'm John Carroll from Norwich. So far, the prize for longest distance driven, but soon O'Keefe will be here complaining and happy to be here. And Kyle, will you introduce yourself, please?
Kyle Coutois, student member, Georgia.
Right. And just by way of explanation, we have, the board consists of 9 voting members, including one of the student representatives, the older of the two, and then 2 non-voting members, being the Secretary of Education and the younger of the 2 student members who will become a voting member in the next year. Are there any amendments or changes to the agenda? Suzanne, anything we need to know? No. Mr. Secretary, anything that you foresee? Members? So you have the agenda in front of you, and we will play catch-up ball. But we want to begin by, I think, I want to speak a little bit about our colleague, Jenna O'Farrell, but I think I'll wait till the other board members are here for that. So I think we can move on to item B, which is to welcome Superintendent Amy Minor to speak, if you would. Please, if you wouldn't mind terribly, by sitting at the table there and moving the mic over toward you, your audio will be picked up on the video system, and just go right ahead.
Awesome. Thank you very much for having me this morning. With me, I have our high school principal, Heather Barron, our Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, Gwen Carmoli, and our Director of Student Support Services, Carrie Lutz. And so we're excited to share with you a little bit about who we are as a school. Our frame this morning for this presentation to tell you who we are, what we believe in, and then how do we provide education for students. What is that structure here in Colchester? We are a school district of 7 buildings. We have 2 K-2 schools, a 3-4-5 school that also houses our preschool program, a 6-8 middle school, a 9-12 high school, and we have an adjacent building that houses a very small alternative program for students who learn in a variety of ways outside of this campus. Many of our students that are in that alternative program access high school classes here at CHS, and they go back between the 2 buildings. Our enrollment in Colchester is strong. We did a demographic report, and the demographer predicted that our enrollment would be flat. I'm happy to report it. Every year it increases just slightly, so right now we're sitting at about 2144. So excited to have strong growth and student enrollment here. This is my 4th year serving as superintendent of schools in Colchester, and during those 4 years, I have guided our work to be one district. We've had 4 overarching goals or themes, providing equitable experiences for all learners, providing strong support services that will meet the needs of our ever-changing student, providing high-quality universal instruction, and last but certainly not least, I've tried to instill in this district this model of continuous improvement. Good will never be good enough. We can always get better, and we can always get better as a system, not as 7 individual buildings, but as one collective district moving forward. And that's been my philosophy throughout my work. The goal that's probably nearest and dearest to my heart is our work around diversity, inclusion, and equity. You can't teach students you don't know. You need to know their experience really well in order to be able to reach them. And so we have students that join us from all over the globe. As part of our work last year with this community, we built a new vision and a new mission statement. Our vision statement really resonates with me because in order for students to succeed, they need to feel safe, they need to feel welcome, and they need to feel like this school is their home. And so we do that and we achieve that in all of our buildings. So I'm proud of that work we did together as a community to develop that new vision statement. So now I want to shift and I want to give you a little bit about the frame for how do we provide education in Colchester. Part of our vision statement highlights the transferable skills that we expect all students to know as they move through the grades K through 12. And so in our district, we adopted something that we call our essential expectations. They are essentially those transferable skills that we will teach and assess in each grade level as students move through their experience here. Ours are think, learn, communicate, and act. And so I want to highlight for you just a couple of examples of how we do that. We start in our youngest grades at Porter's Point School, which is a K-2 school. They focus on learn through project-based learning. Each grade at the end of that year completes a project. That project is different at the end of every single school year, so they have a 3-year experience. In that experience, they design an interdisciplinary unit. So the picture you see there is they learned the life cycle of a tomato plant. And so they had to figure out the math to purchase the seeds and then to grow and sell these tomato plants to the community. And so they do something very similar to that every single year. Interdisciplinary, takes them several weeks to complete this project, and then we involve families and the community as the culminating activity. When students move on to Mallett's Bay School, our 3-4-5 school, we focus on think. Every Friday, those students participate in Genius Hour, where we try to highlight STEM activities. But what's important about that as a transferable skill is there is choice within that. So students start to experience and build what are they passionate about. Even though Genius Hour is guided every Friday, there is always choice within that activity. As students move into the middle school, we've adopted something called passion projects. This is done through humanities courses. Each student has the opportunity to experience it. And it's where they can dive deeper into a topic that we don't teach at Colchester Middle School. The teachers become facilitators of learning versus facilitators of content. Our students engage with the community as they find content experts around the topic that they are hoping to learn more about. And it culminates with a gallery where students then are asked by community members, what did you learn? How did you do it? Who did you engage with? So middle school students are really building their communication skills as they're getting ready to enter high school. So our hopes is that our work through working on our transferable skills, K-8, and having families see student scores connected to that on their report cards, that students will enter high school ready to think about what pathway is right for us. And so using the language that my high school principal and our guidance director use, we want students to be able to step on and step off the conveyor belt of traditional education when it is appropriate for them. And we hope lots of students in our school community do that through choosing a flexible pathway. They might step off that conveyor belt because they want to access a course that is not part of our program of studies. They might also step off that conveyor belt because they've already demonstrated the skill. They already have that through a set of proficiencies. Or the learning environment within a traditional classroom doesn't work for them, and so we want them to have that opportunity. No better person can explain to you flexible pathways in Colchester than our students, so I'm going to turn it over to a few students who are going to share with you what do flexible pathways look like in Colchester.
The first semester of my junior year, I decided to pursue a study abroad in France.
We're at Husky Injection Bowling in Milton, Vermont.
I took business and personal law through VHS. I've been mentoring for 3 years now. I think I started.
Right now we're at the Burlington Technical Center. I am a student in the Health Sciences Academy.
Well, I'm very passionate about helping others and being very involved with other people in any way I can.
So I did my internship through the TIPS class, and I did it with the athletic trainer, Zoe.
So I actually remember seeing this video when I was a freshman, and I saw this kid named Mooney who was talking about his experience abroad, and that I was like, wow, I didn't even know we had that. Because I'd always wanted to do a study abroad since I was young. And I definitely was nervous about doing it, but I kind of just had to push through my nerves and just do it because I knew it would be like a really amazing experience. When I first got there, my host family spoke no English, and I didn't really know French very well, so it was kind of tough. But it really pushed me to learn the language, and it really motivated me to try and speak French and to not be afraid. I learned so much from them. My host family was really big on they had so many friends. Like, they'd always have people over, and so I'd always be meeting so many different people. And my mom was like a great cook, so she'd always be like showing me all these like delicious recipes. So yeah.
When we're talking about plastic injection molding, which creates anything from like the casing on a drill to a toothbrush or something like that, and we play a critical role in Husky's supply chain. We're just one of many locations that supply different parts that create this overall big machine. What I really like the most, to be honest, is the ability to get a little bit of a taste for machining and manufacturing without having to devote a bunch of time, money, resources to it. College has always been like a financial choice for me, not really an educational choice. So if I didn't find anything that drove me to go to college, then I probably would have just ended up in a job somewhere doing something I wasn't really satisfied with. It's had an incredible effect on where I want to go and what I want to do. I kind of started high school not knowing what I wanted to do, where I wanted to go, what I wanted to be, and I kind of found myself gravitating towards math and science. And through this internship, I really decided I want to go into the manufacturing field. So what I'm going to be doing for college is becoming a manufacturing engineer, and I'm going to go through CCV and then to VTC to get my degree. So it's had a big impact, played a big role on what I've decided to do. It's a huge motivator to come here and be like, I really like what I'm doing here, and I want to pursue this further. And just having that ambition and that focus, I don't know, it just changes how you see things and what you want to be. And so I think having your own pathway to make and your own individualized thing is beautiful, because it can really influence what you choose later on in life.
Well, I knew for a while that I wanted to do something in business, and I wasn't quite sure which realm I wanted to be in. I didn't know if I wanted to do entrepreneurship or something with that realm. So I kind of tested the waters, and I took business and personal law through VHS. And that was the first class I took, first semester of junior year, and I loved it. They offer so many different classes, and if there's anyone who's considering doing something that is not offered at the school, I highly recommend taking an online class, because then you get to kind of see if you like it, and you get to just test it and know whether or not you want to pursue it or go to college for it. The main challenge was getting used to the format and having to work on my own. It's really different because you're not in a class with other students, but once you figure that out, and once you figure out how to manage your time better, it's really nice. Yeah.
I want to go into teaching, and really I've been mentoring at MBS, Porter's Point, a lot of the schools, and just I really find that I have first-hand experience right in high school and not in college, and I like just dealing with helping the kids and really getting that hands-on, and I find it's better than a regular class would be, and how just prepares you in life if this is what you want to do with your teaching. To start off, I did it with a friend, my sophomore, freshman year, kind of. And we both loved it. We were in separate classrooms, but I think definitely we walked over to MBS, and it was just a great experience you see the kids' face light up every time you walk into the classroom, and it's just amazing. I like it.
I knew that I wanted to do something other than Colchester, bring something else into my school schedule, but I wasn't sure exactly what. And then one of my friends actually brought this up to me, and I thought it was super cool how we could go, for instance, we shadow at the hospital and do a whole bunch of cool stuff. We went on clinicals to the hospital and looked in the labs and stuff, and I realized that wasn't really for me. And then we had our own individual time to shadow where we could pick where we wanted to go. So I chose to go to different physical therapy sites where it was more getting the patients back into a functional state and their body is back to the way it's supposed to be. And I really like that idea of helping patients and working with patients one-on-one. I think that the way that the tech centers are set up, they really push to get the students ready for their workplace, like where they want to work, what they want to do. I would push to go to a tech program if you have the opportunity. It's definitely changed my life a million ways. Like I can't even begin to explain all of them. But you get to learn what you want to learn, not exactly what you have to learn. So that's really cool. And working with your guidance counselors, like they make it so accessible, like changing your schedule around for you, or making sure that you have all your credits. So don't be afraid about possibly losing your opportunities that you're getting from Colchester.
Having a flexible pathway through like Laker Learning Lab was very helpful for me to develop my own learning and my own way, my own education, so I could kind of take something that wasn't offered as a class here and make it my own. So my goal was to show my learning. I was going to make a website and videos of myself and my progress with my learning. So I made ASL videos to put on my website of me signing different things. Well, you can really do anything. So like if you want to learn more about like what my peers is doing, learn about concussions or something that you're really interested in, you really are passionate about wanting to learn more, you have a more focused way to demonstrate your learning and get credit for it. I also think it's fun because you have a great community of others who are doing it, so even though they're not doing the same thing as you, you get to see others and what they're interested in, because we meet once a month to kind of see the progress of people's projects.
So TIPS is a class that gets you on your feet and like more into like the workforce and what you want to do post high school. Because a lot of students sometimes struggle with what they want to do after high school, and so getting your like foot in the door with what you might be interested in might give you a taste of something that you want to do or something that you're not interested in anymore. I was always interested in like the medical field, and I've always been really into sports, and being able to combine both of those was something that I thought would be like perfect for me. You start opening up junior and senior year to some really cool options that may not be college. It could be going into the trades or something like that. This has definitely like swung what I want to do, and I'm pretty interested in going in for radiology, which is not specifically athletic training, but the medical side of it still got me like motivated and interested. My biggest piece of advice would probably be do what you love.
Don't be afraid to take chances. Like really, if you want to do something and you have your heart set on it, you should just do it. And it might be scary, but it's really going to benefit you in the end. And it really like shaped who I am. It really showed me I was able to kind of like find myself going abroad, and I thought it was the most amazing experience.
Your future is based on entirely how you go through high school. So if you, like I said before, I don't think I would have gone to college or would be looking at college at all if I hadn't come here, because I probably would have just ended up working at a retail store just like all my other friends.
It's prepared me for college, it's prepared me for classes here. It's really helped with knowing when to do your work and when you have free time to do your work. And it's really helped get my grades up.
It really pushes you to find that what your passion is and really say, is this what I want to do with my life? And I think I found it.
I had no clue what I wanted to do before. Honestly, it was all the shadows, and in anatomy and physiology, one, we learned the muscular system and the skeletal system, and I thought that was super, super cool. And I wanted to do something related to that.
I have motivation to want to do it more because it offers me credit for the
by later like college applications and stuff. I mean, it's kind of thinking far ahead, but it really helps me to like see that it offers more than just the basic courses. I can create my own course of learning.
We could have highlighted so many other pathway experiences that students have had, but we just wanted to highlight a few for you this morning so you understood a little bit about who we are as a district. So thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah. Two quick questions.
Yeah.
How'd you fare with 46 and early college opportunities?
So we are a single district,
Right.
And because of our size, we did not consolidate with
Yeah,
any other district.
that's right.
However, we do welcome and have a strong relationship with students from Georgia, from Fletcher, and from
Right.
the islands. And we seek to obtain more students and to serve them here.
And you have a union board then?
We do. We have a 5-person board. Yep.
Yeah. And then early college opportunities, there wasn't much mention at whether it's actually early college or just taking...
We have a large number of students who participate in dual enrollment, and we have a group of students that participate in early college every year. We didn't highlight those just because
Yeah.
there were so many others
Yeah.
that we wanted to
I would
show,
assume,
but it
yeah.
is very active in this community.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
I did have a question about the study abroad portion of it. How long are they there for, and like what does that look like?
Yep.
So probably 1 or 2 students a year will do it, and we work with a variety of agencies, and it can be 6 months. That one was a year. We have another senior who last year was also in France for a year.
Okay.
In addition, every year I would say we have anywhere between 3 and 5 students from other countries who are with us for a year or 2, which is really neat. We also have, that we didn't highlight in here, a series of extended educational trips, so over a week or 10 days. So this year we have a group going to Ecuador to do a service trip.
Thank you.
Does every student have one of these experiences, whether internship or otherwise? Every high school student get to do that over their 4 years at some point?
I think that's our goal, and do you want to talk a little bit?
Sure.
I don't want to steal my high school principals.
Sounds amazing. And
Yes.
it's just
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we are hopeful. I think our philosophy is that by the time that you have experienced your time at Colchester High School, likely 4 years, that you have opted into one of the many pathways that might be in addition to the traditional pathway. So she used the phrase on and off, the conveyor belt of education. We offer a lot of traditional, what we would call traditional courses. But we have grown the opportunities outside of there. So if you were to pull 10 kids out of the hallways here, I think probably 9 out of the 10 would speak to one or more experiences here that were either an internship or our Laker Learning Lab, one of the things that were highlighted, or any of the additional ones. So it's pretty common that we try to offer experience that involves time off of the conveyor belt.
And our goal is that all of that work we're doing, K-8, is going to set students up to be prepared to step off that conveyor belt a little bit more often.
And I do have one other question. And how does all of that play into the proficiency graduation requirements and grading and all of the 77 stuff?
Yeah, that's a great question. We actually had a school board meeting here last night, and proficiencies was a large topic that we shared with our board. When we look at our K-8 system, we're creating a proficiency-based report card, and it's really important to us that we're also reporting out on our school-wide essential expectations so that parents are getting an understanding of where students are thinking, communicating, learning, and acting. So we're building that capacity. And then when students enter the high school, they're in a rich proficiency-based learning environment. So the students are really specific about what skills are students expected to know, through then communicating it in a way that parents and colleges or employers are going to really understand what students have experienced, and they're going to be able to relate that to their experience. I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, I think the piece that I would add, again, if you were to step out of here and go into one of our classrooms, you would see a proficiency-based, rich environment that would be really clear what the proficiencies are, how the work is, geared around those proficiencies. But I think to your question, the proficiencies have allowed us as a school to gain real clarity about what's most important in student learning, and then to offer opportunities, a variety of opportunities that then kids can access that learning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you for having us.
I want to compliment you in its structure, where you started out with sort of the conceptual overview of what matters to you and the way you run this district and these schools, and then you got to specific real-world stories. That's a terrific presentation and pretty darn inspiring and exciting. Thank you very much.
Have a great meeting today.
Thank you.
So next, we're at item C on the agenda. The consent agenda consists of only one item, which is the minutes of our 16 October meeting. Is there a motion in connection with the minutes?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes as presented.
Kim, sorry.
Any discussion, any changes suggested, or you just think it's perfect the way it is? Those in favor of adopting the minutes as presented, signal by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. You've approved the consent agenda. Are there any announcements by members of the board, quite apart from the student reports? Any announcement by any individuals? All right. Then let's hear from the students. Kyle and Sabina, both of you, do you have anything to fill us in on since we last saw you?
Moment, not much really.
Okay.
I think everything's in track.
That's fine. Sabina.
I have been appointed to my student council as the State Board of Education rep. So obviously I'm gonna go back and report to them tomorrow. And so obviously if there's anything you guys would like me to ask of them, or either way, I kind of am starting to act now as a communication line between those two entities for them and now for you guys. So I want to put that out there. And then I also went to the Gender Equality Conference yesterday, and so one activity that stood out to me at the beginning that we did was they gave us 10 words to define, and kind of one of the questions they asked is how could you incorporate this into a school? And so obviously there was a lot of discussion around that, but these 10 words that they had us define were gender, microaggression, stereotypes, intersectionality, unconscious and implicit bias, harassment, bullying, ally behaviors, equal versus equality, hidden curriculum, and then sexism and misogyny. And so these were the way we opened it is we went to these and kind of talked in a small group and defined them. And so a lot of the conference was looking at, you know, how our school systems discriminating against girls in general, because it was about gender inequality. And so a lot of the conference was focusing on how do we get rid of that, and because most of the people there were educators, and so how do you get rid of that in your classroom or in your school district?
Thank you, Sabina. I want to also say that Sabina was a member of a 4-student panel at the VSBA VSA conference at Lake Maury 2 weeks ago. Yeah. It was a conference of students who are members of their school boards. And so it was to encourage other districts to consider bringing students aboard as student members of their boards. And of course, Sabina was there as a member of the state board. And it was really, really fun to hear these 4 very capable young women and men talking about their experience and the frustrations of having to go through the processes that public entities must, and building consensus and the learning that came from that. And I sat in on this, and I must say I was very, very proud of our gal over here for her effectiveness in representing the state board. It was really neat. Bill, you had something to say?
Simply echoing what you just said. Very exciting presentation and very well received, and there was a lot of buzz in the hallway after their presentation too.
I think I thank the VSA and VSBA for putting this particular forum on, because I think it it piqued the interest of a lot of school boards. I'll have what she's having, a little bit of that. So that was pretty neat, nice work. Then let us go on to the item D. We're really catching up here, and I'll be brief. Item D is Chair's report. So this is your cue to go to the ladies' room or something. I will just briefly say that you may have seen in the papers that the Sunset Advisory Commission of the General Assembly, which is in the business of reviewing all boards and commissions, they're not just picking on us, has taken a good look at the future of several boards and commissions associated with education, including ours. And in the end, I think they were very responsive to and very interested in the board's vision of reinventing itself. And Kathy, this is something we'll help you get up to speed on. And so they suggested that the board work with the General Assembly in changing statute as is needed to actualize this vision, which, as just to summarize, involves the board becoming less of an administrative overseer of the agency of education, which habit takes a lot of our time, as you will see, and frankly is a vestige, a holdover from another time back when the board was literally the board of directors of the Department of Education, hired and fired and supervised and directed and told the commissioner what to do. That is not the world we are in. The secretary reports to the governor. The secretary runs his own ship. We do not supervise or oversee that entity, and yet we still sort of do. And we want to move away from that. This Act 98 changed everything, and the board has been a little bit slow in catching up with all the meanings of that. So has the General Assembly, in fact. Much of the statute carries forward old language from an earlier time. So the Sunset Advisory Commission recommended that we pursue these changes with the General Assembly, and I have already begun those conversations with the chairs of both the House and Senate Committees on Education. And we have kind of 2 years in which to get that done. I think we can get it done in a lot less time than that. My hope is that by the end of the coming legislative session in May of 2020, we will have reached consensus on how to change things, how to kind of wean the board from its dependency upon the agency, kind of get the board out of micromanaging or attempting to micromanage the agency and clarify the different roles that we play, and so that the board could become more of a convener of interest around topics that really matter. We're going to hear today about the NAEP scores, the assessment scores, and then we may hear some conversations about proficiency-based learning and that whole initiative. And there's a fair amount of interest in the state as to how well that's going. And we're here right here that it seems to be well established and a constructive element in some curriculums, but that's not universally so in the state. I can visualize in the near future that the board could convene a day-long hearing on the topic of something like proficiency-based learning. Not to go in prejudging it, not to go in with the purpose of changing it, but to go in and ask people and to find out from people, how's it working? And there are people who will tell you it's working well and it's a real asset, and there are people who will say, well, I don't know, I have some doubts about it. We need to hear from those people, and I think the people in the General Assembly would welcome what we learn from a process like that. So that's the direction that we're moving in as a board, and we'll take, I think, a lot of my time, Peter's time, at the General Assembly to make ourselves available to them as we reconstruct what this board does.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes, please.
I think the Sunset Advisory, it was good they really didn't know what we were doing. And I think we spoke well to it, and that how we were acting as a buffer kind of between the agency and the legislature and the local districts. And I think that's a role we're going to have to better define and enact. But it was very worthwhile, and I think they were a little skeptical, but my sense was at the end they were more receptive to what we're doing.
Yes, just some of the background on this. Many of the members of this commission, which is a commission created by the General Assembly, happen to come from districts where Act 46's implementation was very controversial. And if you followed that, you know that in many parts of the state, the board's decisions were extremely unpopular. And so there were a number of people on this commission, I would say 4 out of the 6, arrive at their meeting with the state board regarding us with some considerable skepticism. So I think, thanks to Peter, we made a presentation that helped us navigate our way through that. I think before we arrived at the meeting, perhaps they were prepared to recommend the termination of the state board. That's how annoyed some of these people were and perhaps still are. So we have our work cut out for us in the General Assembly to remind them that we didn't load that wheelbarrow, we're just trying to get it out of the barn. And we did our best to do that.
And just quick side note, they don't have the authority to disband us. It's the 2 education committees that have the ultimate authority.
Right. They make recommendation only. So anyway, I think we came out of that feeling pretty good about the direction we're headed with the General Assembly. We can now hear from the Secretary.
Good morning. Likewise, I have a fairly brief report. 2 items I was going to speak to. One, in your packet, I think it's listed as item E. It was a memo I had sent out as an update on the SLDS data collection Vermont School Climate Survey. I just thought I'd bring that forward. If you had any questions about that, our continual sort of rejiggering, if you will, of our work schedule for this product and system. You heard, I don't know if it was last meeting or the one before, where we had 2 of our data people in, Dr. Wendy Geller and Kevin Vianney, give you a sense of sort of where the data vision that's emerged for the state or the AOE. But that's a relatively new vision, and as you might remember from that, one of the things we instituted last year was to create a data division at the agency. That data division is fairly new, and what they've been doing is sort of wrapping their arms around the entire workflow and creating a vision for the future. And that's led us to a place where we've had to sort of reconcile what were the previous trajectories of several key systems, including this thing called the SLDS and the report card. So what we're going to be doing is continually trying to go forward and streamline some of the processes around those, and in my view, right-size the report card relative to our few number of students in the state and the complexity of the product itself, so it's useful to everyone, but also very doable for us. So along those lines, in this memo, we're announcing the delay, at this point, sort of an indefinite delay of what was termed the school climate survey aspect of the report card, which was something that we would have to basically go out to bid on, build a new system, a new collection process, and so forth. And our attention, I think, rightfully, as we've gotten a better handle on things, is not shifted so much on creating new things, but trying to make sure we can deliver on the things we've already engaged in, including the SLDS. So as the memo describes, a big part of that work is this idea of vertical reporting from school districts and getting data from the districts. Last year, in the middle of Act 46 and everything else, we launched that new process, and it wasn't very successful. Last year at this time, we had virtually all the school districts still struggling with doing that data, which was required to be submitted to the agency in July. So it was still mid-year before we were receiving all that data, and that led to significant delays in other related processes, including equalized pupil counts, which impacted school district budget formulations, tax rates, and everything else. This year, through the teams now with this new organization, we're able to reduce that to only 1 school district still remaining struggling with submitting that data, but we're in a better position. But part of this work will require us to revisit what were the previous plans for the SLDS and the report card itself and make adjustments to the work plan accordingly. You might remember earlier this summer I advertised this idea of a policy work plan on the agency's website. So under the About Us section, there's a link to essentially what's a Gantt chart that describes the key deliverables on things. And I mentioned on that anytime there was going to be a significant update to that work plan, that we would do so through a formal press release or memorandum, and that's what this memo represents. It's a significant enough change in the work schedule so that we wanted to advertise that more clearly to the field. So you have any questions on that? I'd be happy to answer.
You have a question?
I feel a little bit like we're waiting for Godot on some of this stuff. The act of streamlining, I think, needs a lot of attention. We're trying to do so many things that we've been looking at this school report for since 1997, to tell you the truth. But what are we doing to make sure that all of these pieces become realistic? I mean, you've just summarized it broadly, but what specifically do you look at? Are you looking at changing, for example, the school evaluations, the EQS, or other things of this sort?
Yeah, I mean, it's when we start talking about the EQS, I mean, those are your regulations, so that's something certainly at some point you'll revisit. We are sort of, I think, evolving our approach from last year was more or less a triage, putting a tourniquet on, stopping the bleeding to get a better handle on our capacity and what was promised and the complexity of this task. We've made a lot of progress. I think it wasn't my idea to form a data division necessarily inside the agency. That emerged from the people doing the work in the agency, acknowledging that it would behoove them to be organized in a way that allowed them to work more effectively on complex issues like this. So I think we're taking it one step at a time. There's in the background, there's been one of the things that's been very immediate also is dealing with the vendors involved in both the SLDS and the report card, and making sure we have a good handle on the budget for these processes as well. But we're I think got a better handle on it now, and be interested. And part of my strategy with bringing the folks in from the agency to present to you last time was to just put it on your radar. And I think at some point we'll need to involve the board more significantly on the regulation piece. But anytime we're making just sort of practical decisions around the streamlining, we'll be advertising that formally in a memorandum like this.
Mr. Secretary, is this project the one that was funded by the feds?
Yes, to a large extent it is.
So
every state is required to have a report card.
Right.
What I think makes our situation a little more unique, and the feds have been very sympathetic to that, is that we were simultaneously trying to deliver on our statewide longitudinal data system while we're also trying to stand up the report card for the first time. We were one of the last states to get a state longitudinal data system grant that also is funded by the federal government. Because of our size, we were never a priority nationally to have such a system. So that system had been repeatedly delayed, I want to say at least by 6 years. But coincidentally, we ended up in this awkward place where we're trying to stand up basically the major chunk of apparatus that collects the data while also trying to set up a report card for the first time. And that was a huge traffic jam, so to speak. So the feds have been very sympathetic to our situation, but it is both initiatives were largely initially funded by federal money. The SLDS now has to be sustained, and that has been put into the Ed Fund off the top as of last legislative session. The report card is part of an assessment chunk of money that we received from the federal government that should be sustained, I think, going forward by federal monies completely.
Well, I'm looking at a 2012 grant application and award that indicates $5 million provided by the federal government in the year 2012, over 7 years ago. That my impression is that was to fund this undertaking. Is that correct?
The SLDS, not the report card.
Right,
the report card is a newer. Yes, the
so,
SLDS.
7 years later, and $5 million later, it's still not up and running. I guess I'm...
No, the SLDS is finished. There is an interrelationship between the two,
Right.
but SLDS, it's fair to say, was delayed about 6 years.
Took 6 years to...
6 years to stand up, but that's been complete. We still have some concerns I'll be talking about going forward about how we're utilizing that system, but that work is complete. Really, where the more the contention now is, and what I'm speaking to in this survey or this memorandum on the climate survey, is related to the report card, which is a new initiative under ESSA, which I think was authorized in like 2015 or so. So every state's required to have a report card. We were coincidentally on the tail end of this process on the SLDS thing, and they sort of arrive at the same time as deliverables.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Questions? Yes.
Is this just all data submission? Is there any personal direct connection between the agency and districts on these issues?
Yeah, well, you say personal, yes. I mean, we
Yeah.
work closely with the districts on that. It gets to the question, to follow up on the chair's line of questioning, the title, State Longitudinal Data System. I think when we look nationally at what those products were designed to do, they were designed to be data warehouses, where a lot more opportunity for the public to go into the tools and play with the data themselves. That's not what we ended up by design using our longitudinal data system grant money for. We've built a piece of middleware essentially between our warehouse and the local school districts. So our design, and this goes back to the 6-year trajectory on this, was to create a piece of middleware that could automate the vertical reporting from school districts. Not really address the back end of the data warehouse, which as we've brought together a team and you saw our vision, what we're trying to do now is build a modern back end for state government, period, including the Agency of Education. So we have to modernize that data warehouse sort of aspect, but that's not what we used our state funds for in this regard. We built that piece of middleware that automates data collection from the local districts. So we could argue that wasn't a good idea or not, but at the time it was the most prudent way forward to modernize a lot of our infrastructure, because we were not interested in addressing the local control of student information systems, where a lot of the data begins. But we work very closely with school districts on that issue. I would say much better now that we have a division that can oversee its workflow more actively.
Yes, Kim.
Yeah. The climate study, I had thought that I had understood we were in the bid process. So do we even have places to begin if local districts were going to pursue this? I think among my biggest concern is the transfer of cost from the state to the locals to capture that data, and then to do so in a way that is not consistent and then does not feed back up into anything. And I thought I had understood we were in the process, so understanding better where you were and what were finalists and, where do we go from here?
Yeah, we had, I think we've bid this project twice since I've been secretary. So I've been secretary since August. I stopped the process around January of last year, the first time, because it really hadn't anticipated what the data needs would be for school districts and what the cost would be. So basically once again, the agency wasn't well organized around this product. We had a small team making some decisions on what would be the qualifications for a climate survey statewide, and that was news to our data team and news to our financial team, basically. So as we brought that together, for instance, the original model was predicated on school districts having their own web servers to push this data up to the state, which is totally unrealistic. And it was alarming enough for me. I just reacted as secretary when I saw the price tag on what was coming in to say, time out, let's see what we're doing. Because I've used school climate surveys as a superintendent fairly effectively in our local districts. So we subsequently put it back out to bid, and when that was coming back in, it's precisely when we were getting a better sense, late spring, of what was involved with standing up the report card and so forth. I was anxiously awaiting, like many Vermonters, to see what the report card would actually look like with data populated in it, and I think that was around June when we turned that on. And at that point we started to really look at more critically on to what extent we could take on this new thing while we're trying to build out the rest of the infrastructure. So the second shutting down of the process, which ultimately led to this memo, was more of the result of an assessment of our capacity to deliver on this. I would also say to Bill's question about getting more simplified or coherent on the report card itself, the school climate survey is sort of a misnomer as to what it actually includes, because it does include a school climate survey, which typically in school districts, the value of that kind of product asks students, teachers, and parents to give perceptions of the learning environment, and then to look at the triangulations of those three different perspectives. So student perspective might be this, but a parent perspective might be this, and a teacher perspective altogether. So there's a richness in understanding that triangulation. that was one component of this, but this climate survey relative to the report card was also designed to collect teacher perceptions of professional development. So we were going to take a climate survey and add other questions to it to satisfy the needs of a report card. So we had some indicators on teacher perception of professional development, and also some perception information or some sort of measure to what extent students were experiencing personalized learning. So we were using the school climate survey to capture several different things relative to the EQS. So it was a much bigger issue than just the school climate survey. And that's, as we got into those areas, particularly the professional development and the personalization, I don't think we were particularly settled inside the agency on how to design the capture of that information. And I was concerned about the validity of how we were doing that. So that contributed to our decision ultimately to just put a pause on it until we could figure this out a little better.
So Kim spoke about cost shift from state to local. What about that?
Well, I think the question would be for those districts that have products right now doing school climate surveys, to what extent could they rely on the state doing that for them? So the shifting would be necessarily a positive one, where the state would be picking up the tab for it and they could stop doing that locally. So we're advertising basically we're not going to be engaging this in the moment. So if districts, I assume that's your question, if districts are continuing to spend those monies.
No, I mean, our district, for instance, has been waiting because we didn't want to do, and with unification, I think that culture and climate is pretty critically important, and that is happening all over the state. So for the interest in seeing how culture and climate is happening for all the parties you mentioned, we've waited on that investment, not wanting to conflict with, over survey, compromise the validity of what data would eventually come from the state, and also wanting to make sure what we are feeding up is what you're looking for.
Right.
So I don't know how many districts routinely are invested in school climate surveys. I know it's a big cost when you do it individually. I think there's a big risk that it's not what's being sought. And I think then when you go out whenever it is, it comes back on the radar, because I'm hearing you describe indicators that are pretty important, I think, to knowing where we are as a state in education. And those indicators probably still need to be sought. And I don't know how that will happen in the absence of that.
We still think it's very important, and I think we have a nice model of trying to balance our accountability, visualization of data on multiple measures, including these. It's just unrealistic to try to deliver on all these things simultaneously. And I think so far, I don't think there are many districts like yours that are positioned to struggling to make those investments. But I've heard pretty significant support for the delay on this from school district leaders, because once again, having worked with your district as a consultant, we in Kim's district had to make a decision about buying a new accounting system, and we were unaware the state was in the legislature were about to impose the centralization of that. So unfortunately, we had to make a decision unaware of what the state was about to do. So what we're trying to do by this is just advertise as clearly as possible, like, we'll give you enough notice when we're about to do it, but right now it's on delay. So feel free to factor that into your local decision making.
Thank you. Bill, do you have a question?
I think this is more of a comment for us to reflect on based on what I've just heard. Pogo said, "We have seen the enemy and it is us." And I look at we've just been through Act 46. We're not completely through with that. Proficiency, dual enrollment, preschool, data systems, EQS, and school climate. And that seems like a pretty heavy load. And I would rather we do a few things well than be spread so thin everywhere that nothing gets carried through as completely as we'd like.
Initiative fatigue. Right.
Yeah, and I think I would agree, but also another dimension of this is we also have to modernize some infrastructure. We call it a technical debt at the agency and in state government. So data is critical for us making good decisions and good policy decisions, and we have to make keep an eye on the future and do some modernization while at the same time we're trying to simplify things. So
we can add that one to the list.
Add that to the list.
One more.
Yeah, just one follow-up. Is there a federal requirement, a time certain by which safe and healthy schools domain must be reported on at the state level?
Yeah, I would say no. I mean, and this will get to a question. So if you start to understand the interrelationship between the SLDS and the report card, there's also interrelationship between the report card and ESSA and the ESSA state plan. Okay, so and I'll segue into my other point of this in a minute. Because I was just at a national conference where we were talking about a lot of these things. We have a statewide plan. To my understanding, that was not approved by the state board. And we are, as we work through a lot of these sort of practical decisions, and we're moving, I would say, from more of a triage into more sort of strategic disposition towards these items. At some point, we're going to have to propose an amendment to our state plan. And that's something we'll be looking forward to engaging the state board in. But the federal government does not have a deadline on a lot of these issues. The ESSA itself, I believe, is expiring soon, next month, but there's nothing firm in the federal statute, I understand, or regulation about a deadline for the report card. We ran into some issues last year. There are some related issues around identifying schools for comprehensive supports. Those things aren't necessarily caught up directly in the SLDS or report card per se, but a lot of these tools are by the means by which we do that identification. So there were some deadlines on that last year. But I was at a national conference. My organization is the Council of Chief State School Officers I mentioned. We meet about 3 times a year. We just had our national meeting in Atlanta. A lot of the conversation was around ESSA plans, ESSA amendments to plans, report cards, and also reaction to the NAEP data that we'll be talking about later today. General impression from our policy people is that, and this is just for FYI for you, that they don't anticipate much coming from the U.S. Department of Education or Congress relative to education policy in the next couple of years. Part of that is through the broader paralysis in federal government, but there's just lack of clarity, I think, at this point of any new initiative. So that's good news, is that, you know, we won't expect to hear in the way of any new things to do. And that's from folks who spent a lot of time on this, so I think it's pretty good prediction. But we still have issues that we have as states need to take responsibility for, such as, you know, achievement and equity gaps and so forth. So what's emerging as a consensus reaction to the NAEP data is a focus on literacy. So the CCSSO will be convening a national forum on literacy in education, I think, in January. I don't have any more information on that, but as I get it, I'll share it with you. Coincidentally, that's something we've honed in on as part of our Act 173 work, as we were Act 173 special education reform, probably our biggest policy initiative before us right now, as we were digging into the research studies behind that, largely from UVM. There's a theme there about our need to focus in on literacy a little more proactively as a state. So it's something we're working on. I've been in contact with legislative leaders. I know there's interest on their part as well. So I would expect some policy interest on literacy in the upcoming legislative session. So
thank you. You made reference to a need to amend the state plan. What's the scope of that amendment, and when will we see that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, basically, as we've been sort of doing the triage elements, as we've got a better handle on both the report card production and SLDS, we've been starting to accumulate a list of things that we might need to do an amendment on. Some of the tweaks, like delaying a school climate survey, aren't necessarily going to result in a need for an amendment. But we have to, as we work through it from a data and a technology standpoint, we have to eye those issues that might require federal approval. So we're creating a list of those items. I expect we'll probably before the first of the year, we're going to have a focused conversation inside the agency about what that looks. I think we're done with sort of that sort of triage of elements that might need to be addressed through an amendment. The question would be, to what extent does the state board get involved in that or not? And I don't, until I know what that work looks like. But what I'm inviting you is, I will keep you apprised of that. Yeah. And I think it would be in terms of probing your interest in restructuring the role of the board relative to Act 98. This is a very practical exercise in that regard. So it'll give you the opportunity to say, is this something the state board gets involved in or not? But I think until we know what it is, it's hard
Understood.
to say. But
Good.
I'll keep you involved with that as
Let's-
best I can.
Can we move on?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you had mentioned before the state board didn't approve the first one.
That's not my
this is me
understanding,
not
yeah.
Knowing
Yeah.
what happened before
Yeah.
I got here, so.
Bill and Peter.
I wasn't here either,
might
but
know.
I had assumed when I started that
Do you
you
recall?
had, but I
Do
understand.
you recall
were
it
not.
on that front?
So it would have been in 90, no.
90, no, it would have been 2013, somewhere in that
20
time frame.
That was-
2014.
I wasn't on the
Yeah.
board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
Bill knows everything.
All right, let's come back to that another time. This can be researched.
It didn't necessarily require from the federal end, but the
This-
question I think would be state statute and the role of the board.
Kathy.
You know,
it is state statute, and that is what bothered me
That's
some
right.
time back.
Kathy?
Yes, I have a question. Regarding the SLDS system and its relationship to the state report card.
Yep.
And you spoke about the SLDS system being more mid-level data.
Yeah.
Is that system more dynamic that's needed or not dynamic enough to feed the data for the state report card? And when you're talking about changes around that, are you talking technical platform changes? Are you talking data collection changes? What's that whole picture look like?
Yeah, we're going to be devising a strategy to address that. I think it's hard for school districts to digest that reality that something that's taken 6 years for us to deliver is to a certain extent now obsolete.
Yeah.
And we've had to figure out a way to how to host that and to ensure its stability and keep in production. But we're also, I would say it's obsolete, but we're also using it as a tool to build out that modern enterprise data infrastructure that will be used more broadly across state government. So it's been useful in that regard, and it's been painful in that we have significant technical deficit in state government, and we have to start working towards the modern era. We still do a lot of things manually using spreadsheets, and if one person loses a spreadsheet, it has significant implications on our ability to do the work. So, yeah, I think we have an eye on how we can sort of address some of the modernization issues. I think to the point of vertical reporting, I think that's a nut we have to crack, and we're contemplating discussing that with school districts about to what extent we might be able to move to a single student information system at the local level as a way of simplifying the vertical reporting piece. And our example of that, unfortunately, it hasn't been a good one, has been what we call the SSDDMS initiative, which is another project, which is the centralization of business management and accounting, HR. That was on Bill's list of things going on at the same time. We've turned a corner on that, I think, pretty well. That's moving forward a little better than it was. But the nice thing about that, we can sort of visualize the light at the end of the tunnel, if you will. With that kind of information, we don't need the locals to do vertical reporting because we coexist with them in the same system. So we can basically do an extraction on the back end of it without them knowing the difference, per se. And actually that puts us in a very unique place relative to other states. We're going to be one of the few states that will have good information on school level spending information. Most states are really struggling. That's been a national issue to try to figure out how people are making investments in education, relative to things like NAEP data. If we want to understand how people are spending money, it's really hard at a national level to figure that out at a local level. So I think we have some work to do, but we have to modernize some things, but also, from my view, we have to acknowledge that we only have 75,000 students in the state. So our data solutions need to be acknowledge, the scale of our operation, which is relatively small.
So the interagency, as I'm thinking like the Department of Labor, in which that
HS.
information is so relevant.
Yeah.
The overall conversation is across state agencies.
Yeah, we have,
the
more particularly with
modernization of the
AHS, the Agency of Human Services, that's actually a little bit easier. You're right, though, labor is one we're particularly interested in. There's a focused conversation there about the use of Social Security numbers, which is that's part of a national conversation as well, and obviously a lot of concern on data privacy and interoperability. We have different regulations and rules which are designed to protect privacy of data. But a lot of states are focusing in on this issue of matching education data to labor data because we want to see trends in the information, what's going on in workforce development. and we still haven't worked out how we're going to connect those things together as a state. That's an ongoing conversation. But other states struggle with that as well due to the Social Security number. The Social Security number is probably the way we bridge those connections, but we don't maintain that in the school district data systems. It's very controversial in some
I
cases.
have to bring this conversation to a close. We're pretty hard, very, very helpful, very interesting. Glad to see you have an interest in this. I have an interest, but few abilities. Let's move on. We're just behind schedule, and I apologize to any public who came here to be heard. This is your chance. Public to be heard, 15 minutes. We welcome anybody who wishes to speak to us. And just, is there anyone who wishes to speak? Then we're almost back on schedule. So we will take then a 15-minute break, which we didn't really earn, and we'll be back here at 10:05 to begin the discussion of the draft version, the next version of Act 173 rules. 15 minutes. Okay, thank you, everybody. Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours.
Yes, we have our fine folks for legal division of the agency, General Counsel Emily Simmons and Judy Cutler from legal team to give you an update on the latest iteration of the rule process.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, how much table setting would you like about where we are in the rulemaking process?
How much do you have?
I can suit the audience. So I might say, maybe we'll say it's for Kathy's benefit.
Well, all of us need catching up.
Sure.
Yeah, just give us some background, some perspective of what led to version 2 and what it's attempting to accomplish. That'd be great.
So as a result of the passage of Act 173 of 2018, the State Board has been directed to adopt rules to implement the funding shift in Act 173. So the state is moving away from a reimbursement model for special education expenses to a block grant model. That involves amending the current special education rules, which are State Board rules. Right now, agency folks call it the Pink Book. It's Rule Series 2300. Currently in the rules. Strategically, because this is a quite substantial long set of rules.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I think people are having difficulty hearing you, so I don't know what to offer other than project.
Sure.
Would please.
So because the special education rules cover practice as well as funding in their current iteration, the agency made the decision to recommend to you all that you create a new chapter of rules to cover only the funding, so that in the future amending either is more straightforward than opening up a really long chapter of rules. So what you have in front of you today is the agency's second draft of what would be Rule 1300, a new rule series in the State Board's rules, pulled out from the substantive special education rules. We gave the first draft to you in January of last year.
The State Board, it would have been April,
Okay.
And then again in July, I think we finished up our conversation.
The first draft of rules is dated July 8th.
Yeah,
July 8th.
a couple of revisions were made for that presentation.
We're calling this draft 2 or the November 4th draft if you're looking for the materials online. So this funding series is not the only set of rule changes the agency feels is necessary with Act 173. We also have proposals for selected changes within Rule Series 2300, and we'll go over some of that interaction today, but all we've brought you today is draft 2 of the funding rules. We've not made any changes except for one that we'll cover today in the other rule series. Okay.
So just a question. The red type represents changes from draft B1?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Because remember, all of the language will be new language. We're not amending anything that's an existing rule, so we're amending a draft at this point. So the first large area of changes in the rules statement of purpose, 1302. This language is very nearly a direct quote from the purpose language of Act 173 itself. The inclusion of a longer purpose statement keyed to the purpose of Act 173 was a suggestion from the advisory group. So next on page 1, you'll also see some conforming changes. We're going to also comply with state law, not just federal law, when we're writing these rules, for instance. Okay, so that takes us to page 2, which is the definitions for this rule series. We've suggested striking the definition of inclusive setting because in this draft of the rules, the term is no longer used. In draft 1, inclusive setting was used in one of the permissive use sections of the federal funds, and we've restructured the description on use of federal funds. We think it's more clear, and it leaves out a specific use of this term, inclusive setting.
And you'll show us where that restructuring is.
Yes.
Later.
So the next major change that we'll point out to you is we are recommending conforming the state's definition of special education to align just exactly with the federal law's definition of special education services.
At the bottom of page 2?
At the bottom of page 2.
So this exactly replicates the federal definition?
I made one judgment call here because the federal language speaks to the standards of the jurisdiction. So let me point that out to you. The second line from the bottom. So I'll read that full phrase. So the student can meet the educational standards within the state that apply to all children. You'll see the federal language uses the word jurisdiction instead of state. This is a policy decision to say that the standards for all children will be at the statewide level rather than at the SU level.
Right, okay. It's understood?
So the contentious point was the language that's struck on the first and second line of the definition. Previously, the state's definition included language that cannot be provided within the school's standard instructional conditions or provided through the school's educational support system. So the big shift here is deleting that language.
Can you put a little bit more flesh on that bone for those
Yes.
who participate?
So the concerns that we heard loud and clear from the advisory group were, and you can invite the group to speak to this in more detail rather than have me represent their point of view, but the gist of it was they saw that language as limiting and that the definition as written was more narrow than the federal definition. And in order to give more flexibility, the definition should be broader or as broad as possible.
Does this have anything to do with regular ed and special ed?
It has more precisely to do with multi-tiered systems of support and which services within an MTSS are never, always, sometimes general education versus special education.
Can we have a real example of how this might work out in the field? Or do you want to think about that?
I would want to think about that
Okay.
because you can step wrong really easily with real world examples.
That's why I gave you the hunting.
Yeah.
I'll jump into it.
Okay.
You're allowed to.
Who's your attorney?
No, just to sort of rephrase some of the conversation that's gone back and forth, and we used the archetype of a reading specialist as an example. But I think we have two basic funding systems that are involved here. A federal funding source for special education we call IDB, which is restrictive, what you can use that money for. And now under Act 173, we're going to have a more flexible state block grant. So previously, we just had this sort of reimbursement model that had to really get into defining how you could use your money because it was based on what is a reimbursable expense. So our definition sort of set that up from the beginning. Now that we're invoking a more flexible response to using state money, we had to think about, is the definition restraining or not? And so, for example, the issue of the reading interventionist, could a reading interventionist, could you use the flexible state block grant money to pay for reading intervention services? Depends, maybe you could or not. The contention was, is that definition setting it up in a way that the answer could never be maybe, but always be no, So we had to, where we sort of moved as an agency, our sort of conservative disposition, I think rightfully to regulation, is that we don't want to budge off language that's kind of functioning, but we need to understand how to resolve the flexibility issue. So we were trying to resolve that downstream. As we got further downstream, we realized we could sort of still control for some issues relative to this thing called maintenance of effort, which I'm sure we'll talk about in a minute, but that we could still enable that sort of flexibility up front, and there was value in conforming the language more tightly to the federal definition.
Excuse me, just a sec. I see a lot of people are struggling to hear. I've just asked to see if we can turn down the fan. But I think if you want to bring your chairs over on either side of the witnesses' table, not in front of them, please, but here and there. If that'll make it easier for you to hear, please do so. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, I'll try to speak up. So anyway, I encourage Emily to move through the rest of the presentation, but there was a lot of give and take on that issue. Where we ended up going, I think, as the agency is really, we found a way to accommodate that, but also our concerns about districts being able to satisfy maintenance of effort. We've come up with a way we think we can handle that as well.
Okay. That's a good answer. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take my cue and move it along. So on the next page, page 3, toward the top, we have added the defined terms. In addition to student with a disability, this definition also applies to child with a disability and eligible student for this rule series only. If you really dig into Rule 2300, you'll see that different sections, for instance, Judy, an example, early childhood.
Right, yes.
So for students ages 0 to 3, our definitions use the term child to refer to those students. We are being really cautious about avoiding entanglement and referring to students that we don't mean in this funding series. So we've just tried to do a catch-all with this definition. If you see any of these terms in Rule Series 1300, that's a student who's been found eligible for special education and related services consistent with the identification processes. Okay, so beyond the definitions, then the rules move into sort of subchapters on use of various funding streams. So first, Draft 2 covers the IDEA Part B federal funds. So in general, you'll see this rule right up under Rule 1304. The general rule is that any federal funds must be reasonable, allocable, and necessary, and there's more detail below. So 1304.1 quotes the federal rule on use of IDEA B funds. It's that those funds may be used only to pay the excess costs, which has its own definition in federal statute, of providing special education and related services. That there's a supplement, not supplant rule, as there is with all federal funding streams. And we say in C that we realize this isn't giving districts a lot, so this directs the agency to put out a technical manual for use and accounting of IDEA Part B entitlement grants that puts more meat on the bones of this general rule and is consistent with this general rule.
May I just inquire on that point? Often, I'm thinking of 1304, where it says an LEA may use. The may, I take it, is intentional, as opposed to must. And there's no, it doesn't say may use them only in these ways. Are there other ways?
No, and I think each rule after that makes it clear. So for instance, in 1304.1, where you dive into a little more detail, must only be used. Then In 1304.2 and .3, those are exceptions to the general rule. They are very specific, flexible uses that school districts can elect in the way that they account for their federal funds and blend those federal funds with local monies.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So I think that's all that needs to be said on 1304 generally, the use of federal funds. So page 4 in 1305 very clearly describes the use of state funds, starting with the census block grant. The rule here is very similar to draft 1's rule on the use of census block funds, which is that once an LEA, if any LEA is able to meet its ongoing requirements under IDEA B and state law, then the census block grants may be invested in system structures or programs for students with and without disabilities requiring additional support. So that's the flexible use language from Act 173. B is just really a reminder that all LEAs still have the very important obligation of complying with the maintenance of effort requirements. So it's sort of a, well, it is a notwithstanding. Remember that you have to do this other thing. So the sections below that are not new, they're just reorganized. State-placed, reimbursement, and EEE or essential early education funds. The language is the same as draft 1. So that takes us to Rule 1306. That is a .4. It's a little hard to see in track changes. Oh, no, the 4 is crossed out, sorry. It's really hard to see because the 4 has the bar across and the strike through happens right across that bar. Okay, so 1306, maintenance of effort. The language on eligibility standard and compliance standard has been changed very little, if at all, just some language changes from draft 1. But again, it is reorganized in a different order. Same for subsequent years rule and the consequences. 1306.4, consequences of failure to maintain effort. Very important section follows that. 1306.5 is exceptions to maintenance of effort. These are the specific ways that an LEA may legally and appropriately lower the dollar amount that it has to maintain year over year in non-federal spending to support special education. So with a declining student population and a stable block grant, it becomes crucial really to LEAs to keep a close eye on what constitutes their maintenance of effort, how much that dollar is, and if it's still the appropriate amount after you take into account these 5 exceptions, or 5 ways that you can reduce it. So I'm going to go to page 7. 1307 is the rule on how LEAs will document that they have met maintenance of effort, both tests. So it goes into some detail about how an LEA will calculate the eligibility test, which is sort of the upfront look-ahead test for maintenance of effort, and the compliance standard of maintenance of effort, which is more of a year-end actuals sort of test. In the first paragraph, the method is the same. We just wanted to explicitly state so that folks would remember they are different tests. In the second paragraph of 1307, you get into the actual substance of this rule. So for purposes of calculating MOE, maintenance of effort, a budgeted or actual expense is attributable to the education of children with disabilities if it is the result of the following, A, B, and C. That phrase, for the education of children with disabilities, is the language that the federal rule gives, and as close as the federal rule comes to telling you really what goes in your maintenance of effort. So we feel the need to expound upon that to assist our districts and to perform our oversight role in being fair and uniform across the state about what goes into that number. So the 3 things are, first, costs that are the result of providing special education or related services and or supplementary aids and services that are articulated in a student's IEP. Things in IEPs. B, instructional, behavioral, and other academic, non-academic supports that are provided to students with and without disabilities, so long as the services are provided in an eligible student's IEP. So that can be called the flow over rule. If you're doing it for the benefit of a student who has that service in his or her IEP, other students can also benefit, and the cost does not become any less eligible as a result of other students benefiting. And finally, non-student specific expenditures that are reasonably related to the provision of special education services. And that reasonably related test is pliable, you could say. So the agency is directed here in the paragraph below C to again maintain a technical manual for documenting maintenance of effort, which would give more detail, more meat on the bones, and specific examples of what can be eligible for maintenance of effort.
And maybe I'm jumping ahead, or maybe I'm not remembering it correctly, but for the proverbial reading specialist, can that be articulated in an IEP, or is that, I remember there being some confusion about whether or not that is an allowable expense in a student's IEP if it's not a licensed special educator.
So either or in this case. It may be listed in a particular student's IEP, in which case you would fall under A, and probably B if there were flow over. If it's a different use of a reading specialist that's more general in the school, it would fit under C.
But it would be okay. It sounded like there was some inconsistency in the room about whether or not a non-special educator as a reading coach or specialist could be articulated in an IEP and allowable.
And that really is a separate question not answered by the funding rules. You're asking the question of, in Vermont, which professionals can be listed in an IEP. That's a substantive special education rule in the 2300 series that we're going to also be taking a look at. It's not going to appear in 1300.
Okay, but it would be addressed so there's consistency and it's allowable someplace else.
Yes. I mean, it would be allowable under C. C is not depending off of any particular student's IEP. It's a reasonable relation to the delivery of special education generally.
Okay. Thank you.
We do have the issue potentially of looking at licensing regulations as well, which is beyond the 2300, and licensing regulations are controlled by another board.
Will we flag things that are triggered
Absolutely.
by this so that
Right.
the other board can deal with it or something?
I also talked to that other board conveniently.
Oh, perfect. Thank
Okay.
you.
So after page 7, there aren't a lot of changes. We'll point them out to you, but the substance of the changes to draft 2 really ends on page 7. So you'll see a lot of strikeout. We've provided the strikeout in this draft, but on pages 8 and 9, those have been reorganized into an earlier place in the draft.
So these are all still part of 1307? Oh, that's all struck, okay.
1305 does not appear in the draft anymore, but 1305.3, so the text on page 9, has been reorganized into a different place in the draft, and the top of page 10 as well.
And I'll just say, the part of the draft 1 that included the inclusive setting language was under permissive use of funds. That's struck at the bottom of page 8. And that's been essentially absorbed by 1307 subsection B. Subsection B. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I was like, I think it was just me.
No, it's not you. I've got a little bit of a froggy voice. So that's basically the IDEA permissive use funds language that allows other students to benefit from an IEP service being provided to a student with a disability that is able to be delivered in a way that the other students can receive it.
So, excuse me, would that include, for instance, some of the tech centers will bring in a math specialist or a reading specialist into the classroom to accommodate multiple students within the classroom, but not every one of them? Is that an example of a use of that?
It sounds like that service is appearing in those students' IEPs, or is that not usually the case?
Possibly, yes.
Well, then you sort of have double coverage. The
Okay.
sort of it's in a student's IEP. You might have some flow over students in that hypothetical. And then I'm not sure if C, which is just reasonable relation to special education, will be implicated or not. It depends on the students. So I'm not seeing substantive changes in draft 2 through page 14. There's a lot of renumbering. I want to call your attention, I also called the advisory group's attention, to page 15, 1309.4. This is one of the rules that also relates to our statute, section 826, when it comes to students who are attending approved independent schools and public schools on a tuition basis from their sending district. And we have this term, excess costs, which are those costs related to services a student needs that aren't covered by the standard tuition. We're uncomfortable and wanted to flag for you that the term excess costs is used in a really specific way by the federal government that I don't think we can convince them to change to suit Vermont's use of the term in a totally different way. So Vermont's excess costs in section 826 really doesn't have anything at all to do with the way the federal regulations use it. And so we're just nervous about confusion. We're really clear in the rules to the extent we can be that this is totally different. And in the excess cost rule on the use of federal funds up front in the rules, we also refer specifically to the federal regulation. So I don't think we're building in any confusion, but if there were an opportunity for Vermont to change the statute and use a different term in section 826, we'd want to also change that in the rules and the problem would be solved.
So you're saying that it would be desirable to change sub 826 and 2962?
Yes.
Do you have language in mind for that?
I could come up with some, but yeah, it's just a noun. So another vocabulary word or term of art that people like better.
Right, right.
Can you tell us where that might go? I mean, what that would be?
What the term would be?
Yeah, how would you change it?
Well, we have, on an annual basis, are required to, or the advisory group is anyway, to recommend some statutory changes. I think we're talking about changes to statute. So we'll be prepared to engage with the legislature on those technical corrections as we would on an annual basis.
I'm kind of curious in terms of the implications of where you're headed in regards to that. What would that?
Well, I think we have a term that's been long used in Vermont statutes that's now emerging as being inconsistent with the federal definition, also where we need to go with 173. So once again, 173 is provoking conversation in other areas of statute that need to be looked at, and we're keeping tabs on those issues.
Right.
So at this point, we're just raising it for everyone's awareness.
Seems easily soluble.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
So that wraps up what Judy and I needed to tell you about draft 2.
Questions, comments from the board?
Where do you go from here?
I've got the board's timeline in front of me. So it looks like early November, AOE to complete AOE drafts rules version 2 and disseminate to SBE, and I think we can check that off. So you might you know, I think the board needs to discuss what your next step will be. Won't be my choice.
Well, first of all, thank you. Yes, Bill?
I may have not got hold of this or heard it yet, but is the advisory committee okay with all of this stuff?
Well, let me just address that. We have time set aside in our December meeting, or will, at which time the advisory group knows that it's on the agenda. I believe in your next meeting, you will be establishing concurrence or not with what we see before us. And that December meeting, that would be conveyed to us. On the other hand, if you feel ready to speak with specificity about this now, you do not, I understand, because you haven't had a chance to have that conversation. So at the December meeting, you will do that, and at our December meeting, you will come, please, and testify with regard to your views on this. So we're on schedule. The answer to your question, Bill, is we're on schedule to hear from the AG and any other groups that may wish to comment on the agency's draft V2.
Okay.
So is there, before you escape, Mr. Secretary, is there anything else you want to say about this, or?
No, I think, you know, to Peter's question, the schedule is, I think, what you're looking for, and
Right.
Yeah, I think we're on track to land that before the board in a way that'll be useful to your potential
Right.
rulemaking process.
Right. Exactly. I think we are, and I thank you for that. I think that's really most commendable, that the agency has heard and responded to the concerns and strengthened and clarified the document. Yes, Marilyn?
If I may just kind of echo that, sort of in response, I think you're absolutely correct. The group has not had a chance to really give a lot of thought or feedback into this draft, but you know, believe that the agency presented us with a draft that really considered a lot of the concerns and incorporated the changes that we were hoping to see. So I think this is a huge step in the right direction. So I will say that is that the advisory group has some more work to do on this and more conversation to have, but I think that we're definitely moving in the right direction, and we're really pleased with the revisions to this draft, largely.
Just a question for you, if I may. At the 16 October meeting, you presented general comments about the first draft, and you left with us but did not discuss some specific changes that I think you folks were proposing, maybe from the law project, I'm not sure.
Yes.
Where does all that stand?
One of the major changes relative to that was the recommendation that the rules adopt the federal definition of special education.
Okay, so that's all addressed.
Has been agreed to, both within the Rule 1300 series and then changing that in the 2460 series as well. That was a huge change that was very appreciated. Yeah. And I think that the other place that was really important was relative to some of the maintenance of efforts pieces. So without having my draft in front of me, I don't want to get into too much specifics, but the agency appears to have been very thoughtful and considered many of the recommendations from the FEG group that sort of moved that conversation even farther from the draft that we had proposed. So that's when and I don't have it in front of me, so I don't want, like I said, get into too many specifics, but I think that the agency has incorporated many of the recommendations of the FEG group that we were primarily concerned with.
But my recollection is that that second document came from the Family Law Project. Is that correct?
The Disability Law Project.
Pardon me.
Yes, the Disability Law Project had presented a draft of rules of the 1300 series.
Yeah.
And this draft is different from that, but we came to learn from conversations with the FEG group and the reports that were done that some of the ways that we were thinking about it didn't incorporate everything that we needed to be concerned with. I'm sort of stumbling with this because I don't have the draft in front of me. However, I think that the conversations that groups have had subsequent to that have narrowed and properly reflect the federal rules, largely relative to maintenance of effort, excess costs, and those kinds of things. So I think this draft is much cleaner than the draft that we presented relative to these issues, and cleaner than the prior AOE draft.
Okay, so I guess thinking ahead to December, I think it'll be very helpful to the board if we are hearing kind of one voice from you in the several hats you wear.
I was wearing my vice chair hat.
Right, and that's
just so you know, I'm not the silly person.
yeah, and the chair. I think we want to be working with. We got from you folks 2 documents at that time. Paid attention to one and not the other. I think we want to get this thing boiled down to, if you have reservations about what the agencies proposed, one document plays about them, and so that, because we're on the cusp of asking the agency to prepare, I mean, pending a conversation in December, we're getting very close to asking the agency to prepare a final draft for this board to then take public, not in the formal rulemaking process, but in an open hearing process where we really invite anybody off the street to come complain to us before we go to the final rulemaking draft, which would be actually probably April. So we just want to get as close to the perfect everybody salutes project proposal as we can, and the goal is to have that happen by the end of December's conversation.
Understood, and I think that's where everyone is coming from that's on the advisory group. We are working towards that. So groups are meeting individually, we're meeting sort of,
yep.
Some of us are meeting with each other and continuing these conversations with exactly that goal in mind,
right.
of getting to a draft that the advisory group can largely support
right.
after its December meeting.
One other question, Kim, we were looking at Nicole's summary. Did you get a chance to ascertain? So, well, since we have the time, and this is a little out of order, I'm going to ask Nicole, who didn't ask to be called upon. But
in your new hat.
Sorry?
Just one comment.
Please.
I hate to, on the drafting, you mentioned shall in may on page 3,
Yeah.
I think. There's a couple mays in there that I think should probably be, or musts that should be shalls. It just doesn't have a consistent style to the document.
All right.
So I just offer that real quick.
Okay, thank you.
Just so it reads better and it's clearer.
You prefer shall to must, is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, I like may and shall, the use of those 2 terms, and you start throwing in must.
The must is the problematic term. That's something that deers have in rutting season, but it's not something that we. Anyway, so I only want to thank you. You can stay, or
Done with us?
you're stuck. Stay there, Judy. Just
Yeah,
for,
stay.
we'll get Emily back if we need her.
Nicole.
Nicole, you wrote a very helpful set of observations following our discussion. I'm losing the date in my mind when it was, which Dan and you all worked toward consensus. How does what you're hearing in draft 2 square up with your understanding of that conversation? Hate to put you on the spot.
So I don't have access to those emails anymore, so I'm not sure. I'd love to be able to.
This is your email that summarized the main issues that we discussed, where we had consensus and where we did not. And Marilyn, you were also at that meeting, as was Kim. I'm just eager to see how close we are.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm unsure who this woman
I'm
is.
sorry.
Could I get a?
Pardon, thank you. Nicole, would you introduce
My
yourself?
name is Nicole Mason. I'm the former executive director of the Vermont School Boards Association, and I held a seat on the advisory group and helped coordinate a meeting between the representatives of the state board, representatives of the Agency of Education, and representatives of the advisory group to confer with an attorney from the Federal Education Group that several associations had contracted with to do an analysis of the rules. And so the email that's being referred to is my summary of that discussion and areas in which there appeared to be agreement moving out of that meeting and areas where there were still some outstanding questions. So I would say I think I did send the draft 2 to the Federal Education Group and received some initial feedback. And I believe I shared that with Megan Roy from the advisory group. So I would consider it essentially in their camp to take the Federal Education's group feedback. And I think it was mostly with respect to the maintenance of effort provisions of the rules. I think that's the area where it's still less clear, even sort of right up until the last advisory group. I believe the agency was back and forth with the Federal Education Group around some resources that they had provided with respect to maintenance of effort, and there was a question about whether OSEP would be conferred with in terms of some outstanding questions that I raised in this email. So I think that's really the area where there's still the current draft rules reference the technical manual. And so that's really where some of the details will get fleshed out, and I think that's where there still may be some ongoing dialogue about what exactly is required.
So Marilyn, representing the AG group here, if you would be sure to address the FEG questions that Nicole is referring to. It's not absolutely true, but I'd like to think of December's meeting as a kind of speak now or forever hold your peace. Let's get as close to that as we can. And so if the advisory group in its December meeting, is it early December that you meet?
Yes, it's the first Monday in December.
If you will take into account what Nicole has just described and everything else, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Nicole.
The
Yes,
group
Kim?
just hasn't had a chance to really delve into it.
Understood.
We got that draft right Friday before
Yeah,
the
understood.
meeting. So
Right.
I think those issues will certainly be discussed further at that
Good.
meeting in December.
Thank you. Yeah, that's
The question I was jotting as, and I don't know if it's an Emily question or if it's a Judy or Dan, but it was actually related to the technical manual, and because this is definitely outside of my area of expertise in special education, but I remember at one point seeing a chart that was like a maybe, always, never, and is that the type of thing that might be envisioned in the technical manual? Like, what are we talking about, and is it possible that that technical manual changes either the way of writing IEPs or the way of complying with maintenance of effort in a way that would be difficult for those practicing to be in agreement with the other intent that's happening here in the language? I don't know, not seeing it, and I'm not a practitioner.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say we have to engage in that as a next piece of work, but you know, the point we've had to work through as part of this is, you know, there's a concept, here's the statute, and underneath that we have a regulation which the board's working on, and the agency underneath regulation produces guidance. That all of that should be consistent with the law, but the guidance should be totally consistent with the regulation.
Okay.
You know,
so
but it does get into the really sort of fine point technical aspects, and one of the innovations introduced in version 2 of the rules on our part is to separate out into 2 technical guidance documents. And previously we were kind of working on one, the chart you looked at, but we've sort of come to learn that maintenance of effort is the area where we should go in terms of technical guidance, and there's a lot of good resources from at the federal level on how to produce that technical guidance. So Yeah, it's the devil's in the details, so to speak. Yeah.
But the intent should be that, as expressed in the rules, should be consistent with the implementation guidance
on how to
provided in
implement the rules. Yeah.
technical,
Yeah.
so that folks can feel comfortable coalescing around the language of the rules without there being technical guidance provided just yet.
Well, that's what we've been struggling with, I think, and that's the rub of it. Back to the timing question that's been brought up, part of what we wanted to do, and I did conclude it was very useful, was to go down to that guidance level in September. We produced a draft of that just so we could go back and revisit the regulation issue.
Yeah.
If that's confusing to people, but until we got to that point, we couldn't really go back and revisit.
Yeah.
So that was very, very useful for us to then realize we needed to bifurcate the rule or the technical guidance piece. But yeah, the devil will be in the details. I think the other interesting piece that's surfaced as well is that we haven't done a lot of thinking on the intersection between the statewide SSDDMS implementation, the accounting implementation, and Act 173. So I think there's some things we can do with a chart of accounts to help districts code expenditures to satisfy maintenance of effort. So we want to start that really, that's the kind of the level of detail we're looking at in terms of the guidance documents. That's really the consumers of that are special ed directors and business managers and so forth. But we need to provide that guidance, and it will be useful to have one accounting system statewide to do that.
Yeah.
So hopefully that will lessen paperwork on the.
Yeah, I mean, it's on the one hand, we're not going to be doing, districts aren't going to be doing the service plan thing. On the other hand, they're going to be doing some maintenance of effort calculation, and we've got to figure out to what extent the AOE pre-populates that calculation for them, or to what extent they start with a blank spreadsheet and fill it in. That'll be one of the pieces of that we have to figure out.
And
Yes,
I
Kim.
think just my follow-up is, I remember there had been a draft of a version from before. If that is evolving in a way that allows people to see the thinking around implementation of this version of the rules, that might be helpful in having people feel comfortable coalescing around the rules language, because that's the part we need to move forward in a timely fashion. But it might be hard for people to do that without seeing if there's been migration and evolution on the first draft of the technical manual. That might help people come to the table on the rules.
Right. So we're going to be meeting in the coming days to revise our policy work plan. We're also sort of in a place where we need to understand, is this process on track, so we can then put resources on working on other parts of this work. So it's a complex work plan, to say the least. But yeah, we understand that interrelationship, and we'll endeavor to get consensus on those documents as much as possible. But we're at a place now where we need to understand if this is moving forward, then we can then go back and revisit our work plan, because we also have projects related to the independent school rules and so forth. So we've got to figure out where to put our resources and time and create a deliverable schedule for the board and for other stakeholder groups.
Right. Your term, the devil is in the details, has a certain chilling quality about it. I'm reminded that the great architect, Mies van der Rohe, said that God is in the details. So that's another way to frame it and to hope. Anything else on this topic? Thank you all. Thank you, Judy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. We're ahead of schedule, which is great. Is the representative from the Vermont Higher Education Council here? Perhaps not. Well, in fairness to them, they knew that they were scheduled at 11:15, although we did warn them that things can come sooner than expected. I'm just going to take the moment that we have now to speak about our colleague Jenna O'Farrell. As you all know, her husband died unexpectedly of a heart attack on Sunday. And Jenna and her husband, Brian, have 5 children. I wanted to invite us all to just take a moment of quiet reflection to think about that family and what they're going through. So for a moment, let us just reflect personally about that. Thank you. If any of you would like to send a personal note to Jenna, I have her address, which you can see me at the break, and I will give to you, her mail address. There is a sort of a family visiting hours on Friday. I plan to go up just on your behalf and my own. And then the the service itself is on Saturday morning. If you need any particulars about that, I'm happy to furnish them to you. As you can imagine, they're just in shock and struggling. They have some very, very good friends. And you all, most of you know one of them, Callahan Beck, who was our student representative until she graduated in May of last year, of this year, pardon me. And I wrote to Callahan yesterday knowing that because her family and Jenna's family are very close, knowing that she'd be struggling as well. And Callahan wrote to, I'm going to get a little choked up. She just wrote to say that this man whom none of us knew, perhaps you did, Brian O'Farrell, I don't know. Yeah, he was an educator, counselor. And Callahan, whom I think of as this robust and effective and with it person, said, I wouldn't be where I am except for that man. I spent a year in his guidance office, and he just made all the difference in the world for me. And there are dozens, if not scores, of young people in St. Johnsbury who have had the same experience as a result of this man's work. And I think all three of my daughters are educators, each in their own way. And my mom was, and it just reminds me of the difference that educators make in the lives of young people today. So thank you for indulging all that. I think we do have now representatives here from Vermont Higher Education Council. You came early, bless your hearts, because we're early, and we're ready to hear from you. So if you would come to the table here, that microphone is capturing only what will go into the audio-video report, but so you'll need to project so that people behind you as well as here can. So if you would begin by introducing yourself, we'd be grateful.
So my name is Dr. Sophia Howlett, and I am the president of the School for International Training, otherwise known as SIT, in Brattleboro, Vermont. And I'm here as the chair of the Certification Committee of the Vermont Higher Education Council.
Thank you.
And my name is Carrie Williams-Howe. I'm the executive director of the Vermont Higher Education Council, just here to support Sophie.
And Carrie, you and I have been corresponding, and you've been corresponding with the former chair.
Yes.
For about a year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are finally. We're very, very happy to have you here. So, Dr. Howlett, do you wish to make a statement?
I do, yes. With your permission, I'm going to go through the original memo and provide some language that we are proposing today for consideration by the State Board. So it has come to our attention, that is the Certification Committee of the Vermont Higher Education Council, that there is language in the recently revised rules for post-secondary accreditation that may constrain the ability of new institutions of higher education to successfully begin and sustain operations in Vermont. We would like the opportunity to discuss this issue with the board and explore possible solutions that serve the interests of all parties. The language of concern is section 2243.3 of the board's rules for certification of post-secondary schools that addresses renewal of certification, which states, Any school seeking renewal that has obtained initial approval to offer or operate a program of college or professional education for credit or degree on or after January 1st, 2015, shall obtain accreditation from an accrediting entity recognized by the U.S. Department of Education in order to be considered eligible for renewal by the State Board. Under the current practice of the VHEC Certification Committee, our review committees have recommended that new institutions seeking certification be reviewed again in 2 or 3 years in order to ensure that schools have maintained their ability to meet standards. So normally the certification period is 5 years, but increasingly due to the environment within which higher education exists these days, we have been recommending that new schools come back to us after 2 to 3 years so that we can check what's going on and make sure that they have all the conditions of certification in place. We believe that this provides institutions with a reasonable time frame to address potential issues and enables them to benefit from the experience of the reviewers on the certification committee as they move towards accreditation. A reasonable time frame for a new institution to achieve regional accreditation from the New England Commission on Higher Education, NETCHI, that is the new name for the former NEASC, is at least 5 years. However, Section 2243.3 of the Vermont Rules says that campuses must be accredited before renewal. So in other words, if we give a college 2 to 3 years to review, under the current regulations, they would have to achieve accreditation from NETCHI within 2 to 3 years, which is actually impossible according to NETCHI standards. As a result, VHEC must either recommend certification for 5 years to give the new institution a fair shot of obtaining regional accreditation, or maintain our current recommendation time frame and put the institution's state renewal at risk. The VHEC Certification Committee does not believe it is in the best interests of the new institutions or the state of Vermont to recommend to the Agency of Education certification of 5 years without some type of interim review. We would like to discuss an alternative structure through which we could recommend and you could consider a shorter term of certification, during which one review for renewal would be possible, so long as the institution was in the process of seeking NETCHI or any other type of regional or national accreditation before requiring that full accreditation. So the suggested new language from us is: any school seeking renewal that has obtained initial approval to offer or operate a program of college or professional education for credit or degree on or after January 1st, 2015, shall obtain accreditation from an accrediting entity recognized by the U.S. Department of Education in order to be considered eligible for renewal by the State Board, unless certification has been granted for less than the standard 5-year period. In the case of a shorter term certification period, one Vermont renewal will be considered so long as the institution is in the process of seeking regional or national accreditation.
I'm going to apologize in advance that this board is not deeply knowledgeable about post-secondary accreditations or anything else. If you want to talk to us about accrediting independent secondary schools, we can talk till the cows come home. So walk us through how this works now. Is it that VHEC gives the initial approval? Is that correct?
Yes, and actually, in many respects, it mimics the later process for regional or national accreditation. We try to make it as close as possible to that later experience so that the school will be held to the same standards and will experience the same review process so that they are prepping, essentially, for that larger process.
So you send a committee?
Yes.
They are on
If
campus
I
for
can
how
just-
long?
If I can just clarify, the school initially applies to the Agency of Education. The Agency of Education calls us to do a review, and we provide a recommendation, and then the agency makes the decision. So just to clarify, who's the approval body there?
I see. Thank you
So-
for that clarification.
We don't approve. We basically do the review.
Right.
But as I said, it mimics the later, which means that a team goes to the school, they review the finances, they look at the curriculum, they look at the structure, all of those aspects that are later reviewed under NETCHI, and then provides us with a recommendation, and then we have a discussion with that school about what's going on with them, and then make a recommendation to you.
So your committee is on campus for how long?
Usually about 3-4
Typically
days.
2 to 3 days.
And a committee of how many folks?
About 4 to 5 people. They're drawn from institutions across the state, and they're people with expertise in the given areas that we need to look at. So typically we'll have a finance officer, a curriculum officer, an academic chief, or we might tailor that depending on what this school offers and get people with expertise certain to that case.
So, Bill.
How many members of the Higher Education Council, how many institutions, how much churn do you see in terms of applications for new programs? How frequently?
It's not very often. So I've been with VHEC working on this committee now for about 2 years. And so I've experienced 2 reviews. And we haven't had any, I think, for about 1.5 years. Yeah. So it's quite rare. But it's an important first step for an emerging institution. Many of both the institutions that I've been a part of the process on have been very niche schools, and I think those are the sorts of schools that we're seeing rather emerge in Vermont.
Mr. Secretary, do you have any comments?
No, I don't feel well informed on this either, partially due to the rarity of it, but I'm wondering, when I first read the memo, the phrase recently revised rules, do you have any sense of the history on when the rules were revised and to what extent were the prior rules working?
Yes, so I believe these were revised in 2015. That was right when I came into my position. So I don't have experience with the prior iteration, but this was a revision that the message that we received was that there were a couple of schools in Vermont that would be exempt from it because they've never had regional accreditation and they will continue to operate with regular Vermont renewals, but that moving forward, new schools would need to seek regional accreditation before getting renewed again in Vermont. And so we did look at it, but it's these later cases that really convinced us, wait a minute, we might have an issue here because of the time frame.
Okay. So there are 2 schools who are exempt from the obligation to have NESHE review?
Yes, so when this rule was put into place, there were some schools that had been in operation in Vermont for quite a long time and had made an active choice not to seek regional renewal. One example is the Center for Cartoon Studies. They don't have regional renewal. They don't have plans to do that. So they are regularly renewed in Vermont. And
by you folks?
Well, by the Agency of Education, who contracts us to do the on-site review.
Okay. And White River.
White River, yeah.
Peter, you had a question.
Is there a difference between programs and schools, and is there an upside for these institutions in regards to what you're advocating?
Yes, there's a difference between programs and schools. So accreditation of this nature looks at a whole school. It looks at the institution. Okay. So you would go through professional association normally to have accreditation for a program. I wasn't quite clear about your...
Well, I mean, is there an upside for these startup institutions to have this changed?
Yes, there is, definitely, because, you know, any institution that's opening, especially as you know in the current climate, really requires some careful guidance and is actually seeking guidance. And getting institutional accreditation from NETCHI is becoming a higher and higher bar, and it should be. So being able to support an institution towards that accreditation process is important. Things like making sure that people have good auditing processes, for instance, right? And making sure that they're assessing the quality of their programs as they go along.
It'd be nice to reverse the trend.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I would just observe to the board that our experience with the Compass School, where we sent in a team, admittedly for only a half a day, of people from a variety of backgrounds, was an enormous help to that independent school, which had outgrown its governance, in effect. It seems to me that visiting committees of the sort that you provide, or as NESHI does, are an enormous asset to schools, and probably the most powerful way we can imagine to assure that schools really do have the institutional capacity to do what they are licensed to do. Of course, these schools are somewhat different in that they're not accepting public dollars, tuition monies, in the way that elementary and secondary schools are. So the state's fiduciary interest in the matter is a little bit different. But nonetheless, it seems very important to strengthen the visitation process, whether it's done by you folks or by NETCHI. And it sounds like what you're saying is that in the real world, there's this sort of impossible gap. And you're asking, let's find some language that doesn't so obviously set schools up into an unachievable situation. There might be two ways to do it. I see your language. Another way might be to simply require that within the first 5 years, or maybe after the first 2 years, you go back and make a second approval. And then for 3 years, and then at the end of 3 years, they would be able to move, be operating on the basis of a NETCHI visit or something like that. Is that what we're trying to accomplish?
That would put it out of their reach, because basically NETCHI, you have to become a candidate for accreditation first. So there's a number of hurdles on the way to a final accreditation. So it's a kind of a run-up, if you see what I mean. So we have to kind of get them prepped before they can actually start the run-up and apply for candidature, etc. So right now the language says that they have to have achieved it already at the end of 5 years. That means they have to have gone through all the hurdles, including candidature, including the final visit, etc. So we're asking that we're allowed, say, 2 to 3 years before they get onto that road of passing through those hurdles with NETCHI.
So the run-up is 2 or 3 years, and is that what you're saying?
We would say 5, personally. Yeah, to get an institution all the way through to complete accreditation it's a bit of a haul.
Okay.
I mean, my process for my school of reaccreditation, we start at least 3 years out for reaccreditation, and we're a historical school, and we have everything organized.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Question. Do you see, I look at the headlines and see these institutions of higher education going bankrupt or what have you. Do you perceive that there's a niche here that might be developed, or some kind of target audience that you would benefit from this kind of change?
I can just say one of the things that we discussed at our recent board meeting was that we are probably likely to see creative reconfigurations in the future, merges, schools operating in different ways. For example, Marlborough's initial solution was to have a university out of Connecticut come to Vermont and run their campus there, which we believed would spark this process. And so we think those kinds of things are likely to come up, and we would love for the state and us to be able to respond to those quickly and have a way to help make sure that those things, if they make sense, can happen as one way to address the issue of struggling schools.
I mean, frankly, it's far better for everybody if an institution seeks those types of approaches, you know, merger or consolidation of some sort prior to getting to a situation where they're on the verge of collapse, right? And so if we can encourage them to do so and then have a road forward for them, that would be really productive. But it has to be a road forward that has some checks and balances. So essentially what we're asking for is to be allowed to have some checks and balances there.
So that non-higher ed folks would be the group that would help ensure academic quality between the founding of the school and the NECHI accreditation.
Yes.
So you'd be willing to take that on and ensure that the school is progressing and is on both good financial, a good financial foundation, but also offering a quality program. That's my biggest concern. It seems like the NECHI program, which has been described in the past to us as very rigorous, gets there in the end. But I guess the concern that I would have is that these schools that when they start up, I would assume that they'd be most vulnerable. And so if we can get our hands around that, I think it's a good idea.
So what is the typical period of approval, initial approval? Is it typically less than 5?
Well, it's become that way because, as I said, we're trying to be a lot more sensitive about supporting an institution, but also supporting the state, if you see what I mean. So we had a recent example where we felt that the school was making significant progress, but also had some significant shortcomings. But we didn't want to say no right now because you want to give them a period of time to get those issues sorted out. So we found ourselves in a bit of a bind. What do we do? Do we give them 5 years, which for us would have been giving up our responsibility? We wanted to give them 2 to 3, but then it would have been impossible under this legislation to have them go and apply for NECHI and succeed in that way. So we were kind of caught.
And just to respond to your comment, we do largely see one of our most important roles as consumer protection and making sure that students are not enrolled in a school that cannot support them.
Right.
So going 5 years worth of students is one of our main concerns. We don't want something to fizzle out after 2 years and us not check in on it and make sure that those students are being served well.
I was late for the meeting because I drive all the way up from southern Vermont, which is heavily impacted by what happened recently with colleges, whether it's Marlborough or southern Vermont and St. Joe's. I think one of the challenges with this too is that what we saw on Southern Vermont College was that as news stories came out and it became increasingly clear that the school was in jeopardy, not only were students leaving, but new students weren't coming in. So I think that the whole process around accreditation and around the news stories that came out basically guaranteed that the school was going to go out of business. And I think that's one of the pieces that you want to have transparency in the process and you want to have accountability, but at the same time, I think that especially in that one case, I think they just saw their incoming class coming in and they didn't have enough students and that was the end of it.
I would refer you to a Inside Higher Education article that came out yesterday. I don't know if you've heard about it, but there's been a bit of a storm going on because a group around Brandeis has set up a supposed model for predicting failure of schools, and they were going to publish all the schools they thought were going to fail. And so there was like a sort of a mass, schools started slapping on injunctions. Anyway, it's a very interesting article.
Wow.
Yeah.
Basically, here's a list of schools you shouldn't go to.
Yes, basically, which probably meant they were all going to fail.
Yes. Well, I think their model would be probably pretty highly effective.
Well, the trouble was it was one of those. Yes, it's true. Yes.
As a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Prophecy. I mean, of course, what it didn't put in was the fact that a school can change and can innovate. They were trying to predict over 50 years.
Over 50
years. Yeah, it was really awful.
What would happen if the initial period for renewal was automatically 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
The condition, and that as a condition of the initial approval, the school had to begin the NETCHI process, knowing that that is a 5-year period before there's a NETCHI approval. And then that there's an initial 2-year period, and then there's a second visit by your team after 24 months in whatever level of detail appears to be needed in the situation. By that time, NETCHI has already begun some kind of relationship with the school. You guys go back in after 2 years. I think to your consumer protection thing, a lot of bad things can happen in the first 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it's in the first 24 months where the greatest vulnerabilities probably lie in any startup organization. I just am wondering about the way to make this work in the real world and to be sure that we are looking closely over the shoulder of this entity in those first 5 years. And would it be redundant to have you people go back in after 2 years to do sort of an interim checkup while they're underway in their NETCHI process? Because NETCHI doesn't really have standing until they get to the end of it.
No, yes. No, they do not. I think, I would say at least, I'd want to give them at least 3, because 3 to 4, because the problem is that, if you're starting a new institution, you're a 4-year college, and you haven't even got through to a graduation. It's really hard to see all the glitches that might arise.
I see.
Speaking as a college president.
Right.
But I could imagine a situation where, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be quibbling here, but I could imagine a situation where we said, okay, 2 to 3 years, but they have to have written, which is effectively the language here, but they have to have indicated, and NETCHI has to have them on their radar. In other words, started the process.
Is 5 years, is that optimistic? I'm hearing, we keep saying 5, and you keep saying, well, 5 at the minimum.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And does this have any impact, say like the University of Vermont wanted to start a new school or a college or a program, would this also, so they're already covered under their, okay.
Yes.
So a school that's starting another college, university that's starting another college, for example, under the university.
No, they're not
that's
impacted.
Not impacted at all.
It's
Okay,
only
this is just
institutions.
standalone institutions.
Yeah,
not,
whether they're
okay.
called colleges, institutes,
Okay.
universities, whatever, and it's an independent
Okay,
institution.
okay.
Or an institution that is
Newly
certified in
formed.
another state and wants to begin operating in Vermont.
Okay.
I think one thing I would add is I think we need some leeway for a case-by-case basis, because if I were to give you 3 examples, the Center for Cartoon Studies has been operating for a long time. We do renewals for them, but we don't need to do that every 2 or 3 years because they have a long history of 5-year cycles. So we'd want the 5-year option for someone like that. We might also want the 5-year option for a place, for example, Southern New Hampshire University opened a campus in Vermont. They have a very robust New Hampshire base. We may not feel they need to come back after 2 years. So there's a case by case, whereas a brand new startup, we may feel they do need to come back after 2 to 3 years. So I think it would be preferable to have an up to with some discretion for both us and the Agency of Education to make some decisions case by case.
So you're saying if RPI, for example, which is in Troy, New York, wanted to open a program in Bennington, Vermont, that that would be handled the same way under the regs as a completely new startup.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It is right now. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
Which is
doesn't
why we've got to
seem-
be careful.
Yeah.
Well, you've given the cartoon studies, and there's one other entity in the state that's
think so.
not going through NETCHI review. Is that correct?
I think so. I don't off the top of my head know who it is, but
So-
I think they said there were 2 and they...
Are they grandfathered, or is that still an option that's available?
They're grandfathered.
Okay, so there's only 2 cases of that.
That's not going to change.
So there won't be any more schools that are started that won't have to have had be reviewed under this rule. The school must have NETCHI come in.
Or
and
there are other
there are
options,
others,
but
right.
NETCHI's the most common.
Right. And you're saying it's 5 or 6 years before NETCHI can issue a decision, has spent enough time on campus to be able to give information to the secretary that says yes, reapproval is appropriate. So we're just trying to manage the period between when you first go in and say yes, go, and so does the secretary, and when NETCHI does. And not visiting that campus for 5 or 6 years seems very inadvisable.
Right.
Was it the Albany Pharmaceutical, wasn't there a pharmacy college or something? Did they go through this process?
I believe they did. It was before my time, but that's another example. A school like that also, for example, when Southern New Hampshire came in, they were offering a master's degree. When they decided they wanted to offer a doctoral degree, again, that kicked off the process. And it is the Agency of Education who determines whether a review is needed. It's not us, but typically it's when they're either new to the state or offering a new level of a degree. And this is just degree granting. There's a different process for awarding credit before you decide to award an actual, degree at whatever level.
So so you mentioned the word campus. Does this also have an impact on online degrees, or how is that?
Yeah, there's a difference because they're covered under the SARA Act.
Okay.
And it's a different part of our statute that regulates online post-secondary courses.
Okay.
Which may be confusing because Southern New Hampshire is known so much for that. They have a physical class that teaches educators.
Yeah, they actually
Vermont.
have a campus, right?
They have an office and they
Yes,
teach
they
in
have
schools and other places.
Okay.
They have a
They
campus.
have a physical presence. Yeah.
Sabina, did you have a comment?
I just kind of, and I may be completely oblivious just to my slight ignorance to this process, but when we do the school approvals, right? In the independent schools, we do have that, like, is it 2 years or is it 5 years? And we recently saw that with, like, how much do they think that the school, how much attention do they need? So I don't know if there's some way to use that information and use it as an example or a format for them to do in like these higher post-secondary school approvals.
Right. Well, you raise a good point. When we approve an independent school that's a startup, it's common practice for us to approve them for only 2 years. There's nothing in statute about that, and there's probably nothing in our rules. But the agency typically, in fact, we're going to see some this afternoon, typically will recommend an approval for only 2 years. They have to come back, and the agency revisits.
But we don't require third-party accreditation on those either.
No, but
that was one of the 2200 series.
The general ed component is usually done through, that's one of the ways you can accomplish it is through a general, the accreditation.
Yeah.
If you have that, then we don't require further evidence.
Right.
Statute
provides
Or we
for
do
that.
a site visit, and that was the piece that we used to contract out, and now we're doing ourselves.
Right.
Yeah.
And we'll see those this afternoon.
So you could do either. In this case, we are saying that we want to see accreditation. But in the independent schools, some of the smaller independent schools said that the New England independent school process was too costly.
Right.
I think was the argument at the time, right?
That was the argument. I think someday we might revisit all that, but apropos of the present situation, what is the typical length that an initial approval is made for?
Well, it depends, as Carrie was saying, on the nature of the institution. If it's already a well-recognized institution that simply wants to come into Vermont and work here, then we probably would not say, okay, we need to keep going back and seeing you every 2 years. But if it's a small startup that's just finding its way, we would want the flexibility to be able to say we want to come back after 2 to 3 years. So it really depends.
And in fact, in that first case, they probably already have NETCHI from their home campus, so they'd meet that right off the bat.
To make sure we don't have cyber rip-off schools or some kind of things like that? Is this actually the agency, or you are together, or what?
So it depends on their physical presence. If a school is going to have a physical presence in Vermont, even if they're just gonna open up an office and run an online school, the agency would determine, but there would be one or the other process they would need to go through, correct?
Yes.
So there is oversight over that.
Yeah, I'm trying to work with the language you've proposed. Number one, it would seem to me desirable that it be imperative in all cases of an initial approval that the school open up conversations with NECI from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Because without that, then we're left with you folks indefinitely having to keep going back.
Yeah, we
And
don't
that's
want that.
not the business you want to be in. And frankly, the NECI people are probably better at it. They're at least very good.
I do the NETCHI reaccreditations too.
You
Yes.
do? Oh,
Yeah.
my. You're a glutton for punishment.
Thank you. No, I'm joking.
So it seems that this language could be improved by requiring that in all cases of an initial approval, a condition of initial approval is evidence that the school has begun or will begin its process with NETCHI, so that at the end of the run-out period, 3 years, 5 years, 6 years at the latest, they are now on the NETCHI schedule of approvals. Does that make, am I saying that?
We discovered another challenge here, though, that I think we should bifurcate, that if Harvard University, I think that's the oldest university in America, if they decide to open up a satellite campus in Brattleboro, Vermont, they go through the same process as a startup. And I think that's the other problem, is that we're treating those two different categories of a startup school starting in Vermont with maybe almost no money and no students to a university that's been around for 300 years.
So
That just wants to open up a satellite campus.
But in that latter case, that university has already got a relationship with NETCHI.
Yes. So they don't need to. But
Well, maybe
Yeah,
not
but they need to
NETCHI,
be
though, if it's a New
certified.
York school.
Yep.
We're thinking that the school would come from the east.
So they would still need to go through a review, but one thing I'll add is that the Agency of Education has a set of rules for Vermont that they have to meet. And then they give some discretion to the VHEC committee as to what that review looks like.
Okay.
So we always look at whether they're meeting the Vermont rules. And then we have another set of more narrative things that we ask them to cover. So we do have some discretion with a school like Harvard to say, please don't give us 18 binders with all your financial models in them.
I use the nth,
Please
the
give
nth
us your
example on that,
financial
by the
model
way.
for this portion of your activities. So we have some discretion as to how we conduct the review.
Okay.
I would also add that I think the language right now is actually saying, maybe not as clearly as I'm hearing you might want, exactly what you're stating. So it says one Vermont renewal will be considered so long as the institution is in the process of seeking regional or national accreditation. So the presumption of the language, therefore, is that they are on the NETCHI or whoever they're going with track.
So is it like a new school starting up and they get their NETCHI accreditation? Does that mean now that they're probably on the track to have a prosperous school and they're probably not going to shut down? Or is that not? No, NETCHI's not that kind of. Okay, because I would say you could be like
reapproval.
Yes.
Okay, 'cause I was
And
gonna say
so-
you could do like if they get NETCHI, then for 5 years, once you get that NETCHI accreditation, then it's only a 5-year review period. But
No,
that's not it at all.
No, they. I wish. NETCHI reaccredits every 10 years. And every 5 of those 10 years, there's what they call a periodic review, where they go, basically you have to sort of do like a mini reaccreditation. But also NETCHI has a kind of a series of prerogatives that they can request annually from an institution. So for instance, they can say, all right, every year you have to tell us, you have to fill in a special thing on your enrollment and your finances, for instance. So institutions, unfortunately these days, many institutions are on one type or other of these monitoring processes, and they are being steadily tightened as well. So unfortunately, the answer
And in
is
the
no.
case of Southern Vermont College, for example, I hate to go back to that one, but it's the most obvious example. I think that the NECHI was saying they may not be reaccredited.
That
That
is
was-
usually the reason why things then stop. So if an institution gets on probation, or the term, I believe St. Joseph's has, they have to show cause. In other words, you have to show cause why you should stay open. That's the step after probation. So right now there's all these different stages. And, you know, in my view, personally, I suspect that in the future, those steps are going to be far more tightened up. Because one of the problems right now with that process is it can take a very, very long time between a school being told, we're not quite sure, and then a school being told, show us just cause for you to be here.
Yeah.
So would it make sense that when you guys go in for your approval, you just get to decide on your discretion whether it's for 2 years or for 5 years? And that's basically what you're attempting to get here?
Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah. So, I mean, I realize that's a lot to ask, but we are making recommendations rather than, I mean, it's.
Yeah, it will come.
It will come
to this
to you.
body next
Yes.
to the agency. So.
Yeah.
It
But
comes to you. I don't think we.
I was wondering to what extent your interest in this topic conforms with your vision for the board's work going forward. Under sort of the Act 98 conversation, I
Exactly.
mean, you've gone down pretty far. We now have a better understanding of this
Right.
issue. Is this the kind of work that you see the board supervising in the new future?
Can I ask one more granular question in regards to Burlington College? Is there a role for NECHI or anybody if they've seen sort of alarms or something to step in, you know, and say, do you know what I'm saying, in terms of what the purchase of that property and everything that ensued thereafter?
So Burlington was just before my time, so I'm not quite sure what their position was with NECHI. Do you know?
I don't know. It was
No.
before my time as well. It was right when I came in. So.
So at that time, I was fully immersed in New Jersey state education. So yeah, I mean, obviously you hear the stories, but
Yeah.
I don't quite know what happened.
I'm just wondering if they can troubleshoot or to, you know, rather than just go on a fixed, you know, schedule or whatever, if they can step in and if they see something that's.
I know that these are the very issues that they're talking about.
Okay.
And they've been piloting a couple of things in Massachusetts. You know, I would just comment that I think the Vermont higher education sector feels a little lonely up here. You know, because NECHI's experimenting with Massachusetts and thinking with Massachusetts, and you know, meanwhile we're suffering. And it would be really interesting to engage more broadly as a region. But that's just a side comment from me.
So let me just get to respond to Dan's observation, which I think is really on point. Under the current arrangements, is the rule the board's rule or is it the agency's rule?
My understanding is we have no rules other than your rules.
Yeah, my understanding is that once a school gets reviewed by us and is forwarded to the Agency of Education, they come before this board.
Yeah, I mean, one of the, I believe the sort of vestigial artifacts of this Act 98 transition was previously the agency was a department.
So
Therefore, it did not have rulemaking
The board of
authority.
directors did the rulemaking.
Yeah, and now as an agency, we have rulemaking authority, but that hasn't been investigated.
Okay.
That's
So-
good for us.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I guess,
Question.
John, the big question on higher ed is, as we think about our future, is does the board take? We've had some discussions about higher ed and like head scratching. Why have these schools closed? And we've thought about organizing like some kind of event around it. And I guess as far as reinventing the board, and we'll talk about this later, but do we just get rid of all the higher ed functions? Or do we try to become more involved in higher ed?
That's a question.
And, yeah, I don't have an answer to it, but Kim does.
No answers. More questions. That's what I do. But I am thinking, I guess my question is, the timeliness of the request for new language and whose authority it is to approve it to make this process more productive for these institutions and for your body as the reviewing body on behalf of the agency, who then sounds like brings it before us, we may not get to new legislation before we need to, it sounds like, be responsive for you to do your jobs better on behalf of the agency and higher ed in Vermont. So I'm just wondering if we want to consider the language change and add it to our list of things to consider regarding future roles and responsibilities.
Good question. You have stumbled across a board who is in the process of questioning its own identity.
Right, right. I'm hearing that.
Yes, and
We'll know by 5 o'clock tonight.
So. Stay tuned. And the legislature will be like
so
fixing it.
In terms of the way things have always been, kind of vestigially, as the secretary says, you've come to the right place. It's our role. It would be our job to change it, but it's the secretary's job to implement it and cause it to happen in the real world. And there's some question sort of under the surface here, is this stuff that do we bring much value to this, and should we continue on in the way that's before us? Maybe we could get to an operable conclusion, something that would give you some assurance that one way or another this will move forward, but we're not quite clear as to who among us should move it forward. And as Kim said, we're not there yet. We haven't had the operation, and it'll depend upon the General Assembly to make that happen. I think it would be just useful if we could have a sense of the board about what is the as close as we can, what's the language that would seem to respond to the need here. And in practice, usually when it comes to rulemaking, even though it's the board that adopts them and theoretically, historically owns them, it's always the agency that does the legwork of drafting the language. So,
I'm sorry.
yes, go ahead.
So I'm a little bit confused. I thought I had heard that this is the body that can make this decision, right? And if we're agreeable to the language to support this, then we can make a decision today, right? Is that thinking about what we might do in the future or where we may be in the future?
Yep.
Is not irrelevant, but it might not be pertinent to this conversation,
Yep.
right? We can make a decision.
I think you raise a good point. I think that's a great point. As things stand at the moment, the rules are our duty to change as we see fit, and it's the agency's duty to cause them to be implemented. It's not the direction we want to go in the long haul, but for the immediate situation, what's your sense on the board?
How about asking these folks to come back with a refined suggestion?
Or can we just
don't know.
just do it?
About the language at the bottom. So,
Yeah.
And I guess to that
Let's-
question, because that was my sort of where I was going with it too, Kathy, is like what can we do now that's responsive, that doesn't make the process worse while we figure out who's ultimately responsible for this. But do we even have authority to amend rules at this meeting sitting here?
No, not today.
What I was going to offer is that if you want to, we'll be happy to work with them to, parallel to what you just experienced with 173, to come up with a draft that would be amenable and solve an issue and present that to you for consideration. So then you'd have to vote to open rulemaking process, which would take 8 months to thereabouts.
Oh, for goodness.
So, but from the agency standpoint, we could certainly engage with them to resolve the language issues and try to work through something. Is that useful?
Good news, bad news. This rule is in Rule 2200, which you
Oh.
not amended.
Congratulations.
Oh, what fun.
But you will be amending according to your work plan and our work plan probably next year, probably in 2021.
So the rulemaking on
says?
this series of rules will open.
So the prompt for rulemaking on Rule 2200 series is also in Act 173. It's in the latter sections that become effective in 2022.
Yeah. I know the parts you're talking about, right.
Thank you.
Won't this impact them?
So there's no relief, huh?
So
Well,
I want to say thanks.
I know operationally, maybe a question for our guests. Operationally, how does that impact what you're trying to do? If it's a next year revisit and then an 8-month rulemaking process when we've got a new draft version of those next year. So we're really talking 2021 anyway.
So there is at least one school that we have not heard yet, the decision that was made by the state, that we reviewed almost 2 years ago. I believe they came before this board in August, and we have not heard what decision was made last August 2018. But our recommendation was a 2 to 3 year time period to take a look at that school again. That's the school that brought up this issue. So there is at least one school that would be in
Limbo.
But I'm sorry, now I'm confused. So is that, if that school is willing for you to go in and do that review, why are you limited?
So we did. So they applied for certification.
Okay.
We did the review. We went in there. They were a startup. They are a niche school. So we said, okay, there's some issues and some things that we think that you need to be working on, and we really only want to give you 2 years. And we made that recommendation to the agency about 1.5 to 2 years ago. We don't know what happened. So right now, that school, we don't know what's happening with that school.
So
And we can't, moving forwards, we want to be able to support them and the agency either to say, well, yes, you're making good progress or not, or we want to advise them to go to NETCHI, but we're not sure what to do.
But that's not a conversation that's specific to this.
I'd be interested in following up
how
on
we're
that.
seeing the impact, but there's
Right.
still something the Agency of Education can answer regarding that
Right,
specific school.
absolutely.
But we can't go back and do a 2-year or 3-year review because they won't meet the requirement to have NETCHI certification.
They come under
that's
this
currently in
rule.
the rule.
So there is no way that they will be able to be recertified at this point.
We certainly, I'd be happy to dig into the specific issue if we can work on that, as a workaround, but, the larger issue would be, that 2200 is going to be open, the whole series of rules will be open as a result of Act 173. And I don't know to what extent it's even realistic to open it for this small issue when we have that larger issue in front of us. But if there's a specific issue I can work on, I'd be happy to, address that. It's news to me.
This is just a mechanical question, probably applied broadly potentially. Are there ever exceptions to the rules that can be sought from any body for interim purposes
It
operating?
depends on the rules, but that's.
I just didn't know if that's
Yeah,
even something we can do.
I'd appreciate the opportunity to work on a specific case to see what I could do on that, and give me the opportunity to review the context of the rules a little more closely.
Right.
We couldn't just do another initial approval? It says initial approval and then renewal.
Yeah, and I might, through some review, I might be able to provide a path forward for the
Yeah.
individual situation.
I'm just
But
thinking
I'm
if we
not
were-
confident yet.
Yeah.
We need to look at.
I just
the
asked the
rules.
question, if we approve them once, couldn't we just approve them again
don't know.
from scratch?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to it.
We'd give you a recommendation either way if there was
Okay.
some opportunity there.
I had thought this would be about a 10-minute conversation. And-
It's tricky, isn't it?
Isn't it? It is.
Yeah.
And it's,
yeah.
it's sort of a lot of good intentions run amok. We adopt rules for a good reason. We don't change them willy-nilly. But this turns out to be a very cumbersome process to do in a kind of orderly way. And frankly, if the agency were writing the rules and adopting them, they'd have to go through the same change process. Our Administrative Procedures Act sets forth this 8-month minimum rule change process. I think the way forward is to let the secretary get into the specific case that you have in mind, and then maybe think about a way to give you some flexibility to be revisiting these schools. I'm not sure that I can see how this language prevents you from being the people who go back for the second round. But there must be some way to do a patch for this, at least for the time being.
I agree about letting them work on some workarounds and get spend some face time trying to figure it out.
Well, if
we are more than happy to come to Montpelier and sit down, have a chat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your patience. I think you've been sort of lurking around on the agenda for over a year, and then it turns out we still can't really solve your problem when you come to see us. So I can understand if that's kind of frustrating to you. But I think if you'll work with the secretary, he's with us all the time, more than he'd like, and he'll fill us in on what next
I report
steps.
to you?
You will inform us as to what next steps, if any, we should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just to be clear then, so we're going to work together
reach
for
out
this
to you,
this
yes.
particular
Yeah,
institution,
We'll give
but
them-
but then otherwise the rule that you're going to be reviewing the entire area of 2200
Yeah,
next year.
I think we can firstly focus in on this specific case as a case that allows us to inform the board's direction on how to look at 2200.
That would be
Yeah.
awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much for your patience and an interesting problem.
It's all downhill.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, nothing's easy sometimes, is it? Board, we have a little time before lunch is served, and I don't see that we have anything in particular that we could skip down. We've got 15 minutes. Let us skip down to M, some of the topics there.
M.
A little bit of work session. Let me just toss out a couple things for you to be thinking about. One is that, to my knowledge, we've never had a formal process on this board where we discuss board members' ideas for agenda for future meetings. Many boards have that process, and it seems to me that it would be useful if we set aside time at each meeting for members of the board to offer their ideas about what we ought to be talking about next meeting after that, and so on. Not the meaning of life questions that we've been doing, but sort of what are your ideas about agendas?
So that would be under C if it was this meeting, would you say?
C, or maybe even at the end of the meeting typically, so that when stuff comes up during a meeting that might trigger thoughts on your part to say, gee, you know what, we really ought to spend 4 hours on proficiency-based learning. We keep hearing about it, what have you. So I would be inclined to try to make it happen at the end of every meeting, because ideas will get stimulated.
We adopted that years ago, except that we don't practice it except every once in a while.
Yeah, well, I thought I would try to be more regular about that, and just...
I think it should be...
My friend here urged us to be doing that. And so I would try to make it an item on the agenda at the end of each meeting to invite your thoughts, not necessarily for what we do next month, but what we need to be doing in June, July, what have you, whatever the time frame is that you have in mind.
Do you want to put voice to that right now in terms of some?
Let us put voice to that right now. Well said.
Well, I'd like, at our retreat, we talked about having meetings later in the day to reach, to have a public come in at a 5 o'clock hour, whatever that we discussed at the time. I'd like to see that conversation continue to give it more, give it legs.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to see a pilot on that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just have one meeting and see if it, I mean, it might be something like that. You just never know if it'll take
Right,
hold or not. It could be a complete, the Bay of Pigs sort of experiment.
That gets people out.
Yep, always food.
Yeah.
We have enough cookies at our break for people who come. I half jokingly say that, but we are doing a pies and pie charts around our budget to get folks to join us because no matter what board meetings you attend, there are very few public in attendance unless there's pitchforks because there's been something really horrible that's happened.
Yes.
And I think if we could avoid that being what provokes people for coming out, but rather interest in whatever the topic is,
So
great.
replace the pitchforks with forks.
With forks, or
And if
we
I
could do
could-
something even easier, just cookies and coffee.
In Title 16, our role is clearly, is connected to local boards. I mean, it's in statute.
Right.
And I think we've underplayed that in terms of how we're conducting business. And I think that's, in terms of 98, when we're still sort of in a kind of identity crisis, trying to figure out what we're doing, that's a role I think that could be improved or strengthened. And how that actually plays out. But I do think that, you know, perhaps to try, you know, see what happens.
I mean, I think it'd be interesting to actually invite, maybe not the entire board, but maybe the board chair of the school that we're in to sit with the board. Maybe that would encourage more people locally. You know, they could sit over there, but I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Sit next to Dan.
Let me just
Yeah,
toss
right next
out
to Dan.
a
Special
possible sort of trial run of something like this. I suspect that during our conversation about NAEP results, there are certainly some folks in the state who think that there's some nexus between NAEP results and proficiency-based learning. I don't subscribe to any particular theories, but there's a fair amount of sentiment out there about proficiency-based learning, both enthusiastic and skeptical. What would happen if the board devoted a large part of a meeting to essentially a hearing, inviting the public and also inviting some experts, some people who've had real success with PBL and others who haven't, to come to hearing where we devote 4 or 5 hours to that topic, or pick another topic if you want, and do that in connection with a board meeting. We always have board business we've got to do. For example, we've got to keep Act 173 moving on our timeline, and for the next several meetings, we have specific things we got to get done on 173. But probably we could get done in 2 or 3 hours any sort of must-do board stuff, independent school approvals, what have you. But this would be a transition to starting to be a board that forms more of its own agenda and takes on topics of its own that the board has decided are of interest. Out of such a discussion, such a hearing, if you will, I think there are people in the General Assembly who would be interested in what the board had learned from that. I wouldn't expect that there would be a clear and decisive consensus on a topic like proficiency-based learning, but it might be a service to the General Assembly to prepare a 2 or 3 page summary of the scope of what we heard. And to do this in the context that Peter is speaking about, where we start a meeting at noontime someplace, get our business out of the way, and starting at 4:30 or 5, we're open for business in a hearing. And I think we have to work real hard at publicizing that. So what do you think of that idea?
Kim's first.
Kim?
Topically, I think, I had my initial thoughts, so I'm going to react first to the idea of bringing forth a topic on a law that we don't control that is to be implemented for those graduating this year. And I think the implications of opening a conversation of its validity is going to put the brakes on or allow for districts not to be responsive to the requirements of the law. So I would be cautious about convening that topic at this time.
Is there another topic?
2020 requirement's not the law, though. That's your regulation.
Right. It's not the law.
Yeah.
No, I thought, I don't, so
Yeah,
the graduation requirements.
Your regulations are what drive it.
It's what Pogo said.
Wait, okay, well.
The law doesn't have a 2020 deadline in it and doesn't speak much to proficiency-based learning. That's the regulation interpreted by the State Board on flexible pathways.
Okay.
Actually,
the law doesn't speak to it?
I don't think it's in rule, and I don't think it's in law as much as it's been touted.
Well, it's in regulation. Pretty good.
I thought the date for the graduating classes was in law.
I thought
2020
it was
is in regulation.
What's that?
It's in regulation. We had this, I think, debate
If we
last
don't
time.
know, all of us sitting here, I think that's its own problem. But I will say then topically, so I'm going to go back to where I was originally thinking about the idea of future agenda items. I always think that's a great idea at the end of any agenda because you can gather what might be consensus interest of the board, not just individual curiosities that like take us on a whim someplace or otherwise, but almost more importantly is a annual work calendar so that we would have, it doesn't have to be fully populated, but what are the big topics that are reasonable in each month? Because the agency is producing reports on that, or SBAC is coming out at this point, NAEP is coming out at this point. We could have anticipated that there would be some need for topical consideration of things that we know the dates that they are coming out or that make sense in conjunction with the agency's calendar, not necessarily driven by the agency's calendar, but respectfully responsive to timelines that are already known. And we could begin to populate a work calendar for the year around those topics and then see what other things come out of our work that align with our vision, our roles, and our responsibilities, which we're trying to form. And then we have sort of a monitoring schedule of these things. But I do think that doesn't, it is the original skeleton, I think, for our work. And then the future agenda items piece at the end of an agenda gives us the opportunity to react to what we're hearing and say, oh, this is something we really need more information on. And so consequently, looking at the work calendar next month, maybe it doesn't make sense, but it aligns really well with this 2 months out. And it just feels more intentional.
I think the idea of a calendar is an excellent idea. There's another piece of coordination, and that is with the General Assembly.
Yep.
If you convene a discussion that leads to some gathering of information and ideas, sometimes that will be of interest to the General Assembly, to the House and Senate Committees on Education. And in fact, it's even conceivable that they might ask us to pursue and gather certain informations. So a piece of the coordinating might be producing results on a basis that's timely for the General Assembly, which basically, if it's new information and it arrives at the General Assembly much later than mid to late January, it's kind of too late. Yes, Bill?
I'm throwing my memory back to 2013, which is a very dangerous thing to do. But at that time, we were looking at 173, I believe, in which we were really focusing on the EQS part of the law rather than the proficiency part.
Act 77.
77.
77.
Yeah. And sometimes, well, there's two thoughts here. One is, do we need to cut down the scope to where we don't have these convoluted issues where people are working on two kinds of things? And the other is, could we take advantage of that ICAR process and build this in some kind of fashion? If we're going to have hearings anyway, could we double dip and do both?
Well, the ICAR process is for writing rules, right?
Well, that's true.
I don't think we need or want
You want a colloquium.
rules. I mean, I'm not sure that the board needs to change its rules in order to do what we're trying to do. That's not to say I'm certain
I
that
was
we don't.
just thinking that if we were making rules,
right,
we could expand that a whole lot more than what we have in the past.
yeah, we could, I guess, the place to start, of course, is with law. Most of what we do is stipulated by statute, and much of that, as the Secretary has indicated, is vestigial from an earlier time. Let's not get off onto process there for a moment. Let's stay with the general idea of convening or using a large hunk of our meeting to invite discussion from lay people and experts alike on a topic. I mean, you might, for example, take dual enrollment. How's it working? You know, we hear that there are successes, and we see from the data that participation isn't evenly spread across our student population, I guess is a fair way to put it. But I guess the idea would we would take an educational topic of interest to the state and intentionally convene a gathering to get input and opinions about it.
So, I mean, it would be my thought for the January meeting in that January or February that it wouldn't be too ambitious to do something like this and try it once, and I think we should put Peter in charge of it to sort of map it out a little bit and you know, everything down to what kind of pie we'll serve.
Well, and you may have
bring a pie. It's the board.
You could very easily have there. I'm sure, according to where you're going to go, you may have issues that are more pronounced in one area than the other.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it might be worth trying to get an idea of, before we land someplace, what might be, what they might want to talk about.
Kathy?
Yep.
It's the idea of convening our group to hold broad-based discussions that could conceivably be from around the state. Sounds good, but I guess I would be cautious to hold a conversation on a topic that very well could be very inflammatory, that we have maybe no control, no influence, or no authority on. And then what do we do? Then we've just convened a group and we have nothing we can give them in response to any of their concerns or suggestions.
What happens if we go and say, tell us some success stories, or
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of. I know that there was a study on early childhood ed. Like, there are studies that come out of acts that are enacted that sort of look at the results of the implementation. And in some of my hats, I get to see those studies and don't necessarily notice that they get a lot of more broad attention in terms of the effect of the implementation of the law, and or at least from a general public that might otherwise be interested in knowing how the preschool universal pre-K is actually impacting the state. That being an example. So convening people to speak about studies that have already been commissioned and produced and provided to the legislature, that I think feels a little different than having a somewhat non-technically valid kind of study of people coming and testifying and then providing a report out of that. So I would view those two things differently, and my preference would be that we bring light to reports that have already been produced and invite conversation there so that there's attention if it needs to be remedied because it's having an opposite effect of what was intended in the law.
Mm-hmm.
And then we aren't sort of recreating new evidence, we're just bringing attention to a topic that may need attention to affect change.
Mm-hmm.
What about the waiting study using this kind of thing? It's due out in 2 days or something like that.
Love that.
But it has the possibility of being very volatile, as Kathy is speaking. But it's a very important topic.
And it's not our data, so like it's just a study of somebody else's.
Yeah,
it's also very technical.
Hour.
I don't know if a lot of people
Right.
come out for that, but maybe the 10 hours of pre-K is something that people do have an opinion on. But
Right. Well,
affects money.
yeah, no, I know. We all get it. It's just the session that I went to at the VSBA was pretty technical.
Yeah, not. Yeah.
Right? It might be hard. You'd have to have a lot of cookies and
Give me
coffee.
the answers I wanted.
A lot of cookies and coffee.
So let's try to integrate
like
what
that
we're
idea.
hearing here. Let me just try that. First of all, I'm hearing that there is interest in getting out where people have more easy access to us. By the way, that'll take some work because how will people even know we're there? We've got to be much better at that than we are used to. Second, there's the idea of let's not needlessly be stirring up enmities. Certainly understood. Third, there's the idea of maybe a way to structure this is around some established research or analysis that points at some concerns and that we could bring some greater light on those concerns. But fourth, to Kathy's point, we need to frame this in a way that people understand that we have very little authority to make change. And I think there's been a lot of confusion about that over the years, even on this board. But that the vehicle, but we do have this power to convene. If we were a business, you would say you have a brand. You're called the State Board of Education, and people think that's important, perhaps unjustifiably, but that gets people's attention. If the State Board of Education is in your county, prepared to invite comment, I think a lot of people might notice that.
Schools even put it on the sign in front when you
Yeah,
show up.
notice that, yes. The sign hasn't been, it wasn't shot up by the time you got here, was it?
No, it's still there.
Yeah.
It's still there. It's
So-
all in one piece.
So, but I think part of our duty is to explain to people that we are advisory. We don't tell the secretary what to do. The governor does that, if anybody does. And we certainly don't tell the General Assembly what to do. But the General Assembly is interested in what we have to say. And so out of this, if we prepare an analysis or a point of view or simply present facts and information, we can, if we time it correctly, get that in front of the General Assembly, and it may, through their good offices, influence the direction of legislation. And especially, I think, when you choose an established program like pre-K, dual enrollment, there have been some analyses which raise questions about some unintended effects of those programs. I think there's probably an appetite in the General Assembly to know more. To the question of January or February, John mentioned those two possible times. I mentioned January only because this does not, you can hold a meeting, but one thing that this board is not used to is writing reports on its own. And these things don't just materialize out of thin air, and we don't have staff people who are readily at our disposal. So that means board members needing to sit down and write stuff. And We're all very capable of that, but we all also have day jobs, or many of us do. So there's some work that has to happen in connection with this. But I could imagine that a January meeting, by the way, we're scheduled for Hyde Park. That's where we are currently scheduled to go, and we would like to keep our commitment there since they're anticipating us. Wait a minute, January? I may have it wrong. No, I think January we're scheduled for McFarland House, which means nothing. We could go anywhere else that would have us. And so depending upon the topic, if let's say pre-K was the topic, well, if you go in Chittenden County, you're going to get a very different set of answers than you will get in Windham County. But anyway, we can work out those details, but the idea was to do something in January as a, sort of a dry run, partly for us to begin to learn how to do this, and partly to do it in time so that if there's something that comes out of it that is discrete that might be useful for the General Assembly to know, we'd get it to them in time to be useful. Knowing that it's going to be at least 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks before, after such a hearing, before we have a document that's ready, that's a consensus document among us. Number one, 2 or 3 people have done a draft. It's been knitted together. It's been circulated. That takes time. And after 2 or 3 weeks after a January hearing, if the General Assembly were interested, we could go and present our findings.
Would we approve it at the next meeting?
No, I wouldn't wait that long. You gotta cycle this stuff out.
But then
I think you draft it as soon as possible after the meeting, and you circulate it and say, "Can everybody kiss this pig?" and let's go.
Do we have a sense, just, I like the structure and the format. The topic might be driven by if we know what is on the dockets of the 2 ed committees coming up, and if any of those are related to, are they likely to look at whichever act it is that's early childhood ed, or are they more likely to look and react to the weighting study, or are they more like, do we know
I can find that
what's
out
coming up and what would be most helpful, and that we're not trying to create new data, but rather I could imagine us doing almost like an information session. So we've got 45 minutes of somebody who's either produced the study or been on the committee that produced the study, sharing the highlights, and then hearing more.
2 phone
like
calls
that.
tomorrow.
Yeah, so that'd be cool. I think that
That's a great point. Thank you, Board. We're on item I, Middle School Appeal. Ms. Simmons, will you come to the table, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'm Mark Ottinger. May I join?
Certainly.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Simmons, why don't you begin?
Sure. So the topic of this agenda item is based out of, again, in Rule 2200 series. We're in the realm of Rule 2228.8, which is the process for rate approval for independent schools that are approved for special education purposes. So the middle school is one such school. It actually received its initial approval from the board last December. The agency is charged in Rule 2228.8 with examining requests for rates or rate increases for special purpose independent schools, and evaluating whether the school's rates are reasonably related to a level of services provided to publicly placed independent school students. So the agency's gone through that process with about 10 schools this year who either, like the middle school, asked for an initial rate for the first time, or more commonly for an increase to the school's rate. You may remember that in 2018, the agency placed a prohibition on any rate increases at these schools to reflect the statewide level budgeting conversation that was ongoing at that time. So in 2019, the agency said, we'll again accept and evaluate rate requests or increase requests from schools, and we received about a dozen total. So there is a dispute resolution process in the rule for a school that does not agree with the agency's determination about their rate. So in the case of the middle school, the school received the agency's final decision on a rate in the fall. The school did not find that rate satisfactory, took their appeal to Secretary French, as the rule describes, and Secretary French found under the rule that the school's explanation of why it required a higher rate was not satisfactory, and so has referred the matter to the state board. So the rule tells you that upon such referral by the secretary, the board will conduct a formal hearing to determine what the rate should be, and the board's determination is final. So this is, and I'm just editorializing now, one of those one-off sort of appeals that comes to the state board either under statute or under your rules that really don't happen very often.
So, just to be clear, then your presentation therefore constitutes the Secretary's action to bring this matter before the board, is that correct?
And I also have forwarded to the chair the middle school's notice of appeal.
Yeah, I don't quite get that there's a notice of appeal yet. We are considering whether that we shall open a hearing. Is that correct? And at this point, presumably, we are. It's the duty of the board to make arrangements to conduct a hearing. As prescribed by statute and rule. So I'm still not quite clear what's being appealed.
So the middle school, and I'll let Mark chime in next, the middle school has a decision from the agency affirmed by the secretary as to a dollar amount of its maximum rate, and is appealing, finding that that rate is still not as high as it should be in the middle school's opinion, and is invoking its right to have the state board conduct a formal proceeding.
And where is the middle school's right codified?
In 2228.8, 3.
I don't see in this that there's any reference to the middle school's to the applicant's right to a hearing. I do see the secretary is directed to turn this matter over to the board, and the board is obliged to conduct a hearing. I see that, but your term, a right to appeal, I don't see that in the language.
Well, then, if we don't put it in terms of the middle school's right, we'll put it in terms of the secretary's obligation and the board's obligation flowing from that.
Yeah. Mr. Ottinger, do you have a comment on that?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. My name is Mark Ottinger. For those of you who do not know me, I represent the middle school. I'm an attorney in Burlington. To answer the chair's question directly, I think the right of a contested case or an appeal or a hearing is contained in what's called the Administrative Procedure Act.
Understood. Which
is actually in Title III, Chapter 25. A contested case, which I think is the category that this falls under, that being a disagreement with the final determination of the secretary. The contested case means a proceeding including but not restricted to rate making and licensing, in which the legal rights, duties, or privileges of a party are required by law to be determined by an agency after an opportunity for hearing. So it's a contested case, and then the actual, I think, enabling statute is in Section 809 in that same chapter that talks about, in a contested case, all parties shall be given an opportunity for hearing after reasonable notice, including. So as Emily indicated, this is one of those very unusual events where the State Board of Education is placed in a quasi-judicial capacity. Given the complexity of the rate setting, we feel that perhaps a half day or a full day is going to be required.
Well, before we get into the specifics of how much time is required for a hearing, I'm just trying to clear up the language. I have in front of me something furnished to me by Ms. Simmons, which is your notice of appeal, Mr.
Yes.
Ottinger.
Yes.
Middle school hereby appeals the decision of the Vermont Agency of Education. This is maybe semantics, but the process, as I understand it, is that the secretary has duly turned the matter over to the board for a hearing of a contested case. And so we conduct a hearing whether you appeal or not. There's nothing for you to appeal. The hearing is underway when the board convenes it. And you, as a party to the hearing, come and present your case.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm still stuck with the hearing happens whether you appeal or not, I guess is the point.
Well, I think, Mr. Chairman, had we not appealed, I mean, I think the agency would have been satisfied simply to allow us to charge the rate that had been determined to be appropriate. As a lawyer, you know, I sort of strive for some concreteness about the rights and the procedures, and that, for me, is the Administrative Procedure Act. So my feeling was that, you know, it was my obligation to appeal when the middle school believed that the rate that had been set was insufficient and contrary to law.
Well,
and then the rights that I believe we're entitled to would be contained in Chapter 25.
Well, there's no doubt that the proceedings are spelled out by the administrative rules, and we understand that. I think we can leave behind our semantic differences and say we need board members to conduct a hearing in the matter of the middle school's contested case with regard to rate setting. This board's not used to doing a lot of hearings, but many of us have been involved in this kind of thing in other settings. So, Mr. Ottinger, you have some ideas about how the scope and dimensions of this hearing. Why don't you tell us about that?
Well, I draw partly on past experience, having been on board when the State Board of Education in prior years had engaged an independent hearing officer to essentially do fact-finding and to create a recommendation that would be given to the State Board for adoption or rejection or modification. We had had an internal discussion about the possibility of the State Board designating perhaps 3 of its members to sit as a panel, and then the next question would be whether they would be advised by the staff of the agency. It's our opinion that you either should have, in order to give us the due process rights under the APA, we either should have an independent hearing officer or independent counsel for the board. As much as we have great respect for Donna Russo-Savage's intellect, if you will, she's been suggested as an alternative to guide the board through this process. We find it impossible to understand how she could advise the board in the context of a situation where her boss's decision is the subject of the appeal. Now, I know that there's some practical issues with, how could you obtain an independent lawyer to advise the board, and Ms. Simmons and I have talked about whether it's possible to use one of the hearing officers or the mediators that are currently under contract with the agency. Now, of course, their contracts tend to be specific to their undertakings, like due process. But in the past, I know that the boards have expanded the hearing officers and had somebody make a report and recommendation for them. In any case, it's our position that the 3-person subgroup of the board as fact finders would be fine, as long as there's independent counsel from outside the agency. And we apologize for the fact that there would be some cost attendant to that and possibly some needing for contracting or getting a waiver from the Attorney General's office, so there could be simply the appointment of the appropriate person. But we feel that that would be the best and most efficient way to elucidate the issue so that the State Board as a whole can then make a decision as to whether the rate should be modified or should stay the same, and then we can move forward.
Do I understand that you're saying, and I'd like your view as well, Ms. Simmons, that there are two alternative structures for this. Either the board retains an independent entity to conduct the hearing and make recommendation to the board,
Right.
or the board sits and the board or some designated part of the board sits and hears the evidence and is advised by counsel, and you're advocating it should be an outside counsel. But there are two different models that can be employed.
I believe so, and if you employed the first model, I think then you could have staff attorneys from the agency, whether it be Ms. Simmons or Ms. Russo-Savage or any of them, advocate on behalf of the agency. Because then the independence would be vested in the hearing officer, who again would not make a decision but make a recommendation that you would then adopt or modify.
So, okay. So board, I think we're getting at a point where I think we need to make a choice. I think it'd be wise to get this, which model chosen.
So
Yes, excuse me, go ahead.
in either model, staff from an attorney from the agency and Mr. Ottinger would present their side of the case, whether it be to a hearing officer sitting with 2 or 3 board members, 2 or 3 board members sitting with the hearing officer further over to the side, or just a hearing officer who would then report back to the state board.
Right. But in either case, I mean, obviously, the board's attorneys can advocate for the board's views. I'm sorry, the agency's attorneys
That too, yeah.
would advocate for the agency's views. Mr. Ottinger is saying to us that the board should not be advised in this matter in its determinations by an agency employee, but rather a separate outside counsel. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Yes, sir.
So I think first let's have a conversation. Mr. Secretary, do you have any comments on at this point?
No, I don't feel it would be appropriate for me to weigh in on.
So, board, the choice comes to retaining an attorney, probably an attorney, or it could be a mediator or someone else who's impartial and qualified to conduct a hearing on her or his own, hear evidence from the agency and from the appellant, make a recommendation to this board, and we either adopt or reject that recommendation, and that makes the decision final. Or alternatively, the board itself conducts a hearing, presumably with an outside attorney to advise the board on its procedures and its understanding of the facts.
Yes.
I don't think we need a hearing officer necessarily, do we? We can conduct the hearing. So, and the board needn't be all 19 of us, but it could be a subset of us, perhaps an odd number like 3, to conduct the hearing. So, is there are there thoughts about those choices?
To me, having either independent legal counsel and/or a hearing officer, I think, is really important. I think in order to maintain due process, I'm not comfortable with agency, although I have the utmost confidence in agency counsel. I think that it would really call into question due process if somebody was sitting on both sides of the table. So I think that's really important.
Yeah.
I think it's also important that the board hear that at least somebody from the board hear the facts as they're presented real time.
Thank you. Other views?
I agree completely with that.
Okay. So it's been suggested 2 things, that in any engagement the board itself have the advice of independent counsel. And second, there's a preference for having the board itself, or a subset of the board, conduct the hearing.
I would suggest subset. I agree with you that there's not 19 of us, but if there
It's a
were,
pretty big number.
that would
I
also
always
be
lose track.
unnecessary too.
Are there other views? Bill?
Same. 3-member subcommittee.
3-member subcommittee of the board.
And outside counsel.
Okay, so I don't think we have to vote, but I think we have consensus. Any dissent from this approach? The idea being a 3-member subcommittee of the board to be appointed by the chair, to retain independent counsel to advise the board and to even assist it in guiding its proceedings so that the board conducts its work properly. And we would hear then from counsel for the agency and counsel for the appellant.
Would our legal counsel be the hearing officer, or would one of the 3 members? I think that's the only thing that's not covered under that.
We are entitled to conduct our own hearing, I believe. We don't have to have a separate hearing officer, as we do in the other case that you and I are familiar with. I believe that's correct. Is that,
It's
attorneys?
almost a question of semantics.
Okay.
It will ultimately be, in both cases, the other hearing you have in this one, the board's decision. It receives a recommendation on that decision from the subcommittee with the counsel of the attorney. Yeah.
The board's, the chair of this board committee would conduct the hearing. Is that correct?
That would work fine, yeah.
So that would be the person that controls time and
Precisely.
And all of the comments go through versus the hearing. That was it was more semantics, but it is okay. Who's in charge of conducting the actual mechanics of the hearing?
The chair of the committee that's been created. And the board would be advised by its own counsel. All right, I think there seems to be consensus on that model. That's how we would like to proceed. Now, you have some thoughts, sir.
I just wanted to introduce one more thing with
Yes,
your
please.
permission. Ms. Simmons and I have been working together on this quite successfully. I mean, we've talked about discovery, which is kind of a formalistic way of saying, getting the information that we need for our hearing. We've exchanged certain things on a voluntary basis. I brought up the idea just before we came up to the table here that perhaps a mediator prior to a full-blown hearing might be able to bring us together. I know that the rate setting as it's currently being developed by the agency is kind of a new approach to the setting of rates for therapeutic schools, or at least it's new in certain ways. Our view is that it's treating newer schools that are in the ramp-up phase disparately, but I don't know that we're that far apart. So I just wanted to let the board know that we're open to the idea of possibly having a day or half a day of mediation to see if we could close the gap, limit the issues that are before the board, your hearing, possibly resolve things, and then also possibly provide some type of, I don't know, guidance, if you will, on the issue of rate setting going forward. So we're open to that. It's a sort of a common approach in the litigation world that before you consume all the resources of an actual contested hearing, you give a good faith effort at mediating. So I just wanted the board to be aware of the fact that we discussed that briefly.
Mr. Chairman, wouldn't that be a voluntary process between the agency and the school?
I believe it is.
That would be designed to avoid board
Precisely.
Action?
Right. I don't think we would have any involvement in that.
I just wanted the,
I
the body
appreciate
to
that.
be aware of that in
To make
case
sure
we're...
you won't get mad at us if we come to agreement and don't need you to have a hearing
Oh,
at all.
yeah. Well, don't throw us in that briar patch. The board, I think, probably should proceed with appointing a committee and stand by. And and also, now we have to turn to Mr. Hunjo, just to be clear, we have to turn to the agency to arrange for an independent counsel on our behalf.
I understand.
We have no staff, we have no separate budget. We have a budget. We can pay for it out of our budget, but we depend upon the agency to facilitate these things.
Understood.
You're comfortable with that?
And last time it was the Attorney General's office was involved when we needed
That
independent
was in the
counsel?
case of defending against the suits in connection with Act 46 because the state of Vermont was being sued.
And I was a member of the Attorney General's office at that time, if you remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have to.
So confusing. Yeah.
Yes. So I think we should move on two separate tracks then. One is the possibility that you folks will keep talking, and simultaneously, we should proceed with forming the committee and making arrangements to retain counsel.
I think that's right, and no objection to
Fair
that
enough.
approach.
Okay. Is there anything else, board members?
I heard one thing that I just need clarification on. There's the individual case of middle school and their rate, but you also mentioned the rate-setting process as being new and in question. And that's an entirely different beast, I would assume, right?
Right.
So depending on the process that you use, whether you go through mediation or it ends up through a hearing process with lawyers, is that going to have any effect potentially on the rate-setting process, one way or the other, whether we go one path or the other? Is it really conceivable that if it goes through a mediation process and there are some considered changes to rate setting, that it would occur? Or is it, if there's a question along rate setting, should it really go down the path with legal advice? Or
Not
does
sure.
it not make a difference?
Not sure.
Okay. So the process is new, the rate setting?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd characterize it that way, but I think it's, fair to let the process go forward here, and we'll learn what we can from it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think that they're separable, and that if the parties, the middle school and perhaps other independent schools, want to make an issue of the rate-setting process, there's a totally separate mechanism for doing so. This hearing would not be that setting.
Okay.
Because frankly, this board would have no authority in determining that. It would presumably, or at least we would like not to be involved in things like that. And it might be a legislative change as well.
Right.
Great.
May I just respond very briefly
Please.
to the question? I'm here to advocate on behalf of the middle school and the middle school only.
Right.
My point is that if and to the extent that the hearing may elucidate how things were happening and how things are happening now, to the extent that there might have been some changes, one of the things that you may conclude is that there's a disparity in treatment that is resulting from the change. And so our argument would be that everybody should be treated uniformly. So to the extent that this may have systemic impacts or whatever, it would be, let's call it accidental and not sort of at the top of our list. Our list is simply to make sure that the rate that the middle school is receiving is fair.
Understood. Understood. Thank you.
This is a grievance process, more or less, isn't it? I mean, you're challenging this, what the rates that the agency has set. Isn't that a singular case? That shouldn't be precedent.
Yeah, the rates set school by school or by category?
School by school.
If it's not precedent, it could be informative.
That's what I just want to.
It could be informative for the
Well,
board.
if I may respond to that, so one of the issues in the case, without jumping ahead, is...
We shouldn't get into the
Okay.
case.
All right.
Yeah, we don't need to, I don't think we need to understand all of the potential downfield ramifications of this. Let's just stay focused on hearing, mediation, negotiation, whatever the possibilities are.
Agreed.
And then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Is there anything else we need to discuss in this connection? Very good. Mr. Andrew, thank you for coming.
Thank you for having us.
To you, John, do we have a sense of the time commitment that would be required if you're looking for board members to be able to sit on this subcommittee? Do we have a sense of the time frame necessary?
From the documents we've seen, it could be at least a day and maybe two.
And where would that take place? And what, in 2 months from now? In 2 weeks from now?
I think
Probably.
we facilitate that, and, who the appointees are and the schedule and availability of folks.
But the volunteers might
We
find
consider
them.
your schedule.
No, I'm just saying the volunteers may not volunteer themselves,
You'd be paid your per diem.
Oh my gosh,
You're not
no,
a
no, no, no.
volunteer.
Make it as convenient
That's
as
so
possible.
worth my trips to Barry too, for those other meetings.
Okay, thank you.
We had no documentation on this.
That's correct, there's nothing.
Yeah,
in
that's
there.
true. You did
And I
not.
kept
I
looking.
received
I'm like,
some.
wait, where?
Nothing in your packet. I don't know just why. So, are you ready to move on? Very good. We're 4 minutes ahead of schedule. 3. So, Mr. Secretary, sir, we're happy to be hearing from you. Am I right? Yes. Nape.
So in your packets, we have slides of a PowerPoint presentation. I was hoping to have our head of assessment here today. He's not going to be able to make it, unfortunately. So I was just going to walk through this really quickly. And I know Professor Wolf is in the audience, who has a polished presentation on this. This topic, as I mentioned earlier, at a national conference recently, the state chiefs, the NAEP results are provoking a lot of conversations nationally due to the general decline in scores. In particular, consensus among the chiefs that there should be some focus nationally on literacy, as I mentioned earlier. But I just want to walk through this a little bit. In the first couple slides, talk a little bit about a brief history of NAEP itself. I think its importance, one of the reasons it's important as a measure is that it's one of the few that we've had that's been around for a while. And so we can say that we have some longitudinal data on the NAEP. Does everyone have that? Kathy, do you have it? Okay, yep. So I won't go through the history as much, but it's important to acknowledge that it's been around for a while, so we have some longitudinal data, and basically it's administered every other year, 4th and 8th grade in Vermont. And most, if not all, our schools participate in this. It's in some states there are samples. Our state is small enough that we have to have a large number of schools participate. So I just, call your attention to sort of the summary of the findings. I'm not going to go through this chart by chart.
Can I ask
Yeah.
point of personal context?
I don't know. Go for it.
I got a report recently on my student that...
Your student?
On my student, my
Yeah.
personal student, yes, that I have legal possession of right now. Is this the same test?
No, you would not get student level results on this
Not yet,
assessment.
okay.
No, not ever. So we get generalized state level results. We don't get school level results on the NAEP either. So
Okay,
it's just
I can't.
state
I
by
can't-
state.
Yeah, I can't keep them all straight when they come home.
Yeah, you should
Okay.
keep a better eye on your kids.
I should, I know.
Yeah,
You're busy
so-
wandering around town.
Yeah, I know. Good point that out. We live in the same town, so I see his kids hanging around sometimes.
Yes.
Anyway, so these are state level results only. I should have mentioned that. So there's not school level results, just state level results. But once again, it's one of the few assessments that's been around for a while in the United States. And as you know, in the United States, education was largely an activity left to the states themselves. So our educational activities and policies vary greatly from state to state. So this is one of the few things we've had not only consistently through time, but also consistently administered across the United States. And on the bottom of page 3, just to summarize the 2019 results on a national level and compare those to the Vermont results, most states saw little or no improvement in either reading or mathematics at both grade levels that were assessed, 4th and 8th grades. Lowest performing students showed the most significant declines in scores since the last time the test was administered in 2017. In Vermont, students scored above the national average in reading at 4th and 8th grade levels and mathematics at the 8th grade level in 2019. However, students scored below the national average in grade 4 in math. Key takeaway, although the average scores in reading and math for Vermont Nation appear to show a population of students who are stagnating academically, those averages are made up of high-performing students who continue to improve, contrasted by low-performing students whose scores continue to decline. So that's a big part of the interpretation of the results is that though the average composite shows a decline, as we unpack those results, we start to see a little bit where the students on the 90th percentile continue to do fairly well, and the students in the lowest 10th percentile doing much more poorly. So that's kind of what's involved with the average.
Got a question. On page 3, you talk about the scales running from 0 to 500. How much was the decline from last administration to this administration?
I don't have that answer. That would be, I would invite our assessment folks to come back and answer that to that level of detail.
3 points.
Okay, so a significant decline or not?
It's 0.6% of the scale.
Okay.
That's the size of the difference we're talking about.
I'm just going to try to provide the sort of, I don't want to interpret the findings so much as just provide a straight up, but I appreciate your opportunity.
Well, I'll continue.
Yeah, okay. No, I think, it's a very important assessment. I just want to keep emphasizing it. It's one of the few things we have to compare ourselves in Vermont to the national level. So it's a very important piece of data for us to consider. The other thing I'd point to is a bit on page 6 when we started breaking the data a little further between gender, and we still use the National School Lunch Program as a proxy for poverty. We still have those trends in reading. Female students outperforming males for the most part. Trend appears somewhat in mathematics, but not the same consistency. And we still, have the discrepancy in performance. Use National School Lunch Program as a proxy for poverty, but the poverty issues are still there as well. But it's fair to say the overall trend for the last 5 years or so has been one of decline, both nationally and in Vermont. And just the final word I'll say on the back cover, key takeaways. Vermont's results indicate a widening gap between high-performing and low-performing. Vermont results indicate that females outperform males in reading, both for students in poverty and students that are not in poverty. This is frequently the case in mathematics, but also not always. NAEP results should not be used to make causal inferences, meaning they can't be, can't say this, what caused this, we don't know. The NAEP data tell us what is happening, not explicitly why it is happening. And generally our approach at the state level, and I think the same at the district level, is to use these results as one point of data, then to seek correlation among other data. I would, without getting into the detail of it, I think it's fair to say we see similar trends in SBAC data as well, which is our state assessment. And that's pretty much all we have at the state level. Local districts can go further. They have benchmark assessments and so forth that they use locally that I'm sure they will use NAEP as an opportunity to invite the unpacking of those results in more detail to examine their own trends.
Mr. Secretary, a question for you. This was discussed at CCSSO. Is there any thinking that, let me back up, a year or two ago, we had the SBAC folks come see us, and there was some conversation about could the decline in scores be a result of changes in the examination itself? Well, not surprisingly, the SBAC folks said, no, we've corrected for all that.
Yeah.
And none of us had the ability to dispute that claim. Is there any reason to think that the nationwide decline that we're seeing is associated with changes in the NAEP?
Yeah, I don't know. It's there certainly. I know the CCSSO is commissioning sort of, or I should say, getting a group of chiefs who are thinking that way together with the folks behind NAEP to examine some very specific points in the data where they think that might be the case. I think from my standpoint, as long as we use these data in a general way, there's no harm in using them in a general way to elucidate our understanding of a trend.
Right.
If we want to go further and design a specific policy intervention, then I'd be very cautious. As this, basically the rule of thumb would be as the stakes increase with the intervention we're designing, we want to make sure we have solid triangulation with the data before we proceed further. But I think as long as the data are used in a general way, they're useful. I think the issues that emerged, as I mentioned, at the national level around literacy as a trend. Another obvious one, for instance, I attended a panel that was staffed largely from educators from Mississippi. Mississippi is one of the states, historically one of the poor performers on NAEP, has made some progress on NAEP. And so it was interesting to hear what they've been doing essentially. And if I were to distill that down, it basically is investing in high quality instructional materials, curriculum, and making sure teachers are trained to use the curriculum. So, the point I'd make that the data is general and we could contemplate specific interventions to achieve it, but honestly the interventions that most likely we'd use are ones we've always had in our toolkit, which are make sure the students have high quality instructional materials and make sure they are before a high quality teacher as long as possible, so.
Yeah, so sort of the question earlier, initially, of changes in the examination, which is possible, and none of us here in this room could ascertain if that's happened. But it's somewhat moot in the sense that that there's a convergence of scores in Vermont with nationwide scores that is noticeable. And I think that here in Vermont, lots of people have fancied somehow that we were significantly stronger than other states in our educational system, and the data suggests that whatever strength that was is that differentiation is diminishing for whatever reason. We have no idea. So in some ways, you don't have to worry about whether the test has changed. Probably the most significant trend is that the difference between U.S. average and Vermont is diminishing.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, we also can see that in other data. So I mean,
Yeah.
the other point, particularly as I mentioned earlier, is we are digging into the Act 173, the research behind that, and particularly the UVM study. You know, surface are a fairly mediocre performance on literacy, in particular at the end of third grade. I think it was less than half of students are reading proficiently at the end of third grade.
Right.
So those kinds of trends, coupled with this kind of trend, should be setting off alarm bells for us at least to think a little more deeply about what we're going to do about it.
Right.
I know as secretary, I am thinking more deeply about what we should be doing about it, and there's a couple things I think we should be attending to. One is to ensure we have stability in the data, in our own data, and that's, as you heard me talk about SLDS and so forth. I think there's some things we can do to align our data a little better, K through 12, to ensure that we have a better understanding of what's going on. I think one of the takeaways I pulled from the 173 research is that really the only data those researchers could point to was SBAC. You know, we do a lot of other assessment at the local level in the state, but at the state level all we have is SBAC,
Right.
which really has only been stable for about 2 years. So that's not a lot to hang our hats on. And I know there's a lot of other data out there we could be using. So I think we have some work to do at the state level. That's not going to be overly complicated to do that. But I think, you know, consistent with the goals of Act 173, I think the work is what it's always going to be, which is going to be making sure students have high quality instructional materials and that regular instruction is strong. What we would say in Acts 173 is Tier 1 instruction, making sure that's strong as possible and consistently deployed across the state as much as possible.
Peter.
So this might be more of a commentary, but I was on a board when Neckleby came in, and that really transformed what we were beforehand. Vermont was trying to get its own Common Core and its own set its own ground rules and whatnot, and that pretty much subverted that process, and everything got skewed to teaching to the test, and that was a big issue for years. And I'm wondering, in terms of just how we're measuring and how we're preparing both teachers and students for a learning experience, how much we should really depend on testing to be the decisive indicator, and how could we be doing things differently at the ground level, personal level?
I think it's it's a good point. I would agree that certainly the shift to standards is part of something that needs to be understood here, because we are aligned to the Common Core in Vermont, but the NAEP doesn't measure the same content.
Right.
So SBAC is a test that measures alignment to the Common Core, our standards, but the NAEP does not. But once again, one would think that general trends of literacy achievement and abilities would be manifest across multiple assessments, not just on one. And I would agree that's important. But I think to your question, Peter, I know we've had long-standing aspirations in the state, informally expressed by both the Superintendent's Association and the School Board Association, to have a world-class education system. I don't think we're going to achieve that unless we open ourselves up to some benchmarking at an international level. And the idea that I think formal standardized tests have gotten a bum rap to a certain extent, perhaps because we've embarked on too much testing, but they're a very important tool for us to understand how Vermont students are performing relative to their peers not only around the state but around the world. And I think we have potential to be a world-class education. I'd hope that we'd open ourselves up to that international benchmarking as a way to get there, and not shut ourselves off from it.
We already have.
Have what?
We've got pizza
PISA?
and, what's the other one?
Tim's.
Tim's. And you can crosswalk Pisa and Tim's to interstate things, and in fact, some folks out at Stanford have done exactly that. And I think we're running a little ahead of the conversation in terms of seeking out causality when we really don't know.
No one's talking about causality, Bill. We're just trying to understand the data.
Well, then SBAC and NAEP and the difference between those, they correlate with each other at about 0.5, which is 25% of the variance, which means they're really testing different things. And if you're going to look at the decline in the scores in Vermont, you're going to have to go back to about 6 or 8 years and then look at that and then compare that with what's happening nationally. The decline in the NAEP scores that we saw is just not us. It is the nation. When you look at the nation and see this kind of decline, you have to infer that there's something bigger that's going on here. And then if you start looking at the NAEP scores a little bit closer, you'll see the decline is in the bottom 5%. In other words, we're not doing well by the poor kids, and Sean Reardon has shown that that can account for 100% of the variance, and then you go back in and start looking at the school stuff. But the thing is that we've got to look at this a little more carefully and in bigger trends than just ours. I don't think the teachers have forgot how to teach or the children have forgotten how to learn. It's a matter of looking at the things that we have, and if we don't deal with poverty, we'll never solve the problem.
Dan, other states that buck the trend? Mississippi's kind of interesting because Mississippi and Alabama are two states that people always use as number 49 and 50.
The two that were highlighted at the conference were Mississippi and Washington, D.C. I haven't had a chance to look at their data yet. I haven't honestly looked at Mississippi's data either.
Okay.
But we talked with those chiefs in a focused way.
Certainly not a big spending state, I would assume.
No, it's quite low.
Yeah. No.
It's rated 51st, and I have worked with Mississippi data and know what it is. There's a thing called regression toward the mean. When you're at the very top of the curve or the very bottom of the curve, you tend to regress towards it. Mississippi literally had no place to go but up.
Yeah, that's what I would assume. But still seeing some increase. I get the whole point about no place to go but up.
One of the things that I think we sometimes forget here in Vermont is that the extraordinary demographics of this state. The state happens to have racial characteristics which, for reasons that are beyond most of us comprehending, equip this state with a 90% white population, with a population that has a significantly lower poverty rate than the national average, has by most measures significantly higher health indicators for children. We're in the number 5 to number 10 in the country in terms of the overall health of children. In general, our children have kind of what would appear to be a lot of advantages.
Statistical advantage.
Walking into the schoolhouse door. And yet, what we're seeing is those advantages appear to be dissipated through their education. That is to say, we're seeing a convergence of what ought to be an advantaged score for this little state with such an extraordinarily favorable demographic, dissipating to becoming a very ordinary score when compared to other states.
Well, also, if you look at the spending too, Mr. Chairman.
There's that as well.
That when you layer that on top of the demographic, you would expect better results.
You would. So we're not trying to get at why, but we are trying to get at what.
I think it's, to the point, though, of the average. I mean, that's where the convenience of using an average score needs to be acknowledged eyes wide open. So,
Right.
You mentioned like we have better than average student health, but individual students don't have better than average health,
Certainly.
right? So we have students that have very poor health outcomes and students have very good outcomes, and the resulting average is good compared to other states.
And we're looking at average scores as well.
If the trend is that bottom 5% is what's driving the average weighting, I would argue our 5% average who experience low health outcomes, there's probably a good correlation there between how they're performing on these
Right.
assessments. So,
And another element of diversity can be seen in the school-by-school SBAC scores.
yeah, and
I mean, there's a significant variation between the weakest quintile and the strongest quintile. And we need to understand better what that's about. And it would seem, when we look at numbers like this, we feel like we have to boil the ocean. We have to solve the whole problem. But in many ways, if we simply could strengthen the performance of children who are struggling, and in school districts that appear to be struggling, perhaps they're the same thing, if we could focus on those underperforming communities or individuals, we would find our averages significantly improved. We don't have to remake it all, whatever remaking might be. We could get significant improvements in these scores were we to address where the problems are most acute.
I think the other trend I forgot to mention from CCSSO that I started to notice is I think there's going to be an increased focus on rural education policy, because a lot of, especially when we start talking about demographics, from my perspective, a lot of that conversation has been driven by urban education reform to a certain extent, and I think increasingly, we acknowledge that a large majority of our students are educated in the rural landscape in the United States, and a lot of the federal education policy really hasn't been targeted at that very specific demographic. So we have issues now, as you know, with our aging demographic trend, workforce challenges, and so forth. So the larger lens of rural economic development, and social development, education development is gaining some traction among the chiefs anyway. So I think there'll be an increased focus and probably an opportunity for Vermont to inform renewed energy on rural education policy.
All right, it's been a good conversation. I think it's time to invite up Art Wolf, whom I invited to come here with us today because I know that he has a long-standing interest in data like this. I went back through my files and found, shows you what a wonk I am, I found from year 2002, I think it was an article by you, Art, the heading almost precisely the same as the one that recently appeared in Digger.
Yeah.
Why don't you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah. Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to come here. My name is Art Wolf. I am an emeritus professor of economics at UVM, just retired this past year. I have had a very long interest in Vermont economics and Vermont education, starting back when I was the state economist for Governor Cunin back in the late 80s when the chair was a senator at that time. And I've been interested in it for a number of reasons. I'm interested in it because we spend a lot of money on education, about $1.6 billion. That's K through 12, or pre-K through 12. It's about 40% of all the tax revenues that are collected by state and local governments in Vermont go for K through 12 education. So it's a large amount of money. And I'm also interested in it because we want to look at how effective that money is, because what are we getting for our money as taxpayers, and what are the students who are on the receiving end of that, how well are they going to be prepared for the life they're going to be leading as a result of their education in Vermont. So I started investigating this and writing about it when I was working for the governor, and I've continued doing it. So I have a PowerPoint here, which I'm going to have to get a crook. Yeah, but I don't. So I'm going to be turning my head. That's all right. I can do it this way. So first of all, as the conversation just mentioned, Vermont is very different than the United States in a number of dimensions, and I've been focusing on Vermont's demographics in terms of aging for about the last 10 or 15 years. But we're obviously very different demographically in terms of the racial and ethnic composition of the state. And if we look at the school children in the United States, less than half of them are non-Hispanic white students. And I'm using census and US DOE definitions of race and ethnicity. And so black and white are races, Hispanic is an ethnicity. Okay, so there are differences there. So fewer than half the students in the United States are white, and about 15% are black, and a little over a quarter are Hispanic. And you can see by the numbers in Vermont, it's tiny numbers. So we are very different. And I think that's important when we look at these test results, the NAEP tests. And to reiterate what the Secretary said, the NAEP test, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, are given by the U.S. Department of Education to a sample of students in every state in the United States. The Smarter Balance tests are given in Vermont to every school. I think every child takes them, right? So the Smarter Balance test, you can compare schools in Vermont, but you can't do much national comparison because there's only about a dozen or so states that use that test. So your ability to compare Vermont's students to other students is very limited. The NAEP test is one of the few tests that exists, or few measures that exist, where we can compare Vermont to the rest of the country. So what I did was essentially take that into account and say, we need to compare Vermont students to their peers nationally. And their peers nationally is not the entire student body of the United States, because we know that minority students and minority population in the United States are at a disadvantage when it comes to the white population. They have lower average incomes, they have higher poverty rates, more unemployment, more kids in single-parent families. Immigrants are, a lot of them are in the Hispanic category, and a lot of them don't speak English at home. We don't have those issues in Vermont. Well, I shouldn't say we don't have them. They're a very, very small percent of the population. So the relevant comparison, if we want to compare Vermont to other states, the relevant comparison is not to the entire U.S. student population, but to the U.S. white student population. And in fact, we need to compare Vermont white students to white students nationally. And we can do that. We can't compare Vermont black or Hispanic students to those students nationally because the sample sizes in the NAEP test are so small that they don't give any data out for Vermont. Okay, so
on the poverty thing, doesn't our free and reduced lunch population come in at about 40%?
I will be addressing that in my talk. And so if you wait a few minutes, Bill, I'd be glad to answer your questions or your criticisms at that time. So what I did was I looked at the two grades, 4th and 8th grade, and the two tests, math and reading, and looked at how Vermont compares to other states in terms of the white student population. And I did it in two ways. Number one is there's the scale score that the Secretary was talking about, but they also publish, the US DOE also publishes these results in terms of something that is more understandable than a number like 257, which doesn't mean anything to anybody. And they divide the student test results into a number of categories. Below basic, which means really bad. Basic, which means they sort of have understood some of the material that they should understand for that grade level in that subject. Proficient, which means they do a good job at mastering the material they should know in that subject. And then advanced, which is they're doing really well.
Proficient is kind of like at grade level? Is that
no, proficient would be, yeah, I mean, I kind of read through the way they do it, and I would say that below basic is like a D or an F. Basic is maybe a C or a C+. Proficient, B minus, B, B+, and advanced in the A range. I mean, that's really a broad generalization, but that's the way I think of it. If you're doing proficient, which is the measure I use in my things here, is you're doing a good job at educating your kids at what they should know at that grade level. And I actually have the official census definition and thing later on in my deck if you really want to do that at the end, but I didn't want to get into the minutia here. So, and then what I did was I went through the process of doing this for every state and finding out what Vermont's ranking was. So if we take the 4th grade math test, we can see that Vermont looks like they do about average nationally, just for all students, about 40% proficient or above. And we rank 33rd, so the bottom half, but not too far from average. If we only look at white students, Vermont doesn't do very well at all. Only 40% of 4th grade white students in Vermont score proficient or better on the 4th grade math test. 52% of students nationally do, and we rank 47th in the nation among white students. And that's white students in every state, not just white students in Vermont compared to everybody else. So we're looking at just white students totally. So if we were number 1, we'd be great. If we were number 50, we'd be pretty bad. Okay, so that's math. So I'm just going to go through this fairly quickly, but I'm sorry. Oops, I think I'm going the wrong way. I'm not sure what that was for. Okay, so what about 8th grade math? Same thing. For all students, Vermont looks like we do better than the national average. 38% of 33 proficient or better, almost top 10, number 11. If we look only at white students, we're below the national average, and we rank down in the almost in the bottom third. Well, in the bottom third, pretty much in the states, right? 31. Not so good. If we look at the reading tests in 4th grade, again, better than average if we look at everybody, top third of the states. But if we only look at white students in Vermont compared to white students nationally, we're below the national average, and we're down in the bottom 6 states, number 44. Hardly what I'd call a good score. If we look at 8th grade reading, again, Vermont looks great, 4th in the nation if we look at everybody. If we only look at white students, we're exactly average. And I'm not sure why I don't have the 4th grade math somehow. I'm sorry, 8th grade math? Or 8th, I think I thought I was missing one, maybe not.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
All students, white students, we're mostly white students.
Right.
Right, well, that's why if you look at Vermont, for example, for all students, 48% of them are above, proficient or above. If you look at white students, it's 49%. Those numbers are almost going to be the same for all of these because 90% of the kids in Vermont are white.
Right.
There's the Hispanic and the Black and Asian and Native American and the Pacific Islanders, which are also small. They're going to pull the average down a little bit. So that's why white students is all.
Most states half.
Pardon?
That's right.
Most students, white is half.
Yeah, remember, it's
Or
less
less.
than half.
Or
Yeah,
less
I
than
mean,
half,
for the school population of the United States is a majority-minority country. And in 15 or 20 years, the entire population of the United States will be majority-minority. That is, the white population of the U.S. in 2040 or something will be less than 50%. And Vermont, it'll still be probably about 80%, 90%. But yeah, so the school-age population already reflects that large number of, majority of essentially Hispanics and Blacks, but also some other ethnic and racial groups. So yeah, so that white students is always looking at the U.S. white and Vermont white. And so again, for this one, we're average. I'm sorry, I didn't do this one yet. So the other one is there was a science test given to in every state in 2015. In 2017, they do it every 2 years. 2017, 2019 was only reading and math. But in 2015, they did a science test. And in 4th grade, again, we look great, 2nd in the nation. But if we look at only the white students in Vermont, only 25th in the nation. And with 8th grade, same thing, 5th in the nation if we look overall. The headlines that all the media would report would be we're number 5th best in the nation. But if you look at only white students, again, we're pretty much average in terms of the percent, and the ranking 21st, there's 50 states, we're not that much above average. So that's kind of the general pattern. Bill mentioned, what about poverty? And so let's look at that. Now, how do we measure poverty? Basically, the measure of poverty that the NAEP folks use is the percent of students on free and reduced price lunch. And just to give you a sense for what that means, free lunch is, your family has to earn less than 130% of poverty level of income. So for a family of four, that would be a family of four earning less than about $33,000. Reduced price means you can earn up to 185% of poverty. So between 130% and 185%. Those are national numbers, yeah. And that's about...
That money goes differently in certain areas.
Well, yeah. I mean, New York City, $30,000 is going to be a lot less than Oklahoma, $30,000. But that goes up to $48,000. I will point out, I'm going to show you what these numbers are, but remember, Vermont, there's a real incentive for administrators to get as many students as they can on the free and reduced price lunch, because you get 125% of the per pupil grant if you're in there. So if you're a principal, you want to beat the bushes and make sure every kid that can possibly qualify qualifies. If you're a principal in Oklahoma, you're probably not that concerned, because Vermont, I think, is the only state that has such a significant amount of money attached to a poor kid in terms of the way state money is divvied out. I haven't looked at that in great detail, but I think that is a true statement. There's probably very few states that give any significant extra amounts. I'm talking about more than 5 or 10%. 25% is huge. So there's a real incentive for Vermont to have a lot of poor kids, or for your school to have a lot of poor kids, because it's worthwhile. Okay.
And they get
so,
free meals.
Pardon?
I'm sorry. And they get free meals.
Well, the kids get free meals, but I'm sorry, the district's going to get money. That's not including the lunch money. I mean, this is real money we're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, these things are not audited very heavily, so who knows what's going on. But again, there's a real incentive in Vermont to get these numbers higher than other states. So when we look at poor kids in Vermont, remember. If every state went to the effort that Vermont principals and administrators went to, their poverty numbers would probably be higher. So a lot of the kids who are listed as poor in Vermont would probably not be considered poor in other states, because they wouldn't qualify, because there hasn't been the outreach. That's the only point I'm making, if you can understand that.
There's some skepticism around the table about the validity of this.
You can ignore that statement then, and the numbers are still amazing.
Well, all I'm getting at is, if you're able to furnish an analysis that explains what you're describing, that would be useful.
Sure.
It is worth noting that in Vermont, the percentage of citizens who are coded as eligible for Social Security disability insurance is appreciably higher than the national average in a state which has very high health indicators. So it's a little hard to explain that.
Yeah.
Similarly, the percentage of students who are coded as eligible for special education is appreciably higher than the national average.
I actually have a slide on that later on.
There's some evidence that, at the very least, this is kind of a inclusive and soft-hearted interpretation of the rules. Some evidence, or at least crude evidence.
Okay. So having said that, let's just look at the numbers. So if we look at the fourth grade math, so again, let's only look at white poor kids compared to white poor kids nationally. And those would be kids that are eligible for free and reduced price lunch. So in the United States, on the fourth grade math test, 35% of the poor kids in fourth grade, poor white kids in fourth grade who are eligible for free and reduced price lunch score proficient or better. Okay. In Vermont, only 28% do. So among poor kids, Vermont poor white kids do worse than poor white kids nationally in terms of percent proficient, and we rank one of the lowest states in the nation in how well we're serving, if you want to, well, I shouldn't say, that's editorial, how well they do. If we look at kids who are not eligible, essentially middle-class Vermont kids, that's the bottom row, 61% of U.S. white middle-class kids get proficient or better on that test. And in Vermont, it's only 48%, and we're 49th in the nation. So whether you're a middle-class poor white kid in Vermont or a poor white kid in Vermont, you do significantly worse than you would do if you're a poor white kid, either poor white kid or a middle-class white kid nationally.
Just a point about that. I know that many schools feel at times, understandably, sort of overwhelmed by the challenge of dealing with children who come from difficult circumstances, as partly as measured by the free and reduced lunch. But the degree to which our schools actually encounter that is appreciably less than schools in other states. The average free and reduced lunch rate in nationwide is 52% of children are eligible for free and reduced lunch. And according to other data, 2017, and it's 38%, probably 4 to 5 difference, 80% difference. So that although it's a very serious concern to every educator and this board, we are actually less burdened by that than other states.
I've got to ask one question here, and it shows up in this chart here. You're using an ordinal ranking, right?
That's a ranking, yeah.
It's an ordinal ranking. And you know that it doesn't have equal percentile intervals, and it's not a ratio scale. And what that means is it bunches up the center of your distribution when you rank order. And
Okay.
what happens is that means that that accelerates that number at 48, 49, because it is picking up all those states that are clustered together in one place. And so what happens is the metric systematically overestimates. If you'd used a scale score, you would have been safe. But you,
I would get the same ranking of the scale score.
No, the problem
Well, I would think the two would be extremely highly correlated.
Well, I was going to mention that there's a problem mathematically on Bill's line with comparing this percents for different states on an ordinal basis. So, and the biggest obvious failing of that analysis is the fact that Vermont only has 75,000 students versus states that have many more. I mean, if anything stands out for Vermont compared to other states is the few number of students we have. So if I put it to you this way, if I were going to give a test in 2 different classrooms, and one classroom had 8 kids in it and the other had 30 kids on it, the percentage of kids passing is going to be highly variable in a group of a small sample like Vermont, whereas a class with 30 kids. My point is, states that are much larger are going to have much more stable gravitation towards the mean. The average is going to be a much more accurate prediction. Vermont is such a small sample; it's highly unreliable.
It's amusing at the very least that quibbling about ranking numbers happens when we're at the bottom, but I haven't heard you quibble about the times when we're at the front and top.
Can I make a couple statements
both ends of the tail.
Number one is that I'm sure the statisticians at the Department of Education understand sample size issues and make the sample size large enough that the margin of errors are roughly the same for all states.
Yeah, that's why we use scale scores, not percentages, though.
Okay.
We would not, I mean, you made that assumption right up front that your statement was something like scale scores are too hard to understand.
Right.
The reason we don't use scale scores because they're hard to understand is because they're accurate. You know,
Okay.
The percentage is a covers
I
that
think,
huge
though,
variation.
if we're dealing with Vermonters who are spending money on their taxes, they want to know what the results are. I think.
Oh, I agree
think
with
there's
you,
something
but
let me also deal with the small size issue, and that is
Well,
that
let me make it worse for you.
Hang on, Bill. Let him just finish with.
So there is a school district, a state by U.S. Department of Education measurements that is not a state, and it's called the U.S. Department of Defense Education System. And that is the school system for all members of the military, all the kids of members of the military whose parents are stationed abroad. Okay, obviously if you're stationed in Fort Benning, you're going to go to the schools, the local schools. But if you're stationed in Tokyo or Okinawa or Berlin or somewhere in Germany, the Department of Defense runs a school system for you. That school system has about 70,000 students, pretty much the same as Vermont. That school system has a racial and demographic profile very similar to the U.S., 40% minority students, just like the U.S. And they come out on every one of these tests as one of the top, I shouldn't say everyone, I think everyone, but almost all of them, as one of the top performing school districts in the nation. I don't know what they do, but they're small. They have a demographic profile very different than Vermont, very similar to the rest of the U.S., and their white students are like number 1, number 2, number 3 of any state in the U.S. The third thing I want to say is that if we look at Mississippi, which has been brought up in some discussion here, I would say that Mississippi students do better than Vermont students. If we look at white Mississippi students, and remember, you know, Mississippi is a poor state. They got a lot of poor black kids in that state, and a huge number, and I assume a very large number of poor Hispanics. So if we look at the 4th grade math test, Mississippi ranks 14th in the nation, right? Vermont ranked down like 47th. If we look at poor white kids in Mississippi, that is by free and reduced lunch, Mississippi white kids ranked 3rd best in the nation. If we look at Mississippi middle class kids who are white, on the 4th grade math test, they are number 1 in the nation. So Mississippi has an excellent school system.
Very segregated.
It is very segregated, and if we looked at the black student results, I'm sure they would look very different compared to national averages. But I just want to point out that when you start cutting the data this way, you get some very different results in terms of what's going on in terms of student outcomes, student results. If we look at 8th grade math, again, the poor kids in Vermont, poor white kids in Vermont do just like the poor white kids nationally. If we look at middle income kids in Vermont, white kids in Vermont compared to middle income kids nationally, below average. No, I don't need to go through all these.
Can I offer just one on the,
yeah.
On the non-eligible though? So
Yeah.
that means you're, so there is a little bit of a distinction here, I think, that I'm starting to pick up on here, that if you're not eligible for free and reduced lunch, that just means that your family income is over a certain number.
That's right, over about $48,000 for a family of 4.
Now, Connecticut and Massachusetts, I think, are 2 of the highest earning states in the country per capita.
Right. Yep.
So it doesn't take into account the high end, though, that you may have an average family income of $175,000 or whatever it is. So you may be comparing that. So when you talk about non-eligible in a state like Vermont, where you don't have a lot of really, really high earners, I would assume, you're comparing a family that makes $50,000 a year to a family that makes $300,000 a year.
Yeah, well,
to some extent. I know that this is very broad stuff.
Yeah, first of all, I've got to remember that you know, the populations are different in Connecticut and Vermont. And if we look at what percent of families earn over, let's say, 100,000 or 200,000, I don't know off the top of my head. But you know, they're going to be a little bit different. I don't think they're going to be hugely different, but there will be some difference. I don't think that's what's driving these numbers. If we look at inequality, for example, in Vermont by the Gini coefficient, we're one of the least unequal states in the nation by that measure. So yeah, Connecticut's got a lot of families that earn over $1 million. But again,
they might not be going to public school either.
Pardon?
They may
not go to public schools. Yeah.
May I interject about your point about the military students who live overseas?
Yeah.
I understand that yes, it's the same like size as Vermont, but if you do think about it, the level of like at-home care that they're getting. So right, their parents are all in the military, they have a job, and then you look at Vermont, we have unemployed people here, whereas all these students who are stationed overseas with their parents, that implies that their parents are employed. So that can also be that you're not taking into account when you compare these military students to these Vermont students, the fact that there are unemployed parents and kids that go home and probably don't have dinner on the table, whereas if you have an employed parent and you're stationed overseas, you're probably going to have dinner on the table.
Yeah, remember the
What?
unemployment.
Yeah.
I remember the unemployment rate in Vermont is about 2%, so it's pretty low, and you know, they would be eligible for free and reduced lunch.
I know there's no better numbers that we can gather
I mean,
because income is hard to, we've been told, it's very hard to get that data other than these broad categories that we have.
Yeah, but remember, Vermont is overwhelmingly white, and we have, and minorities have many more, higher percentages of single-parent families, and than Vermont does. And since Vermont doesn't have the minorities, we don't have that issue in Vermont. I mean, there are some income numbers that we have that are very interesting, to me anyway. If if you take the median family income of married couple families in Vermont, it's about $85,000, which is much higher than most people think it is.
How does that compare nationally?
Nationally, it's not that different.
We're in the middle range.
Yeah. Yep. Same thing with 8th grade reading. One other measure of performance that we have is completion of high school. And so one way of looking at that is by looking, how do you measure high school dropout rates? There's many different ways that you can measure it. One way that the U.S. Department of Education measures it is what percent of 16 to 24-year-olds have dropped out of high school. And so if you look at Vermont, it looks like we're pretty good. Only 4% of that population has dropped out of high school compared to 6% nationally. We rank in the top 10 states in the nation. If we look at white students in Vermont, it's not that much different than the national average. So again, if we think about how do we measure educational success, well, one measure of educational success is getting out of high school. And once you adjust for our racial and ethnic profile, we're not that much better than the U.S. So these are, sorry, it might be hard to read, but these are some of the kind of the things that I think you've been talking about, John, in terms of comparison. So if we look at education and other inputs, what they look like. Inputs is probably a bad idea. But if we look at student-teacher ratios in Vermont, we have the lowest student-teacher ratio in the country. So that should mean, I think most people would think, that should mean you're going to get better economic performance, educational performance if you have low student-teacher ratios. We're the lowest in the nation. Student-staff ratios, lowest in the nation. Class size, which is a different metric than teacher-student ratio. Student-teacher ratio is just taking the total number of students in a school and dividing it by the total number of teaching staff, which includes art teachers, gym teachers, music teachers. The average class size is how many kids are actually in front of a teacher in a classroom. And the education department doesn't measure that very often. The last time was, about 7 years ago. But we have the lowest average elementary class size and one of the lowest average high school class sizes in the country. Our teachers make slightly lower average salaries than the U.S., but it's still 15th highest in the nation. We have more teachers that have master's degree than the national average. So those all should suggest better educational outcomes, but as my other slide showed, I don't think that's the case. If we look at the percent of students that are under the IDEA program, we are one of the highest in the nation. That's, so why is that? Is there something about our students? Well, the problem with that metric is that 5 of the top 12 states for the percent of IDEA students are in New England. So the Northeast tends to have a very high percent, and I think that's more of a policy issue than an underlying student demographic issue. So I don't think that our students are more difficult to educate. It's just that we tend to put more of them, as do a lot of other states in the Northeast, into these special programs. So that's something we have to be careful about. If we look at English language learners, almost 10% of all students in the nation are ELL students. In Vermont, it's under 2%. We're the second lowest in the nation. The only state with fewer is West Virginia. And anytime we are similar to West Virginia, I always get kind of queasy and shudder because I don't like to be compared to West Virginia. Free and reduced lunch, and I think you've used this number a few minutes ago, John. Nationally, it's 52%. In Vermont, it's 38%, ninth lowest. And again, that's with that stipulation that I think we try harder than other states to get more students up there. And then the one to me that is extremely important is that we are one of the highest spending states in the nation in terms of spending per student. We're about 65%. We spend 65% more per student than the average state in the U.S. If you want to bring that into dollars, that's about $600 million We spend more than Massachusetts. We spend more than New Hampshire. I think the only states that spend more than us are Connecticut, New Jersey, and maybe New York. I can't remember. But we spend a lot to get what I think are fairly mediocre results by my measures.
And when you say the amount they're spending, that's taxpayer dollars, not like private schools and things like that.
This is just yeah.
Okay, because there are more. Other states have like more private schools that
this is public school spending.
Okay.
In those states that you name, most of those states, at least when you read newspapers and other accounts, that actually is attributable to teacher salaries, like in New Jersey. But your slide here shows that our teachers are actually paid less than the national average. So it's interesting, the states that you listed out are states that I typically hear high education costs are related to, at least in part, to teacher salaries. And here, we're one of the highest spending states, yet it doesn't look like it's attributable to
No, it's
salaries.
attributable to the top
The
line.
ratio,
It's the ratio that drives everything. It's the low student-teacher ratio that drives the spending. Yeah. So basically, my conclusion is that because of our demographic differences, we would expect to see much better outcomes than national average and much better outcomes than we do see. And I think that essentially taxpayers are spending a lot of money and not getting their money's worth for it. So thanks for your time, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. I have some supplemental slides that I didn't want to get into, but if the conversation goes that way, I can show them.
Thank you. We've got about 6 minutes before our next item, so there's some time for further comment.
That gives me maybe just enough time if I take the whole 6 minutes.
I'd rather you don't.
In addition to this thing about the scale and it being not equal intervals, that's the number one thing that's distorting the data. The second thing is you notice that throughout this is the percent proficient was always the metric, not the scale score. What happens there is if you have a kid, here's the proficiency mark, and if you come right up to here, but don't go over that line, you get a 0. You're not counted. And so there's a tremendous amount of achievement that would be picked up on a scale score that is just not even seen in the data. And so that's a real problem.
So let me ask you this. If you did this, and I bet you could, if you gave us similar tables based on scale scores, would it be totally different results, or what?
No, it would still show that there's a problem here.
What's the problem? Describe it.
Oh, okay, and I'll give you a reference. Sean Reardon at Stanford, who does the poverty work, just came out with an article 2 weeks ago. We can find it on the web. He accounts for 100% of the variance in test scores to poverty. Okay, now I don't believe that, but he did it in terms of statistics. But he established this as a threshold of dealing with poverty before you can deal with anything else.
So we have less poverty than the national average.
Well, hang on. We know that our low performance is in the bottom part of the distribution, right? So that's where the poverty is. And here, after you deal with poverty, then you can have an effect with all the other things, such as smaller class size. But if you try to deal with these things that we know are true for better instruction without dealing with poverty, we will not succeed. We have to do the two pieces together. And that's where we have really failed.
I would just, again, we're now talking anecdotal stories, but I would, again, look at the Department of Defense, how well those students do. And people who go into the military tend to come from lower stratas of society economically and socioeconomically. Military pay is not the highest in the world. These people are probably what you would consider disadvantaged by many measures, and yet their performance ranks up there in the top. And by the way, it's not just for white students, it's also for minority students.
But
So-
that's a self-selecting group. I mean, that's like
I used to-
measuring
Well,
Catholics or something.
I don't know, it's, self-selecting is, it's not a real high self-selecting group, though. It's people that want to go in the military.
Yeah,
and,
but
you know,
they've got a cultural attitude about.
Yeah, and then like the way you raise your kids. So if you are like from a military household, you have to, presume that there is some sense of like more structure.
That's made every day.
Yeah, like, and so like I think having that, more tentative parents, is going to lead to, a better childhood. And so I think, yes, it's nice to look and be like, look, over here, they have got the same amount of kids as we do, and they're doing better. We should try and be like them. But it's not a perfect comparison. It's kind of apples to oranges.
I guess the takeaway that I didn't write up here is I would look at the states that are doing well by, by my metric, and say, what can we learn from them? What is the Defense Department schools like? Has anybody ever talked to somebody that is an administrator from them and said, how do you run your schools? Go down to Massachusetts and say, okay, what do you do differently than we do?
Right.
Because your performance is really good. You might even want to go to Mississippi.
John, I think I will say one thing, that I love Bill's comments on this, but it is going to be confusing to the 62% of 8th grade students that didn't score proficient in math. The scaled approach is just too, I think your approach is much simpler. I think that the scaled discussion is just, for the point of presenting it to taxpayers, this is a much easier, and I don't think it's statistically unfair.
But to Bill's point is whether you're right below the proficiency level or all the way down here, you're still marked as not being proficient. So he's kind of getting at that maybe Vermont has more kids right below proficiency, whereas other states have a scattered number of students that are below proficient and even scoring like zeros on tests. So in a sense, yes, it would both make sense, but then just
Well, you got a
putting it
6400 test, you fail.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you missed it by 1 point.
So can I just say something? The military has been one of the most progressive institutions. They were well ahead in integration, and I'm sure that reflects in how they're conducting their education. It's a captive audience, and they're doing a great job. You're highlighting the accenting, as Cole Porter song, the negative. Are you going back to student-teacher ratio? How do you address this from your standpoint as an observer? And we tried to, the student-teacher ratio during the Douglas administration didn't fly. We've done Act 46. Where are you going with this in policy?
You're going to solutions.
Yes.
We're not ready to leap across a clear understanding of problems directly to solutions. We're just trying to know what are the facts.
All day, why stop now?
Well, number one, because we're out of time, and number two, the point of this is to have an analysis of the meaning and the interpretation of the scores, and we have two different perspectives about that, and we need to move on. We certainly are not ready to talk about solutions because we don't even have a clear statement of what the problem might be.
We just got to get a demonstration of what the.
I would like to just observe, though, that whatever anxieties we might have, some of us might have about whether we're delivering the high-performing education we would like to think we're delivering, I'm very pleased to see that a student member of this board, who is a sophomore, was the first to point out and point out some conceptual challenges with part of this analysis, and that's a form of critical thinking that I applaud, and I don't want to embarrass you in any way, but I just did. But nonetheless,
I was impressed.
you're emblematic.
That's our promise.
If you're typical of what's happening in schools, hooray.
I'll delete my PowerPoint.
So we thank you, Art, for your time and your talent and for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're gonna, I think we move right on. Oh, we take a break. Oh, darn. Okay, let's take a quick break and let's get back here. So, Donna, will you introduce the topic, please?
Certainly. the green sheet, I believe, and the Barnard's proposal, that it does say draft at the top of Barnard's proposal. They've since submitted a new version that doesn't say draft, but it's exactly the same as what you've received. Just to give you a little bit of context to pull you into what this issue is before you today, in 2017, the State Board of Education approved the proposal by a study committee in Windsor Central and one district that was outside of Windsor Central SU to form a unified union school district. The vote was favorable in all except one district, the Barnard School District, and under the terms of Act 156 of 2012, a modified unified union school district was formed. And just to remind you of what that is a unified union school district, so it's pre-K through 12 for all of the towns that voted yes to merge, and for the one town that did not, Barnard, it is only a grade 7 through 12. It's one district that's pre-K through 12 for everyone except for Barnard. It is 7 through 12, which is the grades that for which Barnard was a member of the Union High School. That means that the Barnard Elementary School District is still an independent school district at this point. So they are two separate districts. Let me just think of the next. When the Section 9 proposals were presented to you, the Barnard School Board came forward and asked you to please not merge them, that they wanted to be able to continue in the path that they were continuing. They were having conversations with the modified union school district, but they would like to continue and be their own separate school district, and indicated that there were certain concerns they had regarding pre-K and other issues. In your order that you issued last November, just about exactly a year ago, you conditionally merged the district. That is you did not have the authority to require the modified unified union school district to merge, but you did have the authority to require Barnard to merge. So in your order of November 30th of last year, you said, we require Barnard to merge if the modified unified union school district voters want to have them and vote to have them. The conversations continued between the two school boards. The modified unified union school district board chose not to present this issue to the voters. They have reached some agreements about potential amendments to the articles of agreement that would make the Barnard School District feel more confident about entering into a full relationship with them and becoming part of the pre-K through 12 district. And so now they are going through the process that's been in statute for decades. It's under Section 721 of Title 16 that it's essentially, if you approve of what their proposal is today, it would be 2 steps. It would be the voters of Barnard would vote whether they would like to join the modified union school district for all grades, pre-K through 12. And then if that was successful, the modified unified union school district voters would vote, which would include Barnard, which is a weird little thing. Do we accept you as a full member? So they're asking now to you, coming now to you to ask, is it okay if we present this proposal to our voters to become full pre-K through 12 members? One thing that's just a little bit unusual about this is that they are conditioning it on agreement by the MUD voters that the articles of amendment be amended further. The articles of agreement be amended further. So they can talk with you about those details. And I'm here to answer any questions procedurally if you have.
Thank you. Thank you, Donna. Ms. Park and Ms. Fraser, would you come to the table, please? And if you will introduce yourselves for the record, welcome back.
Yeah.
I'm Corinne Park, Chair of the Barnard District School Board. And I'm Pamela Fraser, and I'm on the 721 Committee of the Barnard School District, and I'm also a Barnard 7 through 12 member of the Windsor Central MUD Board.
Question for you. Did you together write this analysis, or one or the other of you?
The letter that we sent you?
Yeah.
Yes, we wrote it together.
Well, I want to applaud you. I think it's lucid, it's clear. It took me a while to get over a year's vacation from this challenge, and your your communication did a great job setting the stage for our understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I trust you all have had an opportunity to review these materials. Do you have questions? No questions. What I'll ask you, what do you think the prospects are that the voters will approve this?
I would say it's unclear. It's hard to know. I think they're good based upon the original merger vote, conversations that happened then, and the biggest concerns that were hurdles at that point, where we had a significant number of people on the fence regarding merger, not necessarily against merger per se, but concerns about particular articles of agreement.
Yep.
Presenting that now with the new articles of agreement and two specifically that were focused upon to change, I believe that a good number of those voting, should they come to the polls, it would skew it the other way towards a favorable vote. And that was the sort of premise of our discussions with the Mud Board last fall and leading up to December, when they chose not to forcibly bring us in, but say, okay, we will come to the table, try to address some of these concerns that they wanted to do in any case through policy. So based on that, I think the chances are good. It's interesting because so much time has gone by since the original merger. There was so much discussion then, and tomorrow we will have a second informational meeting this fall on this vote. And you see the same handfuls of people come to the table, and I'm hoping that we can bring out more of the town to get a better sense of, where the majority of the town is at. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything to add to that?
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about getting out the people to vote and changing some minds.
Yeah.
People need to understand that this is a very different proposition than the one that they would have voted against before.
It is. And I think that when you're looking at the question of merger, there were sort of those points of concerns that I think are abated. And then there's the other sort of bigger, foundational questions or philosophic questions around, is it better to have your independent district? And those pieces haven't really changed, right? So that will still be a part of the debate. But the piece that was a stumbling block for certain people, I think those have been addressed so that we might get more, the majority to vote yes, should the right people come out.
I would agree and say it like this, that there are some people that were always going to vote for a merger no matter what, didn't really care that much about the terms. There was people that are never going to vote for merger no matter what, and then there's all the people in the middle that did care about the terms, and I do think that we improved the terms, not as well as I would have liked, but substantially.
Right.
So
it's a communication challenge for you.
Yep.
So
Peter?
It's interesting to see how the dynamics and how the language has actually changed between when we were dealing with all this head-on a year ago or more, and how the conversation has evolved into beyond what town lines to a broader context of community and sharing and whatnot. And I mean, from my perspective, where I live, and there was one district very close by that was very resistant to this, it really has changed. And I'm wondering, has anything like that happened in Barnard? I mean, there was certainly some strong resistance. Has that ebbed in any way to see how it's unfolded and it may be less threatening or possible, envisioning more possibilities for students and whatnot?
Yeah, I think that the concerns are still there. There's, and I think many people, even people that will vote for this, are still concerned about some of the possibilities of things that could happen in consolidation, restructuring, closure, those sorts of things. And I think that if you notice, we didn't talk about any new educational programming or possibilities because we don't see that that's been a part of the conversation, and we also don't see that that's happened in Windsor Central. I'm on the board, so I don't vote on the elementary issues, but I know what's happening. And I don't, and that's not to demean it. It's just to say that there's not some amazing new opportunities because of merger.
Okay.
So I don't, and I think it's important to note that what we feel are the benefits of a possible merger are less grandiose than a lot of people that probably have presented in the past, certainly under Act 46. We feel that it could provide some financial stability, and that is the strongest reason that we're presenting to voters when we talk to them about it.
Thank you.
I'll just add one interesting tidbit, which I think is, it's sort of, it could be characterized as sort of unfortunate, but one thing that we've experienced being a small school relative to the way Title I funds are distributed, we're small enough that we're not identified as a Title I school. This is my understanding, a Title I school. At the federal level, so that the way those funds can be distributed across the SU prohibits essentially the funds being used to actually fund an interventionist in our building. So we can get other types of support through that grant, but that's something that, because of the way the federal grant works, we can't receive that. So, I would say that's unfortunate that that is the case, but what that means is that if we enter into merger, that's one example of a concrete way that our students will be able to benefit by being a part of that larger structure. And that's something that, hits directly at their educational experience. And it's certainly really important. So there's a couple of examples, of things like that, which have less to do with the efficiencies of a larger board structure or programming, but more kind of, details of circumstance that play into, the pros and cons of merger.
You perhaps have addressed this, and I don't remember it. What happens if the voters vote no?
The issue is over, at least for the
and you remain?
And we would just remain as we are an independent district, an NMED, I guess, connected with a.
Is that correct? Donna, is that your understanding?
Correct. They remain a pre-K through 6 district, and they would still be part of the MUD for 7 through 12.
Right.
And the MUD would remain.
Okay. All right. Board, we move forward only by considering a motion.
Can I just share one last thing with you? The superintendent, Mary Beth Banyas, planned to be here with us, and she had a family emergency, so she asked me to read this short.
Oh, please do.
Thank you. Dear Board of Education members, I apologize for being unable to speak to you in person this afternoon. An unexpected situation has occurred that has interfered with my ability to be present. I wanted to communicate the full support of the Windsor Central Unified District Board for Barnard's merger proposal. The board has always welcomed Barnard joining our merged districts, but has felt that it was important for the town of Barnard enter voluntarily and not be forced into the district. Board members have worked collaboratively with Barnard representatives to craft articles of agreement that are designed to provide clarity around critical decision-making processes to both Barnard voters and constituents of the merged district. The merged district remains hopeful that the townspeople of Barnard vote to voluntarily join our merged districts. Respectfully, Mary Beth Banyas.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Would you like to just allude to the motion?
That the State Board of Education approve the Barnard School Board's proposal to request voter authorization to apply the admission to the Windsor Central Modified Union School District pursuant to 16 VSA Section 721A effective July 1st, 2020. that the State Board of Education confirm that if the Barnard School District votes in the affirmative and subsequently the Windsor Central Modified Union School District votes to approve Barnard's admission, then the Modified Union School District will be a unified union school district.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? I would just observe that I think you've done a pretty good job of negotiating an improvement of terms, especially in light of the fact that you probably didn't have a whole lot of leverage. Nice work.
Good luck. Part of the tribute to these two is how much we've seen them.
Exactly.
Over the last year and a half or so, they've
Exactly.
become
Deja vu all over
recurring
again,
characters
Right.
here at our board meetings. So
Ferocious.
your diligence is noted.
So are you ready for the question? All those in favor of adopting the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. We've adopted the Secretary's recommendation and go forth, do good work,
Yeah, good
convince a
luck.
lot of
Good luck.
voters. Now it's all about convincing voters.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good work. Thank you.
Yeah, that is.
Wow. It's been a long haul for these folks.
Yeah, sure has.
Oh,
We are going to move on to item L if the parties concerned are here. Please come to the table. Who's representing the agency? Nice to see you. Is there anybody speaking for the agency before you come up?
Saw that Deborah Ormsby was on the,
Yes, I thought so also. Emily, are you the one? Please do. You can just remain there for the moment and we'll let the agency introduce the matter before us. We're speaking presumably of item L1, is that correct?
Which one is L1? I left my agenda in my chair.
It's priority placements?
Sure. Yes, I have the green sheets. So as I understand it, both of these are initial approvals for new
That's
programs.
correct.
That's correct. Okay.
Let's just speak about L1 for now.
So the Secretary's recommended action is that the priority placements in Brattleboro receive initial approval for 2 years for the disability categories of intellectual disability, SLD or specific learning disability, ED, emotional disturbance, autism spectrum disorder, speech or language impairment, developmental delay, or other health impairment, we call that OHI, through, which is 2 years, June 30th, 2021.
Right. The usual condition. I have a few questions.
Sure.
Do you know when the application was submitted?
I do not.
Well, from the report by Ms. Ormsby and others, it appears to have been submitted in May of this year. And it appears that the team visited in August of this year. And it's now November. So I guess my question would be, why does this take so long?
I don't know what the specifics are on this one.
So I'm familiar with the agency's internal process and the shift on staffing organization that's been made. Last month, I believe you saw the first reports that were conducted totally by agency staff rather than by the contractors that we've
Right.
used.
Right.
I could take a guess that there's been a transition period and an onboarding period for staff to totally take over the writing of the reports that you see. The other reality that you're familiar with is just that the agency strives to even out the state board's calendar and bring approvals forward as they're ready without having any month be totally taken up with approvals on your agenda.
Board members, do you have questions? of the attorney.
Maybe just the process of bringing the review in-house and the staffing or resourcing, maybe it's a Dan question, and was that I'm assuming a fiscal consideration and or there's stress on a lot of the resources in-house, so is this coming in-house an additional stress or stress relief?
It wasn't about stress, it was about better quality control of the process.
Okay. But with capacity to manage it in a timely fashion?
We have one person dedicated to this right now.
And that, I don't know what it was
It's too
before,
early to
so.
tell, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
we were farming out the general education review to contractors, you know, but there has been some changes. We'll see how this plays out over time in the agency, because it's an activity that sort of transcends a couple divisions. There's financial folks involved as well as school quality folks, and they reside in separate divisions in the agency. So we'll see how this plays out over time.
The quality included consistency too, didn't it?
That's what I said up front, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
an issue. Yeah.
It's pretty uneven.
Yeah, we get some reports that seem really thorough, and then we get others that.
When was the crossover? Was before I got here? Like, I'm just trying to
Yes,
see what I've seen and what I noticed.
It was something that was
Okay.
sort of in play when I arrived as secretary, and then we finalized it, I would say, like mid-year internally, but
So
it's
I've
taken a
only
while.
ever seen this
Yeah,
version.
it's taken us a while to actually implement it and bring it online.
Board members would have seen reports done by the contractors throughout the summer and maybe even
Because
one
they were on
last
the
month.
queue.
Right.
Okay.
When you went on your Compass visit, Ms. Ormsby was relatively still
She was new.
new to that, so
Yeah.
we were kind of orienting her.
So, we may have other questions. My questions were to the agency staff, which are rather particular, and you have no reason to know about them, some of the language. So, do we know anything about where the agency staff is
We don't have agency staff involved in creating the report here.
in presenting this or answering board
This
questions?
is
This is it.
between the two of us, we'll answer
I thought
your
we were
question.
going to hear from Ms. Ormsby.
No, it was not our intention to
Okay.
do that.
Well then, we'll have to,
Hit him up with your questions. Go for it. I
Yeah,
heard Dan say
what
he's
fun.
ready.
so help us understand, this organization is applied in May for an approval to accept children and therefore be eligible for public funding. But it had been in business before, and is currently in business, providing services. Is it providing services only to private pay students until it receives this approval? I mean, how does this work?
Says it's the initial.
This is the initial approval. So they don't exist as an entity allowed to take public pay students until this approval is made. So my question is, what have they been doing until now?
Yeah.
Could ask them.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a question for the school folks if they're here.
The school people are here. I'm working from.
The tutorial program?
No.
Or Howard Center?
No.
No. Not yet.
So they're not here?
These
Yeah,
people
these
from the
folks
school are
right
here. There's no one from the. I guess I want to ask, what did the agency mean by the sentence on page 4 of 2, referring to distressed children and adolescents in need of educational placement?
Which page you said?
Page 4.
Oh, I think you said 4 and 2, or
Page 4, sorry. What does it mean to provide safe, positive, predictable outcomes to distressed children and adolescents in need of an educational placement in the Windham County catchment area who are unable to access education? What sort of situations are children who are unable to access education?
not sure.
Middle of the page.
Yeah, I'm looking at the footnote. It looks like it's
Looks
quoting.
like it's from their application materials.
Yes.
But what did the agency understand this to mean?
Not sure.
Well, It's in your document. I
I'm
guess.
not sure what it would mean beyond what we wrote.
Well, what children are unable to access education?
So I just know from working in the agency that many children who have the category of emotional disturbance as one of their identified disabilities have such pervasive difficulties that are related to behavior and developmental behavioral behaviors, that's redundant, that they're not available for learning. They have difficulties just being present to be instructed, and their needs are not purely instructional, there are developmental and behavioral needs.
And that quote's from their mission statement.
I understand that.
Yeah, so we didn't, when you say, what did we mean when we wrote that? We didn't write it per se. It's a quote verbatim from their purpose statement.
I understand that.
Yeah, so it would really be up to the school to answer that question.
But didn't you have to review that statement in making this document?
To a certain extent, but our site review isn't necessarily a review of to what extent their mission statement's actually being implemented. You know,
It's not?
Not necessarily, no. That'd be a hard thing to ascertain, I believe.
Mr. Green Sheet, their application cut and pasted, or is this prose?
So if you'll look at the next paragraph, this is where the agency staff site review comes into play. It's they state here that they did confirm evidence at the site visit of accomplishing these educational objectives, and they're listed there in that third paragraph.
Page are you on?
Page 4, third paragraph.
Thank you. Got it.
To go back to my first question, the agency says currently Priority Placements provides contracted services to surrounding LEAs. Both locations of program are managed by the same leadership team. So what is the agency's understanding of what those contracted services are, and are public dollars involved currently?
So yes, public dollars would be involved in a contracted service, but the enrollment of the student would remain either in the LEA or in an approved independent school, and that enrollment and the services available there would be supplemented by the services of the contractor.
So the distinction then is that if it's a contracted service paid for with public dollars, it is not necessary that it be an approved independent school. That can be provided
Like any other
otherwise.
contract,
Yes.
providing their expertise.
Right, okay. Then let us invite the representatives of the school to come forward, please, and if you would sit at the table here. Thank you very much, Ms. Sands. And welcome to this meeting of the State Board. We're glad you're here. Thank you for making the long drive. Please introduce yourselves.
I'm Leslie Todd, and I'm the Executive Director at Priority Placements, and I established this organization back in 1998.
I'm Sarah Newman. I'm the Director of Priority Placements now, and I've been there for about 10 years.
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to get your name.
Sarah Newman.
Ms. Newman.
Yes.
And there's a lot of AC noise here, so please project as much as possible. Thank you. Perhaps you have an introductory statement you'd
Yes,
like
I'd
to
like to say how unfortunate it is that a member from the agency wasn't here today to introduce the basis of the application and the purpose for us to be here today. So I'm a little caught off guard about that because my understanding was that the agency had a very positive impression of our program and wanted to see this proceed. So we'll do our best to answer any questions that you have. I don't know whether everyone's had a chance to read the agency's report on the
Everybody
program.
has had the chance, whether or not they've done so is that.
May I ask if anyone has not been able to read the report?
I'm sure we have some questions.
I'm fine with that, yeah. I just wanted to know if there was the basis for the question.
It's mentioned in the report that you currently have a 4-person board of directors.
Correct.
And it's also mentioned in the report that this is a for-profit entity.
Correct.
There was a particular term of art that was used that I'm not able to put my finger on, but it was a particular kind of for-profit entity. Can you tell me what?
Oh, of course, subject, S Corporation is what I established 21 years ago.
A small corporation.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
in the state of Vermont.
And tell us, how long has the school been operating? It's in here, but
Yeah, may I take a moment to explain how this turned into a school operation?
Please.
I had worked for the Department of Children and Families in child welfare matters for a number of years. I had specialized in residential placement arrangements and foster care arrangements for children that were in state custody. So I became aware of a very serious need for stabilization foster placements for children all over the state who were bouncing around from foster home to foster home. This is back in 1998 that I decided to leave my position with DCF and establish a private child placing agency called Priority Placements Incorporated, which I did so. And we contracted with the Department of Children and Families for a number of years to establish very stable, highly supervised, and highly successful assessment placements for kids who were very difficult to settle down and to analyze and to help with longer-term services. During that process, I realized and that I needed to provide get educational services for these kids that were with us about 90 days at 4 different foster family homes in the Windham County area where I live. And these were children that were coming out of Woodside, coming out of the Brattleboro Retreat, that had been bouncing into many temporary placements for all kinds of reasons. We even had a contract with the Department of Corrections to place kids that were under the age of 18 that were adjudicated as adult offenders. So while we had these students, we couldn't just have them sitting around at the foster home all day cooling their jets. We needed to have educational services in place. I met with each school in each of those 4 areas where there were these specialized, only 4 specialized foster homes, 1 in 4 different towns in Windham County, and came to agreements with the school that rather than us bringing the kid in on Monday morning and leaving them there for the school to deal with all kinds of issues that were, pretty overwhelming for a school to suddenly be responsible to educate that child, I set up agreements with those different schools to provide tutoring services to those kids, and had some very good retired educators and other educators that worked with our students during the time that they were with us so that their education was provided. And we worked with the these kids were from all over the state, different towns, different districts. And so we coordinated with that district to have, the information we needed, to have them provide us with any evaluation materials, et cetera. Usually there were educational surrogates, at the time they were called, as advocates for those kids, because they were almost all in state custody. Anyway, this is back in 1998, 99, into the early 2000s. And some of the special ed directors that became familiar with our programming, one in particular, said to me, I really need your kind of programming and your kind of supervision and your kind of analysis and your kind of results for kids that are in my district that are blowing out of school. Can't be here for a reason such as bringing a weapon in, can't be here because they won't come here, can't be here because of some sort of a criminal act or misconduct that causes them not to be able to be in the public school. And yet they need to be educated, and they wanted more information than just having tutorial services provided. So what we were a social services agency. And this is, again, over 20 years ago. And we began to look at that question proposed by special ed directors of how to provide them with a local service that would hang on to that kid, get the analyses done, work with the whole team in many cases. Many of these children have a huge team, and develop day services that would then lead to the return of those students to the public school. That has been our mission from the beginning, and it remains our mission, and will remain our mission if we're approved, is to prevent these students from going to out-of-district placements, long-term, expensive out-of-district placements, if there's a chance that they can be supported to manage themselves, to work with their teams, to be successful back in public school. And apparently there aren't a lot of programs that do that sort of thing that I'm aware of. And we've had, and I think I could honestly say, some very, very good results for almost all of our students. We have rarely referred a student who's been in our program to an alternative educational placement other than the public school. We've had a couple of kids we've recommended for Kindle Farm, a couple of kids for the Meadows School at the retreat. Now this is over many, many years. Anywhere else we recommended? So we want these kids back in public school, and most of them have successfully returned there. Now, and so we were contracting with these school districts as for professional services, is what it was. And we initially established our program in Bellows Falls. That was the school district, the Wyndham Northeast Supervisory Union, that had a crying need and wanted to see if we could get something going immediately. And then the Brattleboro, the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union also then chimed in a few years later and said, we know what you're doing, we need your kind of help. And so we established a second site in Brattleboro. So we've been doing this. I've got a staff of 12 professionals who deliver educational services. We have a therapeutic specialist who works with children around, you should be doing some of this talking too, works with our kids around their social and emotional needs, trauma history. Sarah and a couple of other people on our leadership team work with the schools to plan reintegration of these kids. And we are flexible in that we can reintegrate for portions of the day. We transport to and from schools. We work with kids K through 12. We've had successes with returning young children back to their public schools with a plan in place so that they're able to be there successfully for years to come. So that's been our mission. That's what we wanted to do. We became aware that we needed to become approved as an independent school. We became aware of this about a year ago. And we began the application process even prior to May. We completed our application in May. And part of the reason why there may have been a delay in this coming before you was because we weren't able to obtain our certificate of occupancy until we had some major renovations done on our building in Brattleboro at 88 High Street. That's the entire fire alarm apparatus that even includes radio signaling to the fire department. I guess we're the first place in Brattleboro that has one of those systems. It's new fire life and safety code stuff. We also had to close our site in Bellows Falls because that building does not belong to me or my husband, and we needed to do amazing upgrades, to be within you're probably familiar with those yourself, Mr. French, I assume, the certificate of occupancy requirements. So some of the delay was just in getting all of that work completed, a full sprinkler system in a building, the various notification things. We worked really well with your people from the agency, by the way. We really appreciated the work that Pat Pallas did in helping us understand what we needed to do. And we had great responses from the fire marshal's office as well, in the Southeastern District. But it does take time to get that stuff lined up, to get the design and the implication, the implementation of a sprinkler system, et cetera. So we were satisfied with the fact that the work we got, the information we got back from the agency, their efforts to help us make sure we were crossing the T's and dotting the I's. We would have liked to have had approval sooner, but we understand that these kind of things take time, including there was a move, I guess, from Barry to Montpelier by the Agency of Education. So I don't know if that affected things.
Very good, thank you. It certainly seems like you're meeting a real need. and with some considerable success. I just want to understand, in the report, there's a reference to a board of directors of 4 people. Would you just briefly tell us who those people are and what their background and experience is?
Yes. One is my husband, William Lynch, and he is a retired nuclear engineer and is very skillful at all of the physical plant requirements that we were being required to meet.
Yeah.
Also is knowledgeable about business matters in general. And is part of my succession plan. If something is to happen to me, because I am a founder owner, and my husband is my executor in the event that something happens to me, so that this business can be transferred in a safe and manageable way for my employees and for Sarah, who will be the owner of the business in about 1.5 years from now. So I needed somebody who has intimate familiarity and access and responsibility.
And who are the
to
other
my
board members,
financial.
please? Who are the other board members?
Okay, the next one is Barbara Cleash, and she is she was previously our bookkeeper. I now have a professional bookkeeping service that manages all of our payroll and other bookkeeping functions. But Barbara is a woman who's very well respected in the Brattleboro area for her work and also for her advocacy for children. And I wanted to have her on the board. I asked her to join the board because she was very aware of our business, because she had previously been the bookkeeper. She was aware of how we conduct our business, how we pay our bills, how we work with students, and I thought she was very qualified.
And the other members, please?
Another is Pam Nickerson, and she's a retired teacher who also had previously worked for our company and is very knowledgeable about special education issues and needs of children. And so Pam Nickerson is the other board member, and then I am the other board member.
I notice you're in 2 different locations. Why is that?
We have a K through 6 facility at 23 Marlborough Road in Brattleboro, and 7 through 12 facility at 88 High Street in
And
Brattleboro.
the idea of having them separate is?
Well, let me ask the teacher and the curriculum specialist to answer that, if I may.
Some of that has to do with building space so that it's appropriate for the age group that we're talking about, and to be able to have the right staff in the right places to meet the needs of the different age groups.
So it wouldn't be more desirable to have a single facility for your entire program? It must make supervision difficult.
No, I think it makes it a little more clear-cut, actually, with the different age groups. I'm not saying that we could never be combined in another building, but it'd have to be the right space for
And
them.
our understanding is that you will become you are acquiring the company?
Yes.
So you will be the owner of this entity in 1.5 years or so?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. We should have a motion?
Can I ask one other question?
Yes, please.
I'm just curious about the S Corp. That's a profit that you have to, the income goes to whoever is on the S Corp. The
Yes,
income,
I'm the sole owner of the company at
so,
this
so whatever income goes to you on an annual basis, whatever, as an S Corp.
Right.
Correct. After all the taxes and expenses are covered.
Okay, it's just, you know, you normally think of schools as being nonprofit, but
Yeah, I considered, you know, when I started the child placing agency, I considered nonprofit status, and we could go into a long discussion about my experience working in human services with a nonprofit company or nonprofit organizations is quite varied, as I'm sure many of you have seen come before you. And my goal was to be as effective, as efficient, and as successful as possible in delivering what I wanted to deliver to the kids that I'm working with.
so does that mean that you had more control over it?
Yes.
Is that what you're basically saying?
Yeah, I didn't want to be having a board of 30 people that got together and argued with me about how to do what I wanted to do. I'm being very blunt here, but that's the purpose of that. And I feel as though I've operated in an entirely with integrity, with a high sense of responsibility, and I think that if you wanted to check out those references, you would hear the same thing from others.
I would think the amount of time you've been at it speaks for itself.
Thank you.
Exactly. So, is there a motion? Yes, we can continue discussion. Would somebody make the motion?
So move that we, do I read? Accept the secretary's recommended action to approve, grant initial read the whole thing. Do you want me to read the whole thing?
Just the first sentence will be fine.
Okay. Grant initial general and special education independent school approval to serve students in grades K through 12 within the disability categories of intellectual disabilities, specific learning disabilities. Wait, am I reading the wrong one? L2. L1. L1. I'm sorry. I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. Learning disabilities, emotional disturbance, autism spectrum disorder, speech and language impairment, developmental delay, and other health impairment to Priority Placements, Inc. in Brattleboro, Vermont, for a term through June 30, 2021.
Thank you. That's good.
Second? Okay.
Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. O'Keefe. Notice this is a 2-year initial term. Now, there are more questions or comments?
I'm just laughing because you said just the first sentence of the entire thing.
Yeah.
Right. I was like, oh, awesome. And then I'm like, wait, next time I'm seconding.
It's marketing,
You
man.
read it.
I have a question. You had said you realized about a year ago the need to become an independent school. Can you speak to that need and how that affects you operationally, if at all, financially, if at all, legally, other than being, an independent school to the Agency of Education?
That's a good question. I'm glad to have a chance to address that. I heard from our special ed directors that they were not going to be reimbursed by the state for special ed costs if they're receiving these services from other than an approved school. So that made sense to me to enter that process, and it's been a great process, which I was not expecting. I was not expecting that it would be, I guess I would say, just enhancing for what we do. We were pretty surprised that actually we met the standards in every area without any additional hires. All of our staff fit what was required for a K through 12 school with the special ed services that we're providing as well. I wouldn't have minded hiring more people, but I just was concerned about hiring the right people because I know we've got those people in place now. We learned, I think we've established some additional procedures that I think are good. I think having the certificates of occupancy as a requirement has been very beneficial to us and will be in the future. With my concern about, not a concern, but with my plan to pass on this business to Sarah Newman, I knew that long-term success of the business is going to be much more likely with the approval, state approval. You think of anything else that, as we started this and we were thinking, oh.
So were you drawing down the funds previously, but you realized it had to be an independent school to do so? Is that what was occurring?
They're providing contracted services.
Through a contracted.
So do you, where do the children stay in the evenings?
Oh, they're mostly living with their own family or in foster care. So we might.
So you're not providing.
We're not providing any
residential
overnight
services at all.
Not at all.
And also the provision or the conditional requirement of the provision in which AOE is notified within 5 business days of changes occurring in I'm wondering if that requirement is a standard requirement of an, okay, and how realistic, how much of an issue would that be?
Very easy for
any
us.
of those could change very quickly.
Yes, it's easy for us because we work with a maximum of 28 kids, and Sarah is a very able administrator who has her finger on the, on where it needs to be with regard to all of our procedural requirements. We have a binder that I prepared for the visit by the AOE back when they came in August of assurances of all of the aspects of the requirements for an independent school. We have a binder, and I was going to bring it today, but I didn't think you'd want to see it, but I could show it to you, with a description of our procedure for each one of those categories that are required by the application. And so we have a policy for that. We have policy for everything that's in there. And when they came to visit us back in August, they reviewed our records and I'd sent a lot of material about, our qualifications and people's, college verifications and all that kind of thing. But it's all on file at our office.
We need to move along.
I'll
Are
just
there
ask one
more
last quick
questions?
question. Your fosters placement is fairly stable in terms of duration?
I withdrew from providing specialized foster care back several years ago. I left my my approval as a licensed child placing agency in place for a couple of years after we stopped providing foster care services. But we ended on a good note with the DCF, but I became way too busy with this kind of programming to continue to do that. Thank you for asking.
Are you ready for the question? Those in favor of the Secretary's recommended action to grant an initial approval of 2 years to Priority Placements Inc., please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you both for your time, your service, and the long drive you have ahead of you.
Thank you to all of you for listening and for your interest. I'm glad that we had a chance to meet with you today.
Be safe out there.
We will.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Ms. Simmons, would you like to introduce the next case?
So the next initial approval is for inclusion, tutorial, and behavioral services, which is part of the Howard Center in Burlington for a term of 2 years. Note that this is a tutorial center approval, which is a separate set of requirements for being an approved independent school. They're discussed on page 4 of the report.
Would you elaborate on that, the difference between a tutorial center approval and others?
The essential difference is that tutorial service enrollment is very limited in time. It's a short-term solution for students who, within 6 months, must be transitioned back into an approved independent school or a public school setting.
I see. Bill, you had a question?
Related question. Does Howard Center, is it approved in this? It seems to be a subdivision of Howard Center.
The Howard Center has other programs that have independent school approval themselves.
Right. It is an
More than one. I don't have the list in front of me, but they have
There's like
several.
the Baird School, which is
Right.
well-established.
Right. And
Just curious as to whether you had subdivisions, and apparently you do.
And note that this approval is for a maximum of 3 students, so it's very small.
2 years, 3 students. Thank you. Would representatives of the inclusion program wish to come forward? Can we have another chair? Well, grab yourself a third chair.
Hi, my name is Christy Reed. I'm with the Howard Center. I'm the director for Baird School in the Inclusion Program.
Hi, I'm Sandra Limoges, Special Ed Director for Baird School and Inclusion Program.
I'm Jennifer Utek. I'm the clinical director for the Baird School and Inclusion Program.
Thank you for coming here.
Thanks.
You had a shorter drive than some of us.
We did.
Well, we're delighted to have you here. Board members, do you have questions of these folks? Okay, it's been moved. Would you just read the first sentence, please? Would you please read the first sentence of the motion?
That State Board of Education grants initial tutorial approval to serve a maximum of 3 students in grades K through 5 to the Inclusion, Tutorial, and Behavioral Services program at the Howard Center in Burlington, Vermont for a term through June 30th, 2021.
Thank you. It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It has been seconded by Kim. Discussion. Board members? I think your case is a good bit more straightforward. Let me just ask, have you been providing a tutorial service to date?
We have. We initiated this in the year of 2017, school year 2017-18. We actually did request a license at that time. I'm were persuaded by the AOE not to move forward. So this was actually quite easy for us to reinitiate. Once the changes to reimbursement came down, we reinitiated for the license.
The reason for not doing so 2 years ago, given?
Well, I think the
was-
size and the scope was quite small. The reality was in our community, both here in the Chittenden County region and others, was that there were many existing tutorial programs that were unlicensed and operating very similarly, and we were just persuaded not to pursue it. So, you know, you do what you're said to do. So we didn't persuade it. So we do have, this was very easy to reinitiate.
So maybe you can help us understand.
He wasn't
were many
there. It was not his fault. No.
I understand. There were many unlicensed tutorial programs in Chittenden County, but we given to understand that they should be licensed?
I'm not confident in saying that. I mean, it is the one area of the state I don't have as good understanding on. I've been spending some time trying to understand the ecosystem a little better, but I don't have a good sense of that dynamic.
So just to be sure, you're going to see if you've made application to be approved.
Correct. Again, in light of the recent changes to reimbursement, we felt confident we are doing things according to the rules and wanted to move forward with that.
Yeah, and I would think the Barrett Center is pretty conscientious about
We are.
dotting their I's and crossing their T's. As it seems like a prudent thing to do.
So what is the connection between the approval and our licensing and funding? The other ones that aren't approved?
We were under our, if I can jump
Yes,
in,
thank you.
under our, we call our June memos, in particular, we were looking at our starting to reinvigorate our enforcement of our old regulations that hadn't been looked at in some time, probably going back before 2017 to a certain extent, about, specifically the special ed dollars could only flow to those places that were approved for certain services. And it wouldn't be uncommon, I'm just thinking of my experience in rural Vermont of providing tutorial services as a stopgap measure to a place, and not necessarily, if that was an IEP, it might not necessarily have had approval as a special ed destination, if you will. So I think my guess would be now, having heard two schools sort of reacting to that potential change in enforcement or regulation, that they're just making sure that they're covered in the eventuality that those regulations are more strictly enforced.
So that could mean that we may see, if what this woman says, that there's many within Chittenden County that are operating without it, that we could see more.
I don't think so at the moment. I think we're, we've subsequently decided that we're going to resolve the issue of how to deal with this as part of the 173 rulemaking process. As we get into the independent school rules under 173, which we're scheduled to do anyway and required to do as part of 173, the point we decided about a month ago is that it wasn't worth our energy to try to figure out how to enforce our old rules when we're in the process of writing new ones as a result of 173. And it caused quite a bit of confusion in the field to try to do both simultaneously. So we just felt it would be better served for everyone if we just focused on 173, and because that's going to force us to confront many of these issues relative to independent schools that previously hadn't really been enforced consistently. So.
Any other comments or questions? Any further things you would like to say to us?
We think it's a worthwhile service.
I'm sure you do. Then are you ready for the question?
Yes.
The question is, shall the board adopt the Secretary's recommended action that inclusion tutorial behavioral services at the Howard Center in Burlington be approved with initial approval for tutorial services for 2 years? Those in favor of the motion say aye, please.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you
You've
very much.
approved the
Appreciate it.
Secretary's recommendation. Thank you for your time and your service.
Just a technical question.
Yes, ma'am.
Since June 30th, 2021 is not a full 2 years, it's the motion the way it's written, right? Versus the
2 years.
2 years.
It's the motion the way it's written.
Okay.
You're right.
It's like a year and a half.
Yeah, it's a year and a half.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a 20-second recess?
Can you do a 20-second recess?
I can.
Let's see.
I just need to talk to you for one.
Let us recess. So let us get back to our work in item M. I want to just observe that having Art Wolf here stirred up a lot of controversy, didn't it?
Yeah,
It
boss.
made some
Yeah,
people,
boss.
it made some people annoyed, uncomfortable, revealed some schisms in the board. So I just would like to observe that if we think we have an appetite for going out into the outside world and asking all kinds of people what they think about stuff, that's the kind of experience we're going to have. We're going to find ourselves with our points of view challenged, questioned. We're going to find ourselves disagreeing with each other about what the information means. And all of which I happen to think will be very healthy. But it will be much less comfortable than the world that we have enjoyed in the past. Notice, public to be heard, almost no one ever comes and challenges us about our assumptions and about the quality of education in Vermont. And somebody shows up and does that, and it raises some hackles around here. So I just am pointing out that if we are serious about heading down this road, about convening and inviting lots of different points of view, then I think we'll have more of the similar experiences. Anybody have a comment on that observation?
Yes, I would just invite us to be cautious about the credibility we assign to the testimony of someone whom we've invited around a topic. Just by virtue of that testimony, it's taken as perhaps the opposing opinion with the similar validity of the statistics presented in their raw form. And so there were a lot of suppositions that were personally offensive in terms of the way Vermont identifies free and reduced students and the reason why we do it. So that being the one, but a number of others where in isolation, looking at simply white children, I couldn't even really articulate how and why that felt wrong to draw some of those causalities, and then to suggest that we take a single employer, Department of Defense or otherwise, and look at their students' performance as a comparison to the state of Vermont. I couldn't make those connections. So I'm just suggesting.
You're arguing the merits of Art Wolf's presentation,
but I'm also
that's not the
cautioning
question
us to think about when somebody is putting before us their evidence, the weight that it's holding when we're inviting that as our alternative facts. I guess. I don't know how to explain it.
I personally don't know that I would say cautious, because then that means that we're assuming that there's something to be cautious of. I would say that we have to be objective, and it's just like being lobbied any other time, as I was by hundreds of people. You take the information they give you, be objective about what they're saying, and then base any decision you make upon the other views that are there, the other information. So it's not cautious as much as objective. That's the view.
Yeah, and taking personal offense, that's easy to do, but I think it's better just to test the credibility of the
Absolutely. I
validity of the
couldn't help
data.
my personal reaction knowing how desperately we try and get kids fed in our schools.
That may be
in
true,
my other hats,
but
so
it could
I
also
just
be true
struggle.
what he says. Both could be true. I don't know. But I think when we take our own personal experience and use that to take umbrage at other facts, I don't know that's. I think we're going to need to develop some calluses if we're going to do this.
So, I had a situation with a superintendent some time back that put us in our board in a very untenable situation. It was over mooning. And
mooning?
Mooning. And,
okay. Is this on the agenda?
Well, that's the issue. It goes back to the agenda because he never told the board, and he said, "Well, I wanted this to be a learning experience for you." So I think this was a learning experience about our agenda. Hopefully, we can talk about agenda and really prioritize what we want to do with our time.
Right. Well, I very definitely did this with the intention of having you have the experience of encountering data and conclusions that are
Yeah,
different than the ones that you are all comfortable with. And that was the purpose. So,
So we're gonna bring in Paul Cielo next?
Besides the fact that it might be legitimate.
there's that too. There's that possibility. I mean, that's just part of the kind of growing up that I hope this board can do. Yes, sir.
I think the caution I would suggest is that I would appreciate it not necessarily being juxtaposed next to the agency's briefing on the data, which, we're trying to, as you heard me say, acknowledge that there are issues with the trends in the data, and to build a narrative of, that positions the agency of being, say, objective about that data, not trying to justify it or hide it, and to put our presentational materials, albeit our folks weren't here today, next to that kind of presentation, I think doesn't necessarily serve the agency's position of trying to move the system forward to address its deficiencies. So it'd almost be better, in my view, to sort of put that on a separate segment of the agenda, to say, like, here's an alternative point of view, or here's someone else, as opposed to putting it the way this was put on the agenda, side by side with our presentation, is not necessarily helpful to.
We were led to expect that you would have your agency staff here who could speak.
Yeah, but I also thought he went a little far. It's one thing for us to interpret. I would say our interpretation is a very clinical, non-biased approach in terms of it conforms with the national standard to how to do that. We didn't dice that data up to make a point. His narrative starts with a point which is long held by him, that Vermont is inefficient and doesn't get results it deserves for the amount of money it's spending. That's not what our topic. Our topic was to present the innate results to you. So, I would just say the proximity to the agency's presentation wasn't necessarily useful in that regard.
Yes, go ahead.
And I think on this particular topic, what would have been more valuable was to have there be an overview and then the agency come back to us, because you, I'm sure, will be unpacking data in that realm and trying to better understand what it may or may not be contributing. And I don't feel knowledgeable enough to be doing that, but what are the, I know you had a few bullets on trends or what you're seeing. I'm curious to eventually know, to the extent it's available to us, if that's triangulated with other data, what else is the story telling us, and what do we think might be contributing, and what have been the impacts of the legislation? So areas where our domain is able to try and create some causality, or to have you share with us insights that you are curious about that warrant further exploration to address the challenges you see. And it just felt like that would have been really valuable time, and understandably not necessarily 2 weeks after we get the NAEP results. Understood that probably isn't reasonable, but to me that'd be more helpful.
Yeah, my goal wasn't the least bit to get toward causality.
Right.
Not even to statements of problems. My goal, and I believe his presentation, or most of it, is about a different way of looking at the same data, slicing the same data in a different way, and reaching no conclusions, just absorbing those as facts. Causality that means really understanding the problem.
Yes,
and
it does.
we don't even have an agreement on, is there a problem, let alone what might it be.
I think everybody at this table agrees there's a problem.
And what would that be?
That we have low achievement, particularly among poor children, and we're not supporting them with equity as we should. You might disagree.
Well, that is part of the problem, but actually we have low achievement among not poor children as well. Our achievement among not poor children from the same socioeconomic demographic stratum.
I'm not trying to argue with you there.
Right, is also not good. So that's part of what the problem is, but that's certainly not the whole problem. The whole problem is that the vast majority of Vermont kids are not doing any better, significantly better, according to that data, than the rest of the country. And yet we in Vermont like to fancy ourselves as having a quite superior educational system. The data doesn't seem to support that conclusion.
We hadn't looked at enough data.
Well, right. So I think we've accomplished our purposes. If we're going to go out and ask people what they think, we're going to hear stuff that makes us uncomfortable and maybe challenges our assumptions.
Well, we should discuss this and not go possibly leading with our chin and have some idea of what we want.
We'll be getting into it.
Yeah.
Right, right. And I think to our earlier conversation, I think selecting our topics to inquire about is pretty important to do, and to do that carefully. And it's been mentioned, a couple topics have talked about pre-K and how that's working, dual enrollment, how that's working. I would invite you all to come back, not at the next meeting, but before the next meeting, that is, email us all with your ideas about what would be a discrete topic that we could go out in public about in the January meeting, that we would invite public commentary on, but also if you think of a topic, take pre-K as an example, think of some people who come from academe or other settings who could bring expertise to our attention. I don't want this just to be a going out and taking the pulse of the public. That should be part of it. But who would be educators that we ought to hear from? Who would be folks from UVM or Middlebury or Dartmouth College or whoever has expertise that we ought to hear about? And for that matter, who from other states could provide useful background for us to allow us to put our own initiative, whether it's pre-K or dual enrollment, into some context. How else is this being done, and how well is it being done?
Are there authors of the studies for like any of these discrete topics? I'm sure, is the author the committee authored the study on pre-K, or it's a committee authored thing, right? Or is there
No, we have studies that I think you're referring to were commissioned by the legislature by researchers who one of which lives in Vermont.
Okay.
So there's the availability of those folks to come speak about the data and trends.
We could start next month with a waiting study, which will be public by then.
You know, the waiting study will be public by your next meeting.
Will we be able to maybe put that in the agenda just for our consumption? I think holding
So definitely the waiting study will be distributed to you. The trick, we will not be providing you a presentation on that for a while. The legislature is the owner or the recipient of that, so we will be briefing them on it. So it's a question of courtesy to the owners of the report. So we will be briefing policymakers first on that. And similarly, I think to the study that was done with 173, I don't think the board received any, we're not doing like stakeholder briefings with the researchers, but we'll have a standard slide deck on that, and you'll definitely be getting a copy of the report as a stakeholder group.
Yeah, I think that, and the waiting study is not something that is probably very visible to the average Vermonter. And part of what we want to do is what Peter was talking about, get out of our comfort zone and time and be available to ordinary Vermonters to tell us what they think about things.
Well, maybe then the text should be, as opposed to trying to insert ourselves into pre-K, early enrollment, dual enrollment, all of those conversations that have been going on. There's been some massive legislation around it. There's still the agency trying to do its thing, and everything is to tackle a topic that has been discussed a lot but really hasn't had great movement on. One that comes to mind, because it's close to my heart, is technical education.
Way overdue. Way overdue.
What is it about technical education that we can garner from some of the experts either here in the region, in the state, outside of the state, and the general public that might help to actually help for the legislature and the Agency of Education to have that conversation, in the near future, because I think it's coming. It's way overdue. between not only just a CTE within the high schools, but also as well as adult technical education
And
its
regular ed.
role within our educational system in Vermont.
That's very interesting. I would ask you each to send me your ideas about a topic like that. And I think in general, I would ask you to think about what is the question we will be posing. There's no point in convening a group on technical education without any clarity as to what's the point of this conversation. So think about, not that we're trying to devise action or recommendations, but what is the question we're asking? And invite people to come speak to that question.
I would say on that specific
Yeah.
issue, you might remember the board, I believe, received a presentation on that. So we are in the process of doing a large community engagement process around CTE as required for the formulation of our new state plan. The Perkins law that funds technical education was reauthorized at the federal level, so all states are going through that process.
So what does that community engagement look like?
There's a calendar on our work plan for the public engagement. We have to create a new statewide plan for CT.
But how does the public engage?
I can't speak to it fluently off my head. I just want to alert you that there's a parallel process already, in place to do that. So.
And I wonder, to that point, because it sounds as though we could be in the way of if there's another process happening on a topic that's no, I was going to ask because we had that presentation before and I didn't remember.
I think it's a great idea to figure out how to insert yourselves into that. I just wanted to alert you that it isn't necessarily a space I would characterize as there's no activity, because there's also a lot of legislative interest now in that space as well. So there's a lot of things happening.
Right.
And that maybe
some on the surface, some of them not. So.
And maybe, John, if you find out what the ed committees are expecting to either be taking up or following up on from previous studies, that might lead us, prompt our thinking, I bet.
I will, by the weekend, send you all a note of what I learned from speaking with Kate and Phil about that.
Thank you.
The chairs of the committees. And that you're right, that'll give some boundaries, if you will. And if they, I'll tell them the reason for the question, and they'll know what we're up to, and if they have any needs or wishes for some pulse taking by us that would be helpful to them, I'll convey that as well.
Can I just quickly say,
please.
If we're visiting other districts, I hope we go up with kind of an open mind and we don't have to get into a big gab fest, but what's working and what's not working. They just kind of have a kind of a open conversation about. I mean, everybody's got a different story, and it'd be interesting to hear it.
Right.
But
another topic I just want to skip to is reimbursements per diem. You saw the exchange of communications that went by, and just one piece of it that I completely zoned out on, and is maybe only barely applicable, but on the bottom of the second page of what you were given in your packet, which is it looks like the Vermont statutes online, that's the packet. The bottom of the second page, so it quite clearly says that per diem compensation is $50. It says attendance at a regular or special meeting of the board qualifies for the per diem. Going to other things on your own does not qualify. So VSAC may host their annual colloquium about how things are going in higher education, and just going there doesn't make you eligible for a per diem. What makes you eligible for a per diem is doing something explicitly on behalf of the board. And the way that is defined is essentially you've been assigned or approved by the chair to do this. So, for example, I asked Kim and Jenna both to attend the conference at which Dan and other people worked on consensus building together, and that was at my request and direction, and that was fully eligible for per diem and travel. I asked Sabina if she would attend yesterday's conference on gender issues, and she did, and makes herself eligible in that way. What catches me by surprise, I didn't ever think about this, is paragraph D at the very bottom of that page, and I just want to bring it to your attention. And frankly, it's not real clear precisely what that means. But I think it's safe to say, so generally it says you don't qualify for a per diem if you're being paid otherwise. So, for example, I believe the secretary doesn't qualify for a per diem because he's paid to be at these darn meetings. He wouldn't be otherwise. And a good example might be if you are asked by some organization to come and speak at their convention and they pay you for that, you don't also qualify for a per diem. That's all this means. I don't think it means that because you have a job and you are on salary and your employer happens to be paying you for the day you're here working, that you're not qualified to file for a per diem. I asked Emily briefly, and she said, I don't think it's intended to be that sweeping. Okay? So that's just a detail about that.
Is that true even if it's a state employer? I feel like I somewhere
State
read
employee?
if you were in a state employee and you're being paid by the state, that you might not also be able to get.
Probably not. If you're at this meeting and your duties as a state employee, I don't think you're qualified for a per diem. I would rather doubt that.
I would say that's
Yeah.
probably true.
Yeah.
You know, if you were a state employee who had other duties, you know, like say you were, worked for the highway department and you were here doing, I mean, that probably would make you eligible, but if it's part of your assignment, no.
So it's just kind of a common sense thing, and in general, err on the side of caution. This is not a question of your integrity, in which I have great confidence. It is a question of the optics of things and wanting to be scrupulous in our attention to these kind of details. We talked about agenda setting. I would just mention that the Macias, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it correctly, hearing is still in the works. This is an appeal of a decision of the board, the professional licensing, is that?
That's correct.
Right.
Standard.
This is an appeal of the ruling of that board, and it has been appealed, and by law or rule, that appeal comes to this state board. And 4 or 5 months ago, this board appointed 2 members, Mr. O'Keefe and myself, to be its hearing entity. Is there any so just to conclude on that, the hearing is likely in December or January, and we'd like to get it behind us. Speaking of hearings, we now just have been tasked with another hearing. You saw the discussion. Is anybody here? I would like to have at least a 3-member committee to hear the case of the mill school rate setting. Is there anybody who would like to volunteer? My guess is it'll be at least a day's work, and possibly 2. Of course, you would be paid. You'd be conducting board business. Not that $6.25 an hour is exactly a magnet to draw you in. Let's see, we'll pay your car expenses, but that's about all I can offer. Are there any volunteers for this service? Certainly I'd like to see some, because if I don't get some volunteers, I'm going to start leaning on people.
Do you know where the hearing would be?
Probably wherever we decide to have it.
The school is in Essex,
Yeah,
Vermont.
well,
so if it's in Essex, I can't say no to you. And if it's elsewhere, there's other
Gives me an
meetings you're
idea.
sending me places for.
Right,
So,
right. It would be either Montpelier or this area. I mean, I think we can have it wherever we darn well please.
I mean, for my sake, the timing does matter, because there's some weeks that are unavailable in
Understood.
December for me. So
Right.
if this is out in January,
My guess
I
is
see
it's
a
going to be in
possibility.
January.
I'll be gone most of January.
Well, maybe December.
There you go.
All right.
It's December.
So
Welcome,
let's,
Kathy.
you know what I'm looking for, and I would really welcome a very brief call or email that says, all right, I can do it in, you fill in the month or weeks. And we'll try to shoehorn it in. It is getting close to time to file our report to the General Assembly. In the past past 2 years, I think I have wound up volunteering to do that report. I was just an ordinary member of the board in both cases. I'm going to send you a copy of the most recent report to the General Assembly. It's 2 pages, I think. I'm going to send that all to you, and I'm going to invite you to send me your thoughts. You don't have to compose a cogent, elegant 2-page statement, although if you're willing to, go right ahead. But I'd like you to convey to me your thoughts about what ought to be included in our report to the General Assembly. So that, because that needs to be written before our December meeting, so that at our December meeting, we approve it. Because it's not going to the General Assembly without your approval. And I want it to go to the General Assembly no later than the 2nd or 3rd of January. So to make this all work, it has to be written, and either one of you will write the entire thing, and it's terrific, or if that doesn't happen, then I'll write the entire thing, and it will be just what I do, and then you can kibitz about that.
Is it about what has been done, or what the mission is?
Yes. It's about whatever the board chooses to do, although it is called a report. And if you look, I'll send you the language and statute, so that to answer that question.
And last year's report.
And last year's report, both.
And might I say, Kathy and I probably can appreciate how reports are so well received.
Oh, of course, they're just.
Make it short.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Don't imagine that it's going to be just devoured by the legislature the day it arrives. Be lucky if it's read by some. But we have an opportunity to tell the General Assembly what we want them to know about us. That they have an opportunity to pay attention or not.
But I would think it would be really targeted, particularly for the 2 ed committees. But
Yep,
anyway.
yep. And in talking about this, I'm sort of broaching with you there are 2 kinds of boards people. There are those who come to the meetings and do a good job at the meetings, and they pay no attention to what's happening with the board for the next 30 days and don't really do much. And then there are those who, I mean, this is sort of like life, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And then there are those who do the first part and then also become very active and engaged in between times. Every board has some of both. We need to have some of both. And so I'm encouraging you all to see that there's a lot that you can do to shape the agenda of this board by drafting your own ideas on any topic. I am a great believer in the expression, the power of the first draft. And it's for real. No matter how badly you write something, 80% of it will survive. So it's really worth being the person who takes the trouble to write the first draft of whatever topic we're thinking about. This will become very important if we're going to go out and have hearings. We cannot just have hearings and there's a deadly silence after them. We'll look like jerks. If we're going to have a hearing, there better be a written outcome, something that somebody sees and says, oh, that's what they found out. Isn't that interesting? So with that means that somebody's got to do some writing. And we don't have agency staff that are assigned to do that kind of work for us. It's my hope someday we will have staff to do that kind of work for us. But it will mean that if we want if we're going to do this business of getting out into the hustings and asking people what you think, we're going to have to do some homework. I'm happy to do some, but I really don't think it's a very healthy board if only one person is doing the writing down of people's thoughts. So I'm just encouraging those of you who can and will make the time to take your chance and put stuff on paper for us. I guess maybe finally, I would like us to get to some extended written norms and guidelines. It's really remarkable to me that every school board in this state has a set of guidelines and ethical rules that they live by, more guidelines and conflict of interest rules. You're on a school board. You have them, don't you?
We do.
Guess what? This board does not. And I think that's frankly an embarrassment. Also, it's not a very good way to run a ship. We've talked about this some, and we seem to not be able to come to an action conclusion that says, yeah, let's do this. So I guess I should begin by asking you, what's been wrong with the conversations we've had, and what can we do to bring those conversations to conclusion? Conversations where we would agree on some kind of understanding about the guidelines for political involvement, conversations that would agree about conflict of interest and how you handle it.
Do we have a draft?
We've talked about it, but we haven't gotten anywhere.
Would it help to have a draft to react to? I can't remember if we had one from before.
You've had a draft, yeah. You've had a draft about political involvement in political or special interest organizations.
Had a letter on it.
I could resend that. If it would be helpful, I would send you that plus an adaptation of the Vermont School Boards Association model rules for conflict of interest.
And also board support for voting to approve issues. You don't go out and on countermand or try to.
Yeah, right.
That's a big one.
We have
one voice, right? Is
What's
that
that?
what are you talking about? Like one voice, Peter?
I'm talking about, you know, if you vote as a board for something,
right,
you can go out and express your opinion, but you cannot campaign or try to countermand.
Right. Yeah. And the earlier board many years ago had an experience of that was very unpleasant and completely inappropriate. We did pass a board public communication rule that basically says you are not permitted to speak for the board unless you are designated by the chair to do so. You may, however, express your personal opinions, and you have an obligation to make it very clear that those are your personal opinions and you are not speaking for the board. I'm asked sometimes, even as chair by press, to comment on things. And if it's not something that we have talked about and reached a consensus about, I will say, I will answer your question only as an individual member of the board. It is not a statement from me as chair, and it's certainly not a statement from the board. I try to be very careful about that. Bill, you especially get a lot of calls from the press. We all have to be very, very careful to make it clear and to say it. Every time we need to say it, I'm speaking only for myself. I'm not speaking for the board, and please make note of that. Because we get that kind of problem that you're speaking about.
I always use a disclaimer, whether it's a telephone call or writing.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do, and I think we all need to observe that. But Peter's point goes beyond that. It's the advocacy in the General Assembly, which runs counter to the consensus or point of view of this board. It's simply off limits. Doesn't matter that your personal opinion. That's just off limits, and we need to have a piece that says that. We don't. So I'll try to put together a package for you, and I earnestly hope that we can. I don't care how much you hack it up and change it. I just want us to come out with something that is in writing, that's clear, and that addresses these kinds of questions.
We have a good one. I sit on the RDC Regional Development
Oh,
Corps.
yes?
And we're so diverse, but we're all focused on economic development, and obviously it's different for every one of us.
Of course.
And it's a pretty decent release.
Kathy, would you send that to me?
Yes.
And I will,
And I did just forward you the one from the Essex Westford
Oh,
School
thank
Board
you.
that we all signed because it's
Thank
on
you.
our website.
Thank you. And, you know, we all have signed a code of ethics, executive order number 90-something or other. That's binding on us, really binding on us. And I think we would include this as sort of supplementary documents to this little, I'd like you to have a little sheaf of 2 to 5 pages that sort of, these are the rules of engagement for us.
Because it will become more important, I believe, if we are out in the public more, taking in information, because then we're engaging more, so we've got to expect that they want to engage more with us,
That's
too.
correct. That's
So.
correct. Yep, yep. So here we are at the end of the meeting, and I want to just take the last 5 minutes to say, so what do you want to see on the agenda next month in January and February? Any thoughts?
One thing you gotta have is a legislative letter, and I will take a shot at.
The report to the police, good. I hope others will as well. Thank you, Bill, for offering to do that. But on the agenda, what else?
Well, maybe we want to, I know we're talking, and obviously others, to education leaders. Maybe we want to talk about what we're hearing in terms of what issues might be and what we should be aware of and what we might want to.
How about if I invited the chairs of the 2 education committees to come speak with us?
Oh, that'd be good.
That would be excellent.
December would be the last date that could happen.
And where is that meeting? Has that been determined?
That meeting is in Hyde Park. I think we'll have to pick them up at the door and drive them there. I mean, that's just not very convenient for anybody, but the board's planning to go there.
Is it at
At the
Lamoille?
technical center.
At Tech Center? Oh, great.
Yeah.
I was on
I
the
think
RAP
so.
board there.
I recall.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Oh,
Yeah.
that's great.
That'll be good for us.
Yeah. That's that's between Morrisville and Johnson.
Yeah.
Closer
Former
to
Roosevelt
Morrisville,
homestead,
yeah.
right?
Route 15.
I was just teasing. Let me explore the possibility of inviting the chairs to come visit with us.
And we also, I know, every year, the Agency of Education, of course, has its list that they're creating of what they're going to the legislature with. Is it out of the question to ask what AOE is expecting to present for changes?
Welcome to the new post-Act 98 world.
It's part of really the governor's policy agenda. The agency doesn't have its own policy agenda. So we're part of the administrative, so.
No, I guess
Once that's released, I'd be certainly happy to talk about that.
January
But
statement.
we are, I mean, we'll, as I hinted at, we're gonna be unpacking these data. I think there's an urgency around literacy and some data. Part of our I think a continuous conversation about how to reinforce the systems implementation around Act 173. So we'll be making unilaterally, I think, some announcements in December around data and literacy. But certainly once the policy agenda is finalized, I'd be happy to talk to you about that.
Okay.
But to date, that hasn't been a big issue in terms of what, what your agenda is for the
Yeah, we don't,
legislature.
well, once again, the agency doesn't formulate its own agenda.
Yeah.
We do that as part of a process,
Yeah.
which I can talk about the process too, but it's
Yeah.
part of the state, the administrative team,
Yeah.
the governor's team, and how we
Yeah.
formulate those priorities and his
Right.
priorities.
So one way or another, I think we will try to be able to present to you at the December meeting what we understand the 2 committees' hot button issues are, and if possible, have them here to speak. Here would be much more convenient, but that's not to be. Other thoughts about agenda either now or in the distant future? Well, fair enough. And I would say if you get to me with, if you have a flash of something you wish you had mentioned, if I hear from you within the next 7 days, then that can become part of the conversation that Dan and I have. Dan and I meet with some of his staff about usually 7 to 10 days after a board meeting to discuss what should be on the agenda for the next meeting. So the meeting starts to take shape, and its agenda starts to take shape in about 10 days from now. Anything else for the good of the Assembly? Any other things that we as a board should be discussing?
I think we did mention the waiting study, understanding that it'll come after it's been presented to the legislature.
Yeah, we'll distribute the report simultaneously too. We just won't be doing a presentation briefing like we will be for them.
Right. Just.
But the findings, I think, we can talk about, pretty fluently with you.
Do we think that would be released before December? I think we're 18th.
Yes.
So maybe there's a
Thanksgiving.
placeholder for that
Put that
on our
down as a
agenda.
placeholder.
A placeholder for conversation.
We started, the previous chair wanted, and I think the board was receptive to us, just distributing to you, anytime we publish any kind of report, we send you a courtesy copy.
Yeah.
So we do provide annual reports to the legislature on issues like pre-K and dual enrollment and so forth. So anytime we do those, we'll provide them to you as well.
So, Bill, since the agency cannot and will not speak about the waiting study at our December 18th
I can
meeting.
speak to it, I just won't have the researchers here to do that.
Okay, okay, all right.
And Dan, do you have a timeline for those reports that you were just talking about that you do
They're on our
periodically?
policy work plan. We have those milestone dates
yeah.
mapped out. Yeah, I
Okay.
don't know them off the top
That
of my head.
might be helpful for us as
Yeah.
we think about our a work plan for us.
Yep.
To put those placeholders in,
Right.
because getting them in the email is different than having a conversation about them, I think.
Is there anything else people want to discuss?
I would just add the Act One group, if you remember ethnic studies.
Yes.
They're going to have their first meeting next week. It's taken them a while to appoint the various members.
This is the ethics?
Yeah, ethnic studies.
Ethics studies.
Yeah, so they'll be convening next week for the first time.
When, if at all, does the board become involved in all of that?
That's a good question. I think what I've encouraged them, we met like a month or so ago with a sort of the leadership group of that team. I suggested to them that they provide you regular updates on their work as opposed to just waiting to the very end of their work. So we'll see. We're going to get organized first.
All right.
But I hope that they would take advantage of the opportunity to come meet with you at some point and provide an update as to what they're working on. They're working on standards. That'll be the focus of their legislative charge. But you have the option to may or may not, this way the statutory language is provided for you to approve those or not. If they
We can adopt standards without going through rulemaking, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've done that.
Seems to you've done that, yeah.
Okay.
Does that mean it becomes part of the ed quality standard?
Yes.
Well, it's a good question. I mean, the standards I've seen this board just adopt standards in a vote. They don't necessarily become part of the quality standards, which are regulation and rule. But you have a list of approved standards,
Right. We adopted financial literacy standards.
Literacy, did world language recently when I was here.
I'd like to call a stop to adopting standards and do a little more implementing.
Here.
Well, in many cases, though, the request for the standards comes from the educational community itself.
Usually,
where, they've normally gotten together a bunch of people concerned with financial literacy, for example.
What did Pogo say?
Pardon me?
What did Pogo say?
Right. All right, then, thank you all.
Thank you.
And if anybody wants Jenna's contact information, see me right after the meeting, I'll give it to you.
Could you email that to us, and if you get any updates, send that along too.
Okay, I can send you the contact information by
That'd be
email.
great,
Yeah, I'll do that. I don't think she's ready for any calls or anything like that. Her hands are very full. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Call this meeting of the Brattleboro Development Review Board to order. It's 7:05 PM on November 20th. We're good to go there. Great. Every single DRB meeting, we start with my opening remarks, which some of you have probably heard a few times, some of you have never heard. This is where I explain how this all works. So if you're wondering what's about to happen and how the procedures work, you should be paying attention right now. At the DRB, we hear applications for land development in the town of Brattleboro and appeals of zoning administrator decisions. Procedurally, the Development Review Board operates on the record. What that means is we take a clear record of testimony from the applicant and any interested parties, and then issue a written decision with our findings. Applicants and members of the public should be aware that because we're on the record, this is your only opportunity to comment on and provide evidence related to an application. In the event our decision is appealed to the environmental court, that court will not take new testimony or evidence at its hearing. It'll look at the evidence from our hearing, the regulations or relevant law, and determine if the evidence supports the findings and decision of this board. Excuse me. Only interested persons that participate in this proceeding may appeal a decision made by our board, so I strongly encourage all of you to participate at this hearing. Because we're on the record, I'm going to ask that if there's even a modicum of a chance you think you are going to speak, you allow me to swear you in. So if anybody who thinks they're going to speak, if you raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you in right now. Do you hereby swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the cause under consideration will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? Okay. If you didn't get sworn and you change your mind and you want to speak, I need to swear you in. Or whatever you say can't be considered as evidence by us. Applicants require a majority vote of the full board to succeed. That means 4 votes out of 7. This would be where I tell you what we do if we didn't have a full board present, but it's not relevant at the moment. So unless we have a bunch of conflicts and a short board, I'm going to save that for another night. After taking testimony, the board will close the public hearing and we may vote on your application at this meeting. The board will issue a written decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. And while we may vote on an application during the meeting, it's the written decision that controls the timeline for an appeal. It should be noted that the town of Brattleboro is a party with an interest in land development applications. The town of Brattleboro has no special status before our board. Documents provided to us by the town planning department, the town attorney, or any other town employee are considered in exactly the same way as information from an applicant, a neighbor, or other interested party. So, with that in mind, Brian, we've been properly warned.
You have been, but the previous application was warned for conditional use, and it is in fact a site plan. Conditional use is a more rigorous review, so I don't think that's what you're
Okay. Is anybody here for application 2019-156, Tim Kavanaugh and Diane Leary? I mean, it sounds like a no. They've moved to continue that application, and I think we ought to just take that up preliminarily. Can I get a motion to continue 2019-156 to our meeting on December 18th?
I move. Second.
Motion seconded. Any further discussion? Any members of the public who want to speak on this issue? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I thought this might be an okay time for me. I wanted to enter a motion to change the agenda order, and if somebody seconded that, I could sort of discuss it, but I was simply looking at the documents and wondering if we might take 2019-158 in front of 2019-165, and I didn't know if anyone wanted to second that. We could discuss that.
Aren't they the...
They're for the same applicant, but I just thought it might make sense. Again, if somebody wanted to second that, we could discuss this motion.
Well, we can, I think we can discuss it with a second or without a second.
I just felt that if we took what's at the bottom of our agenda and just put it in front, do 2019-158 before 2019-165.
Might it, I'm just wondering if it might make more sense to just consolidate.
to hear them both at the same time.
I guess the way I saw it was 2019-158 seemed to be sort of a smaller application in a sense, and 2019-165 be the bigger. So it's just sort of kind of how I like to eat my meals. Take the smaller portion and then the larger portion. That's my only motivation. And because it's the same applicant, they already know they're sort of at the bottom, at the tail end of the agenda. So that's why I was proposing it. And I just wanted to get the feeling for the rest of the board whether they like that idea or not.
It's fine by me. Anybody else? All right, I think we have a second. We have a second, right? Any further discussion? Brian, will this impact any warning or anything like that?
No, it's fine, you guys can
All right.
close as you see fit.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So I'm going to switch those when we get there. Are there any disclosures of conflicts of interest or ex parte communications from the board related to any of these applications? Nothing? Okay. Who are our alternates tonight? Just
That Ian.
that Ian. Okay.
Could I ask a housekeeping question? Brian, do we have control over the heat in this room?
I love it. Just wanted, like,
I just happen to be near a radiator, and it just seems like this room is warmer than it's ever been.
It can be colder than it's ever been too if you wait a minute.
Yeah, right, exactly.
It's this building.
But should I adjust this?
Open the window and put you on higher speed.
On and off. I'm just gonna get the people for the first application set up here.
Yeah, I apologize.
No, that's all right. The first application is 2019-149. That's the Red Clover Commons application. If you folks could come up to the table, I think you kind of know the dance by this point.
I hope so.
At least where to be. Could you please tell us a little bit about your project and introduce yourselves? And could you please take that easel and put it in this space so that they can get it on the television?
I'm Christine Hart. I'm the Executive Director of the Brattleboro Housing Authority, also known as the Brattleboro Housing Partnership.
I'm Kathy Beyer. I'm Vice President for Development at Housing Vermont, and we're co-developers with the Brattleboro Housing Authority on this project.
Tom?
Tim Appel, Dufresne Group, we're the civil engineer on the project.
And I'm Tom Bachman, Gosling's Bachman Architects. We're the architect on the project.
And I'm Chris Balzano, also with GBA.
Okay. So this is the second part of what has become the Red Clover Commons project. Some of you were on the board when we first appeared. Just to remind you, Kathy and I looked for a site for the second phase for about 2 or 3 years, and couldn't find one in town that worked. And through some serendipitous moment, she and either Tom or Greg were looking at the site plan and said, oh, we could put a building there. So we have been moving in that direction. We've met with this board to get some ideas about whether that would be a good idea, and felt that it was, and certainly have worked with Brian and his department. So we're here for approval of that. If we call it Red Clover Commons 2. It's been very well described, I think, in your materials. We have everyone here to talk about it and describe it in more detail, and I think we'd be happy to pretty much answer any questions or give you an overview if you think you'd like that. It's really up to you.
My understanding is there have been some changes to the landscaping proposal that are a little different than what we have in our
Yes.
packet. Could you tell us about that first, just so we have an idea of where you're at the moment?
No, I'm not aware of any.
Yeah, so, James.
Did I misunderstand?
think that created some confusion. There had been a condition that they needed additional landscaping.
Oh.
But because of some covenants and easements, it seems like that probably is not achievable.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood something that was shared with me right before. Pardon me.
I think the one piece that we would like to just bring to your attention is the connectivity between the new building and, I can't believe I'm calling it an old building, but the existing Red Clover Commons. When we first,
Could I ask you just a quick question? When you refer to it as sort of old building, when was Red Clover Commons 1 finished and
it
ready?
was opened in 2017,
Okay.
so it's really old.
Yeah.
That originally we had, because of a lot of reasons, we were able to have a connection, a physical connection between the two buildings. As we continue to do work on this building, the Red Clover 2, and also speak with the fire department and public safety, that connector had to be abandoned. And we have spent a great deal of time really looking at how to make this new building connect to the existing building in a way that will really be accessible for our frail and elderly residents. I mean, it's in our interest for them to be able to access Red Clover. So, Chris, would you like to walk them through what we've come up with?
Yeah, so we've got, as part of this plan, there's a small addition on what we're referring to as the old building, the Red Clover 1 building, which cuts the distance from the entrance to the new building, which is right here, and the entrance to the old building over here, about in half. And we've installed just a simple lift there to get them to the first floor level, where they'll then have access to the rest of the building and the elevators and everything that they need.
What page are you on?
This is L100.
Looks like this one, yeah.
Mention the cover.
And just to be clear, the reason the connectivity is important is because Chris's program, they offer a lot of services in Red Clover Common 1 that will be used by people living in Red Clover Common 2. So we want to just make sure that accessibility is easy and convenient and obvious. Chris, does that connector show up on the landscape plan?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay, what about the color grades?
No,
It
100?
does.
It does not.
It's a different drawing.
Yeah, that's just 100. There should be an L100 in there as well.
Could you just point on your map what we're talking about again?
Yes, this small addition here.
And is it in that sort of darkened
Yes,
color?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. It's
Thank
just
you.
a small vestibule and a lift. to get
Okay.
them.
That addition is only about 125 square feet.
Okay.
It's very small.
What's the method you're going to use to ensure that the gate on Canal Street and the entrance on Canal Street is accessible to fire year-round?
It's the same as it
It's-
is now.
Yeah, there's a lockbox there with a key that the fire department and the police have. And the fire department has gone over this, and in fact, they made some changes to turning radiuses to accommodate the fire department so that they can get up behind the building from both
There's
sides.
Fire access and turn around here.
Could I ask a question related to the illustration 101? I can wait. I guess it's two questions. The left-hand portion of the illustration says fire access reinforced turf. So I guess I'm curious about, what that actually is. And then I'm also curious on the right-hand side, how the existing building, is this an entrance of some sort?
Yes, that is the entrance to the existing parking garage.
Do you mind pointing
Yeah,
on
sorry,
there?
sorry.
Yeah.
This
Oh,
here
okay.
is
I
the
get it.
entrance to the existing parking garage.
Okay.
And the reinforced turf is similar to the fire access that is not on this plan for the
Yeah.
existing building.
Okay.
Tim might be able to speak better as
Yeah,
to
so-
exactly the details of
It's
that.
basically a grassed area with gravel subbase underneath, so you're carrying the load of the fire trucks and
Okay.
whatever other vehicles need to get back there. But it's maintained as a grass area.
It's essentially so the grass doesn't turn into mud when a heavy vehicle
Yep,
goes on.
So that'll be
Okay.
maintained and cleared.
And we clear it in the winter.
Plowable in the winter.
Oh,
So
okay.
we clear it so fire trucks can get on.
I see.
I was reading through the application, and I believe it was said that you were gonna keep the snow removal on site. And I was looking at the map and was trying to figure out where it was gonna go.
If it says that it's temporarily on site, because at Red Clover, we truck most of the snow out.
Okay, God, I may be wrong, but that's what I thought.
Chris, why don't you just point out where the snow gets plowed at both driveways?
Yeah, I mean, at least on a temporary basis, we have cleared this area here so that they can push everything off the end here, and then, it's hard to see because of the fold in the page, but there is the ability to push the.
But that would be the area that you wanted to have access.
Right, I'm just saying off of the back of that area.
That area has to be plowed on, but it will be with the fire trucks, so they would just push it off at the end.
But how much space do you have between there and your neighbors?
We've got, I think our setback from the back of the building is 22 feet.
Yeah.
Will get built up pretty quick.
And I think
We truck it off.
Okay.
That's what we have to do, because we do want to make sure that that's clear for the fire department to get around to the back, so it necessitates trucking it off. We've had to truck it off with the new building, so.
I guess this would
Why are
be
you
the-
using propane for the water heating rather than heat pump?
That's a good question. We're using air source heat pumps to heat and cool the building. Our experience, Housing Vermont works around the state, building multifamily housing, and the heat pumps for hot water are fairly new technology, particularly for multifamily housing. I think they work well in single-family homes. So we are not willing to be early adopters of a technology that hasn't been around for a few years.
And then to follow up, I guess, when we're looking at, I guess it's illustration 200, the heat pumps that do the cooling of the environment of the building are, they essentially sit on top of the building?
On the roof, yes.
On the roof. And then I have a question for the chair. Is it any appropriateness for me on this board to say that I like the pitched roof on the, quote, old building, and wonder why there's a flat roof? I mean, that's not really our purview, is it?
If you view pitched roofs as necessary for conformance with the character of the neighborhood, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you can tell them how you feel.
But I just don't know whether I don't know whether that's appropriate for me as a member of this board to make a decision based on.
The thing is, the neighborhood it's in is a very commercial area.
It is.
Canal Street with a lot of flat
Yeah,
roofs.
and I feel like the closest building to them is the Walgreens building, which is probably a flat roof.
Yeah, and just to give you a little history on why
Okay.
it is flat roof, it's because we need a flat surface for the air source heat pumps.
Okay.
The site is very tight, there's no place on the ground to put them.
Okay.
And that's what really dictated
Yeah.
going from a pitched roof to a flat roof
Yeah.
on this building.
Looking through the illustrations, that was just my personal reaction, which was the Red Clover Commons 1. I'm like, oh, I love how it's got that little bit of pitched roof, and so that's my personal opinion.
Well, the other part is that the pitched roof in the first building
Yeah.
is part of the stormwater, the
Okay.
surface storm system.
Okay.
And we couldn't put that kind of system with a pitched roof in this space because
Okay.
it's pretty condensed.
All right.
This way we have a flat roof and we can more direct the water
Okay.
to where it needs to go to fit into what is a really interesting and environmentally based storm system.
Okay.
We are, on the exterior of the building, we are picking up all of the detailing that we did on Red Clover Common 1. It's the same siding pattern, the same texture, same windows, so we really want to make this compatible with what we started with.
Okay. Am I thinking that we're going with this bluish scheme for color?
Yeah, this picture that you see up in the corner is the existing
Yeah.
Red Clover, and the idea is that we are matching the color scheme
Okay.
of the existing building.
Okay.
When things print, they might not exactly look.
Yeah, it's more gray
Yeah,
than it is
yeah.
blue.
It's tough with any sort of printout. That's why we had the picture here to kind of indicate that that's what we're
So
going for.
What you're foreseeing is sort of a consistent visual aesthetic between the existing building and the new building?
Correct. We're doing the same kind of landscaping. We really want this to look as one complex.
Okay.
Question for you.
I'm sorry.
Do you have backup for the heat pumps for low temperatures?
Yes. What we are allowed to do is to put in a strip of electric baseboard heat.
Resistance?
This building is really well insulated, as Red Clover Common 1 is. So if the heat pump fits 30 below and the heat pumps aren't functioning at full capacity, we're gonna be able to keep.
Oh, I know them well.
Yeah. We're gonna be able to keep the units warm.
Okay.
And the heat pumps, do they, how much, or are they going to be protected noise-wise from the neighborhood? Once again, you're gonna be backed up pretty close to residential housing back there, isn't it?
We have never had a complaint about these being on a roof in a neighborhood as far as noise.
Are they going to have noise protection around them, or?
They are screened on two sides?
On two sides, but it's more of a visual screening to canal and fairground. So to answer your question directly, on the back side, there is not a screen.
No, I just, like I say, you just hear about people complaining about the noise the air handling systems put out. And I was just wondering if that was a possibility to try to, would it be an evil thing to have, work that into the design rather than have to worry about complaints about it afterwards?
I mean, could be a possibility, I mean, I would.
I think we want to look, because I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that the lot behind, where this building is, the lot behind it is vacant. It's where
No.
the Lotus Graphics building, and then there's a big